The father, driven by a mere 5 taels of silver, personally selling my 80-year-old sister into a brothel. Countless dignitaries and nobility covet her unparalleled beauty. Yet, no one has ever truly touched her, until several high-ranking officials vanished without a trace. The truth emerges from beneath the surface. Suyao, this marks the 6th individual I have assisted you in devouring. The authorities have begun to take notice. It would be wise for you to exercise greater restraint. The youth, holding firewood in his mouth, relentlessly dismembered the body on the ground and subsequently cast the pieces into the cauldron. However, the woman named Suyao displayed not the slightest disdain. Brother Jiangchun, you have witnessed this as well. This Wang Biao, relying on his maternal connections, seeks to impose himself upon me. In any case, he possesses neither status nor background. Jiangchun furrowed his brows, his eyes reflecting a hint of weariness and helplessness. Suyao extended her hand to brush away the snowflakes adorning his face, a glimmer of complexity flickering in her gaze. Jiangchun's department. Are you aware? In a few days, I will be donning my attire for the occasion. Yang's mother intends to select a prominent guest for me. It is highly likely that it will be the affluent and ostentatious Master Zhao. Upon hearing these words, Jiangchun's movements halted abruptly. Tomorrow, I shall take you away. His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable resolve. Suyao fell into silence. Jiangchun skillfully removed the coat, speckled with snow stains, and ascended the stairs, carrying the pigeon cage upon his back. The pigeon loft is directly connected to the back kitchen of the pleasure house, Anle Pavilion. Amidst the clamor, no one pays heed to the filthy youth before them, wondering why he would be seen alongside the courtesan, Suyao. At this moment, the voice of the manager, Yang, resonated through the air. Suyao, come quickly and join Grandfather Zhao for a drink. Here she comes. Suyao responded with a soft hum. I took a seat beside the burly Mr. Zhao, whose face was adorned with an abundance of flesh. Suyao, after much contemplation, you remain the most beautiful. Old Master Zhao has long been entranced by the allure of the pigeon, his gaze brimming with avarice. As he speaks, he leans in, eager to draw closer. Suyao waved the peach blossom fan made of sheep fur in front of her. You have forgotten, she said. I am but a humble messenger, destined only to share a drink and engage in idle chatter with you. As for the other matters, I kindly ask you to be patient for a little longer. Old Zhao was overwhelmed by Yunyan's words. In his eagerness, he hastily pulled out all the banknotes from his bosom and slapped them onto the table. Yang Ma, could you please enlighten me on when Suyao will be available to receive guests? As long as you provide a definitive answer, these silver notes will belong to you. Ah, dear Mr. Zhao, in just 3 days, Suyao will celebrate her 15th birthday. Surely, you will be her esteemed first guest on that occasion. Suyao let out a soft laugh, gracefully gathering the silver notes from the table into her embrace, before returning to her private chamber. Yang's mother hastily followed suit, her face adorned with insincerity. That silver note must be divided with me. It is the custom of the Anle Pavilion. How could I possibly be unaware of the rules? Suyao handed over half of the banknotes, her face still adorned with a faint smile. But after it departs, the smile on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling expression. She lifted her gaze towards the window. Only Jiangchun trudged along the street, bearing the cumbersome pot filled with household items, each step a struggle. On the second day, at the hour of Jiangchun silently arrived at Suyao's boudoir. Suyao had already donned a neat attire reminiscent of a young attendant. As you embark on your journey to the 7 cities, Suyao inquired, Brother Jiangchun, where are we headed? In the city of Yinsheng in the northern region. Upon your arrival, you shall accompany me in pushing the cart to sell sweet confections. Upon hearing the mention of the sugar figurines, Suyao's expression transformed dramatically. Do not. How many sugar figurines can one sell? Do not forget, your father, that wretched scoundrel, was indeed a maker of sugar figurines. He sold me for mere 50 taels of silver. Jiangchun fell silent upon hearing these words. Suyao was an abandoned infant discovered by him at the riverbank when he was merely 4 years old. Subsequently, it was brought back home for nurturing and care. However, at the age of 8, her family sold her to a brothel. At that moment, the sound of carriages and horses wafted by was a caravan. Jiangchun approached the caravan, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, and said, "My wife and I also wish to travel to Tianjin City. Might we trouble you for a passage?" The chauffeur exhibited a certain degree of vigilance. In the midst of hesitation, a melodious sound emanated from within the carriage. "Steward Liu, let them take the carriage," he said. "There is no need for the silver." The two individuals followed the convoy for an entire day. By evening, they gathered together to engage in conversation. Suyao and the enchanting beauty Liu Inen, who descended from the carriage, became the center of attention. "Brother Jiang, you and your wife are indeed blessed with striking good looks, especially your wife. She is truly a beauty in the making." Suyao had heard of this name. He was the young master of the Liu family's main hall in the city of Tianjin. Suddenly, Jiang Qin's body shuddered with an unexpected chill. Two arrows, whose origins remain a mystery, pierced through the air and struck down the heads of two merchant convoy guards with lethal precision. Numerous exquisite ginseng products abound, along with two enchanting beauties resembling blossoming flowers. From the shadows emerged 5 figures, each wielding a steel trumpet. The caravan of 10 was, in fact, accompanied by only 2 guards, while the rest comprised of servants and maids of the Liu family. Jiang Chun, upon witnessing the situation, drew his club and shielded Suyao behind him. "Esteemed heroes, could you perhaps spare us a path to safety? You may take our previous wealth without hesitation. I have released you, yet I shall only set free these 2 exquisite beauties, akin to delicate blossoms." In a swift motion, Jiang Chun brandished the cold gleam of the firewood axe, seizing the moment of his adversary's speech, and delivered a decisive horizontal strike to his neck. The mountain bandit clutches his neck, yet cannot conceal the crimson snow that bursts forth. The remaining 4 swiftly charged forward, completely overwhelming the entire caravan. Only Jiang Chun and Suyao remain. Liu Inen and the 3 individuals. Liu Inen, the person. Jiang Chun protected the 2 women before him, sustaining numerous scratches upon his body. Fortunately, during the recent skirmish, he seized the opportunity to slit the throat of a bandit. Suyao, standing behind Liu Inen, unexpectedly placed her foot firmly upon Liu Ainen's back. Liu Inen lunged towards the lips of the chief, her heart pierced directly by the steel dagger. This action took even Jiang Chun by surprise, as he seized the opportune moment to relentlessly strike down yet another bandit. In the blink of an eye, the once 5-member band of mountain bandits was reduced to merely 2. However, the remaining 2 bandits were indeed exceptionally skilled. Jiang Chun engaged in an intense battle with them, yet he could never seem to find a flaw in their defenses. Before long, he received a solid blow to his abdomen. Just as it seemed on the verge of collapse, at that critical moment, 2 stones suddenly soared down from the sky. With unparalleled precision, he shattered the steel blades held by the 2 bandits. The immense force of the impact sent them crashing to the ground. Jiang Chun and Suyao were taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Yet, deep within, they understood that someone had undoubtedly intervened to assist them. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he charged forward. Meanwhile, Suyao swiftly picked up the steel pipe from the ground and charged towards the last bandit without hesitation. As the 2 individuals raised and lowered their hands, all 5 bandits were swiftly vanquished. Jiang Chun, having lost an excessive amount of blood, grew increasingly frail, ultimately collapsing into Suyao's embrace. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the sky. She descended gracefully through the air, resembling a celestial being alighting upon the earth. Suyao's eyes instantly filled with tears. "Could you please save my husband? He has been struck dozens of times and is in grave danger." The fairy approached Jiang Chun and examined his wounds. Then, as if performing a magical trick, she gently raised her delicate hand and conjured a medicinal pill. After personally feeding them, I inquired about their names. "My name is Suyao. My husband is Jiang Chun." Gratitude fills Suyao's eyes. As Jiang Chun ingested the elixir, his previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed. "Suyao, your name is quite charming. Please refrain from calling me fairy. I am Su Qing." Su Qing raised her hand to touch Suyao's forehead. At the very moment of contact, her pupils quivered violently, revealing a singular essence of purity. Then she leaned over and pressed her forehead against Jiang Chen's. single elemental spirit root. Su Qing never anticipated that the two individuals she casually rescued were both exceptionally gifted prodigies in cultivation. At this moment, Jiang Chun had regained a modicum of the 9 qi. When he beheld Su Qing's enchanting beauty, he was utterly astonished. Suyao, do you both wish to become my disciples? Willingly, Master Su Qing. I extend my gratitude on behalf of Jiang Chun for accepting the two of us as your disciples. The Hehuan sect is regarded as a demonic cult. Members within its ranks are often cunning and deceitful. You two must ponder this carefully. Su Qing's words were laced with a hint of scrutiny. Master Su Qing, you have not only saved our lives, but also graciously accepted us as your disciples. Such profound kindness fills our hearts with unwavering gratitude. Suyao's eyes glistened with emotion, brimming with appreciation. Although Jiang Chun did not utter a word, he nonetheless nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Su Qing waved her hand grandly. In an instant, a magnificent crane materialized out of thin air. Moments later, the two individuals were escorted into the Seven Pleasure Sect. The atmosphere here was permeated with an unsettling aura, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of weeping and gasping. Jiangchun's body has significantly improved, and he is now able to walk on his own. Su Qing led them into the inner chamber. Before long, 3 formidable elders emerged. The Grand Elder Song wore a face of bewilderment. Master, who are these two individuals? They are my newly accepted disciples. Is he a direct disciple of the Master? The second elder, Chun Yen, expressed her surprise upon hearing this. You have never taken on a disciple before. Indeed, you might consider investigating their qualifications naturally. This will illuminate the reasons therein. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy to investigate the innate qualities of Jiang Chun and Suyao's spiritual roots. After their exploration, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in their eyes. The third elder, Lin Fei, nodded in agreement. No wonder these 2 young ones are so strikingly handsome. Those with a singular water spiritual root possess an innate charm. Indeed, this young girl exudes a certain elegance. Su Qing instructed Lin Fei to lead the 2 individuals into the spiritual spring for nourishment before attending to her own affairs. On the road, Jiang Chun could not help but inquire, Elder Lin, could you enlighten us on the fundamental rules of the cultivation world? Your master is a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, while the 3 of us elders are at the early stage of nascent soul. After elucidating the 7-realm system, they found themselves beside a tranquil hot spring. You may enter. I shall remain outside in meditation. Suyao tested the water temperature. She approached Jiang Chun and said, Brother Jiang Chun, allow me to assist you. Upon hearing her words, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Jiang Chun's face. Recalling the days before the age of 8, he often frolicked with the bare-bottomed Suyao. However, ever since Suyao was sold to the brothel, I have not laid eyes upon her bare form. At this moment, a sense of anxiety and awkwardness inevitably stirs within my heart. Suyao swiftly assisted Jiang Chun in shedding his garments, and subsequently commenced to unfasten the coarse linen attire enveloping her own form. Before long, an extraordinarily alluring figure was laid bare before my eyes without reservation. After their intimate encounter, the 2 adorned themselves in the garments they had prepared and returned to Su Qing's chamber, where they obtained the 7 volumes of the cultivation manuals. I wish to engage in leisure for 7 days, perhaps for a year, or perhaps for a decade. During this period, should there be any uncertainties, seek out Elder Lin Fei. She shall guide you in my stead. After expressing their regrets, Jiang Chun and Suyao returned to their respective abodes. Upon his return, Jiang Chun meticulously studied the treatise on the art of qi condensation. According to the prescribed cultivation method, as one practices, strands of ethereal energy gradually permeate their being, while simultaneously, a layer of dark, otherworldly substance envelopes the body. Once his cultivation was complete, Jiang Chun finally remembered that he had not eaten for quite some time. After a brief organization, he inquired of a nearby disciple, Senior brother, could you kindly direct me to the dining hall? After a subtle self-introduction, I learned that the other party's name is Zhang Hu. The 2 of us then proceeded to the dining hall. In Jiang Chen's heart, he could not help but think of Suyao. That little enchantress would not mistreat herself. If she were hungry, she would surely come to eat. After finishing their meal, Jiang Chun bid farewell to Zhang Hu and proceeded directly to the residence of Elder Lin Fei. Elder Lin Fei, I have a few inquiries I wish to discuss with you. This morning, I discovered a layer of mud on my skin, yet I can still sense the spiritual energy accumulating within my body. Does this signify that I have reached the qi condensation stage? So swift, Lin Fei widened her eyes, urging him to meditate and cultivate further. While she stood by, safeguarding the process, Jiang Chun swiftly regulated his breathing, entering a state of controlled respiration. After Lin Fei felt a noticeable reduction in her figure, she nodded slightly. You have successfully entered the condensation realm. Her words were imbued with both surprise and a hint of envy. It took her a full 3 months to achieve the condensation realm initially. Upon discovering that he had become a true cultivator, Jiang Chun was filled with immense joy. After inquiring about several questions, he returned to his dwelling. Returning to the room, Jiang Chun exhibited no signs of complacency. He settled into a cross-legged position and commenced his meditation and cultivation. At that moment, an irate voice of Zhang Hu suddenly echoed from outside the door. It turned out that Zhang Hu felt unjustly treated in the assignment of menial tasks, having been allocated a mere 7. Jiang Chun rose and stepped outside the door. Upon seeing the approaching figure, the disciple clad in yellow immediately adorned his face with a smile. Isn't this the newly arrived disciple of the sect leader, Jiang? How may I assist you? I am Lu Yishou, responsible for overseeing the registered disciples and their menial tasks. Why does Zhang Hu have such an abundance of miscellaneous tasks? Please reduce some of them for him. Upon hearing this, Lu's expression revealed an insurmountable difficulty. This predicament places me in a challenging position. If this menial task remains unfinished and is discovered by the elder, I shall undoubtedly face reprimand. Jiang Chun contemplated that he had been seated in tranquility for quite some time, and it was indeed time to stretch his limbs. Tasks such as drainage and maintenance were second nature to him, so he decided to lend a hand. Lu Yishou hurriedly urged against it, but it was already too late. Jiang Chun hoisted his winnings upon his shoulders, striding down the mountain with resolute steps. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Hu hastily followed with his farming tools in hand. Brother Jiang, I am truly grateful. It is rare to have a core disciple of your caliber hold me in such esteem. Should you ever find a need for my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. No worries, Brother Zhang Hu. I too sought to stretch my limbs and thus took the initiative to fetch water. Jiang Chun responded with a smile. From dawn until dusk, he tirelessly drained the water, only dragging his weary body to the cafeteria in the evening. Upon entering, Jiang Chun immediately caught sight of Suyao. At this moment, Suyao was surrounded by a throng of male disciples, each fervently expressing their sentiments in a cacophony of voices. Suyao, seemingly oblivious, continued to walk ahead, lost in her own thoughts. Her gaze fell upon Jiang Chun, and a smile blossomed on her previously serene face. She rushed forward and affectionately looped her arm through his, resting her head gently upon his shoulder. Brother Jiang, she said, is this enchanting girl truly your companion in dual cultivation? Zhang Hu, who had just arrived, looked on with an expression of envy. Jiang Chun was perplexed. What does it mean to have a dual cultivation partner? It signifies the meaning of husband and wife. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chun's lips curled upwards. Indeed, the affectionate actions between the two individuals caused the group of male disciples surrounding Suyao to instantly change their expressions. They were filled with jealousy and resentment, yet they found themselves powerless, ultimately dispersing in frustration. Suyao raised her hand and summoned a droplet of water. Brother Jiang Chun, I have reached the 7th level of qi condensation. What about you? Jiang Chun nodded at 7 o'clock. I also gather my energy, yet I have yet to peruse that volume of wind-based techniques, and thus I am unable to wield any spells. You must exert yourself then. I have already completed my study of the ice elemental secret arts, and I'm gradually learning it. Suyao, with her large, sparkling eyes, appeared quite pleased. After speaking, she effortlessly performed the art of attraction, causing an object to levitate with ease. Jiang Chun marveled inwardly, realizing that Suyao's progress surpassed even his own. By the way, what is the art of attraction? Is it mentioned in the chapter on the condensation of qi techniques? Suyao blinked her eyes. No, This is what I learned yesterday at Elder Lin Face. Once we finish our meal, I shall teach you. After the two finished their meal, they arrived at an expansive mountain clearing. Zhang, who also followed suit. 2 hours later, Jiang Chun gazed at the stone he had lifted with his gravitational technique, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Your innate talent is truly astonishing. No wonder you are all direct disciples of the sect leader. As for this spell, I have devoted an entire 6 months to mastering it, yet you managed to grasp it in merely one afternoon. Zhang, whose words were laced with both admiration and a hint of self-deprecation. At present, Zhang, who is a disciple at the initial stage of qi condensation. If he diligently cultivates to the intermediate stage, he will be able to refine his own flying sword and soar through the skies. At that point, he will don the attire of the yellow-clad disciples, bidding farewell to the burdensome duties of menial tasks. Zhang, who took the lead in departing to return to his quarters for further cultivation. Suyao is exceptionally beautiful, and she quickly forms new friendships. However, she is not as fortunate as she struggles to encounter a true sisterly companion. Surrounded all day by a group of repugnant men, I genuinely yearn to eliminate them all. Once I attained the foundational stage and refine my own flying sword, I shall vanquish those who vex me. Suyao's face is adorned with an expression of exasperation. Seeing this, Jiang Chun could only patiently advise, clearly displaying a sense of affection. We are presently living under the roof of another, although, as the personally taught disciple of the sect leader, my status is esteemed, it does not grant me the liberty to act recklessly against others. I am indifferent. You are well aware of my sluggishness. When we were mere mortals in the capital, you indulged me without restraint. Now that we have ascended to immortality, must you still impose your authority upon me? Suyao pouted, a flicker of grievance passing through her eyes. Jiang Chun let out a sigh. All right, as you wish. If you intend to deal with someone, do let me know in advance. I shall take care of it for you. With that, he prepared to return to his room. However, at that moment, Suyao stepped in front of him, her cheeks slightly flushed and her eyes brimming with anticipation. Why the hurry? Let's share a kiss before you go. A faint smile emerged at the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth. After a lingering kiss, he returned to his room. Upon entering the dwelling, Jiang Chun unfurled the ancient tome that chronicled the esoteric arts of the wind. The primary contents detailed 3 formidable techniques: wind step, wind spell, and the enchantment of wind spirits. Wind step focuses on the mastery of movement. Wind spell, on the other hand, is an extraordinarily potent offensive incantation, enabling practitioners to conjure a whirlwind of tremendous power. The most enigmatic of the trio, the enchantment of wind spirits, allows one to undergo a transformation into a being of the wind, significantly enhancing all aspects of their abilities. Since then, Jiang Chun has diligently devoted himself to cultivation, and before he realized it, a year had swiftly passed. On this day, Jiang Chun placed the foundation-building elixir bestowed by Lady Lin into his mouth. In an instant, the once clear sky abruptly transformed into desolation, as a colossal dark cloud hung ominously above the chamber of Jiang Chun. The surrounding wind and spiritual energy enveloped Jiang Chun as he established his foundation. Jiang Chun felt the powerful force coursing through him, a clear indication that he had successfully entered the ranks of the 7 immortals. Once the spiritual energy stabilized, he guided his flying sword towards Suyao's residence. Upon stepping outside, Jiang Chun immediately sensed a vibrant essence of water emanating from within the room. He understood that Suyao had successfully laid her foundation as well. Before long, Suyao emerged from the room. Upon spotting Jiang Chun, she broke into a smile. Jiang Chun, it is indeed you who possesses greater prowess, having established your foundation ahead of me. At that moment, as the two were engaged in conversation, a disciple clad in yellow descended from the sky. Sister Suyao, Brother Jiang Chun, the master requests your presence. Indeed, after concluding her seclusion, Su Qing entered the grand hall and was quite pleased to see the two individuals. In merely 7 years, they had successfully established their foundation. You truly are prodigies. As a token of appreciation, I shall bestow upon each of you a precious elixir of the highest quality. With that, Su Qing raised her hand and waved. A magnificent blue longsword and a striking white longsword suddenly materialized. Su Qing gazed at Jiang Chun, her eyes brimming with affection. "Do you fancy this exquisite white treasure?" Jiang Chun took the white trumpet, feeling the wind that flowed through the slender instrument with clarity. The ethereal energy resonated harmoniously with his mastery of wind-based cultivation techniques. "Master Xia, your disciple holds great admiration for you." Suyao also thanked with a nod as she accepted the treasured sword. "This jade tablet, please hold it carefully." Su Qing took out a jade tablet and handed it to Jiang Chun. "This is the secret dual cultivation technique of our Hahuan sect. You two have long been partners in the Tao. And now that you have both reached the 7th stage of foundation establishment, when the time is ripe, you may seek an opportunity for dual cultivation." Jiang Chun took the jade slip and glanced at the enchanting Suyao beside him. Suyao, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, gazed at him shyly. However, the gaze within the 7 great halls reveals a hint of predatory intent. "Brother Jiang Chun, accompany me to hunt." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun furrowed his brow. To be tainted by the scent of snow so soon after establishing his foundation was hardly a commendable practice. "Whom do you intend to harm?" His voice was laden with a sense of helplessness. "It is senior sister Su Si. When I was still in the qi condensation stage, she repeatedly mocked and ridiculed me. I have long desired to take revenge on her." Jiang Chun let out a silent sigh. Despite his overwhelming reluctance, he found himself accompanying Suyao to the door of Su Si's room, captivated by her unwavering determination. In the next moment, an unbearable cacophony erupted from within the room, indicating that a tumultuous affair was taking place, entangled in the intertwining of both sunny and cloudy destinies. After a considerable amount of time, a man emerged from the room. His gaze was unfocused, and his steps were unsteady, each movement resembling that of treading upon cotton. It was evident that he had recently been replenished by Su Sitsai, leaving him significantly drained of vitality. As the figure of the man vanished, Jiang Chun no longer hesitated. In an instant, he unleashed his wind step, transforming himself into a gust of wind. His speed was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he appeared within the room. "Who?" Susi screamed, yet her cry still echoed within the room. Her head had already been severed from her body. In a mere 3 breaths, Jiang Chun dispatched the mid-stage foundation establishment senior sister with a swiftness akin to lightning. "Brother Jiang Chun, you are truly remarkable. You swiftly resolved the matter with her." Suyao clapped her hands in approval. Yet Jiang Chun's expression was exceedingly grave as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings, fearful of being detected by others. "Quickly, use your ice-based secret arts to cleanse this place thoroughly." Suyao cast a glance at Su Si's terrified head before ensconcing it within her storage bag. Subsequently, she swiftly formed hand seals to unleash her water-based technique. Before long, streams of water materialized out of thin air, weaving through the room. Wherever they flowed, traces of snow, fragments of flesh, and remnants of brain matter swiftly vanished from sight. In no time at all, the entire space was rejuvenated, transformed into a pristine state. Jiang Chun was somewhat perplexed. "What purpose do you have for her head?" "I intend to return and attempt to refine it into my very soul." Excitement sparkled in Su Yao's eyes. It was a method recorded in the jade slip bestowed upon me by a master. "If I can truly succeed in this refinement, then in the future, brother Jiang Chun, you must lend me your assistance in dealing with others." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chun realized that he could no longer suppress his feelings. He could only offer kind counsel. "Regardless of the circumstances, the Hahuan sect has bestowed upon us immense kindness. You ought to temper your fierce temperament. It is untenable for me to allow you to act impulsively each time. Should you inadvertently provoke a catastrophe one day, how can we justify our actions to our master and the cultivation of our sect?" Suyao pouted, her face a picture of discontent. As she began her lecture, "I couldn't help but recall how other senior brothers spoke to me with such gentleness and consideration, never resorting to the condescending gestures you employed." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. "Then you might as well seek another senior brother," he replied. "Do not come looking for me again." With that, he turned on his heel and strode out of the room, transforming into a streak of light as he soared back home. Soon, Su Yao returned, her once charming little face now marred by a look of grievance. "I'm sorry, brother Jiang Chun. It is all my fault. Please do not be angry anymore, if you would. Yet Jiang Chun remained with a furrowed brow, relying on his striking beauty to act with such arrogance. If this continues, there will surely come a day when I will be utterly burdened by you. Upon hearing these words, Suyao displayed no signs of anger whatsoever. Instead, she leaned in with a playful demeanor. After a teasing exchange, she suggested that they present the pair of dual cultivation jade slips. In the face of Suyao's overt allure, even the usually composed Jiang Chun found himself at a loss. A rush of warmth surged through him, overwhelming his senses. Then Suyao's gasps and soft laughter filled the entire room. Time flowed by quietly, and before one knew it, 2 full hours had passed. After several days of dual cultivation, Jiang Chun contemplated visiting his master. Thus, he arrived at Suyao's doorstep, intending to guide her in the practice. Yet, upon approaching, he furrowed his brow, as the sounds of Suyao conversing with other men drifted from within the room. Chapter 9. The Third Order Demonic Beast. The following morning, Jiang Chun emerged from his room, brimming with vitality, only to encounter Zhang Hu, whom he had not seen for quite some time. Zhang Hu's cultivation remained at the early stage of qi condensation, a stark contrast to Jiang Chun, who had already reached the foundation establishment stage. Observing the spirited Jiang Chun, a shadow of self-doubt crept across Zhang Hu's countenance. Ah, I truly envy you all, with such exceptional talent. Reflecting on my own journey, I cannot fathom how much longer I will remain at this early stage of qi condensation. Whether I will ever reach the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime remains an enigma. Zhang Hu's head drooped slightly, his voice heavy with despair. Brother Zhang, do not lament so, Jiang Chun said with a smile, producing a pill from his robe. This is the Spirit Gathering Pill, a second-tier treasure. It can significantly enhance the spiritual energy of a qi condensation practitioner. Zhang Hu's eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief. This was a gift from Elder Lin. Now that I have reached foundation establishment, it holds little use for me, so I bestow it upon you, Brother Zhang, Jiang Chun stated, extending the pill towards him. Zhang Hu did not hesitate, carefully accepting the pill into his embrace, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. I cannot thank you enough, Jiang Chun. You are the first in the sect who does not disdain my lowly cultivation and truly regards me as a friend. Let us dispense with formalities. Rest assured, even if I attain the realms of nascent soul and transformation, you, Zhang Hu, shall always remain my dear friend, Jiang Chun affirmed, patting Zhang Hu on the shoulder. With your words, I, Zhang Hu, will strive with all my might to cultivate diligently, ensuring I do not fall too far behind you. I must hasten home to refine this precious pill. Zhang Hu's eyes ignited with determination, and after a hurried farewell, he departed briskly. Jiang Chun arrived outside Suyao's courtyard and, before approaching, overheard her engage in a discussion with a male intersect disciple regarding a particular technique. Brother Wang, must the creation of the soul banner be so intricate? Are there no simpler steps? Suyao's voice rang out, as melodious as a lark. Junior sister, controlling spirits is perilous. A misstep can cause harm to oneself and others. One must exercise utmost caution, though it may be somewhat easier with beast souls. All right, I understand. I shall attempt it shortly with the human head I obtained. Where did you acquire a human head, junior sister? Brother Wang inquired, astonished. My husband procured it for me. Your husband? Brother Wang's voice escalated abruptly. After all my efforts in teaching you the soul banner techniques, hoping to win your favor and become your partner, you now reveal you have a husband? Thank you, Brother Wang, but I hope you do not dwell on it too much. Otherwise, my husband would not mind procuring another human head for me, Suyao replied, her demeanor shifting to one of cold determination. In that instant, Brother Wang discerned a hint of murderous intent in Suyao's gaze, which did not appear to be a jest, sending chills down his spine. Very well, junior sister, I understand. I shall take my leave, he said, his heart racing, and summoned his flying sword to escape swiftly. At that moment, Suyao spotted Jiang Chun and bounded towards him like a fawn. Brother Jiang Chun, you've arrived. What brings you here? Suyao affectionately linked her arm with Jiang Chen's. It has been several days since I last paid my respects to Master, and I wish to accompany you to visit him and engage in conversation. Then let us go. Suyao, like a delicate butterfly, waved her hand, and donned a simple yet elegant outfit. Upon reaching Master Su Qing's residence, they bowed respectfully. Su Qing regarded them, her expression turning solemn. Jiang Chun, Suyao, though I wish to shield you under my wings and nurture you in this greenhouse, it is prudent for you to understand the dangers and harsh realities of the outside world as soon as possible. The Lingyue mountain range conceals numerous ferocious beasts, alongside many rogue cultivators and demonic practitioners. I hereby command you both to venture beyond the mountain gates, hunt down 5 third-tier beasts, and extract their inner cores. Understood, Master. Jiang Chun and Su Yao exchanged a resolute glance and replied in unison. Remember, exercise utmost caution. Should you encounter opponents whose strength vastly exceeds yours, immediately employ your escape techniques. You both are the hopes of our Hahuan sect and dear to my heart. Su Qing gently continued. Here are 2 pieces of core formation armor for you. Wear them well. Thank you, Master. The 2 raised their hands, and the green armor adhered seamlessly to their skin beneath their garments. They then bowed respectfully and slowly exited Su Qing's chamber. Jiang Chun and Su Yao, sharing a deep understanding, simultaneously summoned their flying swords. With a graceful leap, they mounted their swords, Jiang Chun leading, with Su Yao closely behind, and soared out of the Hahuan sect's gates. Wow, it has been over a year, and this is my first time stepping outside the Hahuan sect. It feels as if I have transcended time, Jiang Chun mused, reflecting on the significant progress he and Su Yao had made in such a short span. The air outside feels particularly sweet. Look, what is that? Su Yao exclaimed, spotting a large red gecko scuttling across the ground, seemingly exhaling hot air. It's a 3rd-tier beast, the fire lizard. Instantly invigorated, Su Yao swiftly formed a hand seal, chanting incantations. A beam of blue light shot from her hand, transforming into a powerful ice-based restraint that ensnared the fire lizard's limbs with precision. Jiang Chun also activated his wind step. His figure, like a gust of wind, swiftly approached the creature. Raising his long blade high, he shouted a low command, and with a decisive swing, a resounding clash echoed through the air as metal met flesh. However, despite his full effort, the blade only carved a shallow 1/2-inch wound into the creature's tough hide, failing to sever its head. The fire lizard, enraged by the attack, ignited with fiery wrath, its eyes ablaze as it unleashed a fireball towards Jiang Chun and Su Yao. The flames surged skyward, accompanied by a scorching wave that singed their garments at the edges. Damn it, it has underestimated us. Jiang Chun's voice was low, imbued with a palpable intensity. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. In that fleeting moment, a surge of clarity washed over him. The gentle breeze, akin to a spirited sprite, swiftly converged and entwined itself around the blade. He executed the instant step once more, his form resembling a flash of lightning as he charged toward it, leaping high to deliver a powerful downward slash. In that moment, the fire lizard perceived the youth's figure growing larger before its eyes, the speed so astonishing that it could scarcely react. Soon after, it sensed its own body spiraling out of control, as if the heavens themselves were turning upside down. Subsequently, its head was forcefully thrust down by the surging blood mist, crashing heavily to the ground. Brother Jiang Chun, that strike was formidable. How did you accomplish it? I too feel that my swordsmanship has harmonized more flawlessly with the wind spirit, Jiang Chun replied with satisfaction. Chapter 10. Encountering villains, Jiang Chun skillfully extracted the inner core of the fire lizard with his long knife. After carefully stowing the core in his storage pouch, the two soared into the sky once more, their eyes gleaming as they searched for the next target. Before long, a massive venomous spider came into view. Its body was enveloped in a layer of green fuzz, marking it as a 3rd-tier demon beast. This time, Jiang Chun refrained from acting hastily and entrusted the task to Su Yao. Understanding his intent, Su Yao's eyes sparkled with confidence as she swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, the surrounding moisture coalesced into a barrage of ice arrows, raining down upon the venomous spider. Shortly thereafter, she conjured a formidable ice spear. With a resounding crack, the spider was encased in a crystalline sculpture of ice. Brother Jiang, am I not impressive as well? Suyao giggled, her eyes brimming with pride. Indeed, however, just as Jiang Chun prepared to extract the spider's inner core, an overwhelming sense of danger surged toward him like a tidal wave. This sensation was unprecedented, as though death itself had silently arrived. His body instinctively reacted. He swiftly employed the wind step technique and, like a phantom, reached Suyao's side. Grasping her hand tightly, he pulled her aside just in time to evade a flying sword that had been hurled toward them. At that moment, Jiang Chun entered a state of heightened awareness, acutely sensing the rapid pounding of his heart, akin to the resounding beat of war drums. Quite agile. Two mere foundation establishment novices. Surrender your treasures. A chilling and threatening voice reverberated from all directions, yet its source remained unseen. With just that brief utterance, Jiang Chun discerned that the opponent's cultivation was indeed superior to his and Suyao's. Senior, we can relinquish our treasures, but please spare us. Jiang Chun called out. First, hand over your storage bags. The voice dripped with disdain. No sooner had the words left his lips than a middle-aged figure clad in red robes emerged slowly. His face was adorned with black runes, resembling twisted serpents, an eerie sight indeed. By your attire, you are disciples of the Huan sect? Senior has sharp eyes, Jiang Chun replied, maintaining a facade of calm while secretly on guard. Hiss, this girl is quite alluring upon closer inspection. The middle-aged man's greedy gaze roamed over Suyao, a lecherous smile creeping across his lips. Jiang Chun gradually summoned the wind spirit energy, his grip tightening around the hilt of his knife. Determination reflected in his eyes, though his mind remained clear, contemplating his next move. I initially intended merely to seize your treasures, but now my mind has changed. Boy, you shall die first. With a venomous declaration, he rapidly formed hand seals and chanted an incantation. Lotus sword formation, arise. In an instant, countless flying swords howled from all directions, akin to a swarm of bloodthirsty locusts, hurtling toward Jiang Chun and Suyao. Seeing this, Suyao hurriedly brandished her water spirit sword and swiftly cast a protective barrier. A shimmering ice wall materialized, enveloping her in a protective embrace. Clang, clang, clang. The flying swords struck the ice wall like raindrops, scattering countless sparkling ice shards. Although the ice wall successfully blocked nearly all the swords, one still grazed Suyao's arm. Blood instantly stained her sleeve, creating a striking contrast. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun moved like a whispering breeze, vanishing without a trace amidst the dense array of swords. With the finesse of his wind step technique, he swiftly appeared behind the villain. How swift! The villain's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise igniting within. Damn you, Dai! Jiang Chun shouted, his long knife slicing through the air like lightning. The villain reacted swiftly, summoning a golden bell artifact to deflect the blow. The clash resounded with a deafening clang, sparks flying. Undeterred by his initial failure, Jiang Chun quickly adjusted his posture mid-air, employing his instant step once more, appearing like a wraith at the other side, delivering a fierce downward strike. This time, the villain could not evade in time, hastily raising his arm for defense. With a sharp crack, his arm was severed in an instant, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The intense pain seemed to take a moment before registering in the middle-aged Taoist's mind, leaving him flustered. He had not anticipated that these seemingly inconspicuous early Foundation establishment youths possessed such prowess. I'm done playing, he exclaimed, turning to flee. Yet Suyao, despite clutching her wounded arm, was filled with murderous intent. Trying to escape, she swiftly formed seals with her hands, unleashing her most formidable spell, Ice Prison Sphere. A massive ice sphere rapidly formed in her grasp, exuding a biting chill as it flew towards the villain. Jiang Chun, quick-witted, immediately traced a wind-based barrier, using the wind's force to propel the ice prison sphere further. Jiang Chun moved with the wind, flashing to the other side of the ice sphere, and struck again. The long knife and the ice sphere converged from two directions, leaving the villain wide-eyed and helpless. Boom! He was instantly encased in a massive ice sculpture. Just as Jiang Chun prepared to strike the fatal blow, Suyao flew toward him. Qinglou Let me refine him. The soul of a late Foundation establishment cultivator is invaluable to me. She produced a black soul banner, etched with mysterious runes and emanating an eerie aura. Chanting incantations, she began to extract and refine the soul from the eye sculpture. The tormented cries of the wandering soul echoed in anguish. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the soul was captured within Suyao's soul banner, while the flesh disintegrated into ash. Chapter 11. The terrifying monk Jiang Chun carefully stowed away the Taoist storage bag. His curiosity piqued as he opened it. Inside, he discovered more than a dozen inner cores from third-tier demonic beasts, each one lustrous and exuding a gentle glow. Additionally, there lay a flying sword, a magical artifact of the Foundation establishment stage, along with over 10 other magical treasures. This fellow certainly possessed a wealth of valuable items. Sheathing his white windblade, Jiang Chun maintained a calm demeanor, though a hint of surprise lingered in his tone. In this case, it seems we have fulfilled the task assigned by Master. What now, Brother Jiang Chun? Shall we return directly? Yes, let us return. Who knows if we might encounter such an individual again. Our luck may not hold. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow, his expression cautious. Upon our return, I intend to refine my soul banner once more and eliminate a few bothersome senior brothers and sisters to extract their souls, Suyao remarked, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes as an eerie smile graced her lips. Do temper your murderous tendencies. Do you relish killing so much? Jiang Chun shook his head in exasperation. The two returned to the Hahuan sect. You have killed a late-stage Foundation establishment rogue cultivator? Master Su Qing listened intently to Jiang Chen's account, her eyes widening in astonishment. Fortunately, he was not formidable, and Suyao only sustained minor injuries. You have indeed not disappointed me. Now go rest. I shall keep these demonic beast inner cores for alchemical purposes. A satisfied smile graced Su Qing's lips. Jiang Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning to his quarters, he immersed himself once more in his meditative practices. However, he soon encountered a bottleneck in mastering the wind-based secret technique. The so-called wind demon technique could be understood as a form of demonization, allowing one to transform their body into that of a demon through wind spiritual energy. His mastery of wind steps and wind spells had reached an extraordinary level, enabling him to move with such speed that it rendered opponents defenseless. Moreover, with his exceptional swiftness, Jiang Chen's physical strength surpassed that of his contemporaries, solidifying his identity as a true sword cultivator. 3 months later, the skies above Hahuan sect suddenly darkened, thick clouds gathering ominously as if ready to descend. Crackling electricity danced within the clouds, producing a chilling sound. Suddenly, a voice boomed like a thunderclap. All those surnamed Lin, come forth to meet your demise. Hiding is futile. I possess the bloodline of the Lin clan. The entire Hahuan sect was thrown into confusion by this unexpected upheaval, uncertain of the situation's nature. Yet the roar's power was astounding, causing everyone's hearts to tremble as if struck by a heavy hammer. Jiang Chun was no exception. The sect leader, Su Qing, responded swiftly, making her way to the square at once. There, she beheld a young man clad in black robes with flowing white hair, standing with an air of haughty defiance. His features were strikingly handsome, resembling a piece of exquisitely carved jade, while his white hair and black attire billowed dramatically in the wind. Friend, I see you're also at the mid-stage of a nascent soul realm. Why the arrogance? To come to my Hahuan sect and cause trouble. Su Qing's expression was stern, her gaze piercing as she locked eyes with him. I demand all those bearing the surname Lin to step forward and face their demise. The youth's voice resonated with an intensity that shattered the stillness, sending a palpable wave of sound that momentarily unsettled Su Qing. Stubborn and unyielding, Su Qing's brows furrowed with fury, compelling her to unleash her treasured artifact. In an instant, a colossal sword materialized from the ether, imbued with immense force, aimed directly at the white-haired youth with a fierce dissent. Astonishingly, he did not flinch or evade. His demeanor remained calm and collected. He summoned a dark soul banner with a mere flick of his wrist, which transformed into a fearsome beast, shattering Su Qing's sword with ease. sending shockwaves that distorted the air around them. "Fellow Taoist, who might you be?" Su Qing asked, her heart racing at the realization that this adversary was formidable, prompting her to cautiously probe for information. "Ma Liang, from the Fire Nation," the young man replied coldly, his voice tinged with frost. The name was unfamiliar to Su Qing, and her mind raced to comprehend why he sought trouble with the Lin clan. "If you choose to protect them, then you shall perish as well." A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Ma Liang's eyes as he thrust the soul banner skyward. In that moment, the heavens shifted, and he summoned a devastating crimson lightning bolt, imbued with cataclysmic power, that hurtled towards Su Qing. Upon witnessing this, Su Qing's complexion drained of color as she realized the gravity of her situation. This is the power of heavenly tribulation. She dared not show any sign of weakness, swiftly conjuring a defensive shield and protective aura. However, the might of the heavenly lightning was overwhelming, akin to a colossal red hand that effortlessly shattered all her defenses, striking down upon her with a thunderous crash. With a resounding impact, Su Qing plummeted to the ground, akin to a kite severed from its string, rendered unconscious. The three elders, witnessing this calamity, were alarmed and rushed to assess her injuries. Their hearts sank in dread as they beheld her dire state, an icy chill enveloping them. At that moment, Lin Fei stepped forward, resolutely confronting Ma Liang. "What grievance do we of the Lin clan have against you, Ma Liang?" "Ah, at last you have arrived." Ma Liang sneered, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Was it not your Lin clan that orchestrated the annihilation of the Ma family 2 centuries ago?" Lin Fei had vaguely heard of this event, yet with countless Lin clan members scattered far and wide, she felt no personal connection. Stunned into silence, she found herself at a loss for words. Seeing her speechless, Ma Liang's murderous intent intensified. He infused a drop of Lin clan blood into the soul banner as restriction, causing crimson threads of spiritual energy to erupt from it, ensnaring over 100 members of the Lin bloodline, including Lin Fei herself. They felt an overwhelming force tugging at them, lifting them helplessly into the air. Lin Fei struggled desperately, yet discovered her efforts were futile against this enigmatic power. She felt like an ant attempting to shake a tree. Despair consumed her, for although Ma Liang was merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, his mastery over Zhao was profound. "It seems this is all there is to the Lin clan." Ma Liang coldly surveyed the suspended individuals, devoid of any compassion in his gaze. A thunderous roar resounded, echoing like a clap of thunder. All those of the Lin surname, who had been lifted into the air, suddenly felt a jolt of electricity pierce their minds. With a series of muffled thuds, their skulls shattered in the air, fragments of bone, blood, and brain matter splattering onto the ground, creating a scene of unimaginable horror. Chapter 12. The many charms of Suyao. Jiang Chun stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the unfolding events. He and Suyao rushed to the side of their master, Su Qing, only to find her as pale as a ghost, eyes tightly shut, utterly unconscious. Yet, a faint breath still lingered, assuring them that her life was momentarily safe. Above them, Ma Liang, having exterminated all with the surname Lin, slowly raised the soul banner in his grasp. The banner appeared as a ravenous demon, greedily collecting the souls of the headless bodies scattered about. Gradually, Ma Liang's figure began to blur, melding into the thick black clouds, vanishing in an instant without a trace. The ground was strewn with corpses, dismembered flesh scattered everywhere, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. In less than an hour, the Hahuan sect had faced such catastrophic devastation. The sect leader, Su Qing, lay defeated and unconscious. An elder and over 100 disciples had been slain in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Su Qing gradually regained consciousness. Her lips were ashen, devoid of color, and she appeared exceedingly frail, as if a gust of wind could topple her. Upon seeing Jiang Chun and Suyao steadfastly by her side, warmth flooded her heart. "My dear disciples, have you been here all along?" Su Qing's voice was faint and hoarse, as though it were echoing from a distant realm. "Master, you are awake." "We have been here, meditating," Jiang Chun replied softly. "And What Lin Fei? Jiang Qin momentarily faltered. His throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force, rendering him speechless. Su Qing discerned the outcome from his expression, and a deep sigh escaped her lips. Is Lin Fei dead? Her voice trembled slightly, betraying an unmistakable sorrow. Yes, the demon named Ma Liang slaughtered all those with the surname Lin and then departed. Jiang Chun grimly confirmed, gritting his teeth. Master, do you know who this Ma Liang truly is? 200 years ago, Lin Batian, the leader of the Piao sect, led the Lin family disciples to the Fire Nation to massacre the Ma clan. This Ma Liang has evidently lain in wait for 2 centuries, returning with formidable power to exact his vengeance. Su Qing explained slowly, fear and helplessness flickering in her eyes. I never anticipated such cruelty. He seeks to eradicate all with the surname Lin in the Zhao kingdom. Jiang Qin remarked, his expression complex. Ma Liang possesses terrifying strength, capable of summoning heavenly tribulations. Although I am in the same realm as him, he defeated me with a single move, showcasing his formidable prowess. Master, Elder Song In has urgent news to report. A disciple's voice suddenly pierced through the tension outside. Quickly admit him. Su Qing beckoned weakly. What news from the Piao sect? Upon entering, Elder Song In addressed the matter directly. Is this regarding the one called Ma Liang? It has only been a few days. Please share the details. Su Qing inquired, her voice laced with both fatigue and urgency. In these 3 days, Ma Liang has nearly annihilated all individuals bearing the Lin surname in our Zhao kingdom and has utterly destroyed the entire sect of the mysterious Cloud sect, ruthlessly slaughtering Lin Batian. What a brutal man to accomplish such devastation in such a brief span. However, the tone of Song In shifted as the elder of the heavenly mysterious sect arrived, wielding a divine treasure of transformation. Desperately protecting the last remnant of the Lin family within the sect, successfully repelling Ma Liang. Yet, the elder's divine artifact clashed with Ma Liang's heavenly tribulation, disintegrating into dust. And then, Ma Liang, although injured, summoned the void array, swore an oath to return in 100 years, promising to cleanse our Zhao kingdom in blood. Then he vanished into thin air. What did you say? Su Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. The elder of the heavenly mysterious sect barely managed to confront Ma Liang's tribulation with a divine artifact, and yet he could not retain Ma Liang. Jiang Chun and Suyao were equally astonished. The prospect of his return in 100 years to ravage Zhao kingdom seemed to hold a grim weight. Few are aware of this matter. I too was informed through a message from the elder, who advised against spreading the news to prevent panic. Here, there are only the 4 of us, along with Chun Yen. I hope this secret remains known only to us 5. Elder Song In spoke wisely. I understand now. You may leave, as commanded. Jiang Chun, Suyao, you should also return. I wish to rest and recuperate. Take care, master. After a respectful bow, Jiang Chun took Suyao's hand and departed. Brother Jiang Chun, that Ma Liang is truly terrifying. Upon returning to Suyao's chamber, she gently tilted her head, resting her delicate little head on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Indeed, cold-blooded, cruel, and merciless. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow, a hint of gravity in his gaze. This man embodies true ruthlessness, having eradicated every Lin in the Zhao kingdom. With our nation housing 900 million citizens, the Lin surname must number in the hundreds of thousands. In comparison, the few individuals you urged me to eliminate earlier were inconsequential. Jiang Chun nodded slightly. Suyao, have you ever regretted it? Jiang Chun suddenly turned, his gaze soft as he looked at Suyao, gently inquiring. Regret what? I once left the capital without a second thought to follow you, stumbling into this path of cultivation. I was once the celebrated courtesan of the capital, destined for a life of safety and ease. What is there to regret? Even the elder Lin Fei of the nascent soul stage could not control her own fate. Do you think a mere courtesan from the Anle Pavilion could dictate her own life? Suyao gently shook her head. You make a valid point. Brother Jiang Chun, tomorrow, let us return to the capital. I find myself missing Mama Yang from the Anle Pavilion. Suyao suddenly said with a playful tone. Very well. This time we shall bring more money for her, as if it were a ransom. Jiang Chun tenderly stroked Suyao's hair. Suyao replied softly. As the conversation unfolded, Suyao's gaze grew increasingly tender and alluring. She leaned slightly closer to Jiang Chun, gently kissing his earlobe, her breath fragrant as orchids, stirring the strings of his heart. Jiang Chun, let us practice the dual cultivation technique a little more, she murmured, her voice soft and enchanting, laden with temptation. No, my wind spirit cultivation technique has just begun to refine my body today. I wish to keep my spiritual energy contained, Jiang Chun replied, gazing at Suyao, who resembled a beguiling serpent. His heart raced wildly, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. Suyao let out a light laugh, her slender fingers, as delicate as white jade, caressed the nape of Jiang Chen's ear, his chin, and his lips. My dear, if you can endure, I find myself unable to resist, she teased, her cheeks so enchanting they seemed capable of yielding water. I've noticed your eloquence has improved lately, and your kissing skills have elevated as well. Perhaps you could use your tongue. With that, Suyao laughed softly and returned to her place on the bed, crossing her long, jade-like legs. Her tender feet, with rosy white toes, appeared irresistibly charming. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Chun felt entirely ignited. He leaned in, cradling her delicate fingers, pressing his lips against them. Soon, the room was filled with the ethereal sound of Suyao's satisfied breaths, akin to celestial music. Chapter 13. The alchemical furnace in the splendid capital of Zhao. The Anle Pavilion still thrived, yet a faint melancholy lingered within its walls. Mother Yang sat despondently on a long bench before the performance stage, her expression clouded with worry. Ever since Suyao had quietly departed over a year ago, the business of Anle Pavilion had dwindled like the setting sun, each day dimmer than the last. During the day, the grand establishment lay eerily silent, devoid of patrons, and only at night would a few customers trickle in, barely sustaining a semblance of vitality. Just a few days prior, the thought of transferring the ownership of Anle Pavilion had begun to take root in Mother Yang's mind. She was at a loss as to how to salvage the increasingly bleak situation. Suddenly, a familiar yellow figure caught her eye. The figure floated gracefully in the air, radiating a gentle glow, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, breathtakingly beautiful. Mother Yang, I have returned to see you, Suyao's voice chimed melodiously, imbued with affection and warmth. Celestial being, Mother Yang exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock and disbelief. Yao, so you have become a celestial being. I was not before, but I am now, Suyao replied with a slight smile, producing a heavy cloth bag from her bosom, filled to the brim with gold ingots, and presented it to Mother Yang. Here, Mother Yang, take this money. Oh dear, this is far too much. Mother Yang hastily waved her hands, though a flicker of hesitation danced in her eyes. You said it yourself. I am now a celestial being, and such riches hold little value for me. Please accept it as compensation for my abrupt departure. Suyao gently grasped Mother Yang's hand, speaking earnestly. Very well, it appears I cannot refuse you. Mother Yang finally accepted the bag, a long-lost smile illuminating her face. With this fortune, I shall surely revive the glory of Anle Pavilion. Mother Yang, I have heard that the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion to the south of the city sells treasures meant for celestial beings. Is that true? Suyao inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Yao, that place is not one where ordinary mortals dare to tread, Mother Yang nodded. Then I shall take my leave to explore, Suyao said with a smile. Come, Brother Jiang Chun. No sooner had she spoken than a white figure swooped down like a bolt of lightning. Mother Yang then noticed that a celestial being had been seated upon the beam above, exuding an ethereal aura, and appeared somewhat familiar. I see someone. I shall kill him. A flash of determination gleamed in Suyao's eyes, her tone resolute. Who? Jiang Chun swiftly flew to Suyao's side. It is that Lord Zhao who once sought to purchase my hanging garments. Suyao gritted her teeth, her voice laced with resentment. The realm of cultivation abides by its own rules, refraining from entangling itself in mortal affairs. Now that we are celestial beings, are you certain you wish to take his life? Jiang Chun furrowed his brow, attempting to counsel her patiently. Kill. Who does he think he is? Making me grovel before him merely because of his wealth? Suyao declared without hesitation, her murderous intent intensifying. Without hesitation, Suyao summoned the soul banner, and a black wandering soul darted forth like lightning, crashing directly into the chest of Elder Zhao. In an instant, he was torn to shreds, blood splattering everywhere, barely having time to utter a scream. The two guards beside him were utterly stunned by this abrupt turn of events, frozen in place, at a loss for what to do. "All right, let us depart, Brother Jiang Chun," Suyao stated, retracting the soul banner and turning to leave. "How remarkably swift you are," Jiang Chun remarked as they soon arrived at the treasure appraisal pavilion in the southern part of the city. Upon entering, they were greeted by an array of rare treasures, including talismans, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and the inner cores of magical beasts, all commonly used by cultivators. "Esteemed guests, 2 immortals, please. Allow us to escort you upstairs where our elder will personally attend to you." The shopkeeper, quick to notice the extraordinary nature of Jiang Chun and Suyao, eagerly invited them. Ascending to the second floor, they found an elderly man with snow-white hair seated upon a lotus platform, exuding an extraordinary aura. Jiang Chun, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, was taken aback to discover that the elder was also of Foundation establishment stage. "It is an honor to have you visit our treasure appraisal pavilion. Feel free to browse at your leisure. The prices of spirit stones are negotiable," the elder said with a warm smile in his eyes. "Elder, may I trouble you to assist me in exchanging some spirit stones?" Jiang Chun requested, laying out of the core formation stage along with over 10 magical artifacts of the Foundation establishment stage upon the table. So many artifacts and a core formation treasure. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment and greed. "Please, count them and see how many spirit stones they can be exchanged for." "Please take your time," Jiang Chun replied calmly. While the elder began to meticulously tally the items, Jiang Chun and Suyao wandered leisurely through the pavilion, examining each treasure, yet feeling no particular desire for any of them. It was not until Suyao's gaze fell upon an alchemical furnace that her eyes sparkled with delight. Clearly enamored by it, Master Su Qing mentioned that although I possess a water spiritual root, mastering fire with a singular water root would be exceptionally impressive. "Young hero, haha, the count is complete. The artifacts you wish to exchange can be converted into a total of 15,000 low-grade spirit stones," the elder announced with a smile. "Very well, I desire that alchemical furnace. How many spirit stones does it cost?" Jiang Chun inquired, pointing to the furnace within the display case. "This is a 5th-grade alchemical furnace, known as the Netherfire furnace. It comes with the Netherfire technique and is less prone to explosion, making it ideal for novices in alchemy. The price is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones," the elder explained while stroking his beard with a smile. "Perfect. Then please procure it for me. And also select some alchemical recipes and spiritual herbs," Jiang Chun stated decisively. "Very well, young brother. You are forthright and generous. Haha, I enjoy doing business with individuals like you." The elder laughed heartily, promptly instructing an attendant to retrieve the items. Jiang Chun handed the purchased furnace and herbs to Suyao. "Suyao, now that we possess an abundance of elixirs, spiritual herbs, and alchemical furnaces, should we seek a place to delve into the art of alchemy? Or shall we return to the Harmony sect? Let us return. Home offers a greater sense of security, and I will study alchemy further once we are back." The two of them soared through the skies on their flying swords, swiftly departing from the capital. However, they had scarcely flown 10 miles when Jiang Chen's spiritual sense swept across the surroundings, causing his brow to furrow once more. "Damn it. Despite my efforts to remain inconspicuous, I'm still being watched. There are 3 at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment," Jiang Chun remarked after scanning with his spiritual sense. "Huh. Then let us eliminate them before returning." Suyao's expression turned cold. Chapter 14. Formidable foes in the Dan formation. Jiang Chun and Suyao swiftly came to a halt, their spiritual energy swirling around them as they instantly summoned their protective aura. With a resounding clang, a sharply thrusting flying sword was forcefully deflected. 3 figures clad in black, their faces obscured, soared in and landed steadily atop the flying sword. Their eyes greedily roamed over Suyao. "This young woman is exceedingly beautiful." One of them began to speak. "How about this, my dear lady?" and the pill furnace you just purchased. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of white light darted past, and in a heartbeat, Jiang Chun unleashed a lethal blade of energy. The assailant hadn't even registered the danger when a smooth cut suddenly appeared across his neck. In the next moment, a jet of blood erupted skyward, sending the masked head tumbling away, blood splattering in a gruesome display. Third brother. The other two gasped in shock, their voices filled with alarm. Be careful. They are not mere foundation-building novices. One warned, his tone laced with fear. The remaining two hastily summoned their protective artifacts, fortifying themselves against a potential ambush from Jiang Chun. Their eyes brimmed with vigilance as they fixated on Jiang Chun and Suyao. With such meager skills, they dare to rob us? Jiang Chun scoffed derisively. Meanwhile, Suyao swiftly formed hand seals, channeling her ice-based technique to conjure numerous ice spears. Subsequently, a multitude of ice spikes rained down like a swarm of locusts, relentlessly targeting the two adversaries. These ice spears cascaded down like a blizzard, carrying an excruciating chill as they whistled through the air. The masked men fought valiantly to fend them off with their artifacts, yet despite their efforts, they sustained numerous cuts on their arms and legs, blood seeping through and staining their garments. It's over. The strength of these two rivals that of late foundation-building practitioners. One of them cried out in terror, his voice tinged with despair. Attempting to flee, Jiang Chen's gaze hardened, brandishing his white wind blade as he ghosted in front of their escape route. With a flicker of motion, he swung the blade twice, and in a swift, brutal flourish, the two were cleaved into 4 pieces, blood erupting and bones shattering in a scene of utter carnage. Jiang Chen's swordsmanship was astoundingly fierce, showcasing his formidable might. Soon after, Suyao summoned a black soul banner, drawing the souls of the 3 fallen foes. Jiang Chun casually claimed their storage bags, glancing inside to find an array of spirit stones, elixirs, and artifacts, evidence of their habitual thievery in the area. What a trio of miscreants! Jiang Chun frowned in disdain. More like 3 fools. Suyao retorted dismissively with a cold snort. Before they could finish disposing of the bodies, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged from afar, akin to a bolt of black lightning, and forcefully shattered Suyao's soul banner. Be careful. Jiang Chen's heart raced in alarm. He had failed to perceive the approaching danger, a chill suddenly coursing through him. My 3 foolish disciples, I have embarrassed you. A dazzling orange light surged from the distance, swiftly transforming into a portly, middle-aged man. He emanated a formidable aura that bore down upon them, a manifestation of ethereal radiance, a master at the core formation stage. Both Jiang Chun and Suyao were taken aback, their faces pale with shock. They had not anticipated that the world of cultivation was fraught with peril, where danger lurked at every turn. And they had unwittingly provoked a formidable opponent of the core formation stage. Senior, are these 3 your disciples? Jiang Chun inquired, feigning submission as he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. Indeed, you have slain their bodies and consumed their souls. Are you not prepared to accompany them in death? The middle-aged man replied coldly, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. How absurd! Do you expect us to stand idly by while your 3 foolish disciples kill us? Suyao retorted fearlessly. The middle-aged man gazed at Suyao with avarice, a lewd smile creeping across his lips. This girl is truly a rare beauty. I happen to be in need of a cultivation furnace. How dare you? Jiang Chen's eyes widened in fury. Realizing further dialogue would be futile, he summoned his wind blade once more and, in an instant, appeared beside the rotund man, striking fiercely with a flashing blade that carried an overwhelming force. The portly cultivator remained unfazed, nonchalantly raising his hand to unleash a powerful wave of spiritual energy that effortlessly repelled Jiang Chen's attack. Your swordplay is indeed formidable, comparable to that of a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner, Little Ghost. The rotund cultivator nodded slightly, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by a renewed intent to kill. Suyao swiftly formed a hand seal and summoned a massive ice sphere, hurling it at the man with great force. However, he simply sidestepped with ease, avoiding the assault. Huh, refusing my hospitality will only lead to punishment. I, Zhou Peng, shall entertain you two little ghosts today. Zhou Peng sneered, forming a hand seal to launch a talisman into the sky. Instantly, a colossal sword formation materialized behind him, its brilliance flashing with tremendous pressure. Jiang Qin's heart sank. He immediately struck at Zhou Peng once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword formation unleashed dozens of flying swords, seemingly alive as they darted towards Jiang Qin and Suyao, guided by Zhou Peng's will. Thud, thud, thud. The power of the flying swords was sharper than anticipated, completely disregarding the defenses of the core formation stage. In an instant, both Jiang Qin and Suyao bore several wounds, blood seeping through their garments. A flying sword pierced Suyao's abdomen, sending her plummeting to the ground like a severed kite. Seeing this, Jiang Qin felt a wave of despair wash over him. Fully aware of the futility of their struggle, he no longer wished to fight, swiftly moving to Suyao's side to lift her into his arms. Channeling his wind steps, he fled toward the direction of the Huan sect. Ah, your speed is quite impressive. This could be troublesome, Zhou Peng remarked, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, before transforming into a streak of light, pursuing Jiang Qin's fading silhouette. Chapter 15. Escape in a frantic dash through the Lingwen mountain range. Jiang Qin exerted every ounce of his strength to employ the wind step technique, cradling Suyao closely in his embrace. The wind howled in his ears, each breath heavy with exertion, his mind consumed by a singular thought. He must ensure Suyao a safe return to the Huan sect. Behind him, Zhou Peng pursued like a wraith, relentless in his chase, intermittently unleashing bursts of spiritual light projectiles aimed at Jiang Qin. Where those projectiles struck, trees were obliterated, and earth and stones were sent flying. Jiang Qin weaved skillfully between the trees, narrowly evading some of the lethal blasts, yet others were unavoidable, gritting his teeth. He bore the brunt with his back and the protective armor of his core formation. Each impact sent waves of agony through him, his back torn and bleeding, staining his garments crimson. In his arms, Suyao's complexion was as pale as parchment, her abdomen marred by a ghastly wound that revealed her bones, and blood began to seep from the corner of her lips. Jiang Qin's heart twisted at the sight of her suffering, as if countless needles were piercing his soul. He retrieved a hemostatic pill from his storage pouch and gently placed it in Suyao's mouth. Brother Jiang, am I going to die? Suyao's voice was faint, her lips trembling like a whisper in the wind. Fear and confusion flickered in her eyes. The loss of blood was clouding her consciousness. Do not utter such foolishness. As long as I am here, you shall not perish, Jiang Qin declared, his grip around her tightening, his tone resolute, infusing her with strength and confidence. Though his voice quivered with urgency, the unwavering belief he held shone like a beacon in the darkness. But just a moment ago, I felt such pain in my abdomen, and now it has vanished. Suyao's gaze grew vacant, her awareness fading, her words fragmented as if they might dissolve into the air at any moment. Do not speak. Close your eyes and allow the hemostatic pill to take effect. Focus on your breathing, quickly, Jiang Qin urged softly, his heart aching as he watched her. Concern and worry filled his eyes as he tightened his embrace around Suyao. Despite his own myriad of injuries, Jiang Qin continued to flee with relentless speed, his figure darting through the forest. Even Zhou Peng, a skilled practitioner at the core formation stage, began to feel the strain of the protracted pursuit. This fellow runs remarkably fast. If this continues, they will reach the gates of the Huan sect soon, Zhou Peng seethed internally, watching Jiang Qin's increasingly distant silhouette with a flicker of resentment. With a sense of indignation, Zhou Peng once again gathered his spiritual energy and fired a powerful spiritual cannonball. This wave of energy surged forth like a miniature sun, hurtling toward Jiang Qin. Caught off guard, Jiang Qin was struck, resulting in the shattering of his left leg. The tremendous force sent him staggering, nearly causing him to drop Suyao, pale and drenched in cold sweat. Jiang Qin fought through the excruciating pain and formed a hemostatic seal at the base of his thigh. Despite the trembling of his hand from agony, he gritted his teeth, using the last remnants of his strength to continue his escape with the wind step technique. His silhouette swayed among the mountains and forests, yet he never paused. At last, Jiang Chun managed to escape to the vicinity of the Hahuan sect's mountain gate. Zhou Peng cursed under his breath, wary of Hahuan sect's influence, and dared not pursue further. Halting his steps, "Little bastard, damn it, you managed to escape back here. I must concede you possess some skill," Zhou Peng exclaimed in anger, his eyes filled with resentment. He glared fiercely at Jiang Chun's retreating figure before turning away in frustration. Jiang Chun, dragging a broken leg, still held onto Suyao with unwavering resolve. Expending his last ounce of strength to fly into the dwelling of his master, sect leader Su Qing. "Master, please save Suyao. She is on the brink of death," Jiang Chun rasped, his voice hoarse, his face etched with fatigue and urgency. Su Qing, who had been meditating, abruptly opened her eyes upon hearing his words. She was taken aback at the sight of Jiang Chun's grievous injury, and upon glancing at Suyao, her gaze fell upon the horrifying wound on Suyao's abdomen. Both were grievously injured, having endured unfathomable peril. "Hurry, place her on the lotus platform," Su Qing commanded, her expression grave. Heeding her words, Jiang Chun gritted his teeth against the pain and carefully laid Suyao upon the lotus platform in the main hall. Su Qing swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations as she cast her spell. A radiant barrier gradually emanated from her hands, enveloping Suyao tightly. At this moment, Jiang Chun finally exhaled deeply, knowing that Suyao's life would likely be spared. "Chinner, how are you? Your entire leg is broken." Su Qing looked at Jiang Chun with concern, her eyes filled with compassion. "I am fine. It is just a leg, which can be refined again with secret techniques," Jiang Chun replied, forcing a calm smile. Though tinged with bitterness, his smile was primarily one of relief for Suyao's safety. "Here, take this jade slip, the body refinement technique. Practice it when you return." Su Qing summoned a jade slip and gently tossed it to Jiang Chun. "Master, I shall take my leave now. I entrust Suyao to you," Jiang Chun said as he received the jade slip and carefully tucked it away. He cast a reluctant glance at Suyao, filled with sorrow. "Very well. I shall give you some elixirs. Make sure to follow the instructions when you return." Su Qing retrieved several elixirs from her storage bag and handed them to Jiang Chun. Upon returning to his quarters, Jiang Chun gently sat on the mat and opened the body refinement technique jade slip. The slip revealed a set of mantras. With hands gathering myriad forms, spiritual energy transforms into purity. The back is relaxed as a pine. Energy nourishes the spirit. Jiang Chun gazed at the incantation, silently reciting it as he began to meditate. Before long, he felt a tingling sensation at the sight of his broken leg, as if countless ants were crawling upon it. Although this sensation was peculiar, Jiang Chun recognized it as the body refinement technique beginning to take effect, yielding remarkable results. Chapter 16. 3 years and 3 more with unwavering focus. Jiang Chun devoted himself entirely to the cultivation of the body sculpting technique, tirelessly practicing day and night. Time slipped by quietly, and before he realized it, 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Under the nurturing of the exquisite secret arts of the Hahuan sect, both Suyao and Jiang Chun had largely healed from their injuries. The right leg, remade through the body sculpting technique, bore no distinction from its original self. Even the unique birthmark upon it was perfectly replicated, demonstrating the technique's miraculous and profound nature. Moreover, during these 3 years of dedicated cultivation, their abilities steadily advanced, successfully breaking through from the initial stage of foundation establishment to the mid-stage. Jiang Chun. This is Zhou Peng's treasured flying sword. I can locate his current position through the backlash of the spirit communication technique, Suyao declared, holding a shattered small sword in her hand, her eyes glimmering with determination. "Very well. Once I reach the late stage of foundation establishment, I shall undoubtedly take his life." Jiang Chun clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance. The memories of the harrowing escape 3 years prior filled him with anger and regret. "I never anticipated that the path of cultivation would be fraught with such peril," Merely purchasing an alchemy furnace nearly cost us our lives. Suyao sighed gently, a hint of dread crossing her face. Indeed, we must exercise greater caution henceforth, especially you. Avoid provoking trouble and killing indiscriminately. Just kill, hee hee. Suyao giggled mischievously, her eyes sparkling with cunning. Jiang Chun, I shall return now. From today onward, I will study alchemy using the nether fire furnace. I won't roam about recklessly outside. It's far too dangerous, hee hee. All right. My master also mentioned that a singular water spiritual root would greatly enhance one's precision in fire control techniques. Jiang Chun nodded with a smile, his gaze filled with affection for Suyao. After bidding farewell to Suyao, Jiang Chun plunged back into his own cultivation. He was acutely aware of the gap between his physical prowess and the wind-step divine ability. Although his speed had improved significantly, it still fell short of the pinnacle he aspired to achieve. After careful consideration, Jiang Chun gathered a pile of heavy lead blocks. He meticulously strapped these lead weights to his calves and arms, donning a heavy lead vest. The ensemble rendered him nearly unable to stand upright. Subsequently, he employed the wind step technique, allowing the ethereal wind energy to circulate through his muscles, refining both his body and technique in a reciprocal manner. Jiang Chun resolutely decided to run with weight around the bamboo forest during the day and practice swordsmanship, while dedicating his evenings to breathing exercises to enhance his spiritual power and abilities. Phew, so exhausting. After laboriously completing a lap around the mountain gate with the added weight, Jiang Chun felt his muscles ache and fatigue set in. Hey, Jiang Chun, what are you up to? Suddenly, Zhang Hu's voice rang out from behind, interrupting Jiang Chun's run with an expression of curiosity. Brother Zhang Hu, I am engaged in weighted training, Jiang Chun replied, pausing to catch his breath. At this moment, Zhang Hu had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of qi condensation, donning the yellow disciple robe that signified his status, exuding an air of vitality. Aren't you just recovering from a leg injury? Can your body withstand such strenuous training? Zhang Hu inquired, concern evident in his gaze. It's all right. How have you been lately? Despite his physical exhaustion, Jiang Chun maintained a warm smile. Thanks to that qi condensation pill you gave me, I broke through to the early stage of qi condensation in no time and no longer need to attend to those tedious chores, Zhang Hu expressed with gratitude. As for you, you are truly impressive, having already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. What good is that? I'm still just a target for those in the core formation stage, easily reduced to a mere insect, Jiang Chun replied, a hint of unwillingness flickering in his eyes. Jiang Chun, I must say, you are remarkable both in talent and temperament, Zhang Hu sincerely praised. Really? Jiang Chun softly asked, a modest smile gracing his face. I've come to accept things as they are. I no longer see you as a benchmark. Watching you progress while I wallow in self-pity is rather futile. I shall simply exert my utmost effort in my cultivation, Zhang Hu remarked with a smile, his eyes sparkling with a sense of openness. Zhang Hu, it's commendable that you think this way, Jiang Chun said, giving Zhang Hu's shoulder a reassuring pat. Care for a drink? Zhang Hu retrieved a wine gourd from his waist and offered it to Jiang Chun. Here, drink up. Jiang Chun seized the gourd, casting aside the burdens weighing him down with a thunderous crash, and gulped down the wine. The liquid flowed down his throat, igniting a fiery sensation that seemed to stoke the flames of his ambition. It seems the last time we shared a drink was 3 years ago. Time truly flies. Jiang Chun mused, his eyes glimmering with nostalgia. Indeed, it's hard to believe I've been at Hahuan sect for nearly a decade now. What about you, Jiang Chun? I'm approaching 5 years, Jiang Chun replied, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. I miss my family. I wonder if my little sister has gotten married. I plan to return home tomorrow. A senior from the Talisman Hall gave me some travel talismans yesterday. With them, I can reach home in just 3 days. How wonderful it is to have family, Zhang Hu. My family and Suyao S have long since vanished. Jiang Chun sighed softly, a trace of melancholy crossing his features. But Suyao, sect master Su Qing, and even I, Zhang Hu, are all part of your family, Jiang Chun. Zhang Hu gently patted Jiang Chun's back, his tone filled with sincerity. Well said. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chun laughed heartily, his face regaining its radiance. As he laughed, He resumed, donning the heavy lead weights, and summoned the wind spirit energy. I shall continue my training. Zhang, let us drink together another day. Absolutely. And so, in the days that followed, Jiang Chun persevered in his training day in and day out. During the day, he sprinted through the bamboo grove, wielding his sword with each step resonating with a resolute rhythm, each slash accompanied by a howling wind. Sweat soaked his garments, while spiritual energy reshaped his meridians, dripping onto the earth beneath him, nourishing his insatiable thirst for power. In the evening, he would sit quietly upon a mat, consuming body-refining elixirs, harnessing their potency to further temper his physique. Time flew swiftly, and 3 years elapsed. For Jiangchun, these 3 years were a relentless journey of self-challenge and breaking through limits. His physique, honed through daily trials, had attained an astonishing strength. His muscles were as unyielding as iron, and his bones as resilient as high-grade steel. Simultaneously, his cultivation, through unwavering effort, had seamlessly progressed to the late foundation establishment stage, marking a qualitative leap in his power. Suyao retrieved Zhou Peng's artifact, pinpointing his location, exclaiming with determination, "I shall go and eliminate him." A cruel glint flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. 6 years of concealment had been for this moment of vengeance. Upon hearing this, Suyao swiftly brandished the artifact, her hands forming rapid seals to activate the backlash communication technique. Found him, still in the capital. Jiang Chun grasped the locator-like artifact, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his gaze. He inhaled deeply, his spiritual energy surging, and soared into the air. The wind howled by his ears, as if cheering him on. "Wait for me. Within 5 days, I shall bring back Zhou Peng's head for you to refine." Chapter 17. Vengeance. Jiang Chun, clutching the treasured artifact of Zhou Peng, found it to be an impeccable guide, constantly relaying the red, indicating Zhou Peng's location. After 2 days of relentless travel, he finally arrived directly outside Zhou Peng's residence. At that moment, Zhou Peng was still ensconced in the embrace of indulgence, blissfully unaware of the imminent catastrophe about to befall him. Inside his chamber, he was reveling with a female cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, the air thick with a lascivious atmosphere. "Brother Zhou, be gentle. You're hurting me," the delicate voice of the female cultivator chimed, tinged with a hint of reproach. "My dear, can you not handle this? How shall we continue afterward?" Zhou Peng's voice dripped with mockery and debauchery. Jiang Chun concealed himself in the shadows, observing for a while, his eyes betraying a chilling intent. Suddenly, he raised his long blade high, then struck down with a fierce slash. The blade's radiance sliced through the air, cleaving both the woman and Zhou Peng's left hand asunder. Blood splattered, and the woman's scream was abruptly silenced. The room instantly permeated with the metallic scent of blood. Zhou Peng, stunned by this unforeseen turn of events, had not anticipated an attack at such a moment. He had no time to don his garments. Frantically summoning his defensive artifact while hastily performing a blood-stanching hand seal against his severed limb. "Who dares?" Zhou Peng cried out in terror, his voice trembling. Jiang Chun slowly revealed himself, his figure appearing particularly stern amidst the sanguine glow. Upon seeing Jiang Chun, Zhou Peng's lips twitched in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the fledgling foundation establishment cultivator he had let escape 6 years prior had returned, seeking vengeance. "You little brat, how have you ascended so swiftly? In just 6 years, you have reached the late foundation establishment," Zhou Peng exclaimed, simultaneously gathering his spiritual energy to unleash a spiritual energy bullet. The bullet shot forth like a meteor, imbued with tremendous force, hurtling towards Jiang Chen's blade. Yet Jiang Chun did not flinch, his gaze resolute. He cleaved the energy bullet with his white blade, shattering it into fragments that scattered like stars in the air. "Zhou Peng, your time of reckoning has arrived." Jiang Chen's voice was devoid of warmth, echoing as if from the depths of the underworld. As the words fell, he transformed into a white streak, instantly appearing beside Zhou Peng, delivering another devastating strike. This blow was imbued with such force that it seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space. a hissing sound resonating through the air. Zhao Peng had never encountered an adversary with such swiftness. He had no time to evade. With a resounding crack, his other arm was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. With both arms rendered useless, Zhao Peng found himself in a dire predicament, calling out to the heavens in vain, the earth offering no solace. His eyes brimmed with fear and despair, his body trembling from the agony. "How dare you? You mere foundation establishment child," Zhao Peng uttered despairingly, unable to reconcile the reality of being bested by one he had once deemed insignificant. Jiang Chun refrained from engaging in unnecessary banter. His gaze was icy as he plunged his long blade directly into Zhao Peng's neck, followed by a gentle twist. Zhao Peng's head fell from his body, rolling on the ground. Jiang Chun bent down to retrieve Zhao Peng's severed head, devoid of any trace of compassion. Subsequently, he drove the blade into Zhao Peng's dantian, methodically extracting the golden elixir. Clutching the golden elixir and the severed head, Jiang Chun once again embarked on his journey home. He had vowed to claim Zhao Peng's head within 5 days, and now, in less than 4 days, he had accomplished his goal. "Brother Jiang Chun, are you injured?" "Fear not. He did not lay a finger on me," Jiang Chun replied with a smile that radiated confidence and satisfaction. Then, Suyao summoned the soul banner, commencing the ritual to refine Zhao Peng's head. For Suyao, the wandering soul of a nascent golden core cultivator was an exceedingly precious resource. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she chanted incantations, the soul banner swirling in her hands, emanating an eerie aura. Subsequently, Zhao Peng's golden elixir was also absorbed by Suyao through arcane techniques. Though he had avenged his grievances, Jiang Chun felt little turbulence within his heart, fully aware of the arduous path of cultivation ahead. Upon returning to his chamber, he donned his heavy training gear with practiced ease, invoking the wind step technique, and resumed his rigorous physical training. Each piece of weight served as a spur, propelling him to transcend his physical limits. Over the years, Zhang Hu, influenced by Jiang Chun, began to adopt his methods, training alongside him to strengthen his body. Jiang Chun diligently imparted the secrets of the wind step technique to Zhang Hu. However, given that Zhang Hu had only reached the mid-stage of qi condensation, the intensity of his training was naturally much lower. Zhang Hu's diligence finally bore fruit. After 3 years, he successfully approached the late stage of qi condensation. Although his progress was relatively slow, each advancement filled him with immense gratification. "Jiang Chun, have you avenged your grievances?" Zhang Hu entered Jiang Chun's room, observing him immerse in his training. "Indeed, I dispatched that villain with just a few strikes. Yet, his death came too swiftly. Perhaps it was too lenient." Jiang Chun paused, wiping the sweat from his brow, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. He had anticipated that revenge would bring him unparalleled exhilaration. Yet when the moment arrived, he found the resolution came too easily. "In the future, you and Suyao will undoubtedly become the backbone of our Hahuan sect. Your resolute character, exceptional talent, and prowess transcend the constraints of your current levels. I believe you will soon be elevated to the rank of elder within the sect. By the way, have you heard of the dual cultivation sect?" Zhang Hu's tone shifted, becoming somewhat grave. "No, what is that sect? I heard from fellow disciples that the dual cultivation sect is the sworn enemy of our Hahuan sect. Recently, they have introduced a young master, Wang Ling, who has attained the golden core stage before the age of 20. Zhang Hu elaborated. "Wang Ling? Achieving golden core status under 20, his aptitude surpasses both mine and Suyao's. Indeed, he may very well become a formidable rival to both of you in the future." Zhang Hu nodded, reiterating the threat posed by Wang Ling very well. "I shall keep a watchful eye on this individual. Let us indulge in a drink and continue our training, Jiang Chun. It has been quite some time since we last shared toast." With a smile, Zhang Hu produced a flask of liquor from his waist and offered it to Jiang Chun. "Haha, splendid. Cheers." Chapter 18. The Young Master on this day. The sun shone brilliantly, casting warm rays unreservedly upon the earth, while a gentle breeze caressed the air. In the martial arena of the Hahuan sect, a multitude of disciples stood in neat rows, attentively listening to elder song in as he elucidated the intricacies of restrictive spells. Each face reflected a deep focus and reverence. Some nodded slightly, while others furrowed their brows, absorbing the mysteries of the restrictions, gathering insights of varying depths. Suyao and Jiang Chun stood side by side amidst the crowd, equally engrossed. Essence of metal, spirit of wood, vastness of water, fierce fire, and solid earth. Elder Song Un's voice resonated, rich and powerful, echoing throughout the square. The 5 elemental restrictions contain the exquisite properties of mutual generation and mutual restraint. Each of you must delve deeply into the attributes of the spells you wield, for only then can you better restrain your opponents in battle. However, as everyone reveled in the ocean of knowledge, the sky suddenly shifted ominously. In an instant, rolling crimson clouds surged like a tempest, swiftly obscuring the formerly azure heavens. Thunder roared and lightning flashed, piercing through the tumultuous clouds, and amidst the chaos, a colossal black dragon slowly emerged, its massive head revealing itself. It's the dual cultivation sect. Knowledgeable disciples reacted instantly, their voices filled with terror. That's the guardian beast of the dual cultivation sect, the Black Zhao. All eyes turned toward the dark clouds, where a red-haired man stood firmly atop the dragon's head, gradually coming into view. He possessed sharp brows and bright eyes, his handsome visage reminiscent of a figure from painting. His fair complexion resembled exquisitely carved jade, exuding an innate nobility. His wild red hair danced in the fierce wind, enhancing the air of mystery and danger surrounding him. Apologies for the interruption, esteemed members of the Hahuan sect. The man spoke, his voice deep and magnetic. Are you Wang Ling? Elder Song Un's gaze sharpened, instantly recognizing the person before him. Indeed, Elder Song possesses remarkable insight. It was over a decade ago, when I was merely 10 years old, that I had the fortune of meeting you. It is surprising that after so many years, you still recognize me at a glance. Wang Ling replied, inclining his body slightly, appearing respectful, yet a hint of barely perceptible arrogance flickered in his eyes. What brings you here? Elder Song Un's demeanor grew vigilant, his tone laced with inquiry. My master, Hua Wujin, has heard of sect leader Su Qing's ill health and has tasked me with delivering some elixirs for her. Wang Ling said, a faint smile gracing his lips, although the undertones of his words remained elusive. As soon as Wang Ling finished speaking, a divine manifestation of a female warrior appeared abruptly in the sky. This figure radiated resplendent light, exuding an air of majesty and sanctity. The female warrior wielded a Qinglou blade, its edge gleaming coldly, as if capable of severing all in existence. She raised the blade high and, with a swift motion, unleashed a fierce slash that cleaved through the crimson clouds beneath Wang Ling's feet. Amidst the gasps of astonishment from the crowd, Su Qing's silhouette gradually materialized. At this moment, a chilling glint emanated from her eyes as she coldly regarded Wang Ling. You worry too much, Wang Shiji. I have long since recovered. Go back and report to your master. Wang Ling's heart jolted in surprise. He had not anticipated the formidable power of Su Qing's Dharma form, which starkly contrasted with the image of a grievously injured individual his master had described. Could it be that the intelligence was erroneous? A flicker of doubt crossed his gaze, but he quickly regained his composure. Ah, it's a relief to hear that Master Su is well. I shall return to report forthwith. However, I have one more matter. I have heard that Master Su has taken in 2 exceptionally talented disciples. Might I have the pleasure of meeting them? A semblance of a smile returned to Wang Ling's face, his eyes glimmering with curiosity and intrigue. Hianqin, Suyao, come forth to meet our senior from the dual cultivation sect. Su Qing called out, turning to the 2 individuals standing in the plaza. Hand in hand, Jiang Chun and Suyao rose gracefully to their feet. Their surrounding spiritual energy surged, transforming into 2 streaks of light that soared into the sky, confronting Wang Ling from a distance. Upon seeing Suyao, Wang Ling's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, a flicker of admiration and avarice crossing his features. What a beautiful maiden! Yet alas, she has lost her primordial. His voice carried a hint of regret, intertwined with a distasteful levity. Fellow cultivator of the dual cultivation sect, Mind your tongue. Jiang Chen's gaze instantly turned frigid as he fearlessly met Wang Ling's stare, his voice thick with warning. His hand instinctively clenched, the spiritual energy around him beginning to ripple, as if ready to erupt at any moment. "Oh, what is your name?" Wang Ling appeared unfazed by Jiang Chen's fury, rather intrigued as he shifted his focus to him, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. "Jiang Chen." "Ah, yes, the one Master Su just called out. Jiang Chen. Quite interesting." A knowing smile curved on Wang Ling's lips, as if he were appraising a curious trinket. "Ha, a mere foundation establishment late stage. I expected more." Wang Ling laughed heartily, his laughter brimming with derision and disdain. To him, Jiang Chen was but an insignificant figure, hardly worthy of his attention. However, before Wang Ling's words fully settled, Jiang Chen's figure abruptly vanished. In the next instant, he transformed into a gust of wind, appearing beside Wang Ling with unbridled swiftness. Wang Ling barely had time to react before Jiang Chen seized several strands of his red hair and yanked them forcefully. "Hiss!" Wang Ling gasped in pain, utterly stunned by this sudden assault. His eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend Jiang Chen's astonishing speed. Jiang Chen gradually lifted his hand, gently dispersing the strands of red hair he held, his gaze cold as he regarded Wang Ling. A slight smirk played at the corners of his mouth, tinged with mockery. Yet he uttered not a word more. "Jiang Chen, how infuriating. Such speed. Fellow Taoist Wang, you should return to report. The Hahuan sect does not welcome you." Junior brother Jiang Chen, what an imposing presence. Indeed, the aura emanating from junior brother Jiang Chen is utterly comparable to that of the young master of the dual cultivation sect. "Brother Jiang Chen, you are truly magnificent." The disciples of the Hahuan sect gathered in the square erupted in applause, their eyes gleaming with admiration and reverence, celebrating Jiang Chen's remarkable performance. At that moment, Su Qing's voice resonated, her countenance radiating with satisfaction and pride. "I hereby proclaim that from this day forth, Jiang Chen shall be the young master of our Hahuan sect, second to none, commanding all. Henceforth, Jiang Chen's command shall be my commands." Chapter 19. Xiang Lu after the departure of Wang Ling. The young master of the dual cultivation sect, Su Qing hurriedly returned to her quarters with Jiang Chen and Suyao. As soon as they crossed the threshold, a soft gasp escaped her lips, followed by a spray of crimson blood that splattered on the ground, creating a shocking scene. "Master, are you all right?" Jiang Chen and Suyao exclaimed, their faces paling in an instant as they rushed to support Su Qing, their eyes filled with concern. "I barely managed to summon the Dharma manifestation while enduring the rupture of my meridians." Su Qing spoke, her voice betraying an undeniable frailty. "If the people from the dual cultivation sect discover my grievous injuries, I fear that Hua Wuji will immediately lead an invasion upon the Hahuan sect." "Ah, you have worked hard, master." Fortunately, they received news of my injuries rather late. With Wang Ling's return, he should refrain from attacking for the next decade, which should provide me ample time to recuperate, Su Qing replied, taking shallow breaths as she endeavored to infuse her tone with a semblance of lightness. "Jiang Chen, you are now the young master. You must take greater responsibility for the affairs of the Hahuan sect. I entrust you with the legacy I have built over these centuries." Su Qing stated, her gaze fixed firmly on Jiang Chen, filled with trust and expectation. "Master, you're biased. If Jiang Chen is the young master, what am I?" Suyao pouted playfully, feigning dissatisfaction, though a hint of mischief danced in her eyes. Su Qing could not help but chuckle softly. "If he is the young master, then you must surely be the young mistress." "Ah, master, you tease me again." Suyao's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her tone playful, yet her eyes sparkled with an unmistakable sweetness. "Suyao, while your thoughts are intricate, your actions are ruthless, and your penchant for violence is concerning. I cannot grant you such immense power all at once. I fear the entire Hahuan sect would not suffice for your ambitions," Su Qing remarked, half jokingly yet with sincerity, her eyes brimming with affection. "Not at all. Jiang Chen has certainly slain far more than I ever could," Suyao retorted, though a smirk graced her lips, revealing a touch of pride. "How has your alchemical research progressed of late?" Jiang Chen inquired, concern etched upon his features as he turned to Suyao. Here, take a look, Suyao replied, a glimmer of pride flashing in her eyes as she summoned forth an exquisite jade vial. Jiangchun, this is the Luo Lin pill, a third-grade spiritual elixir. I was just about to present it to you, as it will greatly benefit your future foundation establishment. Su Qing gasped in astonishment. A third-grade Luo Lin pill? Suyao, have you truly managed to concoct it so swiftly? When I refine pills, my mind is as clear as a mirror. I perceive the conditions within the furnace distinctly and can control the flames at will. Perhaps I am innately destined to be an alchemist, Suyao beamed, confidence radiating from her smile, her eyes shimmering with vitality. Ah, truly, the heavens favor our Hahuan sect. The divine has bestowed upon me 2 precious gems in you both. Su Qing exclaimed joyfully, encircling Jiangchun and Suyao in her arms, bestowing a kiss upon each. Jiangchun, slightly embarrassed, wiped away the saliva Su Qing had left on his cheek, yet a smile could not help but break across his face. Very well, there is nothing more to discuss. You may return. By the way, Jiangchun, in 3 months, the elite disciples competition hosted by the Zhao Kingdom's envoy Wang Ping will take place. Participation is restricted to those under 50 years of age. Although you are not yet 30, I plan to have you participate this time, Su Qing stated, her demeanor returning to one of seriousness as she regarded Jiangchun. An elite disciple competition? Jiangchun furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Indeed, in our Zhao Kingdom, there are 18 sects, each allowed to send only 1 elite disciple to compete. Among our Hehuan sect, the most gifted individual is undoubtedly you, Jiangchun. Although your cultivation may not be the highest among those under 50, Su Qing patiently explained, her gaze filled with trust in Jiangchun. Understood, master. I shall do my utmost to bring honor to the Hehuan sect, Jiangchun replied earnestly. Upon returning to his residence, Jiangchun once again endeavored to break through the constraints of the wind demon technique. With unwavering focus, he channeled his spiritual energy, seeking the elusive opportunity for a breakthrough. However, after considerable effort, he found little success. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, he donned the heavy-weighted attire and proceeded to the bamboo grove for physical training. Time flew by, and 3 months elapsed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Jiangchun and Su Qing arrived at the entrance of the Hehuan sect, preparing to head to the Xiantian sect for the competition. Several elders awaited their arrival. Among them stood Suyao. Brother Jiangchun, while I am not by your side, you must not engage with other girls, nor develop feelings for anyone else, or allow anyone to like you. If you do, I shall take action, Suyao declared, tightly gripping Jiangchun's hand, her eyes filled with jealousy and her tone undeniably commanding. How domineering, Jiangchun murmured with a slight smirk, a blend of exasperation and affection in his voice. He understood that Suyao's possessiveness stemmed from her deep concern for him. Su Qing glanced at the sky, noting the time was drawing near, and gently patted Jiangchun's shoulder, her voice a blend of warmth and authority. Jiangchun, it is time for us to set off. Upon hearing her words, Jiangchun cast a reassuring glance towards Suyao before embarking on the journey to the Xiantian sect alongside Su Qing. As the foremost sect of the Zhao Kingdom, the Xiantian sect boasted an imposing grandeur and remarkable renown. With tens of thousands of disciples, its architecture was a harmonious blend of structures, with eaves and brackets gleaming brilliantly under the sun, exuding an air of unmatched prestige. The sect's leader, Elder Tian Xian, was the one who had repelled the formidable Ma Yang. Despite his age, with hair as white as snow, he emanated a powerful aura refined by the passage of time. As a peerless cultivator at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, he undoubtedly stood among the elite on this Zhao Kingdom continent. Ladies and gentlemen, you have traveled great distances to arrive at my Xiantian sect. Tomorrow, upon the envoy's arrival, we shall commence the competition. Today the young master of the Xiantian sect, Xianglou, will host you. Elder Tian Xian's voice resonated with a deep, rich timbre, carrying an inherent authority that echoed across the plaza. As the crowd turned to follow the sound, they beheld a strikingly handsome youth striding confidently toward them. His brows were sharp as blades, and his eyes, profound and enigmatic, seemed to harbor an infinite expanse of starlit oceans. Esteemed sect leaders and revered senior brothers and sisters, I am Xiang Lu. Please accompany me to the West Chamber. Xiang Lu bowed slightly, a humble and courteous smile gracing his face. His voice melodious and pleasing to the ear. His amiable demeanor effortlessly evoked a sense of fondness in those around him. Chapter 28 Blade, the following day. Sunlight bathed the expansive square of the Tianxin sect. 16 sect leaders stood in a neat row, each accompanied by a distinguished disciple, their expressions varying from anxious to eager, all awaiting the arrival of the envoy, Wang Ping. An invisible tension permeated the square as everyone understood the significance of this contest. It was not merely a matter of sect honor, but also the prize, a divine artifact of the transformation stage. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the sky without warning. Shortly thereafter, a plump, white-haired elder emerged from the rift, clad in an ornate robe that billowed gently in the breeze, exuding an aura of mystery and authority. Welcome, esteemed envoy. The crowd promptly knelt in unison, paying their respects to the elder in the sky. Esteemed disciples and leaders of the Zhao kingdom, it is indeed fate that we gather today for this exchange of skills. Wang Ping's voice resonated, steady and commanding, imbued with an undeniable gravitas. His gaze swept over the assembly, revealing a hint of satisfaction. The champion of this contest shall receive a divine blade, the sudden rain. As his words concluded, he gestured with his hand, and a striking red-black, long sword materialized from thin air. Its blade was adorned with peculiar patterns, reminiscent of ancient runes whispering the secrets of time. The sleek design and glossy black sheen spoke to its extraordinary quality and prestige. The first match shall feature Jiang Chun of the Hawan sect against Su Mu of the Luoxia sect, Wang Ping announced succinctly. As his declaration echoed, he swiftly waved his hand, conjuring the four red sun array. A square formation gradually rose in the center of the square, its brilliance flickering, forming a combat arena spanning 100 feet. Jiang Chun, wielding a white wind blade, calmly stepped into the arena, while Su Mu of the Luoxia sect soared in simultaneously, adorned in a purple robe embroidered with golden patterns, signifying his exceptional status. Su Mu's demeanor was stern, his gaze betraying a hint of arrogance, as though victory was already within his grasp. As Jiang Chun scrutinized Su Mu with his spiritual sense, he couldn't help but be astonished. Su Mu was, in fact, at the mid-stage of the core formation realm. Achieving such a level before the age of 50 indicated considerable talent. It seemed that every opponent in this contest warranted respect. Junior brother Jiang Chun, greetings, Su Mu initiated, his tone laced with a condescending chuckle. Greetings, senior brother Su Mu, Jiang Chun replied, bowing respectfully, his demeanor modest and courteous. How could the Hawan sect allow someone who is yet to reach the core formation stage to compete? Is this not seeking humiliation? Murmurs erupted from the audience below, as they noted the disparity in cultivation levels. How could a late-stage foundation establishment compete against a mid-stage core formation? Might as well concede outright. Indeed, the Hawan sect must be in disarray. Are there no other contenders? Voices of derision and mockery surged like a tide toward Jiang Chun, filling the air with disdain. Jiang Chun listened intently to the sound around him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Unconsciously, his hand tightened around the wind blade, his knuckles whitening from a force. With a harmonious blend of bow and horse, he gradually closed his eyes, beginning to summon the spiritual energy within him. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, warm and soft. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chun's figure had transformed into a specter, appearing on the opposite side of the arena. His speed was so astonishing that it seemed as if he had not moved at all, but rather materialized instantaneously in that location. With a crisp clang, half of the blade slid into its sheath, the sound resonant and clear. At that moment, Su Mu's eyes widened in disbelief, terror etched across his face. A gaping wound had appeared on his chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining his purple robe a deep crimson, rendering him a pitiful sight. His body swayed before he ultimately knelt down, clutching his chest. In a realm of cultivators, if one does not even get the chance to strike, discussing cultivation techniques is futile. Jiang Chun, who cultivated the essence of wind, was undoubtedly a paragon of speed, having stunned the crowd with his swift strike. Wang Ping observed Jiang Chun with a hint of admiration before announcing the outcome of the match. In the first contest, Jiang Chun emerges victorious. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. One strike was all it took to defeat Sumu. Confusion and awe filled their hearts. They had never imagined that a cultivator at the late Foundation establishment stage could unleash such formidable power. I am Jiang Chun, the heir of the Hahuan sect. Esteemed brothers and sisters, please do not underestimate our sect. Jiang Chun's voice was deep and resonant, carrying an air of commanding authority. His words fell upon the crowd like a heavy hammer, striking a chord deep within them. Jiang Chun boldly proclaimed his name, earning the respect of those present. Su Qing watched from the side, her heart warmed, tears of pride glistening in her eyes. Jiang Chun, the boy she had found by the roadside a decade ago, had now become a formidable force in his own right. Recalling Jiang Chun's youthful innocence when he first entered the sect, she was filled with nostalgia as she gazed upon him standing in the arena now. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chun returned to Su Qing's side. Master, I hope I did not bring you shame. Well done, Chunner. This Jiang Chun should not be judged solely by his late Foundation establishment cultivation. The Hahuan sect has indeed birthed a prodigy. Jiang Chun. Interesting. Wang Ping and the various sect leaders quietly assessed this young man, who is yet to reach 30. Upon probing with their spiritual senses, they were astonished to discover that Jiang Chun's physique had reached an alarming level. His explosive musculature contained a physical strength far exceeding that of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, the threads of wind spiritual energy coursing through his veins were elusive and enigmatic. Chapter 21. Lei Lai. The remaining matches progressed swiftly within an atmosphere charged with tension and fervor. As the competition advanced, Jiang Chun's next opponent was determined to be none other than Lei Lai from the Evil Demon sect. At the age of 45, Lei Lai was a formidable late-stage core formation cultivator and a sword master, his prowess not to be underestimated. Soon, Jiang Chun and Lei Lai stood upon the arena, each exuding an aura of intensity akin to a drawn sword, sharp and unyielding. Lei Lai fixed his gaze upon Jiang Chun and declared, Jiang Chun, I have heard tales of your formidable physique. Regrettably, I too am a body-refining sword cultivator, and my cultivation surpasses yours by an entire realm. In response, Jiang Chun maintained a serene expression, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. What is the point of all your words? Prepare yourself. As his voice faded, his white robes billowed fiercely in the wind, reminiscent of a fluttering battle flag. His long blade seemed to meld with his very essence, its blade glinting with a chilling light. Clang! Jiang Chun initiated the attack, executing a fierce draw cut imbued with tremendous force, striking decisively against Lei Lai's flying sword. The resounding clash of metal echoed throughout the arena, a sharp and clear sound that seemed poised to pierce the eardrums of all present. The overwhelming impact sent shockwaves through the air, creating a turbulent gust around them. Following the strike, Jiang Chun's figure moved like a specter, swiftly shifting positions to appear on the other side of Lei Lai. With his long blade raised high once more, he launched another strike with an unstoppable momentum. This blow was executed with astonishing speed, akin to lightning streaking across the night sky, leaving no time for reaction. Taken by surprise at Jiang Chun's incredible swiftness, Lei Lai's eyes flickered with alarm. In a moment of desperation, he could only barely raise his arm in defense. With a sickening sound, his right arm was struck, and a gruesome gash appeared, blood trickling down his arm and splattering onto the arena floor. This was meant for my confrontation with Brother Xianglu, Jiang Chun. Receive my technique, 10,000 swords demon sealing. A sinister expression crossed Lei Lai's face as he bellowed, swiftly forming a hand seal that sent a surge of energy into the sky. Instantly, countless flying swords erupted from around him like a torrential downpour. These blades gleamed coldly, tracing icy arcs through the air, all aimed directly at Jiang Chun, as though seeking to rend him into 1,000 pieces. Jiang Chen's heart sank at the sight. He dared not underestimate the threat before him. His gaze sharpened, and he immediately employed his nimble footwork to evade the barrage of swords. His figure darted through the dense onslaught like a streak of black lightning, weaving effortlessly between the flying blades. Fortunately, the flying swords of the 10,000 Swords demon ceiling lacked precise targeting, relying instead on sheer force and momentum for their assault. Most of the swords were deftly dodged by Jiang Chun, although a few grazed his body, inflicting minor wounds. Having evaded the flying swords, Jiang Chun repositioned himself in midair, his hands rapidly forming seals to cast a spell. "Huh!" he shouted, unleashing a hurricane incantation from his palms. A tempest materialized from thin air, howling towards Lei Lai with relentless fury. The hurricane's ferocity was immense. Wherever it swept through, sand and stones were stirred up, and the dust on the ground was lifted into the air, creating a haze of yellow smoke. Lei Lai was abruptly hurled out of the arena by the sudden tempest, his body tumbling through the air several times before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The victor is Jiang Chun. After defeating Lei Lai, Jiang Chun felt utterly drained, his spiritual energy depleted from the fierce battle. His body swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing. Su Qing, witnessing this, hurried to support him, her face etched with concern. "Chun'er, let's return to our lodgings." Jiang Chun nodded slightly, mustering his strength to follow his master back to their temporary abode. Upon entering the room, Jiang Chun slumped into a chair, gasping for breath. Su Qing looked at him with compassion and softly reassured. "Chun'er, you performed exceptionally well. After all, your cultivation is only at the late stage of foundation establishment, significantly lower than the elite of other sects, and you have certainly faced considerable challenges." Jiang Chun lifted his head and retorted, "Master, what are you saying? I am determined to obtain that divine-level treasure blade." Su Qing, observing Jiang Chen's resolute demeanor, smiled with satisfaction and said, "Very well, focus on your breathing. Engaging in battles of equal strength will greatly enhance your mental and spiritual faculties. You have made considerable progress through these 2 contests. Take a Suyao's Luo Lin pill. Perhaps it will aid your breakthrough." "All right," Jiang Chun obediently replied, retrieving the Luo Lin pill from his robe. As he held the pill, a warm sensation enveloped him, and he tilted his head back, swallowing whole. In that instant, he felt the turbulent spiritual energy contained within the pill swirling through his meridians and consciousness like a whirlwind. The power surged fiercely, as if threatening to rupture his body. Jiang Chun clenched his eyes shut, exerting all his effort to rein in this wild energy. As time ticked by, amidst the prolonged torment, Jiang Chun gritted his teeth and persevered. After several hours, the tempestuous spiritual energy finally began to stabilize. Jiang Chun felt the energy within him surging forth like a flood breaching a dam, rushing towards a higher realm. With a thunderous sound, it felt as though a shackle had been shattered. Breakthrough. He ascended from the late stage of foundation establishment to the great perfection of foundation establishment. Slowly, Jiang Chun opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining within them. He sensed the abundant spiritual energy coursing through him, and a satisfied smile crept across his lips. As the starry night enveloped the world in tranquility, Jiang Chun stepped out of his room, uplifted by his recent breakthrough, eager to savor the night air. Suddenly, around the corner, he encountered an exquisite girl whom he recognized as one of the exceptional participants in the competition, Li Mei from the Yuntian sect. The moonlight draped gently upon her shoulders, clad in simple attire with a wooden hairpin adorning her hair. Her gentle brows and eyes resembled a figure delicately painted from a bygone era, breathtakingly ethereal. "Jiang Chun." "Hello," she greeted. "You remember my name?" he replied, surprised. "Is it not the same for you, knowing mine?" Li Mei responded with a smile. "I hope to meet you in the finals the day after tomorrow. However, first you must conquer the formidable favorite for the championship, Xiang Lu," Li Mei remarked. "I did not continue watching the subsequent matches today, but hearing you say that I will face Xiang Lu in the next round," Jiang Chun replied. "Indeed, I shall do my utmost. Chapter 22. The Wind Demon Technique the following day. As the sun rose, its golden rays bathed the summit of the Tianxian sect. A multitude of disciples had already gathered, engaged in hushed conversations or craning their necks in anticipation of the exhilarating contest ahead. The first match was between Jiangchun and Xianglu. Xianglu was a figure of great renown among the younger generation of the Zhao kingdom, arguably the foremost among them. Though he had yet to reach the age of 50, he had already attained the pinnacle of the core formation stage, standing a full realm above Jiangchun. Junior brother Jiangchun, I never expected that merely a day would pass before you achieved the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. Xianglu remarked with a slight smile, admiration gleaming in his eyes. However, compared to your senior brother's terrifying mastery at the great perfection of the core formation stage, it still pales in comparison. Jiangchun, though modest in speech, could not conceal the fighting spirit that shimmered in his gaze. The battles between cultivators are not solely determined by cultivation levels. Your earlier matches have already proven this point. Your speed is indeed formidable. Xianglu nodded lightly, acknowledging the truth in Jiangchun's words. Taking a deep breath, Jiangchun tightened his grip on the white wind blade in his hand, readying himself for the impending clash. Junior brother, make your move, Xianglu declared, just as Jiangchun swiftly gathered spiritual energy into his palm, unleashing 3 streaks of razor-sharp blade light that shot forth like lightning toward Xianglu. As the blade light sliced through the air, it seemed to tear the atmosphere apart, emitting a piercing whistle. Seeing this, Xianglu merely chuckled, neither dodging nor retreating. With a gentle flick of his right hand, a protective barrier radiating a soft glow materialized instantly. The 3 streaks of blade light collided violently against the barrier, producing a dull thud before being repelled entirely. In rapid succession, Xianglu formed hand seals, invoking a binding spell. In an instant, a purple venomous snake surged forth from the spell, hissing menacingly and lunging at Jiangchun with bared fangs. Jiangchun reacted swiftly, evading the serpent's attack with agile movements. He quickly condensed wind spirit energy, raising his wind blade high, and unleashed a brilliant blade light that precisely shattered the purple snake's binding. As the purple mist enveloped the battlefield, obscuring vision, Jiangchun realized the dire predicament. This is bad. The snake's attack was a ruse, but the purple mist is a genuine threat. In the ensuing chaos, Xianglu offered Jiangchun no respite, summoning several flying swords that streaked towards him like shooting stars. With his vision obscured and his spiritual awareness hindered by the purple mist, Jiangchun found himself at a disadvantage, struggling to maintain control. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed as he was caught off guard. A flying sword sliced open his abdomen, blood gushing forth and staining his garments. Jiangchun's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retrieved a hemostatic pill, swallowing it while simultaneously forming hand seals over his wound to staunch the bleeding. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he raised his wind blade once more, desperately parrying Xianglu's next onslaught. The battle had escalated into a fierce clash, with both combatants exchanging blows and refusing to yield. However, the intense confrontation began to take its toll on Jiangchun's wind blade, which was becoming increasingly burdened. After yet another fierce clash with Xianglu's long sword, the wind blade emitted a crisp crack, shattering into several fragments. Xianglu, witnessing Jiangchun's broken weapon, revealed a glimmer of satisfaction and let out a cold snicker. Jiangchun, however, displayed a cunning expression. He slowly closed his eyes, holding his breath, and concentrated intently on sensing Xianglu's position within a mist. Suddenly, his consciousness locked onto Xianglu's location, and in the next instant, he activated the wind step, resembling a bolt of black lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared directly before Xianglu, his right leg raised high, delivering a powerful kick. Xianglu was utterly unprepared for the astonishing force Jiangchun could wield even without his weapon. With no time to think, he hastily raised both hands to block. But the immense impact caused him to lose his balance, sending him flying like a kite with severed strings, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. The victor, Jiangchun, advances to the finals. Xianglu, his senior, has lost. Unbelievable. It must have been a sneak attack. A murmur of discussions arose from the crowd. Though Jiang Chun triumphed in this contest, the process was fraught with peril. The ghastly wound on his abdomen gaped open, flesh curling outward, blood still seeping from it, and the wind blade lay shattered. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and each step was a monumental struggle, relying on Su Qing's support to return to his quarters. "Master, should I win once more tomorrow, I shall acquire that blade," Jiang Chun said with a strained voice, laced with exhaustion yet resolute. "But your own weapon is already in pieces. Here, allow me to provide you with a high-grade elixir," Su Qing replied. Her eyes filled with concern as she summoned a crimson longsword. "No need, master. The wind blade has accompanied me for many years. Though it is shattered, its spirit remains in my mind. Tomorrow, I shall face Li Mei unarmed." Jiang Chen's gaze was filled with nostalgia. "Li Mei?" Su Qing furrowed her brow, a hint of curiosity flickering in her eyes. "Indeed, I encountered her last night. She exudes an aura of danger, akin to a born killer. I believe she will triumph over her opponent and reach the finals today." "Oh, Li Mei from Yintian's sect. I recall her. She is indeed formidable. However, let's not linger on this. You should rest and recuperate." "Very well, master." 3 hours slipped by unnoticed, and at this moment, Jiang Chun was immersed in his training, his spiritual energy surging like tumultuous waves. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed, and the shackles of the wind demon art, which had troubled him for so long, were shattered in an instant. Jiang Chun slowly opened his eyes, the brilliance within them shimmering with delight and exhilaration. He instinctively glanced at his arm, only to find his once fair skin transformed into that of a wolf's claw, covered in white fur, with nails as sharp as blades, glinting with a chilling light. "Is this the wind demon art? It can morph the body into the form of a beast," Jiang Chun murmured, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. He raised his enchanted arm and gently waved it, feeling the immense power contained within. A smile of delight involuntarily crept upon his lips. Subsequently, Jiang Chun began to experiment incessantly. To his astonishment, this miraculous technique could indeed enhance his limbs and teeth. His arms could transform into the razor-sharp claws of a wolf, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle as he moved. His legs could metamorphose into the powerful hind legs of a cheetah, muscles taut and brimming with explosive strength, enabling him to leap several yards with a mere push. Chapter 23. The champion. The following day, sunlight cascaded down, enveloping the martial arts arena of Tianxin's sect in a palpable tension. Jiang Chun and Li Mei ascended the stage, one after the other, their eyes meeting with an electric spark in the air. "Junior brother Jiang Chun, it seems our speculation from the other day was indeed correct. We are destined to face each other." Li Mei spoke first, a faint smile gracing her lips, exuding a sense of composure. "Haha, senior sister, it appears your cultivation is merely at the initial stage of core formation. It seems both of us have underestimated our opponent," Jiang Chun replied with a grin. Indeed, they both acknowledged, having paid the same price for their overconfidence. No sooner had Li Mei finished speaking than her wrist flicked, and a glimmering dagger appeared in her hand. Jiang Chun had not closely observed her fighting style before and was entirely unaware of her combat techniques. However, the moment the referee shouted "Begin," Li Mei's figure abruptly vanished in a thin air. Jiang Chen's heart raced, quickly realizing that, like himself, Li Mei pursued speed in her physical cultivation. "Wind demon technique," he exclaimed, channeling his spiritual energy with unwavering resolve. In an instant, his limbs began to transform, his human form gradually morphing into a formidable beast radiating immense power. Having just broken through the confines of the wind demon technique the day before, it was now put to immediate use. Jiang Chen's formidable claws clashed violently with Li Mei's dagger. The sharp sounds of metal clashing reverberated through the mist, their movements swift as lightning, leaving the spectators awestruck. Eyes widened, they gaped at Jiang Chen's transformed state, exclaiming in astonishment, "What is that? It resembles a monster." Amidst the fierce confrontation, Jiang Chun keenly detected a fleeting opening in Li Mei's defense. Seizing the moment, he struck forcefully landing a solid blow on her back. Caught entirely off guard, Li Mei never anticipated that Jiang Chen's attack would evolve so dramatically in just one day. In that instant, he resembled a ferocious beast, exuding an overwhelming presence. With a gasp, Li Mei coughed up blood, the impact staggering her, rendering her dizzy and unsteady. Swiftly, she recalled her dagger, biting down hard on her wrist, blood spraying forth and splattering around her. "Forgive me, junior brother Jiang Chen, but I must use this technique. The divine blade of demonic transformation is mine to claim." A note of resolution tinged her voice, followed by a fierce shout. "Demon eyes." In an instant, her once gentle hairstyle shattered, her long hair spiraling wildly like tangled grass. Her eyes morphed into a sinister purple, her expression turning bloodthirsty and ferocious. Jiang Chen felt a surge of alarm, pondering, "I am demonized. Is she undergoing a transformation into a demon?" The powerful aura emanating from Li Mei was comparable to that of an early nascent soul, not daring to linger in battle. Jiang Chen swiftly transformed his hind legs into those of a leopard, darting away like a bolt of black lightning, desperately creating distance between himself and Li Mei. Meanwhile, she relentlessly unleashed waves of spiritual energy, bombarding Jiang Chen with fervor. The waves of spiritual energy surged forth with formidable power, causing the very air to tremble in their wake. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's speed was sufficient, aided by the agility bestowed upon him by the wind demon technique. He adeptly evaded the majority of the onslaught. This intense chase ensued for approximately half an hour. As time elapsed, Li Mei's spiritual energy was finally depleted, yet she had not grazed Jiang Chen in the slightest. Her disheveled hair began to gradually draw back, and her demonic form slowly reverted to normal. Ultimately, she collapsed onto the ground, her gaze reflecting a hint of despondency. She was acutely aware that her defeat was inevitable. Even her transformation had not allowed her to catch up with Jiang Chen's speed, filling her heart with bitterness. Jiang Chen refrained from continuing his assault, instead slowly manifesting before her, his wolf-like claws and fangs glimmering captivatingly under the sunlight. The envoy, Wang Ping, observed this scene with satisfaction, stroking his beard before announcing loudly, "I declare the champion of this contest to be Jiang Chen, the heir of the Hehuan sect." Following this, Wang Ping, his face aglow with delight, solemnly presented the mystical, aura-emitting divine blade, Zhao, to Jiang Chen. Envious glances were cast from all around. With both hands, Jiang Chen accepted Zhao, an indescribable surge of excitement swelling within him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he gently drew the blade from its sheath. In that instant, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically. It was as if the sky had responded to some arcane summons, transforming from clear blue to a canopy of dark clouds. With a gentle rain beginning to fall, the fine droplets danced around the blade, as if celebrating the emergence of this treasured weapon. "What a magnificent Zhao!" Jiang Chen marveled. He tenderly caressed the blade, feeling its chilling touch and the immense power contained within, unable to resist its allure as he played with it. Master Su Qing stood nearby, her eyes filled with affection as she gazed at Jiang Chen, her face aglow with a proud smile. "Jiang Chen, make good use of this Zhao. It may accompany you for a long time. Remember, be humble and patient, for I believe you can lead the Hehuan sect to greater heights," Wang Ping advised earnestly, his eyes reflecting high hopes for Jiang Chen. "Thank you, esteemed envoy," Jiang Chen replied respectfully, clasping his fists in gratitude, his voice resonating with determination. "Well then, this competition has concluded successfully. All sect leaders, please return with your disciples," Wang Ping proclaimed, his voice echoing across the square. "Congratulations, Master Su. You have nurtured an exceptional disciple. Congratulations." The crowd surged forward to congratulate Su Qing, their faces adorned with genuine smiles. Subsequently, they began to depart from the Tianxian sect, and the square gradually returned to tranquility. At last, the leader of the Yuntian sect approached Jiang Chen, accompanied by Li Mei, though a trace of reluctance lingered in her gaze. It was overshadowed by a greater sense of admiration for Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, we shall meet again, and next time, I shall not be defeated," Li Mei declared resolutely, her tone brimming with fighting spirit. Senior Sisterly May, I appreciate your graciousness, Jiang Chun replied with a smile, humility evident in his eyes. Chapter 24. The formation of the Golden Core. As Jiang Chun returned to the Harmony sect, he made his way directly to the alchemy chamber where Suyao often resided. Before he even crossed the threshold, an unusual fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted into his nostrils, mingling with faint ripples of spiritual energy. However, upon pushing the door open, the sight before him caused his blood to run cold. The dimly lit alchemy chamber was shrouded in pungent smoke, and several robust iron chains lay carelessly on the ground. One secured tightly around a group of boys, all under 10 years of age, clad in tattered garments. Their emaciated bodies trembled in the corner, eyes wide with fear and helplessness, reminiscent of lambs awaiting slaughter. Suyao, what are you doing? Jiang Chen's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, his voice echoing within the chamber, causing the vials to tremble slightly. Suyao, fixated on the alchemical furnace, deftly manipulated the herbs in her hands. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's inquiry, she nonchalantly replied, "Just for finding some pills, Brother Chun, you're back." Her tone suggested that this was merely an ordinary task. How can you use living beings in alchemy? Jiang Chen stepped forward, his brow furrowing deeply. The 4th grade spirit pill, Tai pill, requires young boys as medicinal catalysts. Suyao pouted, adjusting the furnace's flames, a cruel smile unexpectedly gracing her exquisite features, casting an eerie glow in the flickering firelight. Then do not refine such pills again. This is the last time. Jiang Chun suppressed the fury rising within him, his tone leaving no room for argument. Brother Chun, you need not concern yourself with me. You are now the young master, burdened with countless responsibilities. Why bother about a few lives? Suyao dismissed his concerns, playfully stamping her foot, her eyes devoid of remorse. If you disregard this, it truly appears as though, as Master said, the entire Harmony sect would not suffice for your bloodlust. Jiang Chun sighed helplessly. Worry etched across his face. He understood Suyao's ruthless nature. If left unchecked, the consequences would be dire. How could that be? Rest assured, just this once, I won't refine the Tai pill again. Suyao assured him with a mischievous grin, tugging at Jiang Chen's sleeve in an attempt to pacify him. Jiang Chen acquiesced, yet his heart remained heavy. He glanced at the innocent boys with wide, pleading eyes and ultimately refrained from saying more. Brother Chun, I heard you won the championship and acquired a divine level sword. Let me see it. Suyao's demeanor shifted to one of excitement, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. In silence, Jiang Chun summoned the sudden storm and handed it to Suyao. Her face lit up with joy as she reached out to grasp the hilt, but upon holding it, her expression changed. It's so heavy. Before she could finish her sentence, the sword clattered to the ground, leaving a shallow mark on the stone surface. She hurriedly picked it up, straining to wield it, and, after a moment of admiration, reluctantly returned it to Jiang Chun. Here, take it back. One day, find me a divine level sword as well. Suyao's eyes brimmed with anticipation, hands clasped together as if making a wish. All right, understood. Once I complete my golden core formation, I shall venture out and explore rather than remain cooped up at home. When the time comes, should you encounter a divine sword, I shall certainly help you seize it. Jiang Chun responded indulgently, his gaze brimming with tenderness. Brother Jiang Chun, have you taken a Roland pill I gave you? Suyao inquired with a tilt of her head. Concern etched upon her face. I have, and its effects are remarkable. I also possess a Tianli pill. You should take it as well. You have now achieved the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Perhaps it could facilitate your breakthrough to the core formation stage. You have refined the Tianli pill as well? Very well, hand it over. Gently, Suyao extracted an orange pill from her bosom, its surface shimmering with an extraordinary luster and exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun swallowed it whole, then returned to his chamber, sitting cross-legged to commence his meditative refinement. Seated in the tranquil room, a tempest of spiritual energy surged around him like roaring waves, crashing against his meridians in relentless succession. He activated his cultivation technique, compressing and refining the spiritual energy within him, each breath accompanied by the ebb and flow of this force. As time passed, The energy grew increasingly dense, gradually converging in his lower dantian to form a golden vortex. The vortex spun rapidly, its radiance intensifying, illuminating the entire quiet chamber. At a crucial moment, Jiang Chan abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. With a mighty shout, he propelled his spiritual energy with all his might. In an instant, the golden vortex coalesced explosively, and a resplendent golden core began to take shape, emanating a potent and stable aura. The surface of the golden core shimmered with runes, embodying boundless power, as if narrating the perseverance Jiang Chun had shown throughout his journey. Sensing the profound transformations within him, Jiang Chen's heart swelled with joy and pride. Core formation. He had not anticipated advancing to the core formation realm so effortlessly. A layer of black mud clung to his skin, filtering out impurities within. Typically, the core formation stage does not involve further purification of impurities. Yet Jiang Chun was an exception, as his daily physical conditioning during the foundation establishment stage had led to a further refinement of his constitution upon reaching core formation. After taking a moment to adjust to his post-core formation state, he made his way to Master Su Qing's quarters. "Shinner, you have formed your core?" Su Qing's eyes sparkled with surprise upon seeing Jiang Chun, her face alight with a look of pride. Indeed, Suyao concocted the secret core formation elixir, the Qianli pill, which allowed me to break through to the core formation stage in one fell swoop. Jiang Chun replied respectfully. "You two complement each other so well. It is truly wonderful." Su Qing remarked, her gaze filled with affection. "Master, after forming my core, I do not wish to remain in the sect. I yearn to venture out on my own." Jiang Chun summoned his courage to express his intentions, his eyes radiating determination. "If you wish to go, then go. Nowadays, I doubt any cultivator below the nascent soul stage could pose a threat to you. Yet, do exercise caution. You carry a divine-level sword, which may attract unwanted attention." Su Qing advised, concern evident in her eyes. "I will be cautious. Your nature is not overly ostentatious, which reassures me somewhat. Remember, the Hahuan sect will always be your safe haven. If you encounter hardship in the outside world, know that your family in the Hahuan sect stands behind you. Do you understand?" Su Qing spoke earnestly, gently patting Jiang Chen's shoulder. "I understand, Master." After bidding farewell to Su Qing, Jiang Chun swiftly activated the wind step and soared out of the gate of the Hahuan sect. His figure flashed in the sunlight, resembling a streak of black lightning. This time, Jiang Chun possessed his own objective, the secret realm of the neighboring nation, Liao, known as the Demon Forest. There, he believed he could delve into the mysteries of his wind demon art. Chapter 25. The Enchanted Forest. With a swift motion, Jiang Chun activated his wind steps, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed, his figure flashing like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the borders of the Zhao kingdom and arrived at Lingwest City in the Liao kingdom. This city, adjacent to the Enchanted Forest, served as the final stop for countless adventurers before they ventured into the mysterious realm of the. At this moment, the city gates were bustling with activity, the throngs of people jostling for space. Most of the crowd had come in groups, preparing to delve into the Enchanted Forest in pursuit of the inner cores of magical beasts. Their expressions varied, yet each pair of eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. "Please present your identity token from the Liao Kingdom or pay a fee of 1 or 2 gold coins to enter," announced the disinterested guard, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Chun, whose face bore the unmistakable signs of impatience as he extended his hand. 1 or 2 gold coins. It would be better to resort to robbery, Jiang Chun mused inwardly. The authorities of the Liao Kingdom were clearly capitalizing on the eagerness and desperation of these adventurers to rake in a hefty sum. Unwilling to squander his energy over such trifles, Jiang Chun scoffed lightly and produced a gold coin, handing it over. Upon entering the city, he was greeted by a scene of prosperity. The streets, paved with smooth bluestone, gleamed under the sun's warm embrace. The thoroughfare bustled with an array of vehicles and pedestrians. The sounds of merchants hawking their wares, laughter, and the clatter of hooves blending into a lively symphony of urban life. Around the corner, within the opulent brothels, Elegantly dressed maidens with exquisite makeup beckoned to travelers, their melodious laughter echoing through the air. Jiang Chun, however, remained focused on his objective, making his way directly to the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion in Linghua City. As he stepped through the grand entrance of the pavilion, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped him, revealing an array of exquisite magical artifacts, elixirs, and rare spiritual items on display. Truly, this was the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion of a fourth-tier cultivation nation. An astute attendant, noticing Jiang Chen's unfamiliarity, approached with an exaggerated grin, exuding warmth and flattery. "Ah, young sir, you must be a first-time visitor to our pavilion. What can I assist you with today?" "I require a map of the enchanted forest," Jiang Chun replied calmly, stating his demand with precision. "A map? That will be 300 low-grade spirit stones," the attendant said, rubbing his hands together, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his eyes. Jiang Chun scoffed inwardly at the outrageous price for a mere map, which was even more blatant than the guard's extortion of the city gate. Spitting softly, he produced the spirit stones and tossed them to the attendant. The attendant caught them deftly, his smile widening to an almost radiant degree, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. "Ah, esteemed guest, if you're embarking on an adventure in the enchanted forest, might I tempt you to purchase some of our talismans and magical artifacts? Though our establishment may be modest, we offer a comprehensive selection. Various attack talismans and defensive artifacts will surely safeguard you on your expedition. Spare me the unnecessary chatter." "I only want the map," Jiang Chun replied, his brow slightly furrowed, his tone brusque. Seeing the impatience in Jiang Chun's demeanor, the attendant ceased his sales pitch and quickly offered the map with both hands. Jiang Chun accepted it and gradually unfolded it, revealing detailed annotations of the enchanted forest terrain, routes, and warnings regarding perilous areas. The expanse of the demon forest is unimaginably vast, nearly encompassing the entire mountain range, winding for countless miles. The mysteries and unknowns within evoke a sense of reverence. At its very heart lies a town known as Tianyao City, standing out prominently. It is here that Jiang Chun learns of the pact of non-aggression between the demon clans of the forest and the Liao kingdom, rendering the demon forest akin to an independent realm within Liao's borders, complete with its own order and regulations. After meticulously studying the map, he carefully stows it away and resumes his journey towards the forest with a swift motion. 2 hours later, Jiang Chun finally arrives at the border of the demon forest. A considerable crowd has already gathered here, forming groups to form various expedition teams, all eager to venture into the woods. Additionally, some merchant caravans, flanked by guards, are making their way towards the depths of the forest and Tianyao City. "Excuse me, young sir, in the early stage of the core formation realm, are you also planning to explore the demon forest? Perhaps we could join forces?" As soon as Jiang Chun lands, a burly man with a scruffy beard approaches him with enthusiasm. The man has a robust build, sun-kissed skin, and an amiable smile that emanates a sense of seasoned adventure. Jiang Chun glances past the man to see a small team of 5 behind him, all at the same early stage of core formation, 4 men and 1 woman. The girl stands quietly in the long line formed by the crowd, resembling a delicate flower blooming amidst lush greenery, remarkably eye-catching. She possesses an exquisitely beautiful face, her skin as smooth and pale as snow, radiating a captivating sheen akin to mutton fat jade. Beneath her gently arched willow-like brows, her large, expressive eyes shimmer with an array of emotions. Even Jiang Chun, who is usually as calm as still water, finds himself momentarily captivated by her, his gaze lingering on her longer than intended. "Never mind, my friend. I intend to explore the demon forest on my own," Jiang Chun politely declines, his voice calm, yet imbued with determination. "Oh, but more friends mean more paths. We are all at the same early stage of core formation. The dangers within the demon forest are numerous and ever-present. It would be far too perilous to venture alone. How about we accompany each other? We can share any demon cores we find," the burly man continues, undeterred, his eyes filled with sincerity. "There's no need for further discussion. I must decline, my friend." With that, Jiang Chun lightly steps forward, taking to the winds and vanishing from the crowd's view, heading deeper into the forest. Ungrateful. The middle-aged man, taken aback by Jiang Chen's resolute refusal, feels a surge of irritation. His smile fades, replaced by a look of discontent and disdain. He then leads the remaining four towards the depths of the forest. It is now afternoon, and sunlight filters through the clouds onto the earth. However, the demon forest is shrouded in a veil of mist, giving it an ominous appearance from the outside. Every individual who steps into the enchanted forest seems to be devoured by the enigmatic mist, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Chapter 26. As Jiang Chun stepped into the demon forest, a dense mist enveloped him like ink, rendering the world before him a chaotic blur. His vision obscured, and each breath laden with dampness and oppression. He acted swiftly, murmuring incantations as he invoked a wind spell. In an instant, a powerful gust erupted from his center, swirling around him like an invisible giant, dispersing the fog within 100 feet. Simultaneously, he narrowed his gaze and unleashed his spirit sense, casting it out like an intangible net to meticulously probe the surroundings. Not long after, a violent tremor reverberated ahead, as if the very earth quaked beneath him. Jiang Chun lifted his eyes to behold a colossal creature charging towards him, a gargantuan gorilla, its every step sending dust soaring into the air. Its eyes, as large as water tanks, gleamed with a fierce light, and its fur stood erect like steel needles, shimmering with a metallic luster in the sunlight. Jiang Chun deftly leaped and perched upon a sturdy branch, retrieving the compendium of monsters from his robe and swiftly cross-referencing. It was a fifth-tier demon beast, the spirit ape. He murmured to himself, understanding that this creature's strength equated to that of a late-stage core formation cultivator. Slowly, he drew the storm blade from his back, an icy aura emanating from it. The spirit ape sensed the lethal threat and froze in place. Its massive form momentarily paralyzed as a flicker of fear seeped into its once ferocious gaze. Its forepaws scratched nervously at the ground, but it dared not advance. However, its hesitation was fleeting. In the next moment, Jiang Chun moved like a phantom, his figure a blur as the storm blade traced a graceful arc through the air, its brilliance flashing like lightning. As Jiang Chun landed deftly behind the spirit ape, he sheathed his blade, and tranquility returned. The spirit ape remained in its original stance, yet a smooth, mirror-like incision appeared at its neck. Then a torrent of hot blood erupted like a fountain, and its massive head tumbled to the ground with a resounding thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Turning around, Jiang Chun swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a peculiar light to emanate from his palms. The spirit ape's demon core gradually floated from its body and landed in Jiang Chen's grasp. This fifth-tier beast, seemingly formidable, had succumbed to the Stormblade with ease. Jiang Chun gazed at the softly glowing core in his hand and sighed, his eyes drifting to the vast carcass of the spirit ape, a sense of regret stirring within him. What a pity for this beast's soul, destined to be left here. He should have consulted Suyao beforehand about the crafting of soul banners for refining beast souls. After dispatching the spirit ape, Jiang Chun set forth again, his steps light, yet resolute, weaving through the dense underbrush like a nimble leopard. Not long after, he halted as a hissing sound reached his ears, revealing a gigantic viper coiled ominously in the grass ahead. The viper was entirely enveloped in a hard, obsidian-like hide, its triangular head held high as its forked tongue flicked in and out, exuding a more formidable presence than the previously encountered spirit ape. Jiang Chun remained composed, a flicker of sharpness igniting in his eyes as he slowly drew the storm blade, its cold gleam intertwining with the viper's gaze. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, his form akin to lightning, arriving before the viper in an instant. The storm blade, raised high and infused with tremendous force, descended with ferocity. A flash of cold light cut through the air, and the viper's head fell, the severed edge smooth and clean, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Jiang Chun expertly extracted the viper's demon core and gallbladder, carefully storing them in his pouch, knowing they would fetch a handsome price in the demon city. Suddenly, as he finished his task, a heart-wrenching female wail pierced the air from a distance, resonating with despair and terror. Jiang Chen's expression shifted, his senses sharpening as he investigated the source. It was the very team that had invited him to join them at the entrance, now ensnared in a life-and-death crisis. Their adversaries were 3 fifth-tier spirit leopards and a formidable raptor-like beast radiating a powerful aura. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, swiftly retrieving the compendium of demons from his pocket. And after a brief examination, he identified the creature as a 6th-tier beast, the Cloud Eagle, possessing the strength of an early nascent soul. At that moment, one member of the team lay dead, blood staining the surrounding grass. The remaining 4, including the strikingly beautiful female cultivator, were tattered and battered, on the brink of collapse, their eyes filled with fear and hopelessness. It was indeed unfortunate for them to encounter a 6th-tier beast so soon after entering. Jiang Chen mused inwardly about the captivating female cultivator, pondering capturing her to present to the demon general. The Cloud Eagle suddenly spoke, its voice sharp and grating, akin to metal scraping against metal. This revelation stunned Jiang Chen. He had never imagined a 6th-tier beast could articulate human speech. "Girl, which sect do you belong to? What's your name?" The Cloud Eagle inquired, its beak glistening with sharpness. "I am Li Wan of the Yin Tian sect. You should release us, or when my sister Li Mei arrives, you shall all perish." Despite her dire predicament, Li Wan's eyes sparkled with defiance as she shouted, "Li Mei, I haven't heard of her. Is she formidable?" The Cloud Eagle tilted its head, a hint of skepticism evident in its voice. Jiang Chen couldn't help but ponder this new revelation. Li Wan was the sister of Li Mei? No wonder she possessed such beauty. His thoughts raced, and a spark of cleverness flickered in his gaze. "Kill the others first," commanded the Cloud Eagle with a piercing shriek. Obeying the order, the 3 spirit leopards lunged at the remaining 3 members of the team like arrows released from a bow, their sharp claws and fangs tearing through flesh in an instant. The 3 fell lifelessly, blood and gore splattering the surrounding foliage. In the blink of an eye, only Li Wan remained. At that moment, the Cloud Eagle unfurled its enormous wings, unleashing a powerful gust of wind magic that sliced through the air toward Li Wan. With a sharp sound, the spell tore through her garments, revealing the delicate curves of her fair and supple figure. Her slender collarbones and graceful neck glimmered under the sunlight, creating a breathtaking sight. As she collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with helplessness and despair. Jiang Chen, initially reluctant to involve himself in the affairs of others, felt a pang of compassion upon realizing she was the sister of Li Mei. Suddenly, the 6th-tier demon beast, the Cloud Eagle, sensed a gentle breeze and narrowed its eyes in caution. In an astonishing turn of events, Li Wan vanished as if by magic. It was Jiang Chen, who had utilized his instantaneous movement to appear before her, swiftly lifting her into his arms and employing his wind step to escape into the distance. His actions seamless and completed in an instant. He understood that a 6th-tier demon beast was comparable to a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, possessing formidable strength. And under duress, he had no desire to confront it directly. Chapter 27. The City of Demonic Beasts. Li Wan felt a gentle breeze lift her, and in the next moment, she found herself naked and crashing into the embrace of a remarkably handsome young man. The trees and scenery around her whirled past like a fleeting slideshow, the wind howling in her ears, the speed dizzying. Time seemed to blur. Perhaps it was half an hour, or maybe an hour, before the striking young man gently set her down. "Thank you," Li Wan said, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. In a flurry, she rummaged through her storage bag for a light yellow gauze garment, hastily draping it over herself in an attempt to conceal her embarrassment. After running for so long, that Cloud Eagle should be unable to catch up. The young man did not respond to her gratitude. Instead, he closed his eyes, focusing intently as he used his spiritual awareness to carefully assess the situation behind them. After a moment, he spoke in a calm manner. "I am Jiang Chen. Ah, you are the one who defeated my sister in the exchange competition, the young master of the Hahuan sect, Jiang Chen?" A flicker of surprise and admiration shone in Li Wan's eyes, her voice involuntarily rising. "Oh, so you have heard of my tale," Jiang Chen replied, raising an eyebrow. a hint of astonishment gracing his features. Indeed, my sister mentioned that even with her magical transformation technique, she could not keep pace with your speed. No wonder you are so swift. Even six-tier demon beasts are but playthings in your hands. What shall we do next? Should I escort you back to Qinglou City? However, according to the map, it seems I have fled in the wrong direction. We are quite close to the city of demonic beasts now, essentially reaching the heart of the demon forest. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow in contemplation. Li Wan felt a bit lost as well, but inexplicably, as long as she remained by Jiang Chen's side, a sense of security enveloped her. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility. Vines from the ground, resembling venomous serpents, lashed out and ensnared Li Wan's ankles, swiftly dragging her downwards. She had no time to react, and even Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Upon hearing the scream, Jiang Chun swiftly drew his blade, the rainfall knife, and witnessed a massive plant erupting from the ground. It opened its gaping maw and extended its thick tendrils, pulling Li Wan in, poised to swallow her whole. It was a peak 5th-tier plant demon beast, the devouring flower. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chun wielded his knife with precision. A fierce blade of light slicing through the devouring flower's neck with tremendous force. In an instant, the tendrils slackened and fell limp, no longer moving. Li Wan appeared utterly disheveled, her face smeared with dirt. The freshly donned garment was now stained with blood and mud, her body marked with numerous wounds. Presenting a pitiful sight, Jiang Chun retrieved a nourishing essence pill, hastening to her side and roughly placing it into her mouth. MMM. Li Wan gasped slightly from the abruptness of his actions, swallowing the pill with effort, her gaze directed at Jiang Chun with a hint of reproach. You, just a moment ago, were so gentle while carrying me. How did you suddenly become so coarse? You can't just shove food into a girl's mouth like that. Li Wan's face flushed slightly as she playfully chided. Well, Jiang Chun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How about you take me to Qinglou City? Then I can spend some money to join one of the merchant caravans. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Wan suggested, have you ever been to Qinglou City? Jiang Chun looked at her with curiosity in his eyes. No, but I've heard it's similar to Qinglou City, where many human cultivators have settled. Though the management is in the hands of demon beasts, Li Wan explained earnestly. All right, as you wish. Also, could you lend me a set of your clothes? Mine have been worn to tatters. Upon finishing her request, her delicate face reddened again, and her voice unconsciously softened. Here you go. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun retrieved a set of clothing from his storage bag, a disciple's outfit from the Huanzong, and handed it to Li Wan. Moments latte. Li Wan had changed into Jiang Chun's attire. Although it was somewhat oversized, the Huanzong garments were designed to be quite airy, and on Li Wan, they appeared rather enchanting. I'm ready, Jiang Chun. Let us proceed to Qinglou City. As they hurried along, Jiang Chun and Li Wan maintained their pace, undeterred by the battles with demon beasts along the way. A few 5th-tier demon beasts, oblivious to their fate, leaped out, attempting to obstruct their path. Yet before Jiang Chun, their struggles were in vain. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, and the rainfall blade in his hand shimmered coldly. Each strike was executed with precision and swiftness. Where the blade flashed, demon heads fell, and Jiang Chun skillfully collected their demon cores, his movements fluid and practiced. Li Wan watched in astonishment. She had already recognized Jiang Chun's strength, but after witnessing these skirmishes, her assessment evolved completely. In her view, none below the nascent soul stage could rival Jiang Chun. Each of his swings was filled with power and confidence, and his agile figure and formidable aura stirred within her a sense of reliance. As dusk approached, the sunset bathed the earth in a golden glow, draping the world in a shimmering veil. At long last, Jiang Chun and Li Wan arrived at the gates of Qinglou City. The towering gates loomed majestically, guarded by 2 5th-tier demon beasts, bald vultures, clad in armor and wielding weapons. They stood imposingly at the entrance. To enter the city, present a Qinglou City jade, token, or 100 spirit stones, one of the bald vultures announced, its voice hoarse yet clear, leaving Jiang Chun astonished that such a 5th-tier beast could speak human language. Seeing the fierce demeanor of the bald vultures, Li Wan instinctively shrank closer to Jiang Chun, her heart racing with fear. Sensing her trepidation, Jiang Chun turned slightly, offering her a reassuring glance, and then cheerfully tossed out 200 spirit stones. After thoroughly inspecting the stones, the two bald vultures allowed them entry into the city. Once inside, Jiang Chun and Li Wan gazed around at the mysterious city. The streets were bustling, a vibrant mix of humans and demon beasts, alive with activity. A myriad of exquisite treasures adorned the stalls, with the sounds of haggling and lively banter echoing in the air. Jiang Chun and Li Wan navigated through the bustling crowd, arriving at a quaint establishment known as the Qinglou Inn. The innkeeper, a human, greeted them with a broad smile upon noticing their presence. "Esteemed guests, the hour is late. Would you care to stay?" His voice was warm and inviting. "Yes, we would like to book 2 rooms," Jiang Chun replied. "Alas, we have but 1 room available, a rather humble one, I must admit. Might you be a couple? If so, perhaps sharing a room would be more suitable," the innkeeper suggested, a hint of hesitation crossing his features. Before Jiang Chun could refute the notion, Li Wan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she interjected, "Let us take the single room." Then, with that, she cast her gaze downward, unable to meet Jiang Chun's eyes. Chapter 28. I desire to be your Zhao companion. As Jiang Chun and Li Wan entered the room, they were instantly captivated. This so-called number 1 room indeed lived up to its reputation. In the center stood an enormous white jade bed, its pristine and lustrous surface emanating a gentle glow. This jade bed was crafted from special spirit stones designed for meditation, exuding an extraordinary aura. No wonder it commanded 10 spirit stones for a single night. Jiang Chun mused to himself. This was his first experience sharing a room with a woman other than Suyao, and the subtle atmosphere, tinged with intimacy, stirred a ripple of emotions within him. "Li Wan, please rest for now. I'll take a stroll." Jiang Chun broke the slightly awkward silence, feeling the need to clear the air and alleviate the ambiguous tension. "Will you go? This Tianyao city is unfamiliar to you. What if you encounter danger? What would I do if something happened to you?" Li Wan's voice was soft and concerned, trailing off as if she were speaking to herself. "Do not worry. You have seen my speed," Jiang Chun replied with a faint smile, attempting to reassure her. "All right, just be careful," she cautioned. As Jiang Chun stepped out of the room, he exhaled deeply. Sharing the space with an enchanting stranger made him feel somewhat uneasy. He steadied his mind, used his spiritual perception to gauge his surroundings, and headed towards the treasure appraisal pavilion in Tianyao City. Inside the pavilion, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. The human attendants busily navigated between stalls, haggling with the cultivators who sought to trade. Upon seeing Jiang Chun enter, a staff member promptly approached him with enthusiasm. "Esteemed guest, are you looking to purchase something or perhaps exchange demon cores for spirit stones?" The attendant's face was beaming, eyes glinting with anticipation. "Do you have a beast soul banner or a demon soul banner?" Jiang Chun cut straight to the point, having long been preoccupied with acquiring a banner that could condense beast souls. To be honest, we do have one. It was pawned here 10 years ago by a cultivator, who, as rumors go, has since perished. It has remained in our possession ever since." The attendant's words brought a spark of joy to Jiang Chun's heart. He never expected to find it here. "Please bring it to me. Also, can these 25th tier demon beast cores be exchanged for that banner?" Jiang Chun inquired casually. "That should suffice. However, I still need to find you some spirit stones." The beast soul banner is primarily for extracting beast souls and is considerably less potent than the human soul banners. Manipulating beast souls is not as effortless as handling wandering souls, the attendant explained, quickly producing the beast soul banner. "The price is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and I'll offer you another 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for it." "Here are the stones and the banner," the shopkeeper said, handing over the yellow banner and spirit stones to Jiang Chun. "Is there anything else you require, young sir?" The attendant continued to inquire with unwavering enthusiasm. "Nothing else. Thank you very much," Jiang Chun said as he accepted the banner and stones, turning to exit the treasure appraisal pavilion. Upon returning to the Qinglou Inn, Jiang Chun gently pushed open the door and found Li Wan meditating quietly. Her delicate face flushed slightly, revealing the thoughts that had occupied her mind moments ago. Jiang Chun approached her quietly, gently pressing on the pulse at her sleeve, sensing the stagnation in her vital energy, likely a consequence of the day as fright and blood loss. At that moment, Li Wan opened her eyes, momentarily taken aback. You can still take pulses? Her voice carried a hint of surprise. Yes, I learned from the physician next door during my youth. You should take another blood-replenishing pill. Your vitality is quite poor. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss today, Jiang Chun remarked, retrieving a crimson pill, which he tenderly administered to Li Wan. Jiang Chun, how old are you? Li Wan Kidat. Her gaze filled with curiosity. 27 or 28? I can't quite recall. I am 35, so I should address you as junior brother. Li Wan's eyes widened slightly. Then she spoke softly. Call me whatever you wish. It matters not to me. Jiang Chun replied with a gentle smile, seemingly unbothered. Li Wan's expression turned subtle, and after a moment's hesitation, she summoned the courage to ask, Jiang Chun, do you have a partner? What is the matter? Jiang Chun looked at her with a puzzled expression. Gathering her courage, Li Wan took a deep breath and said, I wish to be your partner. Would you allow it? Her voice trembled slightly, filled with anticipation. Jiang Chun was taken aback by her direct confession. Li Wan, forget it. I do have a partner, and she has a rather pronounced inclination for violence. Jiang Chun stated plainly, wishing to dispel any illusions she might harbor. I could be a concubine. I told you, my partner has a penchant for killing. Do you not understand? Jiang Chun's brow furrowed as he patiently explained, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Li Wan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice breaking as she said, If you want to even let me be a concubine then I don't want to live. She clutched the hem of her garment tightly, as if the entire world had crumbled around her. Such trouble. If you wish to die, then go ahead. The six-tier beast, the Cloud Eagle, has been waiting for you outside. Jiang Chun's tone turned icy. His patience waiting for someone so naive. His words struck like daggers to Li Wan's heart. Li Wan felt as though struck by lightning. Unable to believe Jiang Chun's sudden, piercing remarks. She could never truly wish for death. It was but a fleeting test of her feelings. Woo-woo. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, tears streamed down her face as she buried her hands in her palms, sobbing uncontrollably, her shoulders shaking violently. How can you, as a senior sister, act like a little girl, crying so easily? Tomorrow at dawn, I shall find a merchant caravan to send you back to Lingwei City. Forget about the matter of partners. What is her name? Li Wan suddenly lifted her head, her eyes ablaze with defiance as she asked loudly. Who? Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Your partner, what is her name? Suyao. Very well, Suyao. I shall remember that. Divan Giritit Hertit. A complex glimmer flashing in her eyes, a gaze imbued with jealousy, resentment, and bitterness. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Chun retorted angrily. Chapter 29. Thunder Falcon. The following morning, Jiang Chun and Li Wan walked side by side out of the Yueli Inn. Jiang Chun contemplated swiftly locating the merchant convoy to ensure Li Wan's safe return to Lingwei City. However, the moment they stepped outside the inn, Jiang Chun's consciousness, like a taut string, suddenly quivered. A jolt of alarm surged within him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of unease, as if countless eyes were scrutinizing them from all directions, their gazes rife with malice. Caw! Caw! Not far away, several feathered guards huddled together, whispering urgently, producing a series of hurried and peculiar sounds. In an instant, their expressions turned ferocious, resembling famished beasts that had spotted their prey, as they unhesitatingly charged towards Jiang Chun and Li Wan. This is bad, Jiang Chun silently cursed, not pausing to ponder the situation. He swiftly reached out, gripping Li Wan's wrist firmly, as his internal energy erupted, enabling him to execute the wind step technique. The wind howled past their ears as their silhouettes flickered through the street, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. What is happening? Li Wan, startled by the sudden turn of events, turned pale, clutching Jiang Chun's hand tightly, her voice trembling. Who knows? Jiang Chun furrowed his brow, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings in search of the source of danger. Before long, they found refuge in a corner of the city. Jiang Chun knew he must conceal his identity, Without hesitation, he employed a transformation technique, altering the appearance of his eyes and ears to resemble those of a demon. Subsequently, he retrieved a straw hat from his storage pouch and gently placed it upon Li Wan's head. Once these actions were completed, he cautiously leaned out to observe the commotion around them. As they approached a wall, Jiang Qin's gaze was drawn to a wanted poster affixed to it. To his dismay, he and Li Wan's likenesses were prominently displayed, accompanied by a detailed description of their features, most likely the handiwork of that cloud eagle from the previous day. What shall we do, Li Wan? Do you not possess any disguise techniques? Jiang Qin inquired. I do not know how. Li Wan lowered her head, her voice barely audible, her face suffused with guilt. What a useless person. You cannot do anything yet dare to enter the demon forest. You. Li Wan lifted her head, tears shimmering in her eyes, wishing to retort but at a loss for words. Jiang Qin suppressed his rising irritation and led Li Wan to the merchant convoy's carriage. He addressed the convoy leader, asking, "How much for one person to return to Lingyue City?" 500 spirit stones. Is it you or her who is returning? The merchant leader scrutinized them, a hint of wariness in her eyes. Her. Remove the straw hat. We need to confirm she is neither a wanted criminal nor an abomination before we can take her with us. Otherwise, we cannot bear the consequences if something goes awry. The merchant leader stated, her tone leaving no room for debate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin's heart sank, as if doused with cold water. He remained silent, merely pulling Li Wan away from the scene. What a hassle. It seems there is no other way. I shall personally escort you back. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Qin spoke, his tone laced with exhaustion. I apologize for all the trouble I've caused you, Li Wan said, her voice tinged with guilt. Let's go. Jiang Qin sighed again, leading Li Wan toward the city wall. The city of Tianyao was shrouded in a restriction against flight, rendering it impossible to soar within its confines. Yet, Jiang Qin's physical prowess exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Without hesitation, he lifted Li Wan into his arms, propelled himself off the ground, and effortlessly vaulted over the wall. Soon after, they summoned their flying swords and sped toward the south. However, it seemed their location was still being tracked. Not long after their ascent, the sky darkened ominously, and a torrent of demonic clouds surged forth, resembling a colossal black curtain that enshrouded the heavens. A golden rock emerged slowly from the billowing clouds, accompanied by the cloud hawk from the previous day. Their eyes glinted with ferocity, akin to two blazing flames, brimming with lethal intent. Is that the girl you mentioned yesterday? The golden rock inquired, its voice resonating like a thunderous bell, imbued with an undeniable authority. Indeed, brother. Be cautious. This young lad is remarkably swift. I lost track of him yesterday, but with your presence today, he surely cannot escape. The cloud hawk replied obsequiously, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in its gaze. A wave of terror surged within Jiang Qin as he recognized the golden rock. It was a 6th-tier, mid-level demon beast, Thunder Rock. Just days prior, he had read about it in the Compendium of Beasts. To his dismay, this Thunder Rock was indeed the elder brother of the Cloud Hawk, and today, their prospects appeared dire. Hey kid, why aren't you running? Aren't you supposed to be fast? The Cloud Hawk taunted sharply, its voice piercing the air. Jiang Qin contemplated furiously, aware that they were oblivious to the existence of the sudden rainblade. Nevertheless, he had but one chance. He must seize the opportunity to strike down the Thunder Rock with a single blow, or they would surely perish here. You won't die so easily. The Thunder Rock warned threateningly. Jiang Qin's mind raced, and suddenly, his expression shifted to one of ingratiating cheerfulness. Ah, esteemed demon lords, you seek this young lady by my side, correct? I was bewitched yesterday, leading her away. What a coincidence. I was just about to return her to Lord Cloud Hawk. Rest assured, she remains untouched, her maidenhood intact. Both demon beasts, along with Li Wan, were taken aback by Jiang Qin's abrupt change in demeanor. They stood frozen, listening intently as he continued. Behold this charming young lady. Her flawless complexion and youth make her an exquisite elixir furnace. If you take her away, I implore you, spare my life. I am merely a humble hunter. I would never dare provoke Lord Cloud Hawk. Jiang Qin's voice dripped with flattery. You scoundrel, Li Wan exclaimed, a surge of despair and fury swelling within her as she realized Jiang Chun would stoop to selling her out for his own survival. Slap! In an abrupt motion, Jiang Chun struck Li Wan across the face, silencing her mid-sentence. A vivid red imprint of his hand instantly appeared on her cheek, and tears streamed down her face as she gazed at Jiang Chun in disbelief. From now on, you shall serve as the furnace for the two esteemed demons. So behave yourself, Jiang Chun declared menacingly, though a subtle glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. Chapter 30. Breakthrough. Li Wan clutched her burning cheeks, sobbing uncontrollably. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Chun, as if she had never recognized the person before her. Yet, Jiang Chun seemed utterly unfazed by Li Wan's reaction, leading her directly towards Lei Peng and Yuning with a broad grin. Esteemed gentlemen, I present this individual to you. Kindly spare my life. My entire family awaits my return for dinner. I swear, I shall promptly return to the Zhao kingdom and never dare to set foot in this demon forest again. Is that agreeable? Lei Peng and Yuning were thoroughly amused by Jiang Chen's antics, and after a hearty laugh, Lei Peng disdainfully remarked, "You little brat, you should be doomed to a fate worse than death, yet you show some wit. I shall grant you a swift end." With that, he raised his paw and lightly tapped the air, instantly summoning tumultuous dark clouds in the sky, as a formidable bolt of lightning descended like a silver serpent, crashing towards Jiang Chun. However, in the next heartbeat, Jiang Chen's expression shifted to one of cold determination, and he swiftly drew the sudden rain blade. After playing this charade for so long, he had awaited this very opportunity to approach Lei Peng. The ebony blade seemed to sense its master's intense focus, emitting a resonant hum, transcendent level. The moment Lei Peng beheld the sudden rain blade, his eyes widened in terror, exclaiming in fear. Yet, Jiang Chun would not allow him the chance to articulate the word artifact. At that instant, a sudden clarity surged within him, tendrils of thunderous power coiling around his grip. As the tempestuous winds coalesced into the blade in his palm, with a swift motion, he struck. The blade glimmered, and a smooth, mirror-like incision appeared at Lei Peng's neck, followed by the slow, inevitable descent of its massive head, blood erupting like a fountain moments later. Simultaneously, Li Wan was not idle. She swiftly formed seals with her hands, casting a series of prohibitions, channeling the quintessence of elemental magic to its utmost limits, exerting all her strength to create a firewall that separated her from Yuning. After severing Lei Peng's head, Jiang Chun quickly summoned the Bee-Soul Banner, beginning to extract Lei Peng's soul. He understood well that, given the formidable regenerative abilities of a sixth-tier beast, if he did not act swiftly, Lei Peng would soon recover completely. Brother, Yuning, witnessing this scene, let out a mournful cry, its voice brimming with fury. It glared at Jiang Chun with eyes that seemed ready to ignite. Jiang Chun chuckled coldly, brandishing the sudden rain blade as he faced Yuning from a distance. Despite the fact that the previous strike had drained a significant portion of his spiritual energy, leaving his vitality waning, he knew he must maintain his momentum. Otherwise, death would be inevitable. With a clang, Jiang Chun unleashed his strength, delivering a powerful blow to Yun Ying's talons. Were it not for the element of surprise, confronting this sixth-tier beast head-on would have left him feeling utterly powerless. The ensuing clash of blade and claw resonated with a cacophony that pounded against the eardrums. As the battle wore on, Jiang Chen's spiritual energy and stamina dwindled, while Yun Ying, driven by a desire for vengeance, consumed its very soul in a frenzied assault against Jiang Chun. Sizzle. At the opportune moment, Jiang Chun struck the leg of the cloud eagle with a swift blade, causing blood to flow profusely. Seizing the instant when the creature recoiled in pain, he swiftly lifted Li Wan in his arms and turned to flee once more. Jiang Chun, perhaps you should leave me here and escape on your own. Li Wan sobbed, her voice tinged with desperation. Silence. Are you foolish? Jiang Chun exclaimed in frustration, his irritation mounting due to Li Wan's tearful wails, compelling her to immediately hush, not daring to utter another sound. In the sky, Jiang Chun transformed into a comet-like streak of white light, racing southward with great speed. Before long, They had evaded the eagle's awareness, reaching a place of safety. As they fled, Jiang Chen's form darted like lightning through the mountains and forests. Eventually, they arrive at the base of a majestic waterfall, cascading down like the Milky Way in reverse. With keen eyes, Jiang Chen spotted a deep stone cave hidden behind the waterfall, and without hesitation, he swiftly guided Li Wan into its depths. The naturally formed water curtain acted as an impenetrable barrier, effectively concealing their scents. Once inside the cave, Jiang Chen promptly retrieved a nourishing elixir from his storage pouch and consumed it. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to meditate, focusing on his breathing. The recent harrowing trials of life and death had granted him profound insights into his swordsmanship. The blade's shadow danced like the wind, entwined with the spirit of the breeze. In the tranquility, he sought the path, delving into the ethereal realm. Jiang Chen murmured the incantations of a wind demon sword technique, and with each recitation, a mysterious energy flowed within him. He continuously absorbed the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, immersing himself in this wondrous comprehension. Time slipped by unnoticed in the serene stillness, and before they realized it, Jiang Chen and Li Wan had remained behind the waterfall for a full 2 months. During this time, Jiang Chen eagerly absorbed the spiritual energy, wholeheartedly grasping new realms of understanding. Meanwhile, Li Wan had fully healed from her injuries. Each day, she quietly sat beside him, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at Jiang Chen with a look of deep infatuation in her eyes. At last, Jiang Chen's aura surged like a tidal wave, radiating brilliance. He had successfully broken through to the mid-stage of the core formation. The overwhelming waves of spiritual energy seemed to herald the birth of a new powerhouse. Jiang Chen, you have broken through. Li Wan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy and excitement, her melodic voice echoing in the cave, shattering the prolonged silence. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glimmer passing through them as he responded softly. That's wonderful, Li Wan said, her lips curving into a charming smile. How long have we been here? Jiang Chen inquired, rising to stretch his limbs. It has been 2 months, Li Wan replied dreamily, a hint of reluctance in her gaze. Over these 2 months, as she watched Jiang Chen diligently cultivate, her feelings had taken root and blossomed. She even fantasized that if they could remain here indefinitely, it would be perfectly fine. All right, I shall escort you back, and then I will return to claim the head of that cloud eagle. Jiang Chen's expression was frigid, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Li Wan, having been rescued by Jiang Chen on numerous occasions, had now developed a profound affection for him. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's intention to escort her home, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Perhaps you could refrain from taking me back and allow me to accompany you instead. With flushed ears, Li Wan's voice was barely a whisper. She cast her gaze downward, unable to meet Jiang Chen's eyes, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Chapter 31. The cat, no, you are too weak. Following me would only hinder my progress. Jiang Chen's words fell like a chilling bucket of water, extinguishing Li Wan's dramas entirely. She ultimately discerned the harsh reality, lowering her head in silence, her eyes brimming with disappointment. After a while, Jiang Chen returned to Lingwei City with Li Wan. Standing at the city gate, he glanced at her and said coolly, I am leaving. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. With that, he turned and departed. Jiang Chen, Li Wan's lips trembled slightly as she attempted to utter those words, but in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen vanished like a fleeting breeze, leaving only a blurred silhouette behind. I will seek you out at Hewanzong, she whispered the latter part of her sentence, her voice carried away by the wind. Yet it was imbued with profound affection and determination. Once again stepping into the demon forest, Jiang Chen resembled a demon returning from the abyss, exuding an aura that instilled dread. Armed with a sudden rain blade, each of his steps radiated murderous intent. The 5th-tier demon beasts he encountered met their demise beneath his blade, swiftly slain and their souls extracted. Whether the world is indeed small or merely a twist of fate. At this moment, a 6th-tier beast, the Cloud Eagle, led the Spirit Leopard squad as they ruthlessly hunted passing cultivators. Their laughter echoed through the mountains, laden with cruelty. This time, Jiang Chun stealthily approached the cloud eagle like a specter, moving soundlessly through the wind. In an instant, he surged forth, his sudden rain blade slicing through the air like lightning, and with a flash, the head fell to the ground. The searing blood from the severed neck splattered onto the dark soil, strikingly vivid. Without delay, Jiang Chun summoned the Besoul banner, strands of black thread billowing forth like smoke, ensnaring the cloud eagle's soul. The three spirit leopards, witnessing their leader's swift demise, abandoned all caution and fled, disappearing into the thicket in an instant. In a blink, only a group of bewildered humans remained. "Young hero, thank you." Someone from the crowd finally reacted, expressing gratitude. Yet, Jiang Chun paid them no mind, turning to continue his journey toward Tianyao City. His elegant white figure resembled a shooting star, indelibly etched in the minds of those who witnessed it. Upon arriving at Tianyao City, Jiang Chun employed the wind demon technique to alter his appearance. His ears became pointed, and his pupils transformed into slits, making him resemble a cat. This time, he intended to infiltrate the inner workings of Tianyao City disguised as a demon. "Who are you, young one?" The commanding officer of the city guards, a six-tier beast known as the water crocodile, obstructed Jiang Chun's path, his gaze filled with suspicion. "I am a fifth-tier demon beast, a cat demon, who has cultivated in this demon forest for 8 centuries. Jiang Chun replied unhurriedly, his tone laced with a hint of respect. "A cat demon? You bear quite a resemblance to a human. Is it truly possible to be so close to humanity after just 8 centuries of cultivation?" The water crocodile scrutinized Jiang Chun, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. "Indeed, brother crocodile, I wish to enlist. I hope you might assist me in this endeavor." As Jiang Chun spoke, he discreetly handed a bag of spiritual stones to the water crocodile. Upon seeing the stones in his hands, the water crocodile's heart swelled with joy, and his previous wariness diminished considerably. Well said, well said. It seems you possess some discernment. Henceforth, you shall accompany me. I am the 3rd commander under the leadership of the demon general, and you will henceforth serve as my guard. Is that agreeable? Splendid. Thank you, brother crocodile. Jiang Chun hastily expressed his gratitude, his face displaying a semblance of astonishment. "What is your name?" The water crocodile casually inquired. "I'm called Amao. Come along, Amao." The water crocodile waved his large hand. "Where to, brother crocodile?" "To drink. I have just taken you on as my little brother, and naturally, we must celebrate lavishly. It shall be on your account, to the Spring Fragrance Pavilion." "Ha ha!" The water crocodile laughed heartily, transforming into human form, although his face retained a fearsome, gaping maw that was quite intimidating. Jiang Chun followed him to the Spring Fragrance Pavilion. The establishment was abuzz with activity, featuring not only beautiful human maidens, but also enchanting fox and cat demonesses. Their graceful figures and melodious laughter imbued the entire venue with an intoxicating atmosphere. "Oh dear, 2 esteemed gentlemen of the demon realm, your presence truly elevates our Spring Fragrance Pavilion." The matron hurriedly approached, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. "Find me a beautiful fox lady, and as for my little brother, let him choose for himself." "Very well then, ladies, come forth to entertain." The matron called out with a sharp voice. Jiang Chun secretly chuckled. His initial intention had been to uncover the secrets of the higher echelons of the celestial demon city. Yet he found himself accompanying the water crocodile to a brothel. Nevertheless, he resolved to make the best of the situation. Before long, a row of maidens stood behind the matron. Each possessed a unique beauty. Some fox maidens flaunted their fluffy tails, appearing playful and charming. Some cat maidens exuded grace, their eyes glimmering with allure, while the human maidens radiated a gentle elegance. The water crocodile boldly approached a stunning fox maiden clad in red, pulling her into his embrace with a satisfied grin. "Amao, you may choose for yourself." He turned to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun's gaze fell upon a human maiden standing aside. She was breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a flower swaying in a tempest, evoking a sense of tenderness. "Ah, Master Cat has exquisite taste. He is the most celebrated courtesan here." The matron quickly praised. Qinghe? A lovely name, Jiang Chun remarked with a slight smile, his eyes lingering on her. He reached out and gently grasped Qinghe's wrist, giving a gentle tug. The girl trembled delicately, as if devoid of bones, and gracefully sank into Jiang Chen's embrace, ultimately settling gently onto his lap. Her hair brushed against his cheek, carrying a faint, enchanting fragrance. Your face is truly lovely, Qinghe. How long have you been here? Jiang Chun inquired softly, his voice deep and tender. I have been in Celestial Demon City for over a year. Qinghe lowered her gaze, her voice soft and imbued with a hint of timidity. Jiang Chun meticulously observed her expression, keenly sensing the sorrow and disappointment concealed deep within her eyes. A gentle sigh escaped his heart as he pondered that this young woman, too, must have been coerced by others to find herself in this bustling district of pleasure, living a life devoid of autonomy. Come, my dear brother Mao Mao, let us drink. At that moment, Shui Ayu, with great delight, embraced a beauty from the Fox clan, raising his wine cup and loudly beckoning Jiang Chun. Cheers! Chapter 32. The seventh order demon Beast the Night was filled with melodious tunes, and the intoxicating aroma of wine permeated every corner of the spring fragrance pavilion. The crocodile had long succumbed to the effects of alcohol, his gaze hazy and his steps unsteady. He held tightly to the waist of a beautiful Fox clan maiden, swaying as he stumbled back to his room, resembling someone who embraced the entire world. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had also indulged in ample drink. His cheeks flushed and his senses clouded. With Qinghe's gentle support, he navigated his way back to his chamber, each step a bit wobbly. Qinghe moved with the grace of a willow swaying in the breeze, her delicate hand resting lightly on Jiang Chen's arm, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Once back in the room, Jiang Chun stumbled and fell onto the bed. However, this tumble seemed to awaken his mind considerably. He steadied himself, sitting cross-legged on the bed, and began to slowly circulate his spiritual energy to dispel the lingering effects of the alcohol. Why is Cat Master meditating at this hour? He stood nearby, her eyes filled with curiosity, her voice soft as a whisper. What is the matter? Jiang Chun slightly opened his eyes, glancing at her as he inquired. Have you not heard the saying, a moment in the spring night is worth 1,000 gold? He replied, a blush rising on her cheeks. As she spoke, her hands gracefully lifted, unfastening her garments, which drifted down like gossamer petals, revealing her curvaceous form. Her fair skin glimmered softly in the candlelight, captivating Jiang Chun's heart. Yet, as he gazed at Qinghe, he uttered a baffling command. Leave now, and do not allow anyone into my room, including yourself. Cat Master, you. Qinghe was taken aback, her eyes filled with confusion and hurt. Get out. Do not force me to harm you. Jiang Chun suddenly raised his voice, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Very well, I shall take my leave. Qinghe, startled by Jiang Chen's fierce demeanor, shivered slightly. She hurriedly picked up her scattered clothes, hastily dressing, and then, sobbing, exited the room, returning to her own quarters. The next morning, sunlight poured into the streets and alleys of Tianyao City. The crocodile emerged from the spring fragrance pavilion, a look of satisfaction on his face as he accompanied Jiang Chun. His steps were light, and a hint of pride flickered in his eyes. Ah, Mao, did you have a delightful time yesterday? The crocodile's gaze was teasing, clearly inquiring whether he found pleasure in the company of the girl named Qinghe. Quite satisfactory. That girl is quite skilled. Jiang Chun smiled subtly, responding with a hint of discretion. I shall have a taste another day. However, I must admit, I do not fancy human maidens. The crocodile laughed heartily, his mirth echoing down the street. Brother Crocodile, shouldn't we gather at the palace this morning? Jiang Chun suddenly asked. Indeed, come with me. The crocodile patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder, affirming his invitation. Very well. Jiang Chun nodded, following the crocodile toward the central government office of Tianyao City. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the office. The guard stationed there were all of the feathered race. Upon seeing the crocodile, they immediately bowed respectfully and opened the grand doors. Brother, how impressive. The guards salute you with such reverence. Jiang Chun remarked with a smile. Indeed, even without your acknowledgement, I have already attained the intermediate level of the 6th tier. Naturally, These lesser beings must understand the rules, the crocodile proclaimed with pride. Pray tell, our esteemed lord of Tianyao City, what tier do you belong to? Jiang Chun feigned curiosity as he inquired. You do not know this? The Black Bear Chief is a 7th-tier demon general, equivalent to a human cultivator at the transformation stage, the crocodile elucidated. Oh, Jiang Chun nodded, contemplating inwardly the transformation stage. How formidable. Accompanied by the crocodile, they traversed through the government office for some time, ultimately arriving at the inner hall. Besides the crocodile, there were 7 or 8 other 6th-tier demon beasts. Some brought their subordinates, who followed closely behind, cautious in their demeanor. Others arrived alone, exuding a sense of aloofness. The Black Bear Chief has arrived. Kneel. At the sound of a commanding shout, everyone promptly knelt down. Jiang Chun followed suit, but discreetly surveyed his surroundings. He beheld a living, middle-aged man slowly entering the center of the grand hall. His skin was somewhat dark, and a hint of displeasure adorned his face. He scanned the crowd and spoke. My subordinate, Lei Peng, an eagle hunter, have been slain by an unknown assailant. You all should exercise caution lately, especially avoiding close proximity to strangers, as it is said that this individual is exceedingly treacherous and cruel, capable of soul extraction and demon refinement. We understand. The crowd replied in unison. Jiang Chun mused inwardly. This 7th-tier demon beast can completely transform into human form. It is truly remarkable. Well then, if there is nothing else, you may disperse. In any case, be vigilant. Times are rather unsettled. The Black Bear Chief surveyed the crowd with authority, his voice deep yet resonant, echoing throughout the hall. Understood. The crowd responded in unison, their voices harmonious and loud, bowing their heads, not daring to meet the gaze of the Black Chief. As a tense atmosphere enveloped the air. Oh, Crocodile, is this your newly acquired feline subordinate? He appears quite spirited. What is his name? The Black Bear Chief's gaze suddenly fell upon Jiang Chun, his eyes sharp and piercing, seemingly penetrating Jiang Chun's disguise in an instant. Oh, Brother Black, this is my newly recruited subordinate from the other day, named Amao. The crocodile promptly stepped forward, responding respectfully, his tone laced with a touch of flattery. Amao pays his respects to the Black Chief. Jiang Chun stifled the tension within, stepping forward to kneel and bow his head. However, the moment the Black Bear Chief's gaze bore down upon him, he felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, as if he had been cast into an ice cellar, causing his blood to almost congeal, and he could not help but shiver inwardly. Chapter 33. Qinglou Anle. Is it? Your shape-shifting technique has improved remarkably. Very well, you may all leave now. Jiang Chun felt a sudden tightening in his chest, followed by a long, silent exhalation as the tension in his body dissipated instantly. He exited the grand hall alongside the water crocodiles. He thought to himself, this 7th-tier beast is truly terrifying. If my true nature were to be discovered, my demise would be inevitable. Remaining here for too long will surely lead to my exposure. It is best to return to the He Huan Zone in the Zhao kingdom. After a moment of hesitation, he turned and hurried towards Qinglou's chamber in Qinglou Anle Pavilion. Qinglou was seated at her table when she was startled by the noise. Upon closer inspection, she exclaimed, "You are..." "Amo." "Silence. I am merely here to ask you one question. Do you wish to return to Lingwest City? I can take you with me," Jiang Chun said in a lowered voice, his gaze imbued with undeniable resolve. Qinglou hesitated for a moment, then summoned her courage to meet Jiang Chun's gaze, replying, "My home is in the capital of Zhao Kingdom. I wish to go home." Jiang Chun could not help but smile wryly. He had not anticipated encountering a fellow townsfolk in such a place. He stepped forward, lifted Qinglou into his arms, and leaped out of the heavenly demon city. He then activated his wind step and soared rapidly above the forest. As they flew, Jiang Chun's demonic form gradually receded, revealing his true visage. Qinglou gazed at his face in confusion, exclaiming, "So, you are not a demon, you are human." "Indeed, and I, too, hail from the capital of Zhao Kingdom," he replied. "Is that truly the case?" "We are, fellow townsfolk." Qinglou's eyes sparkled with delight. "I once worked as a server in an inn. What about you?" Jiang Chun asked, feeling a sense of joy in conversing with someone from his homeland. "An inn, you say? I have visited one. I used to perform at the theater in the Eastern City. Qinghe reminisced, a hint of nostalgia gracing her features. How old are you this year, Qinghe? Jiang Chen inquired. I am 20, Qinghe replied softly. Such a young child. Did you ever hear of Suyao, the courtesan of Anle Pavilion, 10 years ago? Jiang Chen teased with a smile. Qinghe, unfazed by being called a child, pondered for a moment before responding. Suyao? I have indeed heard of her. She was quite the sensation in the capital a decade ago. However, she mysteriously vanished afterward. Could it be that Suyao is your wife? Qinghe asked curiously. You are remarkably astute. Little girl, Jiang Chen chuckled, nodding in affirmation. Are you still in the capital? You must not be anymore, given that you are now a cultivator, Qinghe asked. We are currently at the Hehuan zone. Being a cultivator is wonderful. We can enjoy a longer lifespan, unlike us mortal women, who often appear aged by 20, Qinghe remarked wistfully. The cruelty of the cultivation world is unparalleled. A moment's inattention could cost one their life, Jiang Chen gently reassured her. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Chen had already brought Qinghe to the outskirts of the demon forest. At this moment, the dense and treacherous demon forest gradually faded into the background, revealing an expansive vista ahead, with the outline of Lingyue City faintly discernible. What is your name, benefactor? Qinghe inquired, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. Throughout their journey, Jiang Chen's steadfastness had instilled a sense of trust within her, and she could not help but wish to learn more about the person who had led her out of her tribulations. Jiang Chen, he replied simply, his voice deep yet clear. Jiang Chen, brother, Qinghe giggled sweetly, affectionately calling out to him. My wife, Suyao, also likes to call me that. Upon hearing this endearment, Jiang Chen's mind involuntarily conjured the image of Suyao, and a gentle smile graced his lips. Brother Jiang Chen, can I become a cultivator? Please help me. Or perhaps you could take me back to Hehuan's sect, instead of returning to the capital. Qinghe suddenly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with hope and desire. Fixed intently on Jiang Chen, throughout their journey, she had witnessed the formidable and wondrous nature of cultivators, and her heart was now filled with an ardent longing for the realm of cultivation. Jiang Chen, upon hearing her words, halted his steps. He extended a hand, gently resting it upon Qinghe's forehead, and a gentle azure light emanated from his palm, warm and soothing. The luminescence danced around her, meticulously probing her spiritual roots. You possess dual fire and with spiritual roots. Quite commendable, Jiang Chen remarked as he withdrew his hand, a glimmer of approval evident in his gaze. Is that true? Quite commendable, Qinghe exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend that she harbored the potential to become a cultivator. Indeed, but you must be resolute. If you truly wish to pursue cultivation, you must sever your ties to the mundane world. I will take you back to Hehuan's sect, Jiang Chen stated earnestly, his tone serious and solemn. I have made up my mind. Although my father is still at home, being a cultivator doesn't mean I can't visit my family, right? Qinghe replied resolutely, determination shining in her eyes. Naturally, you can. Chapter 34. Homecoming 3 days later. Jiang Chen, accompanied by Qinghe, finally returned to the Hehuan sect. The sect, appearing like an ethereal realm amidst the swirling mists, now unveiled itself in all its solemnity and mystery. Welcome back, young master. The vigilant guards at the mountain gates swiftly spotted Jiang Chen and performed a synchronized salute, their voices resonating with vigor and enthusiasm, echoing through the mountains. Oh, brother Jiang Chen, you are indeed the young master, Qinghe exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment and envy. Take this young lady to see Elder Chen Yin, so that she may be properly admitted into the sect, Jiang Chen stated calmly, his tone steady. At your command. The guards responded in unison. Subsequently, a disciple approached respectfully, gesturing for Qinghe to follow. Glancing back 3 times, her eyes brimmed with reluctance and affection. She lightly bit her lip, as if attempting to etch Jiang Chen's image into her memory, before she slowly turned and followed the disciple, gradually disappearing around the corner of the mountain gate. Jiang Chen's steps were urgent yet resolute as he made his way directly to the alchemy room. Along the path, images of Suyao continually surfaced in his mind. At last, he arrived at the alchemy chamber. Through the partially open door, he beheld the figure he yearned for. Suyao was wholly absorbed in controlling the flames. Her expression focused and engaged, the lively flames dancing at her fingertips. Unconsciously, Jiangchun slowed his pace, cautious not to disturb this tranquility and concentration. He stood quietly outside the door, his gaze softening as it fell upon Suyao, his heart brimming with tenderness. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to first visit his master, Su Qing. Ah, Chen, you have returned. The demon forest was fraught with peril, and I was consumed with worry. Fearing for your safety, Su Qing exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Chun, her concern instantly transforming into boundless joy and care. She hurried forward, gently grasping his arms, examining him up and down as if to ensure he was indeed unharmed. Do not fret, master, see, I am perfectly well, Jiang Chun reassured her with a smile, lightly patting her hand. It is good to have you back, and I see you have made significant progress in your cultivation. Having reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, I am truly delighted for you, Su Qing said, her gaze filled with pride and approval, her lips curving into a smile. Indeed, though I faced numerous dangers in the demon forest, these experiences have led to profound insights and, by fortunate coincidence, an elevation in my cultivation, Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly. During this time, Suyao has also made remarkable progress. She can now effortlessly concoct fourth-grade spirit pills, a skill rare to find in the entirety of the Zhao kingdom. Su Qing spoke with pride, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Speaking of which, I have yet to greet her properly. Master, I shall go see her now, Jiang Chun said eagerly. Go on, you young ones have much to discuss. Su Qing replied with a gentle smile, waving her hand lightly. When Jiang Chun returned to the alchemy room, Suyao had already concluded her pill refining. She furrowed her brow slightly, her small lips pouting just enough to convey a hint of displeasure, rendering her utterly endearing. A subtle smile graced Jiang Chen's lips as a mischievous thought bubbled up within him. He stealthily approached Suyao from behind, suddenly enveloping her in a tight embrace. Rogue, scoundrel, you vanished for such a long time and returned with a girl, I hear, she exclaimed, startled by the unexpected gesture. Once she recognized him, she playfully chided, her voice laced with a touch of complaint and affection. My, how swiftly news travels, Jiang Chun teased, gently nuzzling her hair with his chin. Now, who is this girl? If you don't tell me, I'll find a way to deal with her. Suyao feigned anger, gripping Jiang Chen's arm tightly, though her eyes betrayed a hint of jealousy. You, with your violent tendencies. That girl is a fellow townsfolk from our capital, Zhao. She was all alone in the city of the demon tribe, and seeing her plight, I decided to bring her back. She inquired about becoming cultivator, and after assessing her, I found her to possess dual wood and fire spiritual roots with decent aptitude. I thought we could train her in our Hehuan sect, Jiang Chun patiently explained, caressing the back of Suyao's hand as he spoke. I suppose I'll let it slide since she is from our hometown. But had she been anyone else, I would have dealt with her most harshly, Suyao declared, though her body instinctively relaxed against Jiang Chen's embrace. Tianyi, I heard you ventured deep into the demon forest to Tianyao City. Was it perilous? Indeed, it was somewhat dangerous. The sight of that transformation-level beast sent chills through me, as if I had plunged into an icy abyss. However, look at me now returned safely. Jiang Chun reassured her gently. Then, she slowly wrapped her arms around his neck, rising on her toes to plant a soft kiss on his earlobe. Did you miss me during your long absence? Suyao's voice was soft and sweet, like a gentle spring breeze. If I didn't miss you, would I have hurried back to see you? Jiang Chun replied, playfully brushing his fingers against her nose, his gaze filled with tenderness. I missed you dearly, she confessed, her slick tongue tracing lightly along his ear, causing his heart to race. Little vixen, just wait until I sort you out. Jiang Chun laughed, pulling her close as they both sank into their intimate world within the fragrant alchemy chamber, where soon soft breaths echoed gently around them. Chapter 35. Mischief unbeknownst to her. 3 months had swiftly elapsed. On this seemingly ordinary day, Suyao encountered a pivotal moment in her cultivation journey. She had reached a bottleneck in her quest to attain the core formation stage. Resolutely, she chose to enter seclusion. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was reveling in a quiet, elegant chamber with Zhang Hu, the rich aroma of wine enveloping them as their laughter and banter echoed through the air. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists in salute, urgency evident in his tone. "Young master, there are visitors from the Yuntian sect." The name Yuntian sect startled Jiang Chun, and the visage of Li Wan immediately surfaced in his mind. He pondered, could it be her? Fortunately, Suyao was currently in seclusion. Should their paths cross, it would undoubtedly lead to a myriad of complications. He set his wine cup down, straightened his attire, and hastened toward the main hall. As he stepped into the hall, his gaze was instantly captivated by two women. One wore a flowing yellow veil, the diaphanous fabric fluttering gently in the breeze. The other donned a green silk dress, her form ethereal and sprite-like, as fresh and lively as a woodland fairy. Although their appearances differed, both exuded a unique allure that rivaled even the renowned beauties of the Hehuan sect. A subtle smile graced Jiang Chen's lips as he remarked, "Ah, what celestial breeze has brought forth two enchanting beauties from the Yuntian sect to our humble abode? Jiang Chun, ever since my sister parted ways with you, she has been consumed by thoughts of you, neglecting her meals and rest. How do you intend to address this matter?" Li Mei, forthright in nature, wasted no time in laying bare the issue upon Jiang Chen's arrival. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow slightly, turning to Li Wan and responding with earnest gravity. "Li Wan, I have made it abundantly clear before. My wife, Suyao, possesses a fierce temperament and a propensity for violence. She is currently in seclusion, striving for the core formation stage. Should she learn of your visit and misunderstand your intentions, I fear you may find it exceedingly difficult to leave unscathed." Jiang Chun, we spent several months together in the demon forest. Do you truly harbor no feelings for me? Not even a flicker of affection? Li Wan's eyes glistened with tears, her voice trembling with hope. "None," Jiang Chun replied succinctly and decisively, his tone imbued with an unyielding certainty that brooked no argument. "Woo, woo!" Unable to restrain her emotions, Li Wan burst into tears before the assembly. "How dare you toy with my sister's feelings, Jiang Chun?" Li Mei seethed, incensed by her sister's distress. Ignoring the fact that they were on Hehuan sect's territory, she swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations in an attempt to summon a sword array to confront Jiang Chun. However, before her actions could come to fruition, Jiang Chun appeared before her in an instant, delivering a swift kick that sent her crashing to the ground. "Am I toying with your sister's feelings? I have repeatedly risked my life to save your sister. She is well aware of these incidents, so you might as well inquire with her." Jiang Chun furrowed his brow, his expression laden with helplessness. Li Mei, wincing in pain, rose from the ground and glanced at Li Wan, her eyes betraying a hint of inquiry. Li Wan, with her brows tightly knitted, hesitated momentarily before softly responding. "He has saved me twice, perhaps thrice. You should leave quickly. Suyao could emerge at any moment. If she sees you here, especially you, Li Wan, escaping will not be so simple," Jiang Chen urged. However, scarcely had Jiang Chen's words faded when a thunderous roar erupted from the alchemy chamber, followed by a powerful and overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, sweeping through the hall like a tumultuous tide, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. Suyao has successfully formed her core. In the next instant, Suyao appeared in the grand hall like a streak of light. Her gaze was sharp and icy, instantly locking onto Li Wan and Li Mei, a slight smirk of mockery gracing her lips. "Oh, where did this little vixen come from? Daring to come to our Hehuan sect to seduce my husband? You are the true vixen. Just look at your seductive demeanor," Li Wan retorted defiantly, her heart already heavy from Jiang Chen's rejection, now further stung by Suyao's insult. Jiang Chun pondered inwardly, feeling that the situation had spiraled beyond repair. He discreetly invoked the wind spell, attempting to leverage the wind's force to send Li Wan and Li Mei away, thus averting an escalation of conflict. "Stop! I must inquire what you two have been up to in the demon forest," Suyao exclaimed, drawing her sword and smashing the corner of the table with a resounding thud. "You tell me, Li Wan, what exactly transpired between us in the demon forest? You had better clarify." Jiang Chun frowned, his tone irritable. "We once shared the same room and spent several months together in a cave behind a waterfall. Li Wan bit her lip, a spark of defiance flickering in her eyes. Are you tired of living and deliberately causing a ruckus here? Jiang Chun snapped in anger. Ah, I see. Li family sister, you harbor feelings for my Jiang Chun, do you not? Suyao regarded Li Wan coldly, her eyes brimming with provocation. Indeed, Li Van Ruplia. Her response navi. Li Mei, as the elder sister, you not only fail to dissuade your sister, but also indulge her antics here? Jiang Chun remarked, his gaze filled with exasperation. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Li Mei reflected on the situation and realized that indeed, her sister was being unreasonable. Her face flushed slightly as she lowered her head, unsure of what to say. Just then, Suyao suddenly struck. In a flash, she darted towards Li Wan like a bolt of lightning, incantations spilling from her lips as an ice spear shot forth like an arrow aimed at Li Wan. In swift succession, she wielded her sword, aiming a deadly strike at Li Wan's legs. Having entered the core formation stage, Suyao's speed was astounding, leaving Jiang Chen no time to react. Snap! Ah! Li Wan let out a piercing scream, despite her frantic efforts to wield her magical powers in defense. The sharp edge of the sword effortlessly penetrated her protection. Her severed limbs sprayed blood, instantly staining the floor of the Grand Hall, while the metallic scent of blood permeated the air. Chapter 36. Revisiting Ma Liang Li Wan, considering the bond you once shared with my husband during times of peril. I shall grant you a temporary reprieve today. However, let it not elude your understanding. Should you utter another word, my next strike shall surely sever your head. Li Wan's eyes reddened with pain, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, her lips pale from biting them, yet she could not muster a single word. Observing this, Li Mei hastily produced a healing elixir, administering it to Li Wan to stem her bleeding, before swiftly aiding her to her feet and hastening away. Oh, Tian Yi, you truly are quite the charmer. Yet, after merely disappearing for a few months, you have attracted such a throng of admirers. Suyao turned her head, casting a half-anger glance at Jiang Chun. Alas, what a vexing predicament. My enjoyment of the evening has been thoroughly disrupted by the antics of the Li sisters. Jiang Chun shook his head in resignation, turning back to seek Zhang Hu for a drink. The earlier scene was nothing short of spectacular. Had I known, I would have followed you to the Grand Hall. Zhang Hu remarked with a grin upon Jiang Chen's return. I warned her countless times that my wife is merciless in her dealings, yet she refused to heed my words. Now look at her, her legs rendered useless. Perhaps she shall finally learn to be modest. Jiang Chun sighed as he took a swig of his drink, his countenance marred by displeasure. Yet, the nature of affection is indeed elusive. You have saved her life on multiple occasions. It is only natural that she develops feelings for you. Zhang Hu patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder. Initially, I intervened merely because she is Li Mei's sister, sparing her once. Enough of them. Let's resume our drinking. Jiang Chun waved his hand, wishing to divert the conversation. Very well, no more talk of them. Let us drink. Zhang Hu raised his cup, and the two imbibed in unison. Time flew by, and 2 months elapsed in the blink of an eye. One day, an envoy named Wang Ping arrived at the Hehuan sect. As the young master of the sect, Jiang Chun promptly received the news and went to greet Wang Ping. Jiang Chun, it has been a year since we last met, and your cultivation has advanced remarkably to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. If I recall correctly, you were merely at the peak of foundation establishment during our last competition. Wang Ping assessed Jiang Chun with astonishment and admiration. You flatter me, esteemed envoy. My wife has recently concocted the Tian Li Dan, and upon consuming it, I successfully reached the foundation establishment stage. Subsequently, I ventured into the demon forest of the Liao kingdom, where fortuitous circumstances allowed my cultivation to break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Jiang Chun disclosed candidly. I have come to recommend a splendid opportunity for you. May I inquire your thoughts? Wang Ping smiled warmly. Please speak freely, esteemed envoy. I wish to invite you to our South Yu kingdom to join the Shui Mo sect for your training. Wang Ping's gaze was sincere as it met Jiang Chen's. Isn't your nation a fourth-tier cultivation country? Jiang Chun inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, my senior brother is the Grand Elder of Shui Mo sect, a master of the Wind Realm at the transformation stage. If you could become his disciple, it would greatly benefit your wind-based techniques, Wang Ping patiently elucidated. I must first consult with my wife and master regarding this matter. Jiang Chun pondered for a moment before replying. Very well, I shall take my leave now. I will await your good news at the watering sect. With that, Wang Ping rose and transformed into a shimmering green light, vanishing into the distance. Jiang Chun promptly conveyed this matter to his master, Su Qing, and Suyao. The Grand Elder of the Water Ink sect, Chu Feng, is someone whose name I have heard spoken with great reverence. His comprehension of the essence of wind has reached an extraordinary level. If you can become his disciple, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to your cultivation of wind-related techniques. You must go, Su Qing stated earnestly. But if I leave, I cannot foresee when I shall return. I truly cannot bear to part from you, master, nor from Suyao, Jiang Chun replied. What is there to be reluctant about? My days are spent in alchemy and meditation. A year, a decade, or even 50 years holds little distinction for me, Suyao said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she began to sob. Suyao, do you truly support my departure? Jiang Chun asked, somewhat taken aback by her emotional response. Of course I support it. If your wind techniques can receive guidance from master, you will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Your next goal is to break through to the nascent soul realm, is it not? Suyao wiped away her tears, speaking with resolute conviction. Good child, rest assured and go. With Suyao here at the sect, my injuries have nearly healed, and those who practice dual cultivation will surely not dare to disturb us again. Su Qing gently patted Jiang Chun's shoulder. Thank you, master, and thank you, Suyao, Jiang Chun said, his eyes slightly reddening with gratitude. My dear, it seems this is the first time you have expressed thanks to me, Suyao said, smiling through her tears as she took Jiang Chun's hand. The southern Yu Kingdom lies to our southwest. It has a warm climate and frequent rains. Be sure to take care of your health during your journey, Su Qing advised, her expression filled with concern. Understood, master. You must also take care of yourself. All these years have passed, yet the ailment left by Ma Liang still lingers. Jiang Chun replied. Suyao, please prepare some medicinal pills for my master's health. Chinner, it's better not to mention that Ma Liang. Just the thought of him sends chills down my spine, Su Qing said with a shudder. Indeed, brother Jiang Chun, why bring up that demon Ma Liang? Nearly a decade has passed, yet I still fear his words that he would return to slaughter the Zhao kingdom in 100 years, Suyao added. Recalling Ma Liang's terrifying tribulation that day, Jiang Chun murmured, even if I were to reach the mid-nascent soul stage, I doubt I could contend with him. Su Qing looked at Jiang Chun with a reassuring gaze, softly saying, 100 years or even 90 years is still a long way off. For both of you, reaching the nascent soul stage, or even the mid to late stages, is sufficient. I believe in you both. When the time comes, you will undoubtedly stand against Ma Liang. Let's not dwell on Ma Liang. It only brings frustration, Jiang Chun said with a smile. Master, Suyao, I shall depart tomorrow. Await my return. Very well. Chapter 37. The azure peak of the Inkwash sect on the following morning, as dawn's light began to gently illuminate the sky. Jiang Chun arose early to prepare his belongings. He meticulously placed several essential magical artifacts and elixirs into his storage pouch, resolutely embarking on his journey to seek an apprenticeship in the southern Yu Kingdom. His first destination was the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion in the capital. Upon entering the familiar establishment, the proprietor of the pavilion seemed to recognize him, his face lighting up with surprise. He hurried over, smiling as he remarked, Ah, is this not the young man who spent a fortune on my alchemical furnace many years ago? It has been quite some time. Your cultivation level now eludes my perception. Have you perhaps reached the core formation stage? Jiang Chun smiled faintly and replied, Ah, boss, could you provide me with a map to the Southern Yu Kingdom? Curious. The owner inquired, Southern Yu Kingdom? That is a level 4 cultivation nation. What brings you there? Jiang Chun shot him a glance, choosing not to divulge his intentions. He understood that his affairs did not warrant extensive explanation to outsiders. Noticing Jiang Chun's reticence, the owner quickly added, Very well, I shall refrain from prying. Here, take this, a map of our Zhao kingdom and another of the Southern Yu Kingdom. You will need to traverse Liang Kingdom between the two. Jiang Chun asked, How much for the spirit stones? With a hearty laugh, the owner replied, no charge. Jiang Chun, slightly puzzled, questioned why not. The owner respectfully responded, "You are now a master of the core formation stage. How could I dare charge you for a mere map in my humble establishment?" Jiang Chun nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you, my good sir. I shall take my leave." With the maps in hand, he exited the treasure appraisal pavilion. He found an open area, summoned his flying sword, and ascended, feeling a surge of emotion. Reflecting on his cultivation journey of barely over a decade, he had already attained mid-core formation mastery, allowing him to stride confidently through Zhao Kingdom. He recalled a time not long ago when he and Suyao had nearly met their demise at the hands of a band of robbers by this very roadside. For 3 relentless months, Jiang Chun traversed the mountains and rivers of Zhao Kingdom and crossed the vast lands of Liang Kingdom. At long last, he arrived at the gates of the Inkwash sect. There, he encountered 2 disciple guards, both of whom were at the core formation stage. Jiang Chun marveled internally. Truly, the Inkwash sect lived up to its reputation as a formidable sect in a level 4 cultivation nation, with core formation practitioners standing guard. Approaching respectfully, he said, "Greetings, esteemed brothers. I am Jiang Chun, here at the invitation of Envoy Wang Ping to seek Elder Chu Feng as my master. Please relay my request." One of the guards, puzzled, responded, "Seeking Elder Chu Feng? He has not taken on disciples in 200 years, having only accepted 4 in total. Surely, you must be mistaken?" Jiang Chun affirmed resolutely, "No, I am not mistaken." The guard nodded. "Very well, please wait a moment while I inquire within the inner hall." After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, a disciple returned. He respectfully cupped his hands towards Jiang Chun and said, "Elder Chu Feng has summoned you to the inner hall. Please follow me." Jiang Chun promptly returned the gesture and followed the senior disciple into the inner hall. His curiosity piqued as he took in the surroundings of the Inkwash sect. He swept his consciousness around, discovering no fewer than 100 nascent soul cultivators nearby. Furthermore, there were numerous areas beyond the reach of his awareness, likely concealed by the divine arts of God transformation stage experts. The richness of the spiritual energy in this mountain's atmosphere was entirely incomparable to that of the Hahuan sect. Jiang Chun pondered to himself, could this be related to the trees and flowers planted on the mountain? "Senior Elder Chu Feng has been summoned," announced the disciple. Jiang Chun raised his gaze to see a white-haired Taoist, exuding an ethereal grace, stroking his pale beard while scrutinizing him intently. Jiang Chun promptly stepped forward, respectfully stating, "I, Jiang Chun, pay my respects to Elder Chu Feng." Elder Chu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, not only do you possess a singular wind spirit root aptitude, but it is also a rare, mutated wind spirit root. Is my spirit root mutated? This is the first I have heard of it. I hope the elder can enlighten me. Elder Chu Feng chuckled. "Still calling me elder? My junior brother Wang Ping should have informed you of your purpose here." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun felt a surge of excitement. He hurriedly knelt and bowed, exclaiming, "Master, please accept your disciple's reverence." Elder Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Come, let us return to Qingmang Peak." "As you command." At Qingmang Peak, sunlight poured down, enveloping the surroundings in tranquility. At that moment, 4 pairs of eyes, like searchlights, fixated on Jiang Chun, scrutinizing him for an extended period. A robust man, resembling a small mountain, spoke first in a booming voice. "Is this the junior disciple? Truly exceptional talent. Just look at his spirit and vigor, a fine seedling for cultivation." Then, a voice as gentle as flowing water resonated. "Wei Ning, do not frighten the junior disciple with your boisterousness." With that, the woman glided gracefully towards Jiang Chun, a warm smile gracing her lips, and softly said, "Junior disciple, I am your second senior sister, Su Qingshuang." Jiang Chun quickly clasped his hands in respect, responding loudly, "Greetings, second senior sister." Su Qingshuang gestured toward the stout man, introducing, "This is your senior brother, Wei Ning." She then pointed to a mysterious-looking man adorned with strange runes. "And this is your third senior brother, Lu Ming." Jiang Chun promptly turned to Lu Ming, bowing respectfully, "Greetings, third senior brother." Lastly, Su Qingshuang directed her gaze to a plump, endearing figure, saying, "This is your fourth senior brother, Bai Yi." "Fourth senior brother," Jiang Chun echoed, offering his greetings. Su Shuang smiled brightly. There are only a few of us here at Qingmang Peak. It will be easy to recognize each other moving forward, won't it? Jiang Chun nodded earnestly. Thank you, senior sister. No sooner had he spoken than Wei Ning took a bold step forward, enthusiastically draping an arm over Jiang Chen's shoulders, laughing heartily. Ah, our little junior disciple is quite well-mannered. Come, senior brother will take you out for a drink. Junior disciple, can you hold your liquor? Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile as he replied, Naturally, I can. Haha, that is splendid. Both your third and fourth senior brothers abstain from alcohol, and has been quite stifling for me. Today, we must drink until we are inebriated. Chapter 38. Reflections on 5 years the following day. Jiang Chun groggily rose from his jade bed, having indulged in several jars of wine with his senior brother, Wei Ning, the previous night. He nearly forgot that today his master had promised to personally impart knowledge. In haste, he arrived at his master's cave dwelling, kneeling and bowing his head. Master, I apologize for being late. I drank too much with my senior brother last night. No harm done. No harm done. Come in, came the gentle voice of Chu Feng. As refreshing as a spring breeze. Jiang Chun stepped into the cave, feeling somewhat awkward as he gazed upon Chu Feng, who exuded an ethereal aura. My disciple, please sit. Today marks your first day, and it is also your first lesson. With a flick of his dust brush, a gust of wind swept past Jiang Chen's ear. Upon hearing this, he promptly took a seat. Just now, did you sense anything? Naturally, I felt the strong wind blowing, master. Very well. Now, take a moment to feel it again. Suddenly, the previously serene and amiable Chu Feng's demeanor shifted dramatically. His aura surged like a tumultuous tide, emanating a terrifying dark energy. This dark energy coalesced like tangible storm clouds, roiling and swirling with an oppressive force that instilled fear. In an instant, this dark energy enveloped Jiang Chun entirely. He felt as if the surrounding space had become unbearably constrictive, his breaths growing rapid as each inhalation felt like breaking through immense resistance. Alarmed, Jiang Chun did not dare to relax for a moment. He immediately channeled his internal spiritual power, forming a defensive shield around himself. The wind-based spiritual energy manifested as a soft blue light, clashing violently with the dark energy, producing a sizzling sound. As Jiang Chun exerted all his strength to resist, a faint, imperceptible smile graced Chu Feng's lips. He was pleased with Jiang Chen's performance. Though the dark energy was formidable, it bore no true intent to kill, merely serving to test Jiang Chen's adaptability and the resilience of his spiritual power. After a while, Chu Feng gradually withdrew his technique. The pressure that had surrounded Jiang Chun dissipated in an instant, and he exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. His body trembled slightly, the recent struggle having drained a significant amount of his spiritual power, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Jiang Chun, do you know what this is? The disciple speculated. This should be Master S' understanding of the wind. Correct. Absorb it with your heart. Unbeknownst to him, time seemed to lose its measure, and the surroundings began to fade into obscurity. Jiang Chun found himself completely immersed, entering a state of self-forgetfulness. His eyes gently closed, his brow occasionally furrowing, then relaxing. In his mind, it was as if a vividly clear film was being projected, continuously replaying every detail of the realm of understanding his master had just unveiled. The terrifying dark energy rolled and spread like surging ink waves, every line and fluctuation discernible. Jiang Chun felt as if he were truly within that realm of dark energy, acutely aware of the immense power and mysterious essence contained therein. He incessantly delved into the intricacies of these details within his mind, striving to unearth the underlying patterns and pivotal elements. He envisioned himself as Elder Chu Feng, endeavoring to unfold the essence in a similar manner. As time inexorably ticked away, Jiang Chun remained enraptured in his own realm, oblivious to the world around him. His body had become severed from the external, leaving only his soul to traverse the enigmatic world of artistic conception, exploring and continuously absorbing its sustenance, diligently enhancing his understanding and perception of the wind's essence. Unbeknownst to him, Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, 5 years passing quietly in a blur. During this prolonged, yet ephemeral span, it seemed as though time atop Qingmang Peak had been muted. With only the gentle breeze and the murmuring streams accompanying Jiangchun as he immersed himself in the comprehension of the essence. He sat there like a statue, his eyes tightly shut, his countenance composed and focused, merging seamlessly with the surrounding world. Throughout these 5 years, Jiangchun had completely entered a state of self-forgetfulness. He had forgotten the passage of time and the clamor of the outside world, wholly dedicating himself to the exploration of the wind's essence. On this day, Wei Ning, Su Qingshuang, Lu Ming, and Bai Yi gathered to discuss Jiangchun's affairs. Wei Ning scratched his robust head in astonishment, exclaiming, "Our junior apprentice brother comprehended the essence for 5 years right upon his arrival. This is truly extraordinary. In all my years of cultivation, I have never experienced such an extended epiphany." Su Qingshuang nodded gently, her eyes shimmering with admiration. "Indeed, our junior brother's talent is remarkable. Over these 5 years, his understanding of the wind's essence must have reached a considerable height." The runes on Lu Ming's face flickered subtly as he pondered aloud. "Perhaps our junior brother has achieved a new breakthrough. He may simply be yet to emerge." As they conversed, a dazzling blue light suddenly surged from Jiangchen's place of cultivation. The light sliced through the still air like a bolt of lightning, followed by a powerful and pure wave of wind-based spiritual energy emanating from within. The expressions of the four shifted instantaneously, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. "Our junior brother has emerged." Then, a brilliant azure radiance erupted from the cultivation site. As the brilliance faded, a transformed Jiangchun appeared before them. A rich and pure azure spiritual aura enveloped him, flowing like animated water patterns. His eyes had transformed into elongated, sharp, feline-like pupils, shimmering with a ghostly blue light. His ears had also become pointed, playfully standing amidst his hair, adding an air of mystery and vivacity to his presence. Jiangchun gazed at the surrounding companions, a warm smile gracing his visage as he slightly inclined his body, saying, "Seniors, I apologize for causing you concern." Chapter 39. The Essence of the Gentle Breeze. "Hey, junior brother, what is that blue aura radiating from you?" Wei Ning's voice was tinged with an uncontrollable astonishment, his pupils narrowing slightly in surprise. "That is the essence I have comprehended, the essence of the gentle breeze." Before Jiangchun could finish speaking, the blue light around him surged dramatically. Everyone felt a refreshing breeze brush against their faces, as if they were transported to a spring meadow, their fatigue dissipating in an instant. With the manifestation of the essence, the spiritual energy within Jiangchun surged wildly, akin to rivers flowing into the sea. His aura steadily climbed, ultimately stabilizing at the pinnacle of the core formation stage, directly transcending the later stages. To comprehend an essence at the core formation stage, Wei Ning's voice trembled with excitement. He abruptly stood, his muscles taut like iron. "Junior brother, come, let us spar on the stage." "Ah, junior brother has just finished seclusion. Must you be so bothersome?" Su Qingshuang hurriedly stepped forward to shield Jiangchun, her tone filled with concern. "It's all right, senior sister. I am quite exhilarated." Jiangchun gently pushed her aside, his gaze aflame as he looked at Wei Ning. "Brother, please impart your wisdom." Su Qingshuang shook her head helplessly, her hands swiftly forming seals. Streams of golden prohibitions flew from her fingertips, constructing a grand arena in the center of the square. Jiangchun and Wei Ning leapt onto the stage. Wei Ning, though robust, was a formidable blade cultivator, his cultivation having already reached the terrifying peak of the nascent soul stage. Jiangchun, too, was not to be underestimated. He had slain 6-tier beasts during his trials in the demon forest, and now he had grasped the essence. "Junior brother, brace yourself," Wei Ning bellowed, gripping the wind thunder blade tightly, striking towards Jiangchun like a bolt of lightning. The piercing blade energy sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, shrill cry. Jiangchun neither dodged nor evaded, directly unfolding the essence of the gentle breeze. The blue spiritual energy surged forth like a tide, enveloping the entire arena in an instant. Wei Ning felt an invisible force assail him, rendering his muscles weak and lethargic. He hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy, slashing the blade energy in all directions in an attempt to dispel this strange essence. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen also moved. With a clear shout, he unsheathed the storm blade. The black blade, infused with dense wind-type spiritual energy, surged towards Wei Ning like a roaring dragon. The arena erupted with intense clashes. The white wind thunderblade and the black storm blade intertwined in the air, sparks flying like a meteor shower as they collided. The figures of both combatants moved with ghostly swiftness. Su Qingxuang was astonished to find that she could not discern the movements of either her senior brother Wei Ning or her junior brother Jiang Chen. Unbeknownst to them, their master, Chu Feng, had quietly arrived outside the arena. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, his piercing gaze was fixed upon the fierce duel within, his pale beard gently swaying in the breeze. The metallic clangs of their clash echoed throughout Qingmang Peak, as Jiang Chen and Wei Ning grew bolder in their combat. Their spiritual energies intertwined and erupted, causing the prohibitions surrounding the arena to hum ominously. Su Qingxuang anxiously clutched the hem of her garment. In the depths of Chu Feng's eyes, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered. He understood that he had accepted an extraordinary disciple. So, do you two intend to dismantle my Qingmang Peak? Suddenly, the void trembled, and Chu Feng's voice descended with an imposing pressure. The two figures, previously engaged in a fierce clash, were as if restrained by an invisible hand, both being sent flying several paces before stabilizing themselves. Master, Jiang Chen and Wei Ning simultaneously sheathed their swords and bowed in respect. Beads of sweat formed on their foreheads, yet the spark of unresolved combat lingered in their gazes. In the recent fierce battle, Jiang Chen's subtle wind comprehension collided with Wei Ning's wind and thunder swordplay, unleashing astonishing power, causing the surrounding restrictions of the arena to develop web-like cracks. Chu Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down like a blazing torch. Wei Ning, you have lost. Do you know where your defeat lies? Wei Ning scratched his iron-like neck. Master, your disciple is dull-witted. If Jiang Chen had unleashed his comprehension in close combat, you would have been rooted to the spot. With a gentle tap of his finger, Chu Feng summoned a stream of ink-black energy that coiled around Jiang Chen, illustrating that the essence of comprehension lies in mastering the battlefield rather than merely competing in spiritual power. Wei Ning trembled, a look of realization flashing in his eyes. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Junior brother's comprehension is truly unparalleled. Enough, you may withdraw. Chu Feng commanded, turning to Jiang Chen. Come with me. Atop the main peak, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged, his azure blue comprehension radiating like ripples. As Chu Feng raised his hand, ink-black storm clouds surged from the horizon, gradually enveloping Jiang Chen's subtle wind comprehension. Two distinctly different forces began to merge. The ink-black danced like a brush, etching intricate patterns against the azure backdrop. Remember, comprehension is like a sword, requiring relentless tempering. Chu Feng's voice resonated as if from a great distance, urging him to feel the breath of the wind and listen to the whispers of the clouds. Jiang Chen felt as though his soul was bathed in a nourishing rain, every inch of his spiritual awareness greedily absorbing the sustenance of the ink-black comprehension. His consciousness gradually resonated with the cosmos, as if he could perceive the trajectories of the wind and the veins of the clouds. As day transitioned to night and mists ebbed and flowed, after 3 days and nights, the two figures simultaneously opened their eyes. Jiang Chen's irises shimmered with blue light, while the white beard of Chu Feng stirred without wind. Prepare yourself, Chu Feng spoke calmly. You shall represent Qingmang Peak in the Decades Sec competition. Wei Ning was the first to leap up. Master is wise. Junior brother's comprehension will surely sweep away his peers. Su Qingxuang gently brushed her sleeves. In this battle, Junior brother will undoubtedly make the name of Qingmang Peak resonate throughout the entire water ink sect. Lu Ming's face flickered with runes, indeed. Let comprehension shatter myriad laws. Jiang Chen rose and gazed into the distant sea of clouds. A gentle breeze caressed his pointed ears, bringing the whispers of Suyao and the reminders of his master. Junior brother, tonight, you must accompany me for another night of drinking. Wei Ning jovially draped his arm around Jiang Chen's neck. All right, senior brother, stop pulling me. It hurts. I promise I will, Jiang Chen replied helplessly. Ha ha ha, junior brother. Let me tell you about the composition of our watering sect. Besides our Qingmang Peak, there is also Longhua Peak, known for its ruthless comprehension, an elder Zhu Xin. Additionally, there is Huang Luo Peak, renowned for its peach blossom comprehension in Liangqi. Furthermore, there are the envoys from the three-tiered cultivation nation, the Zhao Kingdom, along with the fragrant Orange Peak, the ethereal reign of intent, and the esteemed Wang Ping. These are the few prominent peaks. And together with the disciples under the sect leader, we hold a martial arts competition every decade. The people of Qingmang Peak are the least represented, with only one spot allocated each time. This time, you must strive diligently. Jiang Chun shall not bring disgrace to the sect. Ha ha ha. Why so serious, little junior brother? Let's drink. This wine, known as Drunken Immortal Wine, is procured from the earthly Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Ha ha ha. Chapter 40. The path of illusions upon the summit of Huangluo Peak. A multitude of female disciples chattered animatedly amongst themselves. Hey, have you heard the news? What is it? This time, Qingmang Peak has accepted a new disciple in the core formation stage, and they plan to have him participate in the upcoming competition. No way. Isn't their senior brother Wei Ning at the peak of the nascent soul stage? He placed third last time. It's true. I've heard that this disciple is named Jiang Chun, and he is quite the handsome fellow. Suddenly, one female disciple froze in place upon hearing the name. Liwan, what is wrong? Do you know this Jiang Chen? If Jiang Chen were present, he would surely be taken aback, for the stunning beauty before him, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, was none other than Liwan. Her features were as captivating as ever, reminiscent of the girl who had her legs severed by Suyao 6 years prior in the Hehuan sect. Yet, the disparity in their cultivation levels was monumental. The Li Wan of Yin Tian sect was merely at the early core formation stage, while the Li Wan before him had inexplicably attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. No, senior sister, I do not know him. Then why did you react so strongly? We thought you knew him. You jest, senior sister. Within the confines of Qingmang Peak, Jiang Chun and Wei Ning had once again indulged in a night of revelry, and, as he finally sat up, still intoxicated, a familiar, alluring fragrance wafted into his cave dwelling. This scent stirred memories, yet the presence emanating the aura of a perfected nascent soul was difficult to fathom. Liwan? Jiang Chen inquired, perplexed. Oh, who would have thought that the stone-hearted Jiang Chen would remember the fragrance I carry? It brings me great joy. How did you suddenly attain the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage? There is no harm in telling you. The technique I cultivate is called the path of illusions. The Li Wan of Yin Tian sect is merely a projection of my illusion. Jiang Chun had never encountered such a marvel in cultivation, and after opening his mouth in astonishment, he remained silent, still skeptical. It seems you remain unconvinced. Li Wan's exquisite features drew closer to Jiang Chen's face, her intoxicating scent wafting over his neck, enveloping him in a beguiling aura that left him momentarily disoriented. Enchanting art. Jiang Chen hastily summoned his spiritual energy to dispel her charms, regarding the enchanting woman with a cold gaze. Jiang Chen, do you recall when my projection visited the Hehuan sect? Your frigid demeanor towards me? I despise you, Jiang Chen. Though I was merely a projection, my feelings were genuine. You have treated me thus, and I shall ensure you pay 100-fold for it. How absurd. I saved your projection in the demon forest. Yet I am the one at fault? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Do not attempt to evade responsibility. Dare you claim that you held no thoughts for me? You merely feared your detestable wife, Suyao. Say what you will, Li Wan. Even if time were to rewind, I would still save your projection in the demon forest and would unequivocally refuse her in the Hehuan sect. What a heartless young gentleman. Suddenly, Li Wan launched an unexpected attack, sending a flick of her fingers imbued with a seductive aura into Jiang Chen's body. In an instant, a multitude of tantalizing and alluring images flooded his mind, overwhelming him with a fervent heat as visions of intimate entanglements with Li Wan danced before his eyes, filled with intoxicating tenderness. "You have cast a sensual curse upon me," Jiang Chan exclaimed, momentarily entranced, yet striving to maintain his clarity. "And what of it, Jiang Chen? Do you truly dare to claim that you harbor not a single thought?" Li Wan teased, her voice dripping with mischief. "If that were the case, this sensual curse would hold no power over you." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun resisted the seductive onslaught, managing to diminish the tempest of enticing images swirling in his mind, though chaos still lingered. How infuriating. You can genuinely remain lucid?" Li Wan gazed at Jiang Chun in disbelief as he appeared increasingly aware. "Li Wan, cease your nonsense and leave at once, or I, Jiang Chun, shall not be so polite." "Oh, dear younger brother Jiang Chun, what impolite actions could a mere core formation cultivator like you possibly undertake against your elder sister?" Li Wan continued, undeterred, her enchanting form swaying provocatively as her fingers traced Jiang Chen's chest. Noticing his silence, she chuckled lightly, rising to her feet. "Very well. We shall settle this in the arena, Jiang Chun. This time, I shall savor every piece of flesh from your body." With that, Li Wan floated gracefully out of Jiang Chen's abode. This enchantress has finally departed. "The thousand illusions path truly is beguiling," Jiang Chen mused. After her departure, he briefly entered a meditative state, cleansing his mind and severing the hold of Li Wan's curse. He then resumed his cultivation, attuning himself to the spiritual energies of the universe and the gentle breeze. A month later, atop Dragonfruit Peak, the decennial competition for the strongest disciples of the Water Ink sect commenced in earnest. Disciples from various peaks gathered, their numbers exceeding 10,000. Notably, the Qingmang Peak was represented by only 6 individuals, accompanied by Elder Chu Feng. The most captivating sight, however, was the female disciples of Huang Luo Peak. Over 2,000 graceful maidens clad in a kaleidoscope of delicate silks, rendering it difficult to discern which to admire. Among them, the strikingly enchanting Li Wan stood in the front row, her every smile and movement radiating an irresistible allure that captivated all. Jiang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow as he glanced at Li Wan. Their eyes met, and she provocatively licked her lips as if savoring a delectable treat, sending a shiver down Jiang Chen's spine as he hastily averted his gaze. At that moment, the envoy of the Zhao kingdom, Wang Ping, approached. "I pay my respects to the esteemed envoy," Jiang Chun said, offering a courteous bow. "Jiang Chun, within the Water Ink sect, our relationship is that of senior and junior, not one of hierarchical subordination as in the Zhao kingdom. Do you understand?" "Indeed, esteemed uncle. I never anticipated that Qingmang Peak would send you to compete. And it seems your cultivation has advanced. You are now at the pinnacle of core formation. Esteemed uncle, my master and senior brothers and sisters have placed their trust in me. Thus I have come to participate in the competition, and I shall not disappoint their expectations." Jiang Chen chose to keep his understanding of the profound essence to himself, opting to hold back a card. "Jiang Chen, you are one I brought from the Zhao kingdom. It delights me to see you shine. Keep pushing forward." With that, Wang Ping turned and walked back. At that moment, Elder Juexin proclaimed the rules of the competition and announced the participants. In the first match, the disciple from Qingmang Peak, Jiang Chun, would face the sect leader's disciple, Ban Sheng. The two disciples ascended the stage. As Jiang Chun took his position, the spectators below regarded the young disciple, who dared to compete despite not yet reaching the nascent soul stage, with a mixture of curiosity. Only a few voices of encouragement could be heard, predominantly from the senior brothers of Qingmang Peak. "Jiang Chun, I will not show mercy simply because you are at the core formation stage," Pan Sheng declared, gazing intently at Jiang Chun. "Senior brother, feel free to unleash your full strength." Once Elder Juexin confirmed that both disciples were prepared, the rhythmic beating of the drum, akin to a heartbeat, resonated, and he announced loudly, "The first match begins." Chapter 41. Thousand Blade Tornado. Jiang Chun scanned Pan Sheng's cultivation level with his divine sense and discerned that he was at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. As for himself, being at the pinnacle of the core formation stage, he felt a manageable amount of pressure. However, when Pan Sheng summoned his magical artifact. The mystic fire fan, Jiangchun, sensed an impending challenge. His techniques were rooted in the wind element, while strong winds could extinguish feeble flames. How could the fire techniques of someone at the mid-nascent soul stage be weak? His wind spells inadvertently empowered the flames. Flame spell, Fire Dragon. Without a hint of hesitation, Pan Sheng conjured a blazing fire dragon from the ground. The dragon, dozens of feet long, engulfed in flames, lunged toward the motionless Jiangchun. Do you think you are the only one capable of summoning a dragon? Jiangchun bellowed. Wind dragon, arise. A black and white wind dragon spiraled out from him, engaging in a fierce battle with the flaming dragon. Thunder rumbled and the heavens darkened. The arena reverberated with the roars and thunderous clamor of the two colossal dragons. Sparks flew as the winds clashed. Gradually, Jiangchun's spiritual power, although formidable, began to show signs of weakness against the mid-nascent soul fire dragon. With a powerful roar, Pan Sheng's blazing dragon tore through Jiangchun's wind dragon, the gust striking the spectators like needles, leaving their cheeks stinging. Not done yet, Senior Brother Pan. Do not celebrate prematurely, Jiangchun declared solemnly. Leaping Dragon's playful art. With a swift hand gesture, Jiangchun recited a wind spell, summoning two more wind dragons from a painted scroll, black and white, roaring as they charged toward the fire dragon. Pan Sheng was undeterred, firmly planting one foot on the ground while the mystic fire fan swayed in the air, directing a pillar of fire toward his blazing dragon, seemingly empowering it further. As he gazed up, he noted the fire dragon had grown significantly larger, now clashing with Jiangchun's dual dragons. The arena was illuminated by the fiery glow, causing everyone to shed their outer garments, drenched in sweat. After more than 5 years of comprehending the essence of wind, Jiangchun had transcended many of the limitations typically associated with the nascent soul stage. The three dragons fought fiercely, while Pan Sheng and Jiangchun were not idle either. They continuously shifted their forms in the air, casting spells and incantations at one another. Fire-based restrictions and wind-thunder techniques resonated throughout the arena. Crackling echoes filled the air as Jiangchun, utilizing his wind step technique, moved with a swiftness that surpassed Pan Sheng's mid-nascent soul teleportation. Each position he occupied lasted no more than a breath, casting spells before instantly transforming into an afterimage. Boom, boom. Each gust of wind struck Pan Sheng like a heavy punch, shredding his garments. With his attire in tatters, Pan Sheng found himself almost bare, awkwardly hovering above the arena, provoking laughter from the crowd. Has a mid-nascent soul practitioner actually been bested by Core Formation Jr.? Is there truly no one left among the disciples of Master Qinshuan? The surrounding jeers caused Pan Sheng's face to flush with embarrassment, prompting him to abandon his pretense. Jiangchun, I did not wish to resort to this technique in the first round, but you have forced my hand. Pan Sheng invoked a spell into the sky, then slammed his palms down to the ground. A towering, crimson-haired giant materialized from thin air. Giant spirit technique, fire illusion deity. Pan Sheng bellowed with a commanding presence, exuding an air of confidence as he raised his hand with a flourish. The colossal figure behind him launched a fist toward Jiangchun, a fire-based manifestation. How intriguing. Let us see how it withstands my technique. Jiangchun's gaze sharpened. Wind speech spell, thousand-blade tornado explode. Jiangchun drew upon every ounce of his spiritual energy, unleashing a wind-based forbidden incantation he had never before employed. With his hands forming intricate seals, he carved a path through the sky. From above his head erupted a torrent of countless wind blades, hurtling toward Pan Sheng's manifestation. Sizzle. The fiery phantom of Pan Sheng found itself immobilized, its right fist suspended in midair, unable to strike, and gradually it was torn asunder. Boom! The towering manifestation shattered, dispersing into myriad sparks that rained down. Pan Sheng, blood spilling from his mouth and clutching his chest, wore an expression of utter disbelief. Yet Jiangchun's onslaught persisted, as millions of wind blades surged forth, intent on overwhelming Pan Sheng. Shred! Pan Sheng was trapped in the air, his flesh and blood relentlessly stripped away by the relentless wind blades. His once vibrant skin became a ghastly sight, and his consciousness began to wane. A pitiful, naked figure plummeted from the sky, his fate uncertain. Elder Jueshin appeared at that moment, waving his robe to dissipate Jiang Chen's forbidden spell before declaring the outcome of the contest. The victor of the first match is Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, having expended excessive spiritual power, felt blood seep from the corner of his mouth. Nevertheless, the battle had been executed with finesse. He had triumphed without resorting to his treasured blade, storm rain, or the ethereal essence of gentle breeze, relying solely on his incantations to best a mid-stage nascent soul brother. Sister Su Qingxuang cradled the weakened Jiang Chen in her arms, carrying him back to Qingmong Peak. Upon reaching the Magpie Pavilion, she laid Jiang Chen within the formation and activated the protective wards. Instantly, a green healing spell enveloped him, mending his burns. Jiang Chen squinted in delight, relishing his sister's nurturing touch, his limbs limp. "Thank you, sister. Do not speak, you fool. Why did you not employ your gentle breeze essence? Pan Sheng was clearly no match for your mastery, and now you are in such a state. Hee, sister. I wish to test whether my incantations could indeed stand against a nascent soul cultivator. Your wind-based technique is formidable. It was unnecessary to leave yourself so battered." Su Qingxuang chided gently. "Sister, your incantations are truly wondrous. I have never experienced such rapid restoration of spiritual energy. What kind of ward is this?" Jiang Chen inquired, captivated by the extraordinary effects. "I am the inheritor of the Qihuang treasure technique, the Su family's exclusive forbidden spell. Its efficacy is unparalleled." It was a revelation to Jiang Chen, who had previously been unaware of his sister's exceptional medical skills. "Many disciples of the Water Ink sect seek my aid when injured. My standing within the sect is far greater than you might imagine." Su Qingxuang replied with a hint of pride. "So soothing, sister. Whoever marries you will surely be blissful." Jiang Chen jested. With a dismissive scoff, she admonished him to cease his sweet talk and instead focus on healing, allowing her pores to breathe. Su Qingxuang sighed at this. Thus, Jiang Chen successfully advanced to the top 8, subsequently abstaining from watching the ensuing matches. Under Su Qingxuang's restorative constraints, Jiang Chen returned to the arena the following day, fully prepared for the quarterfinals. On the second day of the competition, the first match featured Jiang Chen from Qingmong Peak facing Bai Zhao from Xiangqing Peak. Bai Zhao exuded an effortless charm, his brows sharp as knives, his white garments billowing in the breeze as he summoned a divine sword of transformation, confronting Jiang Chen from a distance. Jiang Chen, intrigued, took a deep breath and gripped the hilt of his storm blade tightly. "Senior brother Bai Zhao, it seems you are a sword cultivator," Jiang Chen remarked. "Junior brother Jiang Chen, yesterday you appeared to be a spellcaster, yet today you seem to have transformed into a blade master. What is your primary focus?" Bai Zhao inquired with a smile. "My primary focus is indeed the blade," Jiang Chen declared. Chapter 42. The witch Suyao as Jiang Chen scanned Bai Zhao's cultivation with his divine sense. He was taken aback to discover that Bai Zhao was at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Not daring to underestimate his opponent, he instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his storm blade. "A sword cultivator? Excellent. Jiang Chen, prepare to receive my attack." Bai Zhao initiated the confrontation with a swift teleportation, thrusting his sword forward as if it were an assault emerging from the void, leaving no room for defense. Fortunately, Jiang Chen remained focused, raising his arm to shield himself, and in an instant, he used the blade to deflect the incoming sword shadow. The sharp clang of metal resonated throughout the arena as the ground beneath Jiang Chen shattered from the impact, sending debris flying over 10 paces before he regained his footing. "What a remarkable blade. It can withstand my divine sword, Taishu. What is the name of your weapon?" Bai Zhao exclaimed in astonishment. "Ah, speaking of which, my treasure blade was also gifted by Master Wang Ping. It is called Storm. So, the Storm Blade is in your possession. Many disciples from our Orange Peak covet it. But alas, our master has never permitted it." "Indeed," Jiang Chen replied, "although you wield the Storm Blade, it does not necessarily mean it surpasses my Taishu." "Taishu, Phantom Moon Sword, arise." In an instant, countless sword shadows manifested in the arena, all targeting Jiang Chen with relentless ferocity. Jiang Chun expanded his spiritual energy to his legs, hastily employing wind steps to evade, while deflecting the unavoidable sword lights with his storm blade. The arena was alive with the incessant clanging of metal on metal. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao transformed into one of the sword shadows, charging toward Jiang Chun with a fierce slash. Although Jiang Chun found himself defending fervently, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure, parrying the sword strikes, while seizing opportunities to counterattack with a few strikes directed at Bai Xiao. Gradually, he entered a state of flow, becoming one with the storm blade. The storm blade emitted a melodious dragon's roar, its blade revealing the ephemeral figures of past sword cultivators. Jiang Chun felt a torrent of fragmented memories flooding his mind. Some danced with their blades atop snow-capped peaks, while others cleaved through whirlpools in the depths of the ocean. Unconsciously, his fingers synchronized with the movements of the phantoms, and blood began to seep from the cloud patterns on the scabbard. "So that is it," he murmured softly, and as he caressed the blade, the storm blade erupted with 1,000 azure lights. Jiang Chun's figure became translucent within the azure glow, merging with the blade to create an illusion of interwoven realities. Master Chu Feng observed Jiang Chun's every movement with astonishment, while senior brother Wei Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. "Master, what state is our junior brother in?" "This is the essence of the blade." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. At that moment, Bai Xiao increasingly sensed that the force behind Jiang Chun's blade was intensifying, and the shifting sword shadows became increasingly elusive. Oh no! Suddenly, a blade beam struck Bai Xiao's right arm, which had hesitated momentarily. The Taishu sword slipped from his grip, and Bai Xiao was gripped by panic as he hurried to retrieve it. Jiang Chun seized this fleeting opportunity with unyielding resolve. "Whirlwind slash!" Jiang Chun shouted, unleashing a torrent of blade beams accompanied by the howling winds, hurtling toward Bai Xiao. With no time to evade, Bai Xiao could only teleport to a different position. Yet all of this unfolded within Jiang Chun's line of sight. Jiang Chun unleashed the spiritual energy from his legs, akin to a cannonball, swiftly maneuvering to position himself behind Bai Xiao. Subsequently, he expended all his spiritual energy to deliver a formidable strike. Bai Xiao found himself with no means of evasion, compelled to activate his protective aura. Yet, he could not withstand the overwhelming force of the sudden onslaught. Although he had finally acquired the Taisu sword, Bai Xiao, along with his sword, was struck down into the ground by Jiang Chun, breaking through layers of granite and plunging over 10 zhang into the earth. At this moment, Bai Xiao was drenched in blood, in a state of utter disarray, his breath faint and feeble. Elder Juexin had also arrived at the arena to announce the outcome of the match. Qingmeng Peak, Jiang Chun. He has entered the top 4. Jiang Chun. My junior brother, you are formidable. The female disciples of Huang Luo Peak gradually became enamored with Jiang Chun through 2 rounds of combat. Yesterday, he triumphed using spells, and today, he excelled with his blade techniques. Truly impressive. Go, Jiang Chun, you are so handsome. Ah, I adore you. Such a ruckus. Do they think my junior brother knows them? It's as if someone has died in their family. Su Qingshuang remarked disdainfully. Li Wan's beautiful eyes also flitted towards Jiang Chun, her sheer, gauzy dress accentuating her slender figure, which formed an alluring silhouette, evoking fantasies. She let out a soft chuckle and licked her lips. Hee hee, Jiang Chun, how intriguing. Meanwhile, traversing the Liang Kingdom and returning to the Hehuan sect in Zhao Kingdom, Suyao sat gracefully upon a golden palanquin in the sky, her long, jade-like legs crossed elegantly, her back straight. She meticulously polished her 2-inch-long pinky nail with sandpaper. Observing her cultivation, she had indeed reached the peak of the core formation stage, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged around her. Beside her were 2 elders, Song In and Chun Yin, indicating that Suyao was the commander of this grand battle, leading the 3,000 disciples of the Hehuan sect towards the Shuangxiu Gate. Madam, we are approaching the gates of the Shuangxiu Gate, a disciple reported as he knelt before Suyao. Understood. Suyao set aside the sandpaper and rose, her exquisite curves inciting a fervent response from all the male disciples, who ate to look but dare not. In an instant, Suyao appeared at the front lines. I spell 10,000 ice grave. Rise. With a commanding shout, Suyao unleashed an ice-based forbidden spell upon the entire mountain gate of the Shuangxiu Gate. In an instant, the ground trembled, and countless ice mountains and walls extended from one side of the mountain to the other, echoing with the sounds of numerous wails and cries. At that moment, Wang Ling, the young master of the Shuangxiu Gate, had just stepped into the nascent soul stage, but could not withstand Suyao's spell, 10,000 ice grave. Dragging his beleaguered form to the front lines of the Hehuan sect, he exclaimed, Suyao, you witch, my Shuangxiu Gate has already suffered heavy casualties. Do you intend to eradicate us completely? Oh, isn't this Wang Ling, the senior brother who once terrorized my Hehuan sect a decade ago? Suyao retorted with a smirk. You witch, you scoundrel. Such harsh words. I still remember you saying my primal yin was lost. How pitiful. Suyao elegantly poteth. Suyao, I was foolish back then, uttering words I shouldn't have at your Hehuan sect. Could you spare my disciples and retract your divine powers? Wang Ling's eyes reddened as he pleaded. A jest. Even at the nascent soul stage, one must be accountable for their words. Otherwise, how can one claim the title of the dual cultivation sect's young master? If not, come now and kneel at my feet, beseeching me. Perhaps then I might be in a good enough mood to lift the forbidden spell. Suyao declared. Wang Ling bit down hard, causing his molars to shatter, blood seeping from his mouth. Yet, he instantly teleported before Suyao's golden palanquin, collapsing to his knees with a thud. I beg your pardon, Suyao. It is my dual cultivation sect that is in the wrong. It is I, Wang Ling, who deserves condemnation. Please, I implore you to lift the divine spell. Suyao playfully lifted Wang Ling's chin with the delicate tip of her cloud-chasing shoe, letting out a light laugh. The young master of the dual cultivation sect is rather handsome, yet lacks backbone. Now be gone. With that, she playfully slapped Wang Ling's face with her shoe and, in a sudden motion, kicked him back towards the entrance of the dual cultivation sect, where he became ensnared. Elder Song Yin, Elder Chen Yin, Suyao softly addressed. Madam, how may we serve you? The two elders responded. Suyao drew the soul-shocking sword, pointing it menacingly at the grand hall of the dual cultivation sect. Capture all those at the core formation stage and above for alchemical purposes. As for those below the core formation stage, slay them without exception. Understood. Chapter 43. The Strength of Li Wan. The Water Inc. sect. The competition for the strongest disciples has progressed to the semi-final stage, featuring 4 exceptional contenders. Jiang Chun, the junior disciple from Qingmang Peak. Zhu Yin, the son of Elder Zhu Xian from Longhua Peak. Fan Lin, the chief disciple of the sect leader Qian Sun. And Li Wan, the female disciple of Liang Qi from Huang Luo Peak. Early this morning, Jiang Chun arrived with his senior brothers and sisters, only to be informed by Elder Zhu Xian that the first match of the day would pit Li Wan against Fan Lin. Determined to observe the prowess of Li Wan, who practices the Thousand Mirage Path, Jiang Chun settled down to watch closely. Go, brother Fan Lin. Go, sister Li Wan. Li Wan, you are stunning. The cheers from both sides echoed in the arena as the two competitors ascended the stage. Fan Lin, donned a yellow disciple-esque robe, stood tall and imposing, exuding an aura of remarkable physical prowess. In contrast, Li Wan appeared in a flowing green silk gown that accentuated her enchanting curves, capturing the attention of every male disciple present. Her every smile and gesture radiated confidence and grace, leaving Jiang Chun in silent awe. She was a completely different person from the Li Wan of the Yuntian sect in Zhao country. Although both shared similar beauty and stature, the Li Wan from Yuntian was marked by hesitation and confusion, devoid of such self-assured demeanor. In this semi-final round, apart from Jiang Chun, the other 3 disciples had all attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Fan Lin spoke first. Sister Li Wan, I trust you are well. They say you are the most formidable genius of our Water Inc. sect in a century. Today, I look forward to learning from you. Ah, brother Fan Lin, you flatter me. I have long admired your thousand-seeking sword technique and am grateful for the opportunity to learn from you today. I hope you will show some mercy. Li Wan replied, her voice soft and delicate, evoking a wave of affection from the audience. The match commenced. Both Li Wan and Fan Lin executed their instant teleportation techniques simultaneously, rendering their opponents unable to pinpoint their locations. Zhao bird. Fan Lin broke the silence, unleashing a swift spell conjuring the fiery spirit beast. The Zhao bird not only served as a fiery incantation, but also as a means to locate the enemy. Reacting swiftly, Li Wan teleported behind him, her left hand forming a bowstring while her right hand knocked the spiritual arrow. Bali Feng Shi, with a whoosh, a rapid spiritual arrow surged forth, shattering Fan Lin's Zhao bird into fragments, sending sparks cascading like stars across the sky. Jiang Chun could not help but be astounded. Li Wan's arrow demonstrated remarkable combat intelligence and composure. Seeing his Zhao bird destroyed, Fan Lin furrowed his brow and summoned his flying sword, foregoing any further words. Thousand-seeking sword technique arise. Flame Dragon, a colossal sword, several feet long, accompanied by a fiery serpent, spiraled towards Li Wan. It appeared there would be no time to evade. Li Wan swiftly formed hand seals, summoning her defensive artifact, the Gate of Yama. With a resounding crash, 3 towering bronze gates manifested before her, creating a formidable barrier. The thousand-seeking sword, entwined with the flame dragon, crackled ominously as it approached. With a resounding crack, the first 2 bronze gates were pierced, yet the third door halted the momentum, dimming the brilliance before crashing to the ground. The thousand-seek sword technique? Hardly impressive. Li Wan jested. How infuriating it is to be underestimated by my junior sister. Let us see you withstand this, Fan Lin declared, channeling a drop of his essence blood into the heavens, crafting intricate hand seals to summon a towering manifestation of a war god. Thousand-seek sword war god technique. Arise. The war god figure wielded a colossal sword, seemingly intent on shattering the entire arena, and then charged toward Li Wan. The blade struck above her, causing her to furrow her brows. In response, she summoned her own divine sword, Pear Blossom. The ethereal white blade appeared, slender and sharp as a needle. In that moment, Li Wan surged forward, wielding Pear Blossom directly at Fan Lin's manifestation, concentrating her energy to break through his defense. What she did not anticipate was that the might of the war god was far beyond that which an ordinary nascent soul could withstand. The manifestation swung its sword down, cleaving a gaping chasm several feet deep in the arena. Beneath the blade's radiance, Li Wan gritted her teeth, desperately struggling until, with a resounding crash, she was flung aside like a severed kite, crashing against a nearby barrier. Junior sister Li Wan, be careful. The onlookers gasped, concerned for her fragile form. Junior sister, keep calling out. Aren't you quite capable? My thousand-seek sword, is it indeed effective or not? Fan Lin's eyes blazed with fervor as he laughed maniacally. Was his celebration premature? A chilling voice emerged from the swirling dust, and Li Wan slowly rose to her feet, brushing the dirt from her gown, though the blood seeping from the corner of her mouth revealed her injuries. Impossible. Having endured my full force strike, you should not still be standing. Fan Lin exclaimed in disbelief. Oh, what a frog in a well you are. Li Wan retorted with a smirk, brandishing Pear Blossom once more as she charged at Fan Lin, denying him any chance to continue his taunts. Thousand Illusions technique, Pear Blossom Shadow, Li Wan shouted, her figure fracturing into countless copies that relentlessly bore down upon the astonished Fan Lin. Having just summoned his manifestation with his essence blood, Fan Lin found himself weakened and could only feebly summon a treasure for defense, which proved nearly ineffective. Bang, bang, bang. The myriad of Li Wan's avatars battered him, leaving him dazed amidst the swirling dust. One technique after another assailed him. Blazing Inferno technique. Arise. Massive molten rocks erupted from the ground, hurtling toward Fan Lin. 8 Fiends formation, activate. Qian generates 3 yin. Kuan generates 3 yang. As the formation materialized, Li Wan appeared instantly before Fan Lin, plunging Pear Blossom deep into his abdomen. Dragging him backward for several hundred feet, she finally pinned him against the barrier of the arena with her sword. At that moment, Elder Juexin perceived that Fan Lin had lost all combat capability, sealing his fate. He flew into the arena, conjuring a barrier to shield against Li Wan's spells, and withdrew her pear blossom sword from the blood-soaked fanlin. The victor is Li Wan. She advances to the finals. Splendid. Wonderful. Senior sister Li Wan. You were magnificent. It was utterly captivating. The ethereal shadows of the pear blossoms danced in a mesmerizing display, truly impressive. The audience erupted into fervent applause, congratulating Li Wan on her advancement to the finals. Subsequently, several elders entered the arena, employing restorative formations to mend the ravaged competition grounds. At this moment, Jiang Chun felt a surge of astonishment within, and as he turned his gaze towards Li Wan, she too smiled in his direction. On her enchanting visage, a trace of a cruel smile emerged, as she communicated telepathically with Jiang Chun. Dear brother Jiang Chun, I have made it to the finals. You must rally your spirits, for in the finals, I shall savor every bit of you. Chapter 44. The Birth of a Child in the Arena. The restoration work was proceeding with a sense of urgency and order. The elders busily traversed the grounds, their spiritual energies swirling in their hands. As flashes of light illuminated the scene, shattered stone slabs and sunken earth gradually returned to their original state. The entire arena took nearly an hour to be fully repaired. At this moment, sunlight poured over the rejuvenated arena, casting glimmers of gold upon its surface. Standing in a distant corner, Jiang Chun observed his opponent, Zhu Yan, with an eagle-like, sharp gaze. Zhu Yan was encircled by a group of female disciples, their chatter resembling that of a flock of sparrows. With a folding fan in hand and a confident smile gracing his lips, Zhu Yan effortlessly answered their myriad questions. Be wary of his intent, the intent of absolute detachment. Master Brother Wei Ning had arrived at Jiang Chen's side, his expression grave and his eyes betraying a hint of concern. Has he comprehended the intent? Brother. Indeed, Zhu Yan was the champion of the last tournament and the one who defeated me. The intent of absolute detachment is formidable. Understood. Jiang Chun, Zhu Yan, step onto the stage. With the resounding and authoritative call of the judge, Elder Zhu Xian, the arena fell into an immediate hush. All eyes converge upon Jiang Chun and Zhu Yan. Feeling the heat, Jiang Chun decided to shed his outer garment. His inverted, triangular physique was suddenly revealed to the spectators, the explosive definition of his white muscles appearing as if sculpted, exuding an aura of strength. The onlookers couldn't help but marvel at the hardships Jiang Chun must have endured during his foundational period to attain such a streamlined form. Opposite him, Zhu Yan exuded an equally graceful and dashing demeanor, his garments billowing elegantly. The folding fan in his hand swayed gently, the intricate patterns on its surface shimmering with a mysterious luminescence under the sunlight. This fan was no ordinary item. It was Zhu Yan's treasure artifact, the cosmic fan, a divine-grade treasure. Senior brother Zhu Yan is so handsome, with the intent of absolute detachment. Victory is assured. Not necessarily. I believe junior brother Jiang Chun will not be easily defeated. Go, senior brother Zhu Yan. Go, Jiang Chun. The cheers from the crowd surged like waves, their enthusiasm seemingly heightened as they reached the semifinals. Junior brother, make your move. Zhu Yan continued to sway his fan confidently. Jiang Chun, unperturbed, summoned the storm blade, gripping its hilt firmly and closing his eyes. With a resounding thud, he instantaneously shifted to the opposite side of the stage. In the next moment, with a clang, he sheathed his blade. Suddenly, a gash appeared on Zhu Yan's chest, blood beginning to flow uncontrollably. Blade Draw Zhu Yan had observed Jiang Chen's speed prior to the match, but he never anticipated it would be to such an extent. He was utterly caught off guard. Hastily, he cast a blood-stopping spell on his chest and consumed a nourishing pill. Brother, focus. Otherwise, I may have to send you tumbling off the stage. You insolent brat. How arrogant. Zhu Yan refrained from boasting further. With a flick of his myriad phenomena fan, he unleashed an array of 5 elemental restrictions, hurling them towards Jiang Chun. Spells shot forth like arrows. Jiang Chun hastily defended with the blade's aura. The scene descended into chaos. A cacophony of clashes ensued. In an instant, Zhu Yan teleported beside Jiang Chun, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. The realm of ruthless emotions commence. The dark spiritual energy erupted from Zhu Yan, spreading outward like a shadowy tide towards Jiang Chun. In but a moment, Jiang Chun found himself ensnared by the inky, spiritual aura. A chilling sensation swept through him, as if his very emotions were being meticulously stripped away. Suyao, Master Su Qing, the seniors of Qingmang Peak, my master. Who are you? Do I recognize you? The realm of ruthless emotions is terrifying indeed. It can tear apart one's feelings and crush them. Blood seeped from the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth, as the realm of ruthless emotions invaded his heart. Whispering breeze, arise. Jiang Chun bellowed, his voice resonating with determination. The azure energy dispelled the encroaching realm of ruthless emotions within him, enveloping him like a silken cocoon. This spectacle astonished all present. A mere golden core cultivator has comprehended a realm? By the heavens, is this the true strength of junior brother Jiang Chun? The whispering breeze? Such a beautiful azure hue. Zhu Yan too felt a ripple of disbelief. He had not anticipated that Jiang Chun possessed such realms, and so formidable, that a mere golden core cultivator could contend with his perfected nascent soul realm. Jiang Chun, even with your realms, the disparity in cultivation cannot be bridged merely by skill. Prepare yourself. The myriad phenomena fan transformed into countless sword lights, hurtling directly towards Jiang Chun. Yet Jiang Chun, cocooned within his whispering breeze, brandished the sudden rain blade. His eyes closed as he attuned to the onslaught of sword lights from all directions, slicing through them with calm precision. As Zhu Yan witnessed his attacks proving futile, determination surged within him. He teleported directly in front of Jiang Chun, engaging in close combat. The dark aura of the realm, akin to a venomous serpent, would induce momentary stupor upon contact. The clash of the black spiritual energy and the azure aura sent shockwaves through the arena, shattering stones and splitting the earth. Bang! Clash! Each fierce collision between the sudden rain blade and the myriad phenomena fan stirred up clouds of dust. Amidst the din of metallic clashes, Jiang Chun unknowingly fell into a wondrous state of self-forgetfulness, a torrent of memories flooding his mind. There was the knife he wielded as a child, serving as a waiter in an inn while assisting Suyao in a deadly endeavor. There was the warmth of kneeling with Suyao before Master Su Qing at the Hawan sect. There was the moment he ambushed Lei Peng in the demon forest with the sudden rain. There were the 5 years of introspection at Qingmang Peak. Gradually, Jiang Chen's aura erupted like a dragon's roar. A swirling mist of white spiritual energy enveloped him, intertwining with the azure realm, encasing him in a cocoon of power. Zhu Yan was unexpectedly swept away by the sudden surge of white energy, sent flying like a deflated ball. What is this? Wei Ning exclaimed, eyes wide with incredulity. Urgently questioning Master, Chu Feng stood to the side, squinting slightly as he stroked his beard, and spoke slowly, the essence of the celestial blade. The essence of the celestial blade? Could it be that the junior disciple possesses 2 distinct essences? Wei Ning's mouth fell agape, his face a canvas of astonishment. He understood all too well that comprehending an essence is an arduous endeavor, and to harbor 2 is an unprecedented feat, signifying that Jiang Chun possesses extraordinary talent and fortuity. Indeed, at that moment, as if summoned by the essence of the celestial blade, all the spiritual energy at the summit of Longwu Peak began to surge violently towards Jiang Chun. In an instant, the mountains and forests erupted in a cacophony of startled birds and beasts, their cries echoing through the heavens, while the earth trembled slightly, seemingly unable to withstand the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy. The azure wind essence intertwined with the white essence of the celestial blade, coiling around Jiang Chun like 2 colossal dragons, enveloping him securely at the center. The collision of these 2 energies erupted in a dazzling radiance, within which Jiang Chen's figure flickered in and out of visibility, as if undergoing a monumental transformation. Master, he has reached the embryonic stage, Wei Ning exclaimed in delight. Jiang Chun has achieved the embryonic stage with the essence of the celestial blade. Amidst the tempest, Zhu Yan found his garments torn asunder, his body battered and bloodied. collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Then, from the cocoon emerged a youthful figure with white hair, bare-skinned, wielding a swift blade, standing upon the dual essences of white and azure. His long white hair danced in the wind, and his blue pupils were inverted, his ears pointed, exotic and enchanting. The victor, Jiang advances to the finals. Chapter 45. The essence of peach blossoms. Jiang descended from the martial arts platform. "Chinner, come here. Let me examine your hair," commanded his master, Chufeng. Jiang obediently approached, and then sat cross-legged beside his esteemed teacher. Chufeng gently parted Jiang silky white locks, scrutinizing them closely. "The essence of your heavenly blade has altered your hair's color. Do you wish to revert it to black? I could forcibly change it back using spiritual energy." "No need. Master, white suits me just fine and complements my wind-based techniques," Jiang replied. At this moment, Su Qingshuang joyfully caressed Jiang hair. "What a beautiful mane of white hair. It is as enchanting as winter snow. Little junior brother, allow me to style it into a bun. I will be most grateful." "Senior sister," Jiang responded with a cheerful smile. Meanwhile, Li Wan gazed at Jiang striking appearance, lost in thought. "Junior sister Li Wan, this Jiang seems exceptionally strong. Do you believe you can defeat him?" "Junior sister Li Wan? Ah, I'm listening. What were you saying, senior sister?" Li Wan finally snapped back to reality after being called twice. "Waner, one must not harbor impurities in their heart. Personal grudges must not cloud one's true nature. Do you understand?" At that moment, Li Wan's master, Liang Qi, waved her feather duster, having perceived the resentment in Li Wan's eyes. "Your teachings are wise, master. Junior sister, give it your all. Let us reclaim glory for Huang Luo Peak. It has been a century since we last claimed victory in the strongest disciple competition." "I will." "Senior sister." The two contestants, Li Wan and Jiang appear to be in peak condition, so let us commence the match immediately, without delay, until tomorrow," announced Elder Juexin after conferring with the sect leader. The audience erupted into cheers, their fervor ignited by the previous performances of Li Wan and Jiang transforming them into ardent admirers. "Go, senior sister Li Wan. Jiang we support you. Sister loves you." After a brief moment of meditation, the two ascended the martial arts platform. Jiang with his white hair elegantly styled into a bun by Su Qingshuang and adorned in a dragon-patterned robe, resembled a refined nobleman, his movements fluid like a dragon, his brows as majestic as snow-capped peaks. Conversely, as soon as Li Wan stepped onto the stage, she was met with enthusiastic cheers from nearly all the male disciples. Adorned in vibrant silk, she resembled a dancing maiden from the Dunhuang murals, her fair, translucent feet lightly touching the ground, as if she were floating in the air, embodying a celestial being gazing down upon the world. "Jiang I have awaited this moment. I only regret that our match was not arranged sooner," Li Wan remarked with a light laugh, her words dripping with allure. "Li Wan, in this arena, I shall respectfully address you as senior sister. Please, share guidance." Jiang replied politely, cupping his hands in salute, then summoned the sudden rain blade. "Adopting à combattance." So now you understand the importance of manners? Have you forgotten how you and that vixen Suyao of your sect humiliated me? "Prepare to perish, Jiang Li Wan declared, drawing her bow with her left hand, charging her shot with the power of a 100-mile gale, and then merging it into an arrow that streaked through the void. Jiang felt every pore on his body erupt. He had not anticipated Li Wan would unleash her ultimate technique right from the start. With urgency, he brandished his weapon before him while simultaneously invoking a defensive spell. The clash resounded. Sparks flew. Despite this, Jiang was still forced back 100 feet by the overwhelming might of Li Fengshi. The ground beneath him bore the marks of shattered stone once more. Determined to conclude the encounter swiftly, Jiang let out a thunderous shout. Manifest intent. Instantly, a dual aura of white and azure enveloped Jiang's form and the blade of his stormy knife, propelling him towards Li Wan. How naive, Jiang. Li Wan's enchanting features suddenly took on a chilling demeanor. "Do you presume that I lack the ability to wield intent? Peach blossom intent." In an instant, A torrent of vibrant peach-hued spiritual energy erupted from around Li Wan, surging towards Jiang Chen's dual aura. Jiang Chen was taken aback. The richness of this peach blossom intent seemed far superior to the icy detachment of the previous intent he had encountered. His aura dimmed in comparison. This is not good. Jiang Chen suddenly glimpsed a glimmer of cold light amidst the overwhelming peach energy. It was Li Wan's saber, Pear Blossom. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced through Jiang Chen's abdomen, its slender form trailing his blood as it propelled him backward, ultimately pinning him against the barrier of the arena. Li Wan gracefully retreated, drawing out the Pear Blossom sword, and with a soft chuckle, she extended her slender, lilac tongue to taste the blood upon the blade. Her tongue was both long and delicate, resembling a sinuous serpent, mesmerizing yet seductive. Jiang Chen, your blood possesses a delightful flavor. Hastily, Jiang Chen began to channel his energy to heal his wounded abdomen. Just a moment of carelessness had led to his blood spilling on the ground. Li Wan was indeed a formidable opponent, he mused inwardly. The white aura of the celestial blade seemed to be suppressed by the peach blossom intent, yielding no resistance in their fusion. Jiang Chen transformed his aura entirely into a gentle breeze, the azure glow once again enveloping him. With a fleeting thought, he vanished from sight. Clang! Li Wan raised the pear blossom with determination to parry Jiang Chen's forceful strike. The intense shock reverberated through her hands, leaving her numb. And soon their figures became entwined in a fierce struggle within the arena. From the outside, one could only perceive flashes of blade and sword light. The azure figure of Jiang Chen clashing with the peach-hued Li Wan in a continuous dance of combat. Clang! Crash! The sound of their divine artifacts colliding echoed, a testament to their wills clashing. Li Wan, deserving of her title as the Water Ink sect's greatest talent in a century, wielded her instantaneous movement and sword intent with such prowess that it matched Jiang Chen's mastery of the celestial blade. How could she be so formidable, yet remain unseen in the previous bouts? It was said that during the last competition, she was in seclusion, striving for perfection in her nascent soul stage. In the bout prior, even as a mid-nascent soul cultivator without intent, she had surged into the top 4. Jiang Chen, be careful, Wei Ning exclaimed as he observed Li Wan's figure flicker, transforming into a doppelganger. Li Wan moved with ethereal grace, skillfully navigating Jiang Chen's fierce blade energy. Her fingertips deftly weaving a spell, instantly conjuring an identical clone of herself. The doppelganger moved with a grace that was almost ethereal, eluding Jiang Chen's keen gaze. In the blink of an eye, the true form of Li Wan flickered and reappeared beside Jiang Chen. A triumphant smile graced her lips as she suddenly unfurled the essence of the peach blossom. In an instant, the delicate yet lethal aura of peach blossoms infiltrated Jiang Chen's pores like gossamer threads. He felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him, as if he were on the verge of being consumed by an endless fatigue. Was this the essence of the peach blossom? It induced slumber, a perilous situation. Alarm bells rang in Jiang Chen's mind. He bit down on his tongue, using the pain to counteract the encroaching lethargy. Yet in this brief moment of vulnerability, Li Wan would not let the opportunity slip away. A fierce glint flashed in her beautiful eyes as her sword arced upward with the swiftness of lightning. Crack! The sound was akin to metal snapping, a jarring noise that pierced the air. Jiang Chen felt a searing pain in his left arm, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, his arm was severed by Li Wan's strike, falling lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 46. A gruesome scene. Blood gushed forth, instantly forming a towering column, flowing profusely, with stark white bones faintly visible, creating a scene that was both harrowing and shocking. Jiang Chen's complexion turned as pale as paper in an instant, as he valiantly endured the excruciating pain, hastily employing a hemostatic technique to staunch the relentless flow of blood. Subsequently, he retaliated against Li Wan with a swift strike, creating a brief distance between them. Seizing this fleeting moment to catch his breath, he quickly retrieved a nourishing essence pill and swallowed it whole. Jiang Chen, you are but a mere shadow of your former self. Li Wan, enchanting and alluring, was now drenched in Jiang Chen's blood, exuding an eerie and demonic charm, her smile still captivating and beguiling. At this moment, Jiang Chen had lost his left hand, causing a peculiar imbalance in his body that rendered him uncomfortable. However, the sudden rain blade emitted a resonant hum, seemingly soothing Jiang Chen's restless heart, urging him to relax. Gripping the hilt of the blade tightly with his right hand, he held it before his chest and slowly closed his eyes. He once again focused his spiritual awareness on Li Wan, entering the profound realm of a remarkable sword technique. Insight in the heat of battle? Too late. Li Wan, wielding a pear blossom, did not grant Jiang Chen a moment's respite. Thousand Illusions technique, pear blossom shadow. This was her ultimate move, previously employed, and now unleashed once more at the very instant Jiang Chen closed his eyes in contemplation. Countless pear blossom blades and Li Wan's doppelgangers filled the entire arena, all converging upon Jiang Chen simultaneously. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes snapped open, and upon closer inspection, the irises had transformed into a pure white, imbued with the essence of the heavenly blade. In a single breath, Jiang Chen wielded his blade with effortless grace. His form trembled, creating the illusion of countless doppelgangers. Though in truth, it was merely his singular figure, moving with such swiftness that it left behind mere afterimages. In the span of a breath, he obliterated all of Li Wan's doppelgangers. Jiang Chen projected the azure wind essence to counter Li Wan's peach blossom essence, merging the white heavenly blade essence with his being to withstand Li Wan's Thousand Illusions technique. How infuriating! Can this not vanquish you, Jiang Chen? Li Wan's eyes glimmered with crimson threads, and a murderous aura enveloped the arena. Several elders and the sect leader approached Chu Feng, inquiring. Li Wan's murderous intent is palpable. Brother Chu, should we terminate the match and declare her the victor? Chu Feng quietly observed the unfolding events before responding calmly. There's no need. Forcibly ending the competition would be disrespectful to both parties. Rest assured, I am watching closely. I will intervene at a critical moment. Very well. Jiang Chen, too, sensed Li Wan's murderous intent, astonished that she truly harbored such resentment for his past actions against her doppelgangers. This hatred rivaled that of a love curse. Yet, despite Jiang Chen's relentless dismantling of Li Wan's techniques, he found himself lacking in momentum, realm, and power. As a newly emerged practitioner in the nascent soul stage, he was indeed at a disadvantage compared to the most formidable genius of the century, Li Wan. Her mastery of instant movement, comprehensive techniques, and the terrifying depth of her essence surpassed Jiang Chen's own. Had he not been an adept of dual realms, he likely would have been cleaved into a mere puppet by the pear blossoms long ago. At this moment, Jiang Chen wielded the torrential rain with one hand, tirelessly fending off the barrage of spells unleashed by Li Wan and Li Hua. The spiritual energy surged like a mighty river, continuously flowing into their bodies. The sounds of clashing metal reverberated all around, and ominous clouds filled with thunder and lightning gathered above the arena, heralding the storm's long cry. The audience, taken aback by the unexpectedly thrilling and bloody finals, fell silent, their voices stifled, yet their toes clenched tightly in anticipation. Suddenly, a glint of cunning flashed in Li Wan's eyes as she cast a charm of passion, exploiting a moment of inattention from Jiang Chen to infiltrate his body. In an instant, he found himself ensnared in an illusion, stepping into a fragrant, peach-colored tent. A delicate figure, soft as if lacking bones, climbed onto his chest. It was Li Wan. Her tender, fragrant lips incessantly kissed his face and neck. Meanwhile, in reality, Li Wan approached Jiang Chen with a light laugh, while he remained quietly seated. My sister has said she will savor you bite by bite. With that, Li Wan sank her teeth into Jiang Chen's neck, tearing away a large portion of flesh, causing his head to droop lifelessly to the ground. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had reached the Yuanying stage, with his soul unscathed. His physical form could be remade. Li Wan, resembling a ghoul, knelt on the ground, devouring Jiang Chen's head, chewing it before spitting out the remnants. Oh no! My junior brother has fallen victim to Li Wan's enchantment, succumbing to the passion curse. Master, concede. I implore you. Su Qingxuang could no longer bear to witness the scene. At that moment, Chu Feng sighed, preparing to raise his hand in surrender. Suddenly, Jiang Chun's battered form, reduced to a mere shell, laboriously summoned his Yuanying. To everyone's astonishment, the small, white-haired Yuanying underwent a bizarre transformation, becoming demonic. Its once normal fingernails elongated to over 3 inches, sharp as daggers. Its ears turned pointed, and its pupils elongated, radiating an eerie glow. As the onlookers gasped in disbelief, the small Yuanying raised its hand as if wielding a knife, suddenly directing a slash at Li Wan, who was still greedily consuming his flesh. In that instant, a fierce blade of light materialized, imbued with a chilling aura. Heavenly blade, soul-severing slash. The youthful voice of the Yuanying carried a ruthless edge. Li Wan instantly sensed a terrifying presence, akin to an invisible current surging from her toes to the crown of her head. Her body stiffened abruptly, and an expression of sheer terror crossed her face. What is this? Her voice trembled, unable to fathom that this remnants of Jiang Chun, reduced to a mere Yuanying, could unleash such a formidable technique. With a chilling, brief scream, Li Wan's spirit was cleaved into countless fragments by the Yuanying's fierce blade. Her body swayed a few times before collapsing to the ground in a pitiful heap. This was Jiang Chen's most potent strike, a culmination of his long-accumulated mastery of the heavenly blade, unleashed through his Yuanying. Without a trace of mercy for Li Wan, who sought his demise, he decisively shattered her soul. Alas, all is lost. At this moment, Elder Chu's face turned ashen, and he hastily utilized the technique of teleportation. Arriving at the arena in the blink of an eye, he swiftly cast a binding spell, attempting to envelop Li Wan's shattered soul. Brother Chu, I instructed you to keep a close watch to prevent any mishaps. What are we to do now? Liang Qi exclaimed, her face etched with anguish as she gazed upon Li Wan's vacant expression, unable to contain her reproach. Is my fault my fault? I never anticipated that Jiang Chun harbored such a murderous intent. Chu Feng lamented, his countenance filled with self-reproach and regret. Quickly, transport the two of them to the sacred realm of protection, to the eternal spirit milk, and summon Su Qingxuang. The sect leader, Qian's son, decisively commanded. In the arena, Jiang Chun was left nearly devoid of his primordial essence, weakly cradled in Su Qingxuang's embrace. Meanwhile, Li Wan lay in Liang Qi's arms, resembling a person in a state of mental disarray, frothing at the mouth, utterly limp. Both had exerted every ounce of their strength, exhausting themselves in their attempt to vanquish the other. The atmosphere of the duel was thick with the stench of blood, permeated by cruelty and ferocity. After the two were carried away, Elder Jueshin approached the now devastated arena, cleared his throat, and announced the outcome of the match. In this final round, the two disciples have reached an impasse. Jiang Chun and Li Wan shall both be bestowed the title of the strongest disciples. Chapter 47. 16 years later in the Ink and Wash sect, within the sacred realm of the Protectors, the remnants of Jiang Chen's body and his nascent soul, along with Li Wan, were immersed in the pool of eternal essence. Dripping stalactites overhead released a continuous flow of white nectar, coalescing into the waters of the pool. In front of them, Su Qingxuang performed incantations with great skill. As the heir to the Qi Huang treasure arts, it was said that as long as a soul lingered, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival upon encountering Su Qingxuang. The elders and the sect leader lingered in the sacred realm, sighing in despair. Alas, my moment of negligence has led to such a fate for these two exceptional youths. I am filled with shame, Elder Chu lamented. Do not blame yourself, Brother Chu. With Qingxuang here, I believe they will surely recover, the sect leader Qian Sun reassured. Come now, let us not disturb Qingxuang as she saves lives. We should take our leave, Elder Liang Qi suggested. The group then slowly withdrew from the sacred realm. 16 years later, time flowed swiftly, nurturing the world with its gentle essence. Under the ceaseless care of Su Qingxuang's magic, Jiang Chun finally completed the refinement of a new physical form. Beneath skin as luminous as white jade lay explosive muscle definition, with veins and arteries becoming distinctly visible. After a long exhale, Su Qingshuang finally lifted the restrictions. Her 16 years of effort had successfully drawn both from the brink of death. Suddenly, a swirling vortex emerged within Jiang Chen's dantian, and the entire pool's essence began to frantically converge towards him. He sat within the waters, forming a whirlpool. Su Qingshuang gazed in astonishment as events unfolded, uncertain of their cause, but instinctively shielded Li Wan beside her with protective spells. A thunderous roar filled the air as the whirlpool intensified, draining the ancient essence of the pool before consuming the surrounding spiritual energy. In no time, the sacred realm was stripped of its ethereal fluids and energies. The vortex gradually quieted and vanished. At that moment, Jiang Chun abruptly opened his eyes, radiating brilliance, and achieved a breakthrough. He ascended from the early stage of nascent soul to the mid-stage. Junior brother, you have finally awakened. Sister, thank you for your tireless efforts. How long has it been? 16 years. Such a long time. Thank you, sister. Jiang Chen looked at Su Qingshuang with deep gratitude, feeling the meticulous care and warmth akin to that of an elder sister emanating from her weary expression. At this juncture, several elders instantaneously arrived at the sacred realm, staring in disbelief at the barren pool. Jiang Chun, was it your profound intent that caused this vortex? Indeed, Elder Liang Qi, now gray-haired, approached Li Wan to examine her spirit. Delicate strands flickered faintly. Although Su Qingshuang had mended her, she remained exceedingly frail. Jiang Chun, you have healed, but you have drained the entire essence of the pool. What shall we do for my disciple? She requires around 5 more years of nurturing. Liang Qi inquired. I apologize, Elder Liang Qi, but I was entirely unaware at the time. It was the operation of my inner intent that drained the sacred realm's spiritual energy. Selfish, Liang Qi reproached without restraint. Jiang Chun licked his parched lips, ensnared in an awkward silence. At this moment, Elder Wang Ping spoke. Sister Liang Qi, why don't we send someone to escort Li Wan to the Twilight Mountains for her recovery? There exists pure, millennium-old spiritual milk there. That is indeed a commendable plan, Liang Qi agreed. The spiritual energy there surpasses that of my sect's secret realm, making it more conducive for healing. However, who shall we send? The Twilight Mountains are fraught with peril, teeming with 6th-level demon beasts on the verge of transcending to the divine level, as well as monstrous beasts that have already achieved such a transformation. Naturally, I shall go. Li Wan is my disciple, Liang Qi declared without hesitation. That is ill-advised, sister. Next year, envoys from the 5th-level cultivation nation will visit our Water Ink Sect's mirror image Xuanhua Tower. Our 5 divine transformation stage elders must not be absent. Otherwise, we would incur the wrath of the envoys, and the consequences would be dire. Zhu Exine interjected. What then? Who among the ordinary disciples can withstand the demon beasts of the Twilight Mountains? They are all as timid as mice. One envoy. And look at how frightened you all are. Liang Qi's expression darkened as she rebuked them. She then tenderly caressed Li Wan's cheek. Alas, my poor disciple. Sister, do not be so enraged. Perhaps we could devise a compromise, Elder Zhu Exine suggested, feeling the heat of Liang Qi's ire. At this juncture, Jiang Chun observed Li Wan's sorrowful visage, lost in contemplation. Although Li Wan had a penchant for biting and devouring, she had never truly harmed his primordial spirit. Given his condition at the time, it was unfathomable that his primordial spirit remained intact. Had he been too heavy-handed when shattering her soul? Without sister Su Qingshuang, she would undoubtedly have met her demise. Masters, uncles, please lend me your ears, Jiang Chen spoke. The bickering ceased, and all gazes turned towards him. Why not allow me to escort her to the Twilight Mountains for her recovery? Suddenly, all eyes were fixed upon Jiang Chun, appraising him before nodding in silent accord after a moment's deliberation. Chinner, we old fools have reasons that will bind us next year, and the other disciples lack your prodigious strength to contend with the demon beasts. Thus, it is indeed the most prudent course for you to accompany Li Wan for her recuperation, Chu Feng affirmed. However, You both had vowed to eliminate each other. Are you capable of setting aside your grievances now? Zhu Feng yin guit. Upon reflection, I may have acted too rashly, shattering her soul in a moment of impulse. I harbor no animosity towards her, Jiang Chen replied. Very well, then we shall entrust this task to you. A fine child you are. Take this artifact, the Beastmaster Ring. It may prove useful in the Twilight Mountains, Chu Feng said as he presented a golden ring to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I entrust my disciple Li Wan to your care. Here is a formation flag for the Shura formation. Once you enter activate the formation to facilitate her healing. Liang Qi added, handing Jiang Chen 3 small black flags. Rest assured, Elder Liang Qi, I shall take good care of her. Jiang Chen assured as he accepted Li Wan from Liang Qi, summoning his flying artifact, the Jade Dragon Boat, and preparing to lift Li Wan aboard. At that moment, the delicate figure in his embrace stirred awake, wriggling free from Jiang Chen's grasp. I cough. I can fly on my own. I refuse to ride in your artifact. Subsequently, Li Wan seemed to exert every ounce of her strength as she summoned her treasured artifact, a magnificent peach blossom fan, and ascended into the air. No, you are exceedingly weak. What if you fall mid-flight? Jiang Chen remarked, furrowing his brow. Without hesitation, he leapt onto the fan, firmly embracing Li Wan, and soared back to his dragon boat. You! Despicable! Li Wan cursed weakly. Jiang Chen appeared undeterred as he activated the dragon boat. Master, uncle, we are departing. He waved farewell to the others. Be cautious along the way. Remember to utilize the Shura formation I provided. If you encounter a formidable adversary, you must flee. Understand? Liang Qi shouted. Yet they had already vanished into the misty expanse of the sky. Chapter 48. Care beneath the skies of the southern Yu Kingdom. Jiang Chen sped towards the Twilight Mountains with Li Wan in tow. At that moment, Li Wan was still fuming over Jiang Chen's domineering behavior. Her brow furrowed as she glared at him. You never truly intended to kill me, did you? Jiang Chen asked, a hint of awkwardness in his smile. Don't be ridiculous. I've stated before, I intend to chew you to pieces. But I simply hadn't reached the point of gnawing on your primordial essence before you ambushed me. Li Wan retorted vehemently, her voice laced with bitterness. Observing her frail state, Jiang Chen chose not to press further, letting out a sigh before softly uttering 3 words. I am sorry. Li Wan, still caught in a coughing fit, barely caught his apology. Huh? What did you say? Jiang Chen, unwilling to repeat himself, turned his gaze forward, disregarding her. Insufferable, scoundrel. Vile thief, little brat. Cough, cunning rogue. Li Wan unleashed a barrage of expletives, exhausting her vocabulary in indignation. When she noted Jiang Chen's continued silence, she relented, closing her eyes to meditate. After an entire month of flight, they finally arrived at the Twilight Mountains. Under the shimmering stars and moon, the air was thick with spiritual energy. Before even entering the valley, Jiang Chen sensed the formidable presence of powerful beasts within. A piercing howl echoed through the skies. A wolf's cry that rattled both Jiang Chen and Li Wan. That is a moon wolf, a beast of the transformation stage, Li Wan informed him. Are you familiar with such creatures? Jiang Chen inquired. Cough. Ignorant fool. You don't even know of the moon wolf, and yet claim you can protect me, she continued to mock. Jiang Chen shot her an annoyed glance, but refrained from arguing. Consulting his map, he confirmed their location and soon arrived beneath a massive juniper tree. Its towering form seemed to stretch into the heavens, the roots sprawling across the ground in a magnificent display, covering hundreds of feet. Jiang Chen stowed away the conspicuous dragon boat and lifted Li Wan once more. With a graceful leap, he ascended to the treetop. From this vantage point, the entrance to the sky-repairing stone cave was clearly visible. From this tree, we shall find the most suitable dwelling, he declared. After gently placing Li Wan down, Jiang Chen did not seek her opinion. Summoning his blade, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, creating several hundred cuts in an instant. The branches were hollowed out, forming a natural cavern spanning 5 feet in width. Li Wan observed silently, her admiration for Jiang Chen's formidable blade technique growing. Once he sheathed his weapon, he turned and approached Li Wan, lifting her once more and flying into the tree hollow. Let us rest here and recuperate, what do you think? Li Wan, still cradled in his arms, felt an unexpected flush of embarrassment warming her ears. Ugh, it's just a few steps. I can walk by myself. From now on, you are forbidden to carry me without my permission. She protested, though she conceded this tree hollow is quite nice. With a resigned smile, Jiang Chun gently set her down, lighting a candle that illuminated the entire hollow. Wait here. I will fetch some spiritual milk from the cave, he said, retrieving a gourd before stepping out of their arboreal refuge. Li Wan gazed at his departing silhouette, a sudden wave of unease washing over her. She instinctively wrapped her slender arms around herself tightly. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun arrived at the cavern, finding it reminiscent of a hidden realm, where several stalactites dripped a milky white fluid. This was the precious essence he sought, the 10,000-year spirit milk. Although there were some shallow puddles on the ground, it was evident that visitors frequently came to gather the milk. This was precisely why Jiang Chun chose not to establish his abode within the cavern. Encountering unsavory individuals seeking the spirit milk would pose a significant dilemma. Instead, he opted for a more secluded tree hollow, a decision of brilliance. The flickering candlelight accentuated Li Wan's exquisite beauty, imbuing her with an enchanting allure. Sitting upon the ground, she rested her chin on her knees, her silver adornments cascading down to her wrist, feeling cool against her skin. Lost in thought, she pondered the inexplicable circumstances that had led her to this tree hollow with the detestable Jiang Chun and the unsettling prospect of cohabiting with him for an extended period. Perhaps the evening breeze from the Moro Mountain range was slightly chilly, seeping into the hollow and causing her nose to twitch uncomfortably. After a deep inhale, she felt her eyelids grow heavy and succumb to sleep, her head nestled against her knees. Half an hour later, Jiang Chun returned, clad in white with silvery hair, resembling a youth of the demon race. He carried a gourd brimming with spirit milk and was greeted by the sight of Li Wan's tranquil sleeping visage. Approaching her, he was about to rouse her when he suddenly heard her mumbling in her dreams. "Die, Jiang Chun, Val Jiang Chun. Go away. Who asked you to hold me?" A light chuckle escaped him as he gently lifted her head, using his other hand to uncork the gourd. The fragrant essence of the spirit milk wafted into Li Wan's nostrils, stirring her from slumber. Having rested for half an hour in that position, her arms had gone numb, rendering her unable to move. Noticing her plight, Jiang Chun swiftly positioned himself behind her, enveloping her in his embrace, and brought the gourd to her delicate lips. "Drink up. This elixir will spoil if exposed to the air. From tomorrow onward, I shall gather the freshest spirit milk for you." Initially flustered and indignant, Li Wan found herself subdued by his tender words, obediently parting her lips like an infant to suckle from the gourd. A droplet of the white essence trickled down her chin, prompting Jiang Chun to summon a handkerchief with a flick of his wrist, gently wiping her face with tender care. Gulping, it took Li Wan quite a while to finish the gourd of spirit milk. As she gazed up at him with eyes resembling twinkling stars, a hint of embarrassment washed over her, realizing she remained nestled in Jiang Chun's arms. After ensuring she was well fed, he gently nudged her to resume her position against his knees, rising to step outside the hollow. "Ahem, where are you going?" Li Wan inquired breathlessly, clearly exhausted even from drinking the spirit milk. "I am setting up the Shura formation your master entrusted to me. Remember to keep the formation's core concealed, with the azure dragon positioned in the east and the vermilion bird in the south," she instructed. "Understood," Jiang Chun replied. Once outside the hollow, he retrieved 3 small black flags, chanting incantations as he cast them into the air, sending them soaring 100 feet away. The Qian Sanlian, Kuan Liuduan, Zhen Yang Yu, Zhen Fuan, Li Zhongshu, Kan Zhouman, Dui Shank, and Sun Xiaoduan. Rise. Soon after, a dark circular barrier ascended, and the formidable Shura formation was established. Back in the hollow of the tree, Jiang Chun gazed at the frail and exhausted Li Wan, gently inquiring, "Do you still possess the strength to regulate your breath? Or shall we rest?" "Perhaps it is best to sleep," Li Wan replied. Jiang Chun assisted her in lying on her side, then settled himself in meditation, breathing in harmony. The spiritual energy of the Twilight Mountains was richer and more untamed than that of the Water Ink sect, a quality Jiang Chun greatly appreciated. 3 hours later, in the dead of night, Jiang Chun suddenly opened his eyes, sensing a presence colliding with the Shura formation. The sound was faint, not disturbing the slumbering Li Wan. With a flicker of his consciousness, he instantly transported himself to the source of the disturbance. Before him stood a white wolf, a colossal beast seemingly sculpted from moonlight, measuring over 3 zhang in length, its shoulders towering like a dragon. Its fur resembled a silver armor woven from fragmented snow, exuding an ethereal blue sheen in the night. Its eyes mirrored the cold depths of a moonlit pond, while its claws struck the tree trunk, sparking embers, and its long tail trailed behind, leaving silvery traces. Jiang Chun pondered a wild beast, the moon wolf. Chapter 49. The war wolf. Jiang Chun had just been meticulously studying information about the moon wolf in the Compendium of 100 Demons. The moon wolf's fur was silver white, resembling frost, as if it had been bathed in moonlight. Its claws were extraordinarily sharp, comparable to divine weapons of the god transformation stage. As a feral beast, the moon wolf, while sharing the same god transformation level as 7th-tier demon beasts, was typically more massive and exceedingly rare, instilling terror in those who heard its name. They largely preferred not to transform into human forms, and even when subdued, they retained their wild nature. At that moment, the moon wolf was vigorously scratching at the black azura array barrier with its front paw. Upon seeing Jiang Chun, who also bore white hair, emerge from the array, it immediately became alert, retreating a full yard, lowering its head and fixing its gaze on Jiang Chun with intense focus, its body slightly crouched, poised to pounce at any moment. Now, Jiang Chun's strength had vastly improved. He was no longer the mid-stage core formation practitioner he had been in the demon forest. Confronted once more by a god transformation-level demon beast, he felt no trace of fear, but rather an overwhelming sense of pride. Clang! With a crisp sound, thunder erupted, illuminating the surroundings. Jiang Chun swiftly adjusted his stance, bending his body, drawing his horse, and executing the movements seamlessly before suddenly drawing his sword strike. He employed his teleportation technique and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before the moon wolf, swinging his blade. Clang! The moon wolf reacted with remarkable speed, immediately blocking with its sharp claws. Jiang Chun's fierce strike merely dislodged a few strands of silver fur from the moon wolf. Indeed, it was ferocious. Concerned that the sounds of battle might attract unwanted trouble, Jiang Chun promptly invoked the subtle winds, enveloping both himself and the moon wolf within. Aqua blue spiritual energy rapidly coalesced, forming a sphere with a diameter of 100 feet. The moon wolf gently tapped against this aqua blue barrier, instantly feeling a powerful binding force. From its expression, it seemed to comprehend this was a unique realm of human cultivators. However, it was taken aback that this seemingly mid-stage nascent soul white-haired human had also mastered such techniques. Inside this realm, the moon wolf let out a high-pitched howl, baring its teeth in a display of fury. Shortly thereafter, it visibly shrank in size, transforming into a creature comparable to an ordinary gray wolf, measuring only 2 to 3 yards in length. Its massive frame would hinder its agility within the aqua blue sphere, yet its diminished size did not lessen its power. The moon wolf was confident it could rend apart this opponent before it. Jiang Chun sensed the moon wolf's intense battle intent and could not help but chuckle lightly. He focused his mind, forming seals with his hands, and in an instant, a torrent of white blade intent surged forth, smoke billowing from his 7 orifices, transforming him into a blazing white fireball. The moon wolf would not wait for Jiang Chun to complete a spell. It lunged forward. Its speed was akin to teleportation, its sharp claws slicing through the void, leaving behind a silver afterimage and unleashing terrifying shockwaves. Bang! Bang! Jiang Chun, wielding the sudden rain blade, engaged in a fierce struggle with the moon wolf. Within this azure-hued realm, the gleam of blades flickered and claws danced as 2 luminous orbs darted about, leaving trails of afterimages in their wake. With each collision, sparks flew, and warm blood streamed forth. The crimson droplets splattered against the cerulean barrier, momentarily obscuring the source. Was it the blood of Jiang Chun or the moon wolf? Clang! Jiang Chun seized the moment to cleave with his blade, forcing the moon wolf to retreat. He then pressed his left hand against his abdomen, hastily invoking a spell to staunch the bleeding. Upon closer inspection, he discovered 3 ghastly gashes inflicted by the moon wolf. The beast fared no better. Tufts of silver fur littered the ground, each representing a wound, and the joints of its forelegs were exposed, revealing stark white bone as it gasped for breath. Its back heaving. "Come on, you white beast." Jiang Chun chuckled, adjusting his breath and gesturing toward it. Though his injuries were minor, the moon wolf had expended all its strength. It sensed Jiang Chen's dominance, especially the sharpness of his black blade, which had proven detrimental with every clash. Moreover, if this azure realm enveloped it, would it even survive? The sight of this human, merely in the mid-stage of the nascent soul, was truly terrifying. A flicker of fear crossed the depths of its dark eyes. Altering its approach, the moon wolf gradually retreated before Jiang Chun. "What does this mean? Are you giving up?" The moon wolf seemed to comprehend Jiang Chen's words, nodding slightly before backing away to the edge of the azure realm, emitting 2 soft whines as if pleading for its release. "No harm done, but do not disturb my formation again. Next time, I shall show no mercy." Jiang Chun sighed in relief. Although he held a slight advantage, the power of the wild beast should not be underestimated, as a moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. Fortunately, he was a thorough practitioner of body refinement and blade techniques. Whoosh whoosh. Swiftly, Jiang Chun retrieved 2 5th-grade demon cores from his storage pouch, remnants of his past victories in the demon forest, and tossed them before the moon wolf. He then dissipated the shimmering blue barrier. "Take these, your forelimbs are broken, and these demon cores contain the essence of your kind, which will aid in your recovery," he spoke. The moon wolf gazed intently at the 2 gleaming orbs on the ground before invoking its demonic powers. In an instant, a red glow flashed, and the cores were swiftly consumed. Following that, a thunderous boom echoed, as if the very air had ruptured, and the massive form of the moon wolf vanished, leaving only the empty treetops behind. Exhausted, Jiang Chun returned to the hollow of the tree. Bathed in the flickering candlelight, Li Wan's sleeping visage appeared remarkably serene. It seemed that the intense battle he had fought with the moon wolf had been effectively shielded from her, leaving her undisturbed. Jiang Chun quietly settled beside Li Wan, unwittingly gazing at her face in tranquil admiration. Her slender eyelashes resembled delicate brushes, captivating in their beauty. Beneath her pert little nose, her softly parted cherry lips gently rose and fell with each even breath, exuding an aura of tranquility and comfort, infused with a beguiling charm that was utterly enchanting. Gazing at Li Wan, Jiang Chun couldn't help but reminisce about Suyao. It had been 25 years since he arrived in the southern Yu Kingdom, and he had never been apart from Suyao for such an extended period. He wondered how she was faring at the Hahuan sect. With this thought, Jiang Chun shook his head lightly, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. He should be concerned for the Hahuan sect instead. Worrying about Suyao seemed rather excessive. That enchanting woman's penchant for violence had likely remained unchanged. Yet fortunately, she had become an alchemist. With a soft sigh, Jiang Chun ceased his musings, slowly closed his eyes, and began to channel the Qi Huang's secret technique to heal his wounds. Chapter 50. The Spirit Pet Au. How did you get injured? The morning sun, accompanied by the melodic chirping of birds, stirred Li Wan from her slumber. As she squinted and sat up, her gaze fell upon the 3 ghastly wounds adorning Jiang Chen's abdomen. "It's nothing." "Nothing?" "Such deep wounds. It appears to be the work of a moon wolf." "Does it not? You're quite perceptive. Did you kill it?" Li Wan suddenly inquired, her voice urgent. "No, I'll let it go," Jiang Chun replied, interrupting his meditation with a solemn tone. "The moon wolf is a proud beast, one that only respects those stronger than itself. Letting it go may prove to be beneficial. Had I slain it, its kin might seek vengeance. I shall gather spirit milk. The morning yield is the most potent." "Wait for me," Jiang Chun announced, rising with a gourd in hand and striding towards the cave's entrance. Li Wan murmured softly, watching as he descended gracefully from the branches. She longed to caution him to be careful, yet hesitated, fearing it might sound overly intimate. Jiang Chun flew to the celestial stone cavern, positioning the gourd beneath the steady drip of spirit milk before resuming his meditation nearby. Suddenly, a flash of white light caught his attention. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the long blade, only relaxing when he discerned the nature of the apparition before him. A diminutive moon wolf materialized, standing amicably 3 paces away. Observing him, "Did your forelimb heal overnight?" "Such remarkable self-regeneration in a beast," Jiang Chun remarked, glancing at its front paw with a sigh. "Oh, the moon wolf disdainfully curled its lip, as if to convey, "I am no mere beast. I am a wild creature." Then, the moon wolf performed a mystical gesture, conjuring 2 inner cores from within its body and casting them at Jiang Chun's feet. Astonished, Jiang Chun picked one up, only to discover it was the inner core of a 6th-tier beast, the Qihu, freshly acquired from a recent hunt. "I offer you a 5th-tier inner core, and you return the favor with a 6th-tier one?" "Thank you, Jiang Chun chuckled, bestowing a name upon it. The moon wolf seemed unperturbed by the appellation, letting out a soft grunt before reclining 3 paces away and yawning. Observing the moon wolf, Jiang Chun contemplated and summoned the bee-soul banner he had purchased in the demon forest. Upon sighting the banner, the moon wolf appeared to recall unpleasant memories, baring its teeth at the black soul banner. "Relax. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to see if you fancy this bee-soul," Jiang Chun explained as he extracted the soul of the 6th-tier beast, the hunting falcon, and presented it before the moon wolf. The creature's expression transformed, as if it had encountered a delectable feast. It promptly closed its eyes and utilized its nose to absorb the beast's soul. "Indeed, you do enjoy this, don't you?" Jiang Chun laughed. Unbeknownst to him, the gourd had filled with spirit milk, ready to be returned to Li Wan. "I must take my leave, Jiang Chun declared, rising to depart. The moon wolf opened its eyes, glimpsing the gourd in his hand, comprehending his purpose for being there, and with a swift flicker, it vanished in an instant. Returning to the tree hollow, Li Wan finally awaited Jiang Chun's arrival, her expression betraying an uncontainable joy, though she seemed reluctant to fully reveal it, appearing somewhat conflicted, which elicited gentle laughter. Jiang Chun swiftly approached and handed her the gourd. Today, Li Wan would no longer require assistance in nourishment. Elder Liang Qi had instructed that she should consume a bottle of spiritual milk daily until her spirit was restored. Gulp, gulp. Observing Li Wan relish the spiritual milk, Jiang Chun suddenly pondered a question. "By the way, Li Wan, since you are unable to meditate, will you not feel hunger?" Yes. I was quite famished while waiting for you," Li Wan replied playfully, her rationality overwhelmed by her appetite, causing her to let go of her usual composure. "Then, would you prefer meat or a fasting pill?" "I want meat. The fasting pill is utterly unpalatable," Li Wan stated, biting her lip shyly. Jiang Chun, charmed by her adorableness, smiled and teleported outside. A quarter of an hour later, he returned with a spirit deer. Skillfully, he utilized his rainstorm blade to remove the skin and entrails, threading the meat on his skewers, and employed his fire-based techniques to roast it. Soon, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. "How delightful, Jiang Chun. I did not expect you to be adept at grilling meat," Li Wan exclaimed. "I used to be a shop assistant," Jiang Chun replied, giggling. "A shop assistant?" The prodigious heir of the Hahuan sect was once a mere shop assistant? Li Wan, captivated by the fragrant meat, fully opened her heart, laughing uncontrollably. "Indeed, I also brought some seasonings," Jiang Chun declared, producing a jade vial and sprinkling salt over the deer meat. Once it seemed sufficiently cooked, he handed the rainstorm blade to Li Wan. "Here, it's ready to eat." Li Wan nearly fumbled the blade. After all, it weighed around 20 to 30 pounds. Jiang Chun quickly used his spiritual energy to support it. Taking a bite of the slightly charred deer meat, Li Wan's eyes sparkled with delight. So delicious, crispy, and fragrant. She began to indulge heartily, alternating between bites of deer meat and sips of spiritual milk until she could eat no more. "Are you full?" Jiang Chun inquired softly. "Burp. My little belly is quite round now, all thanks to you," Li Wan playfully chided. Jiang Chun tidied up the remnants. "In a few days, you'll be able to attempt meditation and fasting." The next day, Jiang Chun once again arrived early at the cave to gather spiritual milk. To his surprise, The moon wolf was already waiting for him inside the cavern. Upon seeing Jiang Chun, the moon wolf joyfully wagged its tail and presented two six-tiered demon beast inner cores to him. What do you mean by this? Do you wish to consume the beast's souls again? Jiang Chun asked. The moon wolf nodded, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. The only remaining six-tier beast soul in Jiang Chun's possession was that of the Thunder Rock. After a brief moment of contemplation, he summoned the Thunder Rock soul. The moon wolf eagerly pounced upon it, beginning to absorb its essence. It seemed that this wild beast possessed the ability to tear apart demon beasts and consume their cores. Yet the beast souls were something it could not procure on its own. This is the final soul of a six-tier beast. If you wish for more, there shall truly be none left. Upon hearing these words, the moon wolf momentarily paused, then continued to consume. Once it had finished, the moon wolf surprisingly laid down beside Jiang Chun, mimicking his earlier posture as he awaited the spiritual milk. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chun gazed at the cavern ceiling and asked, "What are your kin, are you?" The moon wolf responded with a mournful howl. "Are they all gone?" Ayu nodded in desolation. "Then, be my spirit companion, Ayu. Together, we shall extract souls, bring down foes, and vanquish demons. Accompany me as we traverse this world." Jiang Chun turned and smiled into Ayu's eyes. The man and beast locked gazes for a while. The moon wolf's expression shifted from vigilance to a glimmer of hope, ultimately shedding all reservations, its large eyes shimmering with tears of joy. With that, Ayu joyously rose and howled at Jiang Chun. In an instant, it transformed back into a massive form akin to a small mountain. Jiang Chun laughed heartily and effortlessly leaped onto its plush, broad back. "Alhait, YQ. We are partners from this day forth. Let us seek other beasts, and I shall extract souls for you to feast upon." The excited wolf's howl reverberated through the entire Twilight Mountain range. Together, man and wolf, the white silhouette of the beast left a fleeting trace, as if caught in a whirlwind, vanishing instantly from the stone cavern. Chapter 51. 3 years later, let us speak openly. Half an hour later, Jiang Chun returned to the tree hollow, his gourd filled with spiritual milk. "You are back. Did you hear just now?" The moon wolf was howling near your cave. Li Wan, her cheeks flushed, inquired, her body still quite weak. Jiang Chun smiled gently, handing the gourd to Li Wan before extending his left hand, causing the golden beast taming ring to illuminate. With a flourish, the magnificent silver moon wolf was summoned. Immediately dropping to the ground, eagerly sucking on the essence of the six-tier beast, the tiger soul, which Jiang Chun had just refined for it. "Come, greet your big friend." Li Wan stared in astonishment at the wild beast before her, letting out a soft gasp and taking a step back. After all, humanity harbors an instinctive fear of such terrifying creatures, especially in Li Wan's currently fractured state of spirit. Observing her reaction, Jiang Chun swiftly moved behind Li Wan to steady her, preventing her from falling in fright. "Do not be afraid. It is quite gentle. You may touch it." Taking Li Wan's hand, Jiang Chun guided her to caress the moon wolf's silvery fur. Once he released her hand, she tentatively reached out. After a few hesitant strokes, her initial trepidation gradually ebbed, and a smile began to grace her lips. The moon wolf, contented by Li Wan's gentle touch, emitted soft, pleasurable sounds as she stroked its belly without any sign of resistance. "It is called to you, and it seems to quite like you." Li Wan retracted her hand and settled back down. "You are remarkable. You have tamed a wild beast as your spirit companion." She twisted the cap off the gourd, preparing to drink the spiritual milk. "Perhaps it is merely luck. It appears quite lonely, with its entire clan perished, leaving it all alone." After giving you a gentle pat, Jiang Chun summoned it back into the beast taming ring, for the space within the tree hollow felt rather cramped with the moon wolf present. "Gulp, gulp," Jiang Chun quietly observed as Li Wan finished the spiritual milk, then softly inquired, "Would you like something to eat?" Li Wan shyly murmured in response. Jiang Chun gave her a look indicating to wait, then vanished in a flash, shortly returning with a spirit deer and preparing to roast it. Li Wan placed the gourd on the ground beside her and gently embraced her shoulders. "How strange, what is this feeling? Could it be happiness?" 3 years later, The Southern Yu Kingdom is located in the southwest, with the Twilight Mountain Range lying to its south. The winters here are fleeting by the Mid-Autumn Festival. The heat still lingers, often accompanied by heavy rain and downpours. After more than 3 years of recuperation, Li Wan had regained a portion of her cultivation, possessing sufficient strength to gather spiritual milk independently. However, Jiang Chun forbade it, wishing for her to conserve every bit of spiritual energy. Perhaps this was a form of indulgence. Aside from gathering spiritual milk and tending to Li Wan's daily needs, Jiang Chun's time was largely spent riding the majestic Au, hunting down demon beasts. Over the course of 3 years, he had nearly eradicated the 6-tier demon beasts within the Twilight Mountain Range. That morning, after nearly 3 days of relentless rain, Jiang Chun had intended to wait for better weather before venturing out to gather, but upon observing the thick, dark clouds, he realized he had been overly optimistic. As always, he took his gourd and soared toward the stone cave. Jiang Chun, the rain is heavy, be careful, Li Wan said sweetly to his retreating figure. Even the most difficult sentiments and youthful thoughts had long been pried open by the passage of 3 years. Wait for me. Upon returning to the tree hollow, Li Wan finished the spiritual milk and adjusted her posture to prepare for meditation, while Jiang Chun also sat in contemplation. Outside the cave, the torrential rain finally seemed to have calmed, transforming into a gentle drizzle, suffused with the fragrant scent of earth that pleasantly filled Li Wan's nostrils. Jiang Chun, talk to me. Li Wan suddenly opened her eyes for meditation and gazed at him. What should I say? Jiang Chun, contemplating a combination of restrictions, responded with his eyes closed. Oh, stop meditating. I need you to listen to me. Li Wan playfully shook Jiang Chun's arm, pulling him from his thoughts. Jiang Chun frowned slightly, but was not angry, opening his eyes to meet her gaze. I have developed feelings for you. This time, Li Wan spoke boldly, her smile unrestrained. Seeing Jiang Chun remain silent, a hint of worry crept into her heart. After a moment of silence, she asked again, why are you not speaking? I can sense it, Jiang Chun sighed. Then what exactly do you feel for me? Let's clarify things between us today. Li Wan's tone rose slightly, her emotions escalating. Initially, I approached the Twilight Mountains to care for you out of guilt, Jiang Chun began. But gradually, I must admit, your adorable demeanor, your stubborn expressions, and your resilient spirit have somewhat moved me. Jiang Chun spoke candidly, articulating his true feelings. These words were precisely what Li Wan had yearned to hear. With a teasing laugh, she asked, do you think I'm cute? Then who do you think is more beautiful, me or your wife Suyao? Whether labeled as fickle or cold-hearted, I speak only the truth. You and Suyao are the only 2 women I, Jiang Chun, have ever deemed truly exquisite. Suyao possesses enchanting features, while your nose is elegantly defined, and your eyes exude a heroic spirit. Each has her own beauty, both equally stunning in my eyes. Jiang Chun stated earnestly, I never expected you to be so adept at describing a woman's appearance. Whereas the honest Jiang Chun gone, Li Wan chided playfully. However, Li Wan, overall, I still feel more guilt towards you. After all, without senior sister Su Qingxuang, you would no longer be alive. This seemed to be the ultimate answer Li Wan sought, yet Jiang Chun's response had far exceeded her expectations. She should, in fact, feel happy. They were both nearly a century-old cultivators, having long since seen through the essence of emotions. Love could be regarded as a servant of desire or a superfluous attachment. In the realm of cultivation, emotions were often deemed futile, even less substantial than fleeting desires or momentary pleasures. To describe it as a chronic affliction would not be an exaggeration. After all, every cultivator understands that in matters of the heart, there is no absolute best. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Li Wan's eyes brimmed with tears. This was her first experience of weeping. She was not the Li Wan from Yun Tian's sect, who was known for her incessant wailing. She was a woman of fortitude, unafraid to love and hate deeply. Yet upon hearing those words, she felt an overwhelming sense of being the superfluous one, reflecting on her own perceived inadequacies. It was one thing for her doppelganger to harbor feelings for him, but why had she, too, succumbed to affection for this man? With each droplet cascading down, Jiang Chun remained unperturbed. In truth, He felt a surge of joy at Li Wan's candidness. It boded well for their future interactions. Suddenly, a series of rhythmic knocks resonated from beyond the Shura array. Young friend within the Shura array, could you lend an old man a hand? Chapter 52. Affection and Resignation. As Jiang Chen's thoughts stirred, he instantaneously teleported to the edge of the formation, only to be astonished to find not an elderly man, but rather a white serpent. The serpent appeared injured, its body weak and its scales dull. Having never encountered such a being, Jiang Chen summoned the Stormblade, demanding in a sharp tone, "Are you human or beast?" The white serpent quickly coiled up, speaking in human tongue. "Young friend, please do not act rashly. I am human, indeed, judging by your attire. Are you a disciple of the Watering sect?" "I am Yi Yun, an elder of the Qinglou sect." To Jiang Chen's surprise, the serpent gradually transformed into a peculiar old man, his body covered in wounds. The elder, with his snowy hair and face adorned with intricate inscriptions, prompted Jiang Chen to lower his blade upon hearing his identity. An elder of the Qinglou sect? In fact, there were only 3 sects in the Southern Yu Kingdom: Water Ink sect, Luyan sect, and Qinglou sect. These sects were closely intertwined, with frequent interactions among their elders. However, Jiang Chen had not been in the sect for long and had yet to meet the elders of the other 2 sections. At that moment, Li Wan's voice came from behind. "Master Yi Yun, is it you?" She hurried to the elderly figure, her face lighting up with joy as she supported the trembling old man. "Wanner, what brings you here?" "This is splendid," Yi Yun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Gulme, Jiang Chen, open the formation. This is the elder of the Qinglou sect, my other master." "Quickly let him in," Li Wan commanded. "Of course." Jiang Chen gestured towards the sky, and the Shura formation briefly flickered before Li Wan ushered Yi Yun inside, sealing it once more. As Yi Yun entered, he laughed heartily. "Young friend Jiang Chen, is it? You are quite fierce. Wanner, you nearly took my life with that blade just now. Master, how come you are so weak? Having ventured to the southernmost lands?" Li Wan questioned. "Ha ha, seeing you brings me peace. We shall talk later. Do you have any 6-tier beast cores?" "I would like a few to aid in my recovery," Yi Yun replied, resembling a playful old child. Jiang Chen possessed beast cores, having eliminated all the beasts in the Twilight Mountain Range. "I will provide them for you, master. What else do you require?" 3 cores will suffice." "Oh, how fortunate it is to encounter you both." Li Wan turned to Jiang Chen, giving him a knowing glance. Without hesitation, he retrieved 3 beast cores from his storage pouch and presented them to Yi Yun. "Thank you, young friend Jiang," Yi Yun said gratefully. He then made his way to a hollow in the tree, sitting down to meditate, the cores emanating a gentle glow in his hands. Jiang Chen was secretly astonished. It seemed Yi Yun practiced some extraordinary technique, capable of healing himself with beast cores, coupled with his earlier transformation from a white serpent. It was evident that this man was no ordinary individual. Jiang Chen, Yi Yun is the leader among the 9 great transformations of the Southern Yu Kingdom, possessing late-stage transformation prowess. He is the Grand Elder of the Qinglou sect and has taught me for several years at the Water Ink sect, also serving as my master. You must treat him with utmost respect," Li Wan stated earnestly, her gaze fixed on Jiang Chen. "I understand." 3 hours passed. Yi Yun finally completed his meditation. His complexion significantly improved, yet his breath remained feeble. "Elder Yi Yun, have you finished your meditation?" Jiang Chen inquired. Jiang Xiaoyu and Wanner, I am truly grateful to have encountered you. Just moments ago, I was on the verge of drawing my last breath," Yi Yun replied. "Master, what on earth transpired?" Li Wan asked. "While traveling in the Jin Kingdom, I was pursued by the Corpse Demon sect." Yi Yun spoke solemnly. "The Corpse Demon sect is a deeply entrenched faction in my White Tiger Star, yet they possess no branch in my Nanyu Kingdom. Upon discovering my presence, they harbored malevolent intentions, aiming to annihilate me and subsequently invade my homeland. As the focal point of the 9-star absolute killing formation of Nanyu, my demise would render the Qingmu sect vulnerable, placing Nanyu in peril." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yun continued, "In the Jin Kingdom, the Corpse Demon sect boasts 9 formidable experts at the divine transformation stage. To kill me, Yi Yun, it is not so simple. I exerted every ounce of my strength to vanquish 3 of their divine transformation elders, only to be ambushed by a villain wielding poison, forcing me to transform into a white serpent and flee back to this twilight mountain range, where I fortuitously encountered you. The corpse demon sect. Infuriating, Li Wan exclaimed fiercely. Jiang Chun asked in a low voice, Elder Yi Yun, have they discovered your whereabouts? If so, this place may not be secure. Fear not, Jiang Xiaoyu. It is unlikely they will discover me for several years. My demon transformation evasion technique has reached a profound level. Yi Yun asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun felt a measure of relief and playfully transformed his ears and pupils into those of a cat. Predecessor, do take a look. Is my wind demon technique not akin to your demon transformation? Oh ho, young friend, indeed remarkable. Though I observe your cultivation is only at the mid-stage of the Yuanying realm, your aura is remarkably profound. Moreover, you have brought Wana here to recover. Could it be that you have already comprehended the Tao? Yi Yin continued, and this technique of yours, called Wind Demon Technique, is it? In truth, it is a branch of my demon transformation secret art. Jiang Xiaoyu, we are destined to meet. Once I recuperate, I shall impart the complete demon transformation secret to you. Master, Jiang Chun is truly formidable. He has comprehended two realms of understanding, the Heavenly Blade realm and the Gentle Breeze realm, Li Wan said, her cheeks flushed with pride on Jiang Chen's behalf. Two realms of understanding? By the heavens! I, Yi Yun, have practiced for over 2 millennia and have yet to encounter anyone capable of grasping two realms. Young friend, I am in awe. Predecessor, does the 10,000-year spirit milk have any effect on your injuries? Jiang Chen asked. The 10,000-year spirit milk is exceptional for nourishing the soul, but having just absorbed the 3 inner elixirs you provided, I shall forego it today and partake tomorrow instead, Yi Yun replied. Very well. I shall prepare 2 wine gourds at dawn to collect the freshest spirit milk for both of you. Thank you for your trouble, young friend. Li Ban, overjoyed at her master's narrow escape from death, listened to the two exchanging compliments, her laughter ringing out. Yi Yin cast a meaningful glance at Li Wan and Jiang Chun, asking, Waner, Jiang Chun is your husband, is he not? I can see the affection in your gaze toward him. No, Jiang Chun has his own wife. He is merely kind-hearted, accompanying me to aid in my recovery, Li Wan said despondently. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun furrowed his brow, feeling that Li Wan had no need to demean herself so. Just moments ago, she had boldly expressed her affections, had she not? Yi Yun observed their expressions, seemingly piecing together their unspoken thoughts, and sighed while stroking his beard. Li Wan fell silent, turning away to meditate, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The following morning, Jiang Chun opened his eyes, preparing to gather spiritual milk for the two. A glance caught his attention. He suddenly noticed numerous words etched into the wall of the tree hollow, as if carved by Li Wan with a pear blossom. Upon closer inspection, a few poignant phrases revealed deep emotion and helplessness. I am certainly aware that it is not my moon. Yet, for a fleeting moment, the moonlight indeed graced my being. However, life is not a stage, and I lack a touch of fortune. I quietly reached out to you, only to find you dispersing like dandelion seeds. Thereafter, everywhere I looked, there was your visage. Chapter 53, a heart-wrenching elegy traversing the dusky peaks of the southernmost mountains. One crosses the vast expanse of the Liang Kingdom. In the Zhao Kingdom, within the Hahuan sect, the sect leader Su Qing was seated in meditation when a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps interrupted her tranquility. The Dual Cultivation Sect. The leader of the Dual Cultivation Sect, Hua Wuji, has come to visit. Su Qing's eyes flew open, her expression gravely serious. Where is Suyao? Young lady, is still in the Alchemy Pavilion, replied a disciple in white, his countenance equally grave, his breath quickening as if the mere mention of Suyao bore an invisible weight. Let's find Suyao at once, Su Qing declared, her form vanishing in a flash. A blue satin cloak draping elegantly over her shoulders as she moved with unrestrained grace. Accompanied by her trusted disciple, she hastened towards the Alchemy Pavilion. The former alchemy chamber of the Hahuan sect had undergone a dramatic transformation, now standing as the opulent Alchemy Pavilion. The magnificent structure, crafted entirely from spirit stones, exuded an air of extravagant grandeur. Before it lay a vast alchemical square, at the center of which stood 7 towering demonic cloud cauldrons, emanating an ominous aura. All of this was made possible by Suyao of the Hahuan sect, the sole 5th-grade alchemist in the Zhao kingdom. The venerable elder Xiantian, along with the Zhao envoy Wang Ping and several neighboring nations, had pooled a staggering sum of tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones to construct this pavilion solely for Suyao's use. Crossing the square, Su Qing entered the inner hall. From a distance, the sounds of bloodshed and screams, mingled with the crackling of flames and the clanging of chains, reached her ears like the incessant buzzing of insects. With each step, she beheld individuals bound to pillars, their hair disheveled and their gazes vacant. Upon closer inspection, these captives were all cultivators of the core formation stage and beyond. Venturing deeper, she could faintly discern a melodious voice and the strumming of a pipa, an enchanting sound that seemed at odds with the grim surroundings. It was Suyao, her voice clear and haunting, tinged with a subtle loneliness. Under the sorrowful heavens, as the rain falls, I recall the moments shared beneath the bridge. How I long for you, each note a painful farewell. The pipa and song intertwined in perfect harmony, weaving a poignant tale of parting. "Master, you have come," Suyao said, lifting her gaze. Clad in a flowing robe of yellow and green silks, adorned with a 100-ling phoenix hairpin, she appeared both graceful and enchanting. Her slender legs crossed as she cradled the pipa, partially obscuring her face. Upon noticing Su Qing's arrival, she set the instrument aside. Her starry eyes shimmered with unshed tears. The melancholic melody dedicated to her distant beloved, separated for 30 years, filled with longing and yearning, yet absent from her life. "Yao Yao, are you still thinking of Jiang Chun?" Such a sorrowful tune, Su Qing remarked, captivated by Suyao's beauty, a true flower of the capital, whose elegance was unmatched. "Indeed," Suyao replied, closing her eyes momentarily to regain her composure before turning to Su Qing with a warm smile. "Master, what brings you here?" In the present moment, Su Qing finds herself under a subtle, yet palpable pressure in the presence of Suyao. Much like Jiang Chun, Suyao, having reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, has become the genuine authority figure within the Harmony sect over recent years. The master of the dual cultivation sect, Hua Wujin, has arrived, likely to reclaim his beloved disciple, Wang Ling. "Should we extend a personal favor and return him?" Su Qing inquired, observing the sudden shift in Suyao's demeanor to one of darkness, causing her own heart to race with unease. The oppressive heat of the alchemy hall prompted Su Qing to break into a light sweat, discreetly wiping her brow with her sleeve. "Oh, Hua Wujin," Suyao pondered languidly for a moment before rising. With a seemingly casual flick of her delicate, fair hand, a resounding clang echoed through the air as an iron pillar hurtled toward her, bearing a person upon it. Iron nails pierced through the individual hands, and the blood had long since congealed. His disheveled red hair hung wildly, and his mental state appeared severely compromised. "Your master has come seeking you," Suyao remarked coldly, grasping the man's crimson hair. Upon closer inspection, this individual was none other than Wang Ling, the young master of the dual cultivation sect. Once a practitioner of the nascent soul level, he had now tragically regressed to the foundation establishment stage. Over the past 20 years, he had undoubtedly endured unspeakable torment. His vacant eyes bloodshot and glazed. As Suyao tugged at his hair, he muttered in a dazed voice, Master, Demonis Suyao, Kilme. Please end my life. Do not let my master see me like this. I beg you." "No." Gradually, Wang Ling seemed to regain a semblance of his senses, erupting in a frantic scream, which soon devolved into tears. Suyao, her expression impassive, focused her energy and shattered the iron nails binding him with a resounding crack. She then enveloped his neck with her spiritual power, lifting him into the air. "Master, let us go meet Hua Wujin." Witnessing Suyao's ruthless demeanor, Su Qing felt a surge of trepidation within herself. After a soft murmur of agreement, she followed closely behind Suyao as they soared out of the alchemy hall. Upon reaching the mountain gate, they encountered Elder Song In and Chunyan, who were locked in a standoff in the sky with a similarly red-haired elder. The elder's gaze was somewhat unfocused, his tattered clothing suggesting a dire state. Yet his cultivation level was formidable, having reached the late stage of the nascent soul. Upon spotting Suyao and Su Qing, an expression of boundless hatred flickered in his eyes. His gaze rose to behold the red-haired young man bound in the air by spiritual energy, and tears erupted from his eyes. Linger, with a mere thought. Suyao disdainfully cast Wang Ling to the ground as if he were a discarded dog. Hua Wujin staggered forward, trembling as he reached out a quivering hand to caress Wang Ling's disheveled hair. Master, Linger, what torment have you endured? His voice quivered with increasing emotion. Master, I am sorry. Linger has failed you, let you down. What has become of your cultivation? Linger? Hua Wujin's eyes reddened further, his body shaking uncontrollably. Master, do not inquire further. I beg you. Please just leave. Do not concern yourself with me. Speak. Hua Wujin bellowed, his voice echoing with thunderous fury. Wang Ling lowered his head, tears incessantly dripping onto the ground. It was Suyao who used my body to concoct pills. Over the years, my cultivation has gradually diminished. I had once reached the Yuaning stage. 20 years ago, during your seclusion, Suyao led a massacre against our dual cultivation sect, capturing all the elders and core disciples to refine pills. 20 years have passed, and although you have emerged from your retreat, our dual cultivation sect has been annihilated. My child, I am of no use. Hua Wuji had indeed just emerged from his seclusion, only to discover that his mountain gate had turned into a ruin. After some investigation, he learned that everything was orchestrated by the Hahuan sect, yet everyone warned him vehemently to never provoke them. After enduring several months of torment, Hua Wuji could no longer restrain himself and came forth. Oh man, this Wang Ling has fallen to the foundation building stage and is of no further use to me. You are also quite pitiful. Take your disciple and leave. The mesmerizing Suyao spoke at that moment. Chapter 54. The witch's ballad. Hua Wujing was already consumed by rage. Upon hearing the words, he trembled with fury. So, you are the renowned Suyao, a mere little ghost in the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Do not be so arrogant. In an instant, Hua Wujing unleashed his spiritual energy, a fiery red aura that lifted his hair and swirled around him, creating a terrifying presence infused with a palpable killing intent. Oh, you wish to strike? Suyao chuckled softly, her alluring figure in a yellow qipao shifting gracefully, exuding an elegance that compelled furtive glances. Suyao, I demand your life. Hua Wujing bellowed, summoning a golden staff, then channeling all his spiritual power into his arm, unleashing a thunderous assault toward Suyao. Yet, Suyao remained poised, unfazed by Hua Wujing's formidable strike. Yao Yao, Su Qing Gapet in shock. As the staff was about to collide with Suyao's face, she finally raised her delicate hand and gently pointed into the air. Crack! A sound of shattering ice resonated, and Suyao's gesture conjured a mirror of frozen ice. Hua Wujing was struck with terror. This seemingly innocuous mirror was eerily enchanting, instilling dread in his heart, yet it was too late to retract his attack. Boom! With the mirror shattering, Hua Wujing was sent flying backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing into the earth. Ha! Overestimating yourself? Suyao scoffed disdainfully. Su Qing felt a wave of relief. After years apart, Suyao's strength had indeed grown. She recognized the technique, an ice-based restriction known as the prism. It was a defensive technique, yet in Suyao's hands, it achieved a counter-rebound effect. Hua Wujing emerged from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his disheveled red hair framing a pitiful visage. The fury in his eyes remained, glaring malevolently at Suyao as he raised his hand to cast another spell. Hua Wujing drew a drop of his heart's blood and sent it skyward with a resolute expression. With the might of fire, I shall purge the world, ignite the heavens. All flames return to their source. Inferno judgment, rise. In an instant, the sky appeared to be engulfed by a dense, crimson blaze. The heavens turned red, flames sweeping across the entire entrance of the Hahuan sect, enveloping Suyao at its center. Suyao, die for me. This was Hua Wujing's most powerful move, requiring the refinement of his heart's blood to unleash. However, Upon seeing Suyao's expression in the sky, he was bewildered. For in her gaze lay the indifference and disdain one might harbor towards an ant or a dog. How could she, Suyao, dare to look upon him in such a manner before his inferno judgment? Ridiculous. Playing with fire? Suyao spoke, her words dripping with endless mockery. Then, Hua Wujing seemed to hear the most terrifying words of his life. The realm of nether fire, unleash. In an instant, azure flames of spiritual energy erupted from Suyao, dispersing the dense crimson inferno as if tearing apart a child's origami or trampling a rootless blade of grass. The grand technique of Wawaji, the burning heaven art, was reduced to nothingness by Suyao's nether fire. Su Qing, observing from the side, couldn't help but marvel. Is this the legendary realm of understanding? Having spent 4 decades refining elixirs, Suyao had gleaned her own profound insight from her first alchemy furnace. The nether fire furnace she had purchased with Jiangchun in the capital. Nether fire insight. How terrifying. No wonder Suyao remained unperturbed, facing Wawaji, who was of a higher cultivation level, as though confronting an insignificant ant. Wawaji's hair was singed, revealing a scorched red scalp, while his garments lay in tatters, leaving him resembling a destitute wanderer, his skin charred. Master, this Wawaji is overstepping his bounds. What should we do with him? Suyao suddenly smiled at Su Qing, her expression unexpectedly bearing a hint of innocence. Since Su Qing entered the alchemy hall, Suyao had always presented herself as a formidable sorceress, yet at this moment, she resembled a docile little daughter seeking her master's counsel. Su Qing felt momentarily taken aback and hastily replied, Yao Yao you. Decide? Perhaps. Kill him? Upon hearing this, Suyao let out a cheerful laugh. Master, Brother Jiangchun has always advised me against excessive killing, and I have already taken enough lives over the years. Her demeanor shifted, reverting to that of the cold, unyielding sorceress. Or perhaps I could gouge out his eyes and have him serve as a watchdog for our Huan sect. A late-stage nascent soul watchdog could prove quite useful. Su Qing, Song Yin, Chun Yin, and even Wang Ling, who had been kneeling on the ground, all shuddered at Suyao's words. This sorceress was exceedingly malicious. No, please do not torment my master. I beg you, Suyao. Please, gouge out my eyes instead. Just spare my master. Wang Ling, kneeling and dragging himself across the floor, reached Suyao's feet, crying out in desperation. Ah, I had intended to let you and your master leave, but alas, you have failed to recognize the favor bestowed upon you. It is too late now. Suyao raised her hand, transforming it into a claw, and effortlessly lifted Wawaji from the ground, gripping his throat. Ignoring Wang Ling's cries at her feet, she turned her hand into a hook, swiftly extracting Wawaji's eyeballs. The orbs, still connected to the optic nerves, appeared to drag along remnants of brain matter. With a squelch, she flung the 2 eyeballs to the ground, then disdainfully shook her hand. Wawaji had been gasping heavily, growling since earlier. Even as his eyes were gouged out, his reaction seemed subdued, as if the pain was bearable. Elder Song In. Suyao called out loudly. Young lady, I am here. Song In, drenched in cold sweat from the scene, responded immediately. Take Wawaji to the dungeon, confine him, and strip him of all his spiritual energy. As you command. Song In approached and lifted the flowerless frame from the ground, then softly inquired, What about Wang Ling? Suyao cast a glance at Wang Ling, who had fainted from crying at her feet, and let out a light huff. Take him along as well. A foundation establishment stage, Wang Ling holds no value for my alchemy. Staying in the alchemy pavilion merely occupies space. They are father and son, and together they can still share their conversations. Ah, now that I think about it, I am indeed quite benevolent, don't you agree? Suyao suddenly added playfully, turning to question Su Qing and the others. The trio, already intimidated by Suyao's imposing presence, felt their legs weaken and dared not speak. Over the past 30 years, Suyao's cultivation had made remarkable strides. Her ice-based techniques had reached a transformative state. She had stirred up a tempest of bloodshed in the Zhao kingdom, having annihilated the dual cultivation sect over 2 decades ago and subsequently captured all the core formation disciples and elders, refining them into elixirs. melting some and killing others. Moreover, she had systematically eradicated countless sects, including the Qinglou Pavilion, Miaoying Workshop, and the Qingma sect, all of which primarily practiced dual cultivation techniques, resulting in countless deaths, most of which occurred beneath her ice-based powers. Now, she had even comprehended the essence of nether fire, earning her the title of the foremost individual below the divine transformation level. In the capital's courtyard beneath a parasol tree, several mortal children frolicked and laughed. As they played, they chanted a popular tune that had recently swept across the Zhao kingdom. Toxic dragon immortal, disaster descends, clouds and mist disturb the land of Zhao. A murderous fiend, an alchemy madman, the renowned Suyao of the Hehuan sect. Chapter 55. The Witch's Experiment, my dear, have you heard? Yesterday, Lady Suyao extracted Hua Wuji's eyes and cast them into the dungeon. In the herb garden before the elder hall of the Hehuan sect, a delicate girl in the late stage of foundation establishment was tending to the spiritual herbs, speaking as she worked. Clad in a flowing azure dress, she exuded both elegance and playfulness. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Qinghe, the girl rescued by Jiang Chun in Tianyao City, and her husband was none other than Zhang Hu. Remarkably, these two individuals, intertwined with Jiang Chun, had become companions over the course of 3 decades. However, Zhang Hu's cultivation was merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage, inferior to his wife Qinghe. As he practiced diligently, donning a vest made of lead, he swung his blade relentlessly, drenched in sweat. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Hu chuckled softly. Suyao, oh no, Lady Su has grown increasingly ruthless. Be cautious with your words. You might incur her wrath and face a punishment of wall-sitting. My dear, you are already an elder in the outer court. As the elderess wife, am I not entitled to indulge in a bit of gossip? What worth is my role if I cannot partake in such matters? Qinghe exclaimed, her tone rising in dissatisfaction. Qinghe, you know well that I am but at the mid-foundation establishment stage. My position as an elder in the outer court was granted by Elder Chun, yin due to my friendship with Jiang Chun, allowing me to manage the nascent foundation disciples. There are several core disciples in the outer court whose cultivation surpasses mine. They regard me with disdain, and it often compels you to hide away and face their cold gazes. I am truly sorry, Zhang Hu replied, sheathing his blade with a hint of sorrow. Brother Hu, I did not mean it that way. Do not take it to heart. Your talents far exceed mine, with both fire and with spiritual roots, and your cultivation is stronger. Besides, you were the one who married me due to my status as the elder's wife, were you not? Such nonsense. Brother Hu, I married you because I love you. Do not heed the idle gossip. Qinghe retorted, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she glared at Zhang Hu. Very well, let's not dwell on this. Although I may be clumsy and lacking in talent, Zhang Hu, practice diligently every day, even if my cultivation is modest. I am a true swordsman, much like Jiang Chun. Who dares to slander Zhang Hu behind his back? I shall extract their tendons. Suddenly, a voice as clear and melodious as a celestial song approached, growing nearer. A graceful figure in a yellow qipao descended, embodying unparalleled beauty. It was Suyao. Zhang Hu and Qinghe were taken aback by Suyao's unexpected visit to the outer court and quickly set aside their tasks to bow respectfully. Zhang Hu, there is no need for excessive formality. You were once my brother Jiang Chun's only true friend. Logically, I should address you as Brother Zhang Hu, but since I am accustomed to calling Jiang Chun brother, I find it difficult to extend the same courtesy to another. I hope you do not take offense at my presumptuousness. Zhang Hu felt both honored and surprised, even though he had interacted with Suyao a few times over the past 30 years. He had never received such acknowledgement from her. He had not anticipated that she held him in such regard. Lady, you flatter me. Haha, Zhang Hu. Simply call me Suyao. Addressing me as lady feels overly formal. After a light laugh, Suyao spoke, her expression exuding warmth. However, over the years, it was well known that this enchantress, often smiling, could abruptly bring about someone's demise. Thus, Zhang Hu and Qinghe did not truly relax their guard, remaining seated with utmost seriousness. Suyao, why have you suddenly come to the outer courtyard? Zhang Hu inquired. I came to see you, and by the way, to discuss certain matters with you. the elder of the outer courtyard, Suyao's demeanor shifted, reverting to that of a frosty young matron. Instantly, Zhang Hu and Qing, he felt a chill run down their spines, each swallowing hard. Suyao, after all these years under your care, if you have something to say, please do. I would traverse mountains of blades or seas of flames without hesitation. Very well, Zhang Hu, I shall be direct. It is quite simple. It involves 2 words, trial of the medicine. Suyao di Clerth. Trial of the medicine? How does that work? I have recently developed a 4th-grade pill that can reshape one's meridians, allowing those at the foundation establishment stage to possess the physique and speed of those in the nascent soul stage. However, the side effects are unclear. It may cause stagnation in cultivation or even a reduction in one's abilities, and can only be consumed by those with mixed spirit roots at the foundation establishment stage. That is why I sought you out, Elder Zhang Hu manages the outer courtyard disciples. Devil S pill. Zhang Hu spoke solemnly. Only a Devil S pill would exhibit such perilous side effects. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Hu summoned his courage. I will take it. Suyao, hand it over. Zhang Hu will consume it immediately. Darling, Qing He, upon hearing this, was moved to tears. She was utterly unwilling for Zhang Hu to test the medicine. But who would dare go against Suyao's wishes? All she could do was weep silently by his side. Very well, Zhang Hu, as the elder of the outer courtyard, your willingness to lead by example makes this matter much easier. Suyao elegantly turned away, unwilling to witness the tearful visage of the couple. However, I require not just 1 test subject, but 30. Only through a collective trial can the efficacy of my potion be better examined. Can you gather them for me? 30. Zhang Hu gasped. Indeed, they must have mixed spirit roots, with at least 4 spirit roots or more, regardless of gender, and must be at the foundation establishment stage. Their age must not exceed 70. Suyao articulated each word precisely, wary that Zhang Hu might forget. I will do my utmost to select that many individuals. Your utmost? Suyao raised her voice, a chilling aura enveloping the air. Zhang Hu and his wife broke into a cold sweat. No, Suyao, there will certainly be enough. I have a roster in my mind. By tomorrow, I will prepare 30 individuals. Excellent. Then I shall burden you with this task, Zhang Hu. Those 30 individuals will accompany me to the Alchemy Pavilion, where their meals, schedules, and activities will be under my supervision. After a month of observation, I shall return them. During this month, they are prohibited from meditation, excessive physical training, drinking, or engaging in dual cultivation. Ensure these conditions are clearly communicated to your subjects. Understood. I have noted everything. Moreover, my pill may not necessarily be a Devil S pill. Should it succeed, you will be among the first beneficiaries of the Hahuan sect, with boundless future achievements awaiting you. Zhang Hu, do not envision the situation too grimly. Zhang Hu inhaled deeply, nodding in agreement. As I take my leave, I shall return at this same hour tomorrow to gather the people. Remember the conditions I have laid forth, as well as the points of caution. Qinghe, please assist in noting these down, should there be any uncertainties or inquiries. You may send them to me at the Alchemy Hall. With that, Suyao executed a swift teleportation and vanished. Oh, Solbi, my husband, do you truly intend to depart? As an elder, you need not participate in the drug trial. With Suyao's departure, Qinghe could no longer contain her emotions, bursting into tears. At that moment, Zhang had come to terms with the situation, forcing a faint smile as he said, Qinghe, do not weep. As an elder of the outer court, I must lead by example and be the first to partake in the drug trial. If I were to evade this, would I not be looked down upon by those late-stage foundation establishment disciples? My husband, Zhang, who disregarded Qinghe's lament and took out a jade slip to convey his command, stating, relay my orders. All foundation establishment disciples are to assemble at the outer court square. Chapter 56. Spring court snow. The camera shifts northward for 500 miles. To the ethereal realm of the cloud heaven sect, shrouded in mist. In March, the pear blossoms bloom profusely, delicately cascading into the courtyard. At this moment, Li Mei has ascended to the initial stage of the nascent soul realm and has taken the position of the sect's leader. Clad in a blue robe, she exudes an air of grace and vigor. Special envoy, please take your leave. Allow me to extend my regards to the Emperor of the Liao Kingdom and express my gratitude for the 1,000 clear spiritual herbs and various treasures. Why do we cultivators require such gold and silver trinkets? The Emperor is overly gracious. Please accept them, sect leader. This is the heartfelt intention of our young Emperor, which can also be utilized for the renovation expenses of the Cloud Heaven sect. Then I shall graciously accept, Li Mei replied with a smile. We shall take our leave now, sect leader. Safe travels, special envoy. Bright moon. Li Mei called out. Master, how may I serve you? The 1,000 clear spiritual herbs are high-grade spiritual herbs, found in the harshest mountainous regions. Let us keep a few for ourselves. And the remaining 70% shall be offered to the Harmony sect, to Suyao. Master, why must we be so courteous to that witch? She caused the second ladies. Slap. A sudden slap silenced the disciple, named Mingyue, causing her to bleed from her mouth. Foolish child, do you not comprehend the terror of Suyao? How dare you refer to her as a witch behind her back? Master, please quell your anger. It was a lesson. Enough. You may leave now. I will go to the back courtyard to see her. Li Mei sighed. Upon reaching the back courtyard, pear blossoms danced in the air. In the courtyard, a frail figure sat quietly in a chair, her back to Li Mei. Petals gently fell upon her, resting in her hair, yet she seemed oblivious, motionless. Li Mei approached her from behind, her lips trembling as she whispered, Wanner. Li Wan, the doppelganger of the Cloud Heaven sect, turned her head. Her legs, severed by Suyao, had long since healed, yet her exquisite visage appeared worn and pallid, resembling a terminally ill patient. Indeed, this was the grim reality. Since being maimed by Suyao, Li Wan had succumbed to severe depression, relying on tranquilizing pills daily. For 30 years, the potent side effects of the medication had reduced her to a state of mental incapacity, stalling her cultivation at the initial stage of the core formation realm. With no signs of progress. Sister, you have come. What occupies your thoughts, my dear sister? Li Mei gazed at her sister's bloodless lips, feeling a pang of sorrow, and endeavored to suppress a smile. Look, these pear blossoms are so beautiful. Do you think the Inkwater sect also has pear blossoms? Can he see them? Li Wan lifted a delicate finger to examine a petal. You still think of Jiangchun. After 30 years, can you not forget him? Li Wan remained silent for a moment before replying. I came to a realization years ago, sister. What is it? I am unworthy of Jiangchun. Even if I were to attain greater prowess and could protect myself in the demon forest, even if our backgrounds were compatible, even if I possessed unparalleled beauty. Li Mei remained silent, listening intently to her. It is my character that does not measure up to him. I am timid, prone to tears, and capricious. I am far too much like child. Jiangchun would never regard a woman of my disposition with any esteem. Just look at Suyao now, ruthless, resolute, and formidable. Have you found closure? Li Mei inquired cautiously. Closure? Li Wan exhaled deeply. I suppose so. I no longer dwell on him as I once did. It is merely that the pear blossoms have bloomed today, evoking memories of the past. Upon hearing this, Li Mei felt a thawing in her heart, a pang of sorrow for her sister. You should return now. Sister, the matters of the sect are numerous. Very well, I shall visit you again another day. Li Mei forced a smile, suppressing her intense pain, and then turned to leave. Yet, after taking but a few steps, she heard Li Wan murmuring softly behind her. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The words were faint, almost involuntary, suggesting that Li Wan's condition had worsened. With a heavy heart, Li Mei exited the courtyard. The bright moon hung overhead. The disciple is here. Dispatch another female disciple to care for my sister. Should she exhibit any unusual behavior, inform me at once. Understood. In the Hahuan sect, Suyao had just returned to the alchemy hall from Zhang Hu's outer courtyard when suddenly, ominous clouds appeared in the sky. The mountain guards swiftly dispersed to alert the elders and the sect leader. Everyone, there is no need for alarm. I have merely come to seek your young mistress. A voice, aged and reminiscent of a crone, echoed through the air. From the dark clouds emerged an old woman, holding a white jade cane, her silver hair framing a face imbued with malevolence. Her cultivation level was surprisingly at the initial stage of transformation. At that moment, Suyao arrived at the square and gazed skyward. Senior Yu, I hope you are well. Suyao coldly regarded the old woman above. Recognizing her as a person of significance, she had contributed to the reconstruction of the alchemy hall. This was Yu Pin, the lord of Luomei City in the Liao Kingdom. Suyao, the old crone said, let me be brief. I have heard that you can concoct 5th-grade pills, specifically the soul-replenishing pill. Prepare one for me, and I shall provide the materials. By now, sect leader Su Qing and the esteemed elders had arrived, yet as they faced the oppressive aura of this transcendent figure, fear began to swell within them. How did the senior learn of this? A mere girl like me lacks such prowess. That is the soul-replenishing pill, a legendary elixir known to nourish the soul. The success rate is exceedingly low, and if mishandled, the spiritual energy may rebound, causing great harm to the alchemist. I have never attempted such a feat. Suyao dismissively raised her finger and began to toy with it, clearly reluctant to concoct a potion for this old hag. Yu Pin snorted disdainfully and forcefully struck the ground with her white cane. In an instant, she employed her transformation-level teleportation technique, appearing directly before Suyao. With a gnarled hand, she seized Suyao's delicate neck. This motion occurred in less than a breath's time, leaving everyone, including Suyao, utterly unprepared. How despicable! You foul old crone! The realm of netherfire, arise! Suyao's cheeks burned from the grip, her fury igniting as she prepared to unleash her aura in confrontation. However, Yu Pin transformed her grip into an open palm and struck Suyao's chest, dispersing the spiritual energy and aura she had just gathered. In that fleeting moment, Suyao felt as though her very soul had been shattered, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing into the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Yao Yao, young mistress! Su Qing exclaimed in exasperation. All members of the Hehuan sect, heed my command. Activate the protective formation. Huh, a swarm of ants. Come forth and test your feeble array. Yu Pin taunted from the air. Master, stop. At that moment, Suyao staggered out from the ruins, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her body covered in dust, her hair a disheveled mess. The members of Hehuan sect had never witnessed Suyao in such a disarray. Yao Yao, we will fight her with all we have, Su Qing exclaimed, tears welling up in her eyes upon seeing Suyao's plight. It is futile. We cannot defeat her. Suyao sat on the ground, taking a deep breath, and turned to Yu Pin. Senior Yu, you may return to Luomei City and await my arrival. I possess the materials. In 3 months, I will undoubtedly send an elder with the soul-replenishing pill. Upon hearing this, Yu Pin chuckled. Suyao, you demonstrate a degree of wisdom. Otherwise, many lives in your Hehuan sect would surely be lost today. He then turned, waving his hand, and the demonic clouds re-emerged in the sky, his hunched figure disappearing within. Amidst the clouds, Yu Pin's voice echoed. Suyao, I shall wait for you for 5 months. If the elixir does not arrive by then, I shall return, and I will undoubtedly bloodily cleanse your Hehuan sect. The members of Hehuan sect could not help but lament. Even the seemingly cold and heartless Suyao bore the weight of so much for her sect. Su Qing promptly assisted Suyao to her feet, leading her towards the alchemy hall. Similarly, the Hehuan sect was adorned with pear trees, their blossoms dancing in the air. Yao Yao, the master is ineffectual, allowing you to shoulder everything alone. Will you resent him? Suyao walked, raising her delicate hand to caress the drifting pear petals, her hair flowing in the breeze. Master, do you remember the year you saved me in Jiangchun when we first arrived at Hehuan sect? I remember. It was also in March, with pear blossoms filling the sky. I had once believed that upon grasping the essence of the Tao, I could turn the tides of fate and act with impunity. Yet, it seems that before the divine transformation cultivators, I am but an insignificant insect. With a sigh, Suyao lifted her gaze, the gentle breeze swirling around her. A riot of blossoms. Master, look how beautiful it is, like snow falling. Chapter 57. Reluctance to depart? Then perished Su Qing followed Suyao's gaze upwards. Indeed, there were a few days in March when the pear blossoms danced in the air. Yao Yao, are you seriously injured? That old woman struck you quite forcefully, she remarked, concern etching her features. I'm mostly unscathed. She even asked me to concoct a pill for her. How could she truly harm me? Suyao replied, though her expression betrayed a hint of sorrow that was rarely seen, accompanied by a sigh. Yao Yao. Su Qing's heart ached as she gently caressed Su Yao's hair, marking the first instance she had witnessed such vulnerability from her. Can you truly craft that soul-replenishing pill she mentioned? I have not formulated the soul-replenishing pill before, yet several years ago, I acquired its recipe from the Liao kingdom. That old fellow Yupin likely sought me out upon learning of it. The formulation does not seem overly challenging for me. Suyao reassured her with a tender smile. Do not worry, master. The Huan sect will not fall into my hands. Yao Yao, I'm not concerned about that. Su Qing felt a pang for Suyao, but hesitated, fearing her words might burden her. She paused, then said, very well, master has complete faith in you. I shall take my leave now. You should rest today and resume alchemy tomorrow. Certainly. Suyao managed a playful expression. Su Qing turned away, unable to bear the sight of Suyao's forced cheerfulness, and swiftly departed. The following day, Suyao opened her eyes for meditation. After a moment's contemplation, she focused and called out in the inner hall, come forth. A wave of clear, aqueous energy surged through every chamber and courtyard of the alchemy pavilion, sending a shiver through the hearts of all alchemical disciples. Disciples at the core formation stage transformed into streams of light and swiftly gathered before Suyao. Those in the foundation and chi refinement stages followed suit on their flying swords. Within mere moments, over 500 individuals congregated in the alchemy pavilion. Among them, the majority donned white robes as inner disciples, with a few in red representing the chi refinement stage, and several in gray as registered servants. The assembly was predominantly female, many possessing beauty that could captivate nations. Yet at this moment, all heads were bowed, breaths held in anticipation of Suyao's command. Young mistress, everyone is present, except for a few servant disciples who are still tidying the inner courtyard. I can summon them immediately if needed, announced the speaker, a female disciple named Shangwan Fian, Suyao's most esteemed student. She was as enchanting as her name suggested, her features reminiscent of misty rain, with a gaze that conveyed unspoken sorrow, captivating all who beheld her. Her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of core formation, and her alchemical skills had earned Suyao's admiration. That will suffice. Registered disciples may withdraw. This does not concern you, Suyao declared with clarity. Understood. The gray-robed disciples dispersed at once. Two matters to address. Lin Jiyue, Yi Lingxi, Chui Welan. You three are to take your teams to the Medicine Garden Mountain and gather materials for the soul-replenishing pill. The success rate of its formulation is low, so prepare 10 batches for me in advance. Subsequently, prepare all the celestial forges for me. The disciples acknowledged my order. 3 white-clad female disciples responded in unison, then took away nearly half of the 300 individuals. The next task involves bringing back 30 individuals for experimentation, ensure that the Vermilion Bird Hall is vacated, and provide 30 bedding sets. Enforce spiritual extraction and blood extraction prohibitions upon each bed, and prepare everyone for a thorough observation of the experimental subjects throughout the full 12 hours of night. Very well, these 2 tasks suffice. Fian, accompany me to the outer courtyard to gather the personnel. Understood. The 2 soared to the martial arena of the outer courtyard, where they discovered Zhang, who awaiting them with a group. Precisely 30 individuals, 15 male disciples and 15 female disciples. This alone indicated Zhang, whose considerable effort and thoughtfulness. Suyao, everyone is present as per your request. 30 individuals. Zhang, who stated solemnly. Excellent. The crowd was astonished that Zhang, who dared to address the young mistress by her name, raising their regard for him further. Simultaneously, the individuals from the outer courtyard were witnessing the legendary witch mistress for the first time, peeking up in awe. Each was struck by the unparalleled beauty of the young mistress, which indeed lived up to her illustrious reputation. Even her accompanying senior sister was breathtaking. Esteemed disciples, Zhang, who has already briefed you on your tasks, Suyao proclaimed loudly, but before we proceed to the alchemy pavilion, I must emphasize a few points. First, each of you must strictly adhere to the spiritual and blood extraction observations conducted at the alchemy pavilion, with no resistance permitted. Upon hearing this, the crowd murmured among themselves, expressing concern about the terrifying procedures. Zhang, who did not mention such details. Silence. Hold your questions until I have finished speaking. Suyao shot a fierce glare at the assembly. Instantly, they fell silent. Second, upon arrival today, each individual must first consume a purification pill to eliminate internal impurities, followed by a barrier-dissolving pill 3 days later to remove any obstructions to the alchemical remedies, and finally, 6 days from now, partake in our experimental elixirs. Third, strict adherence to the precautions outlined before the experiment is essential. Should anyone feel unwell or have requests, they may approach the observing disciples, who will relay the information to me. Fourth, the observing personnel will engage you in simple grappling training each day. Aside from that, remain on your observation beds for monitoring. Abstain from alcohol and indulgences. Even your usual needlework is strictly prohibited. Young mistress, the alchemists in your pavilion are all so beautiful. As a disciple practicing dual cultivation daily, how can you expect me to refrain from indulgence? I cannot accept this. I refuse to participate. A male disciple suddenly exclaimed. Indeed, I too shall not partake. Blood and spiritual extraction? How frightful! A female disciple chimed in. Upon hearing this, Suyao chuckled softly, raising her hand towards the two, and with a snap, 2 water spirit projectiles. The moment the water spirit projectiles made contact with the duo, their heads were crushed as if they were ripe melons. Blood and brain matter splattered across the ground, staining the bodies and faces of those nearby. In an instant, the hairs on everyone's neck stood on end, and they lowered their heads in terror, daring not to utter a sound, trembling with fear. I had stated that questions would be entertained only after I had finished speaking. Thus, if one does not wish to proceed, then death is the alternative. Su Yao's voice slithered like a venomous spider into the ears of every individual, causing several to succumb to their emotions and weep uncontrollably, unfazed by the crowd's distress. Su Yao continued her discourse. The 5th point, the elixir you are about to consume, which I have personally devised, is called the malignant pill. Should the experiment yield success, it would signify a shortcut in your cultivation journey, so do not harbor feelings of despair. In the event of failure, I, Suyao, shall generously compensate you or your families with rich spirit stones. That concludes my demands. Does anyone have further inquiries? As Suyao surveyed the crowd, it was evident that everyone held their breath, none daring to voice a word. Excellent. Fian, escort these 28 individuals back. Record their information one by one. Understood, young mistress. Chapter 58. Congratulations to all, a rebirth. The following day, Suyao arrived at the heavenly furnace. Gazing at the multitude of materials filling the room, she pondered for a moment before taking a seat to summon the nether fire, methodically placing the materials into the alchemical furnace in sequence. With a focused intent, Suyao attuned herself to the changes within the furnace, continuously adjusting the intensity of the flames and the intake of ash. Her earnest demeanor was truly moving. From dawn until dusk, Suyao remained intensely concentrated and solemn, for this was her inaugural attempt at concocting the soul-replenishing pill. After 2 more hours, a faintly luminous purple pill embryo began to take shape within the furnace. Just as a glimmer of joy sparked in her eyes, in the next instant, the pill embryo erupted into a swirling vortex of black spiritual energy. The entire alchemical furnace seemed unable to withstand the pressure, trembling violently. This is disastrous. Boom! The surge of energy shattered the entire Azure Dragon Hall, with Suyao being thrown against a stone pillar, blood spilling from her lips. The 7th grade alchemical furnace, the heavenly furnace, had exploded. Young mistress. Upon hearing the explosion, Shangwan Fian rushed to Suyao's side to assess her condition. Damn it! What went wrong? Suyao murmured. Deep in thought, completely unconcerned that her garments were stained with blood, evidently suffering internal injuries from the backlash of the pill embryo. Young mistress. It was the first time Shangwan Fian had seen Suyao in such disarray. Observing her deep contemplation despite the chaos that ensued, her heart ached with both sorrow and admiration, tears streaming down her cheeks. Fian, I am fine. Gather the others. Remove this wretched furnace and prepare another set of medicinal materials. Bring over the 8th grade furnace, the dragon child cauldron. Understood. Young mistress, please rest well. 6 days later, another resounding explosion echoed from the Azure Dragon Hall. The reverberation shook the entire Hahuan sect. Upon hearing the sound, Su Qing hurriedly teleported to the Alchemy Pavilion. Fortunately, the pavilion, constructed from millions of spirit stones, remained largely unaffected by the explosion, though the sound roared like a dragon, trembling the hearts of every disciple. As Su Qing approached the Azure Dragon Hall, she caught sight of Shangwan Fian weeping inconsolably, cradling the barely conscious Suyao. Suyao, having suffered backlash from the spiritual energy and burns from the explosion, was in disarray, her hair disheveled, her complexion as pale as a sheet. The once golden silk Chong Sam now a dull ochre, and even her beloved pinky nail split and bleeding. Bastard! Bin, you think being in the transformation stage makes you invincible? You dare impose a time limit, forcing cracks in my Dao heart? You wretched old hag! I, Suyao, vow to repay today's humiliation tenfold. Suyao seated on the ground, her eyes, already bloodshot, now brimming with tears, a heartbreaking sight. Master, upon seeing the sect leader arrive, Shangwan Fian immediately rose to pay her respects. Master, we have failed 10 times already. Each time the young mistress has been injured. She sobbed, her eyes swollen from crying. Yao Yao, my Yao Yao, do not despair. I shall go to the Water Ink sect and seek out Envoy Wang Ping to demand justice for us. Su Qing knelt beside Suyao, embracing her tightly. In the Ink Wash sect, is that not where Brother Jiangchen cultivates? Suyao murmured. There is no need to trouble Brother Jiangchen. Let him focus on his cultivation. I shall handle my own matters. Yao Yao, for the first time in 40 years, I have witnessed such a tempestuous and pained side of you. My dear child, heed your master's words. I shall immediately seek out the envoy at the Ink Wash sect. Yupin is merely at the initial stage of the transformation realm. The envoy will assist us in resolving our dilemma. Suyao stared vacantly at the ceiling, listening to Su Qing's cries, her heart seemingly calming a fraction. Master, please do not weep, nor go to the Ink Wash sect. It has only been 6 days, is it not? Did you not say that you trust me the most? I, Suyao, fear not failure. I simply wish to smile. Why should one at the transformation realm be so imperious? Fian, I am here, young mistress. Please take people to the 4th level cultivation nation to procure spiritual herbs. Do not go to the Liao kingdom. I refuse to let that old crone look down upon us. We must act swiftly. Send disciples above the core formation stage. Return to me within 3 days. Suyao commanded in an undeniable tone. As you wish. I shall depart at once. Shangwan Fian rose, wiped her tears away, and flew out of the Qinglou Hall. Master, it will be all right. Trust me, we are almost there. Truly. Suyao gazed tenderly at Su Qing, her tone revealing a hint of stubborn pride, akin to a little girl speaking to her mother. Indeed, Su Qing also wiped her tears and adjusted her mood. 6 days have passed. The experiment must progress to the next phase. Master, I seem to be unable to stand. Could you place a recovery restriction on me and send me to the Zhuke Hall? Yao Yao, rest and recuperate for a few days. Do not rush. Su Qing persuaded while raising her hand to cast a spell, gently laying her palm on Suyao's chest. A green radiance enveloped Suyao, adding an air of mystery to the pale beauty. Master, you're being contrary again. You just said you trust me, yet you are advising me? Suyao playfully retorted. Seeing her smile through tears, Su Qing gently employed a spell to lift Suyao along with the recovery restriction and flew towards the Zhuke Hall. The Alchemy Pavilion of the Hahuan sect is divided into 4 grand halls. The Qinglou Hall is Suyao's exclusive alchemy hall, while the other 4 halls belonging to the 4 sacred beasts serve as the alchemy halls for the disciples. Upon arriving at the Zhuke Hall, they beheld 28 beds, each occupied by an experimental subject, with an observer seated beside each. Upon the arrival of the sect leader and Suyao, none among the crowd rose to pay their respects, for Suyao had previously instructed that unless called upon, they should refrain from unnecessary movements during the experiment. Nangong Liyue, come here, Suyao softly called. A strikingly beautiful female disciple gracefully flew over, one of Suyao's most favored alchemists. Young mistress, have all 20 participants consumed the barrier elixir from 3 days prior? Were there any issues? All have consumed it. The vital signs of all 28 individuals are normal. Good. Liyue, dispense the elixirs. The inferior elixirs. Cough, cough. Suyao coughed, and Su Qing promptly soothed her back. After receiving her orders, Nangong Liyue summoned an alchemical furnace, unlocking its seal to reveal 30 gleaming elixirs within. All observers come forth to receive the malignant pill. One by one, the bedside attendants rose to stand before Liyue, collecting the elixir before returning to their posts. The subjects on the bed were acutely aware that this silver pill might alter the course of their lives. Whether they would ascend to great heights or plunge into the abyss hinged on this moment. Zhang, who sat at the bedside, his gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Suyao nodded at Liyue. Administer the medication. South Palace Liyue commanded with a resonant voice. Subsequently, 28 individuals swallowed the malignant pill almost simultaneously. Report. Subject 1's heartbeat is accelerating rapidly. Subject 4 is experiencing labored breathing, with a rash appearing on the skin. Subject 23's temperature is rising persistently, and they are trembling. A myriad of alarming conditions surfaced in an instant. Quickly, administer the ice mist restriction to Subject 23. Give Subject 24 a cleansing pill. Suyao and South Palace Liyue tirelessly directed and monitored the vital signs of each subject. Su Qing, observing the hurried movements of Suyao and her disciples, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Fortunately, each individual's symptoms were mild, and after 2 hours, they gradually began to recover. Young mistress, Subject 1, Zhang Hu, has stabilized with normal vital signs for half an hour, and his meridians and bones have been significantly strengthened. Preliminary estimates indicate that he has reached the early stage of the nascent soul. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Hu is overwhelmed with excitement, trembling uncontrollably. Subject 3, Zhuo Wenxian, vital signs have returned to normal. The strength of her meridians and bones has reached the early stage of the nascent soul. A wave of astonishment swept through the Zhuke Hall. The spirits of all present soared, as if the clouds had parted after a storm, dispelling the tension that had mirrored the rapid heartbeats of the subjects. The malignant pill is truly extraordinary. Have we succeeded? Have we truly succeeded? Zhuo Wenxian murmured. Subject 20 has returned to normal, achieving the nascent soul. Subject 28 has recovered, with meridians and bones reaching the nascent soul stage. Suyao finally exhaled in relief. Indeed, her efforts had not been in vain, as this effectively meant cultivating 28 nascent souls for the Hahuan sect. Ladies and gentlemen, heed my words, Suyao announced, and the crowd fell silent in an instant. First, I extend my gratitude to all who willingly participated in this experiment. Secondly, the malignant pill is composed of benign spiritual herbs, as long as one endures the initial discomfort. The subsequent course should be safe. However, we must continue to observe for over 20 days, and the observers must remain vigilant. Any issues must be reported immediately. Understood. Young mistress. Finally, after a brief pause, Suyao beamed at everyone. I, Suyao, congratulate all of you nascent soul comrades on your rebirth. Chapter 59. The Drizzle Pavilion. Zhuo Wenxian. During the Qingming festival, at the Elder's courtyard, a gentle spring rain fell upon Qinghe's sorrowful visage. It had been a month and 3 days since brother who had gone to the alchemy pavilion. Wasn't it agreed upon that he would return in a month? Why did he not come back yet? As she toiled in the herb garden, she lifted her gaze to the sky, where the thin clouds appeared quite gentle. Although Qinghe was also a disciple of the alchemy pavilion, due to her relationship with Zhang Hu, she had been advised against participating in the recent experiments with the flawed elixir, and was cautioned not to visit him so as not to add to his psychological burden. No, I must see how he is faring. Even if I incur the young mistress's wrath, I need to ascertain brother Hu's condition. After muttering to herself, Qinghe's expression hardened, and she summoned her flying sword, soaring towards the alchemy pavilion. Within the Azure Dragon Hall, a burst of purple, frenzied brilliance erupted, akin to the emergence of a divine artifact. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. It turns out the issue lay with the Xianin wood. What a ridiculous formula. Suyao laughed maniacally, cursing crudely. Congratulations, young mistress. You are exceedingly astute. After over 20 failures, we have finally managed to concoct the soul-replenishing pill by substituting the ancient wood roots with the Millennium Xianin wood. Shangguan Fian rushed into the Azure Dragon Hall, her eyes brimming with joyful tears. Throughout the past month, witnessing Suyao's repeated failures and explosive mishaps, the one who felt the most heartache for her was none other than Shangguan Fian, who stood vigil outside the hall each time. Suyao sealed the 5th grade elixir, glowing with a complete purple radiance, and placed it into a delicate alchemical furnace. Young mistress, shall we send this pill to that wretched old crone now? Fian inquired. As she walked, Suyao retorted, No, why should I bestow such a superb, soul-replenishing pill upon her, after all my hard work? Shangguan Fian was taken aback, unable to comprehend Suyao's intent. Fian, prepare some inferior spiritual herbs for me tomorrow. Yes, and also bring that slow-acting, poisonous bloodvine flower. I shall concoct a low-quality, toxic soul-replenishing pill for her, one that won't kill her, but will certainly make her wretch for years. Moreover, didn't she say she would wait for 5 months? Let Elder Song in deliver it in the 5th month, so she does not think it too easy to trouble me again. These matters must remain confidential. Let it be a secret known only to you. Shangguan Fian felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. Rest assured, young mistress, I will find a weakest toxin yet most corrosive bloodvine flower, guaranteeing that you pin 1T discern its composition. Good, you may proceed. There is no rush. The major concern has been alleviated, and I shall rest for a few days. Alas, I must check on the situation with the trial elixir. After the joyous moment, Suyao appeared to age slightly, her weariness suddenly evident. As the two exited the Azure Dragon Hall, they unexpectedly spotted Qinghe approaching on her flying sword. Qinghe pays her respects to the young mistress. Upon landing, Qinghe was startled to see Suyao and promptly knelt in reverence. Didn't I tell you not to come? Depart at once, Suyao said coldly, with no hint of politeness. Woo. I am worried about Zhang, who's condition. I will not leave. I must see him before I go. Qinghe exclaimed, tears streaming down her face, daring to retort against Suyao. Do you wish to court death? Suyao coldly crushed a mouthful of resentment, then raised her hand to unleash a burst of spiritual energy. With a resounding crack, she shattered one of Qinghe's legs. Qinghe winced in pain, yet defiantly tilted her stubborn face to gaze at Suyao. Oh, Qinghe, I never realized you were so fearless. Suyao arched an eyebrow. I had underestimated you before. I want to see Brother Hu, Qinghe declared, her expression one of unwavering resolve in the face of death. Despite sharing a background as a courtesan, Qinghe's fate was far more tragic than Suyao's, yet her indomitable spirit compelled Suyao to regard her with newfound respect. Brother Hu is currently in good health, but he will need a few more days of observation before he can return. Now may you leave? Suyao's heart softened, albeit slightly. Lady, could you allow me just one glance at him? Qinghe, having transformed her tears into a smile, was relentless in her request. Enough. If the lady has chosen not to kill you, I shall not show you mercy. Sheng Yin interjected, casting a warning glare at Qinghe. Now leave at once. Then, I shall take my leave, lady. You look rather unwell. Please take care of yourself. Qinghe finally relented, rising from the ground and soaring away on her sword. Suyao chuckled softly at her retreating figure. Fortunately, I have just concocted a soul-replenishing pill, and my mood is quite pleasant. Sheng Yin nodded in silent agreement. Upon arriving at the Zhuke Hall, all eyes were drawn to the frail young lady. Many wished to inquire when they could return, but her pallid complexion stilled their tongues. Suyao inquired about Nangong Liyue's condition, then surveyed the crowd and clapped 3 times. Now, I announce that the experiment has concluded. The results of the elixir are highly successful. Each of you, including the diligent disciples of the Alchemy Pavilion, may approach Elder Chunyin to claim 10,000 spirit stones. Liyue, please report the names of everyone to Elder Chunyin shortly. Cheers erupted from the crowd, their spirits lifted by the conclusion of the tedious experiment and the generous reward. Suyao's expression shifted as she continued. All right, disciples of the Alchemy Pavilion, you may leave. I have matters to discuss with these 28 individuals. With that, the crowd stood in unison and exited the Zhuke Hall, leaving only Nangong Liyue behind. Suyao raised her hand, forming a complex gesture to cast a wind-based barrier, ejecting all furnishings, formation flags, and alchemical furnaces from the hall in a sweeping motion, clearing the entire space. Then, with a sudden chill in her demeanor, she pointed at one of the female disciples, Zhuo Wenxian, and commanded, eliminate her. Nangong Liyue's mind momentarily froze before her expression darkened as she summoned a fire dragon to strike at Zhuo Wenxian. The crowd immediately scattered, leaving Zhuo Wenxian standing alone in the center. Zhuo Wenxian appeared bewildered, showing no inclination to evade. She could not fathom why the young mistress would suddenly seek to end her life, for she had always adhered to the rules. With a whoosh, the dragon's strike slammed into her chest, as if it could tear her apart in an instant. Yet, astonishingly, apart from her clothing being reduced to charred remnants, her skin remained unscathed. Liu, frustrated, summoned her flying sword once more, aiming directly at Zhuo Wenxian's abdomen. Clang! The sword proved utterly ineffective, being repelled with ease. Oh, Liu, you are at the pinnacle of the core formation stage. Your combat prowess should surpass that of Fei Yin. Is this truly all you can muster? Suyao remarked with a cold smile. Liu's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, although she had not exerted her full strength. She believed she had executed her best moves. How could it be that she couldn't even mar a single inch of Zhuo Wenxian's skin? Zhuo Wenxian, retaliate with all your might. Do not hold back. Suyao commanded loudly. Understood. Zhuo Wenxian responded, a chilling smile gracing her lips as she swiftly appeared behind Liu. One hand seized her neck, while the other transformed into a claw, shattering Liu's arm in a heartbeat. Ah! Liu cried out in agony. The onlookers marveled at Zhuo Wenxian's astonishing speed and technique. Her precise and efficient movements resembled those of a deadly assassin from the mortal realm. Liu, at the pinnacle of core formation, seemed as vulnerable as a mere fowl in her grasp. Suddenly, Suyao sprang into action, her figure flickering as she teleported in front of Zhuo Wenxian, shaking off her hold with a single finger. In an instant, Zhuo Wenxian's hands and feet were encased in ice. Young mistress, Zhuo Wenxian attempted to twist free, but found herself utterly immobilized, her heart pounding in terror at the formidable ice technique. Zhuo Wenxian, your physical attributes are the finest among the 28, surpassing even Zhang Hu, who has trained for years. And as a young woman, you possess such fluid and perfect muscle strength. Who on earth are you? Suyao inquired coldly. I am from the assassin lineage, the Shiyu Tower, the second daughter of Zhuo. Chapter 60, Suyao had lost her mind. The name Drizzle Tower was indeed a terrifying one in the realm of mortals, as some in the crowd marveled. Suyao cast a recovery barrier for Liu, urging her to step aside. How about a duel? Zhang Hu and Zhuo Wenxian. She then summoned an ordinary long sword, tossing it to Zhang Hu. Zhuo Wenxian, what weapon do you prefer? I shall fetch it for you. Young mistress, I can wield any weapon. A long sword, a flying sword, or a dagger will suffice. Upon hearing this, Suyao handed her a flying sword of equal grade. Let the contest begin. Zhang Hu was elated, ready to unleash the full potential of his nascent soul strength. In an instant, he released his spiritual energy throughout his body and executed the wind-based sword technique that Jiang Chun had taught him, roaring as he lunged towards Zhuo Wenxian. Zhuo Wenxian smiled wickedly, her expression becoming serious as she lightly shifted her steps and suddenly vanished from sight. Suyao was unable to perceive Zhuo Wenxian with her naked eye. Only by employing her divine sense did she vaguely sense her position, inwardly astonished. Zhang Hu's long sword swung through the air, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Clang! Sizzle! Suddenly, his long sword was severed at the waist, and a crimson mark appeared on his neck. At that moment, Zhuo Wenxian materialized like a specter, her flying sword poised against Zhang Hu's throat. In the blink of an eye, the victor was determined. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Suyao couldn't help but applaud, a smile gracing her lips. Zhuo Wenxian, you are exceptionally formidable. Zhuo Wenxian, feeling her physical prowess, realized that even Suyao, at the mid-nascent soul stage, found it difficult to perceive her when she employed her shadow step and life-locking sword. Wherefore, young mistress, you flatter me. Under your command, I fear I would not survive even a breath. Then, would you be willing to become my exclusive subordinate? Suyao's gaze turned icy as she regarded Zhuo Wenxian. A chill ran down Zhuo Wenxian's spine. She understood that a refusal would surely provoke Suyao to strike her down. From this day forth, I shall loyally obey the young mistress's orders, swearing an oath by cutting my hair. With that, Zhuo Wenxian drew her sword and severed her ponytail, kneeling on one knee. Her cascading, beautiful locks transformed into a brisk short hairstyle, contrasting with her delicate features. Very well, I declare the establishment of the Dark Hall within the Hehuan sect. It shall henceforth serve to eliminate adversaries and carry out my bidding. Zhuo Wenxian had already joined, and Suyao expressed her hope that others would follow suit. Upon hearing this, the crowd stood frozen for a moment, each contemplating silently. I shall join. So shall I. Before long, all 28 individuals were kneeling on one knee without exception. Zhang Hu, you are an elder of the outer sect and have a partner. Do you wish to join as well? Suyao inquired, puzzled. And you all, are you truly willing to face death at my behest? Suyao, we do not desire death. Zhang Hu raised his head, declaring, however, we are all of mixed spiritual roots. Without your elixirs, we could never attain such nascent soul strength in our lifetimes. For this grace, we would endure 1,000 deaths without hesitation. 1,000 deaths without hesitation. The crowd echoed in unison. Very well, I admire your expressions. Suyao chuckled lightly. Zhang Hu, from now on, resign from your position as the elder of the outer court and take over as the leader of my Dark Hall. As you command, Zhuo Wenxian, as the deputy leader. Starting tomorrow, you shall begin instructing the 28 members of the Dark Hall in assassination and evasion techniques. As you command, the rest of you, except for me, must unconditionally obey the orders of the leader and deputy leader. As you command, now rise. In 3 months, I shall establish a loft for the Dark Hall beside my alchemy pavilion. By then, those of you with partners may bring them to reside in the Dark Hall. Tomorrow, I will have the artisans of the weaponry sect forge 28 nascent soul-grade weapons for you. Nascent soul-grade treasures. Splendid. Thank you, young mistress. Now that your matters are settled, I must attend to my own affairs. After a brief smile, Suyao swiftly teleported out of the alchemy pavilion, leaving behind the 28 subordinates of the Dark Hall, each kneeling with eyes alight with joy. Time passed, and 3 months had swiftly gone by. The inferior soul-replenishing pills had long been refined. An elder song was dispatched to the city of Luomei in the Liao Kingdom to deliver them to the old woman, Yu Pin. Suyao arrived at the palace of the sect master, Su Qing, to discuss the establishment of the Dark Hall with her. Afterward, she leaned in to whisper a secret in her ear. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Su Qing exclaimed in surprise. Master, my decision is resolute. Very well. I shall summon Elder Tian Xian and the Emperor for you. Thank you, Master. 3 days later, Elder Tian Xian, accompanied by his disciple Xiang Lu and the Emperor of Zhao, Cui Cheng, arrived at the Hehuan sect. Suyao respectfully welcomed Elder Tian Xian, Brother Xiang Lu, and His Majesty the Emperor. At the foot of the mountain gate, Suyao donned a striking yellow veil and performed a courteous gesture. A sweet smile graced her lips, reminiscent of the refreshing sweetness of rock candy on a summer day, truly breathtaking. Lady Suyao, you are too kind. Why do you greet us in person? Elder Tian Xian remarked with a smile. The Emperor, Cui Cheng, was somewhat taken aback, realizing he was also a mid-stage qi cultivator, dressed in elegant scholar attire, exuding vigor as he floated on his flying sword. This was his first encounter with Suyao, despite having heard much about this enchantress's reputation. He could not help but silently admire her unparalleled grace. Elder Tian Xian, you are too modest. All 3 of you are esteemed guests, and it is only right that I come to welcome you. Please, follow me to the inner hall. Suyao spoke with great poise. Su Qing and Elder Chun Yin also took their seats in the grand hall. Lady Suyao, Elder Tian Xian sighed. I had already surmised your intentions on the way here. Elder Tian, you truly are the pillar of our Zhao kingdom. Hence, I shall state directly in the presence of the emperor, I intend to initiate the plan you spoke of 3 years ago, to activate the national lockdown and spirit extraction formation. A captivating smile flickered across Suyao's face, yet it bore an undercurrent of chilling coldness. Upon hearing these words, Xiang Lu and Emperor Cui Cheng were left astounded. Master, what plan? What is this national lockdown and spear extraction formation? Xiang Lu inquired, bewildered. The Emperor Cui Cheng also expressed that the sound was somewhat unsettling. What kind of formation is this? The elder Tian Xin spoke solemnly. Suyao, you have finally come to a realization. 40 years ago, that Ma Liang slaughtered countless Lin clan members in our Zhao kingdom, declaring that he would return in a century to cleanse Zhao with blood. Truly despicable. Master, you're only partially correct. 3 years ago, I opposed this. But now I agree, not solely because of Ma Liang, but also because I no longer wish to be bullied by other cultivators at the transformation stage. As Suyao spoke, the loathsome face of Yu Pin involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Very well, Your Majesty, prepare yourself. The national locking and spirit extraction formation will draw upon the spiritual roots of the entire Zhao kingdom as 900 million mortals. The elder Tian Xian's expression hardened as he gazed at Cui Cheng. What? How can this be? Esteemed immortals. If the mortals lose their spiritual roots, wouldn't the Zhao kingdom's cultivation realm be devoid of new disciples? Moreover, their physical constitutions will gradually deteriorate. Indeed, I have consulted with the envoy, and he has no objections. If our Zhao kingdom can quickly produce our own transformation stage cultivator and elevate to a level 4 cultivation nation, he will receive commendations from higher authorities. Suyao is currently the only one in Zhao kingdom to comprehend the realm of intention. With sufficient spiritual energy and time, she will undoubtedly break through to transformation. How long will this take? The Emperor Cui Cheng's face was filled with sorrow. Perhaps around 60 years, came the response. 60 years. Does this not mean that 3 or 4 generations of my Zhao kingdom will suffer from the loss of their spiritual roots? Do you truly intend to treat the 900 million common people of Zhao kingdom with such cruelty? The emperor's eyes reddened as he abruptly stood, gripping the edge of his robe tightly. I have made up my mind. Today, I shall activate this formation. Suyao's expression was cold and resolute. Whoever dares to oppose me, I shall show no mercy. Should any sect harbor resentment, I will annihilate their mountain gate. Elder Suyao, even with my full support, most will remain reticent. Yet there may still be those who harbor discontent. Elder Tian Xian spoke slowly. That is of no concern. Those people had best keep their thoughts to themselves. If anyone dares to reveal a hint of dissent, I will exterminate their entire family. Upon hearing these words, the Emperor Cui Cheng felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, his legs weakening as he slumped helplessly into his chair. Let's go. Master. Suyao instantly shed her fierce demeanor, turning to Elder Tian Xian with a sweet smile, her voice soft and melodious. Follow me to the Qinglou Hall. We shall activate the formation and extract the spirits. Thousands of miles away, at the Mou mountain range, Jiang Chun suddenly felt as if a stone had been thrown into his heart, his hair standing on end as he abruptly gazed towards the northern part of Zhao kingdom outside the tree hollow. Jiang Chun, what is the matter? Li Wan asked in confusion, startled. I don't know. I just suddenly feel something monumental is about to occur in my homeland. Jiang Chun murmured. Chapter 61. The little flower pig brings joy to Li Wan. You must be missing your wife. Suyao, Li Wan remarked with a hint of annoyance, followed by a soft huff. Jiang Chun smiled faintly, choosing not to retort, for he found it difficult to articulate the sensation he had just experienced, akin to an epiphany or a flutter of the heart. The candlelight flickered gently in the evening breeze from the twilight mountains, while heavy rain cascaded outside the tree hollow. Seeing Jiang Chen's tacit acceptance, Li Wan felt a slight pang in her heart, causing her alluring lips to curl upwards. Elder Yiyun, sensing the subtle awkwardness between the two, cleared his throat and spoke. Jiang Chun, I'm grateful for your assistance over these past months, gathering spiritual milk and demon cores for me daily. However, my injuries are severe, and the poison has left me with only the cultivation level of an early nascent soul. Elder Yi, I am immensely thankful for the numerous techniques you have imparted to me during this time, particularly the secrets of demon transformation. The simple tasks of gathering herbs and fetching water are but a trifling matter, Jiang Chun replied humbly. I must say, Jiang Chun, you are the most gifted individual I have ever encountered. To reach the mid-nascent soul stage in just 40 years of cultivation and comprehend 2 realms is truly remarkable. I possess many more techniques and skills that I can teach you. In the brief 6 months spent with Yi Yun, Jiang Chun couldn't help but admire the elder's vast knowledge and formidable prowess. He was indeed the foremost figure in the Southern Yu Kingdom's transformation arts. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as Jiang Chun transformed into a small white snake, merely a foot long. I shall express my gratitude for Elder Ye's teachings. Haha. Yi Yun observed Jiang Chen's transformation into the little white snake, stroking his beard in satisfaction. The essence of the demon transformation technique lies in the pursuit of ultimate power, survival through transformation, and breaking free from conventional constraints. Jiang Chun, you have already made commendable progress in this skill. The little white snake nodded in agreement, then unexpectedly began to swell, sprouting limbs and morphing into a lizard, flicking its tongue. With a sudden flash of spiritual light, it transformed into a small mosquito and then a fly. In mere moments, Jiang Chun had shape-shifted into over 30 different animals and insects, effortlessly adapting without the need for incantations or focus, as if his heart dictated the transformations at will. Can you turn to a little pig? Li Wan asked playfully, watching Jiang Chun delight in his antics. With a playful grunt, Jiang Chun immediately transformed into a black and white spotted piglet, playfully nudging Li Wan. She giggled at the pig's adorable appearance, her laughter ringing through the air. Oh, you dare to butt me? Take that, you stinky pig, stinky Jiang Chun. She playfully tapped the piglet's back with her delicate hand. Jiang Chun feigned injury, letting out a couple of pained squeals before continuing to nudge her thigh with his snout. The tree hollow was filled with warmth and childlike joy, eliciting laughter from Elder Yi Yun. The path of cultivation had always been a monotonous and oppressive journey, fraught with bloodshed and farewells. To suddenly encounter someone who cared for you and brought you joy was indeed a rare blessing. Unbeknownst to the 3 at that very moment, someone was secretly observing their every move using a divine treasure of transformation. In the northern grove, a white-haired elder exuding an aura of verdant energy was peering through the void mirror at 3 individuals, as if a pair of eyes had sprouted upon the walls of the grove. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light appeared, revealing a middle-aged man. Dark old ghost. Is the information you transmitted truly credible? Have you genuinely located the injured Yi Yun? The speaker, known as Lu Sha, had achieved the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Much like the dark old ghost, both hailing from the corpse demon sect that had grievously wounded Yi Yun. Behold for yourself. I have been observing for an entire day, the dark old ghost replied, shifting the reflection of the void mirror for Lu Sha to scrutinize. Lu Sha accepted the mirror and gazed intently. The dark old ghost continued. Yi Yun remains gravely injured, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful female cultivator, whose cultivation appears to be at the initial stage of the nascent soul, likely a disciple of the Water Ink sect. Meanwhile, this white-haired youth tends to both of them. As Lu Sha beheld Li Wan's figure within the ethereal image, a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes, and he licked his lips. Proceed, he urged. This white-haired youth seems to possess a cultivation at the mid-nascent soul stage. However, after observing him for a day, I can attest to the formidable nature of his physique and techniques. More alarmingly, this youth has a spirit pet, a moon wolf. A rare beast indeed. A rare beast? How could a mid-nascent soul cultivator command a divine beast of the transformation stage? Lu Sha questioned, casting a puzzled glance at the dark old ghost. How should I know? This morning, the youth ventured to the nearby, sky-repairing cavern to gather spirit milk for the 2 injured individuals. I too intended to collect some spirit milk and stumbled upon Yi Yun's whereabouts, never expecting this old fellow's escape technique to be so potent, enabling him to flee such a distance. Lu Sha pondered silently before murmuring, counting the two injured individuals as mid-nascent soul cultivators, and considering this enigmatic white-haired youth as a hidden expert of the late nascent soul stage, along with his spirit pet, the moon wolf. Moreover, they are currently ensconced within a Shura formation, which resembles the advanced array flags of the water insect, a rather formidable dilemma. The dark old ghost remarked, his expression grave. Is it the mid-nascent soul youth's doing? Lu Sha inquired. It ought to be. By my grandfather, there are indeed many valuable items at play, Lu Sha replied, his tone filled with intrigue. What shall we do? The dark old ghost asked. Capturing Yi Yun alive would be a monumental achievement. The sect leader would surely reward us with a divine artifact of the transformation stage. Not merely a divine artifact, Lu Sha countered. This is Yi Yun, the foremost transformation expert of the southern Yu Kingdom. We might even be rewarded with exquisite corpse demon treasures. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Sha continued, while the dark old ghost observed him in silence. Even if the three individuals appear as trifling weaklings to us, the moon wolf and this Shura formation cannot be managed by just the two of us. Shall we call for reinforcements? That would mean sharing the reward, the dark old ghost said, somewhat reluctant. We are on the verge of achieving the transformation stage. Let us not be greedy for trifles. Even if the spoils are divided, we would still receive the lion's share, especially you, for it was you who discovered Yi Yun. Upon hearing this, the dark old ghost chuckled joyfully. Indeed, to be prudent, let us summon more individuals. Dark old ghost, activate the corpse heaven transmission array. Lu Sha stated with calm determination. Understood. The two individuals simultaneously extracted a drop of their essence and infused it into the ground. A sizzling sound resonated as an eerie green teleportation array materialized before them. Subsequently, cloaked figures began to emerge one after another from a portal. The next morning, Jiang Chun awakened at the designated hour, his handsome visage appearing remarkably well-rested. With a swift motion, he transformed into a diminutive yellow wasp and flew to a stone cave beneath a tree hollow. There, he reverted to his human form, retrieved the milk gourd belonging to both of them, and commenced the milking process. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation coursed through his mind. He felt the presence of approaching individuals, though he could not ascertain whether they were mere passers-by seeking spiritual milk. However, upon further reflection, he realized that there were numerous people approaching with ill intent. A chill ran down Jiang Chen's spine as he raised his hand, activating the beast-taming ring on his wrist. A ewe, with a formidable howl, a wolf resembling a small mountain, known as the moon wolf, was summoned instantly. It, too, sensed the gathering of many humans and wore a grave expression as it positioned itself protectively beside Jiang Chun. In a flurry of movement, dark figures teleported into the somewhat cramped stone cave, swiftly encircling Jiang Chun in a menacing shroud. Jiang Chen's mental scan revealed the presence of 100 individuals, all of whom were at least at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Chapter 62. The massacre of the corpse demons. The binding spell took effect as over 100 figures clad in black robes simultaneously formed hand seals and cast their spells into the sky. A verdant dome crackled with lightning, enveloping the moon wolf in an instant. Within this protective barrier, Ayu felt no harm. The green lightning and spiritual energy struck it as if they bore no pain. However, when it attempted to teleport outside, it found itself trapped. In frustration, it struck fiercely against the binding, yet the enchantment remained unyielding. With a mournful howl, it gazed anxiously at Jiang Chun beyond the barrier. Jiang Chun observed Ayu's predicament and turned to inquire coolly, "Who are you?" Unfazed by the crumbling mountain before you, a mid-stage nascent soul ghost, truly formidable. Is your only support the moon wolf? Do you possess any other treasures? Lu Sha retorted. Once more I ask, who are you? Jiang Chen's tone grew increasingly chilling. In that moment, over 100 individuals felt an instinctual dread, an unsettling fear emanating from a mid-stage nascent soul ghost. You bastard! Lu Sha spat, his voice laced with venom. What trump card do you hold? Refusing to speak? Jiang Chun raised his hand, summoning the sudden rain blade. Just a divine transformation weapon, is it? You think you're so clever. Lu Sha continued to curse in an attempt to dispel the oppressive aura Jiang Chun exuded. Yet, before he could finish, a metallic tang filled his mouth and nostrils. Two of his subordinates had their heads severed, blood gushing forth and splattering onto Lu Sha's lips. No one had perceived the moment the silver-haired youth vanished. Lu Sha's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the fallen soldiers beside him. "Oh, I see. You belong to the corpse demon sect." Jiang Chen's figure gradually materialized alongside his voice, the blade in his hand stained with crimson. "You vile wretch. Who do you think you are?" Lu Sha, now bewildered, had previously assumed Jiang Chen's power to be that of a late-stage nascent soul. Only now did he realize the grievous error of his judgment, the terrifying speed and strength. Was it the consummation of the nascent soul stage? No, it was even more fearsome. "How did you discover us?" Jiang Chun coldly interrogated Lu Sha. The dark old ghost had been intimidated by Jiang Chen's overwhelming presence since earlier, and at this moment, he swallowed hard to ease his rising terror. "Hiss! The corpse demon sect speaks, not a word." Jiang Chun, perplexed, wondered how a group of individuals not yet at the divine transformation stage could ambush him so effectively, binding his moon wolf upon arrival while he remained oblivious. Then, "Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Jiangchen instantly unleashed the realm of the white, celestial blade, enveloping all within its confines. The corpse demon sect's members felt as if they had plummeted into an ice cellar. This mid-stage nascent soul ghost possessed not only terrifying strength and speed, but also a realm of understanding. Then, Jiang Chun vanished once more. Amidst the flashing blade light, blood spattered and severed limbs flew. The members of the corpse demon sect found themselves ensnared within the spiritual energy of the celestial blade's realm, unable to move, akin to poultry grasped by their wings. At the mercy of Jiang Chen's slaughter, in less than 10 breaths, the once formidable group of 100 had dwindled to fewer than half. The entire Nuwa stone cave was drenched in blood, with severed limbs and pooled gore staining the ground. "I implore you, spare my life. Please do not kill me." A terrified disciple, unable to withstand the gruesome scene, knelt in supplication. The figure of Jiang Chun reemerged, his gaze fixated with interest upon the prostrated late-stage nascent soul disciple. "We are the corpse demon sect's corpse demon 100. As for how you were discovered, it was him. He was the one who found you." The kneeling disciple pointed towards the shadowy figure of the dark old ghost beside him. Swish, swish. 2 streaks of light descended. Li Wan and Yi Yun emerged from the tree hollow, teleporting directly to the center of the crowd, beside Jiang Chun. Observing the bloodied ground and scattered corpses, they silently marveled at Jiang Chen's immense power. Jiang Chun turned his gaze toward the dark old ghost, raising an eyebrow as if beckoning him to elucidate. "Young friend, I..." The dark old ghost hesitated for a moment before producing a white artifact, the void mirror, and kneeling down, raising it aloft as he spoke. "This treasure can silently monitor everything within 1,000 miles, even in areas protected by formations. It is yours. Please, spare us. We recognize our errors." No wonder Li Wan and Yi Yun had never exited the Shura array. They had been spied upon, Jiang Chun contemplated. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Chun gathered the void mirror with his spiritual energy. "Hold on to it, young friend," the dark old ghost said with an awkward smile. "And then, let us put away your intentions, and we'll immediately return to the Golden Kingdom." "How can that be? They are from the corpse demon sect." Jiang Chun inquired of Elder Yi Yun and Li Wan, subtly hinting at their decision. "We cannot let them go." A chilling glint ignited in Li Wan's eyes. The corpse demon sect had severely injured her master, Yi Yun. Moreover, since their location was already compromised, they could not afford to let a tiger return to the mountain. Yi Yun slowly nodded in agreement. "What a pity, my friends," Jiang Chun said with a shrug. "Perhaps in your next life, you will be born into a better situation." The dark old ghost looked on in terror as Jiang Chun approached him, and then a knife plunged into his throat. Turning gently yet ruthlessly towards Li Wan and Yi Yun, Jiang Chun instructed, "Kill them all. Leave no one behind. They are all under my control. A single strike will suffice, sparing you the expenditure of spiritual energy." Li Wan and Yi Yun simultaneously summoned their swords. The slender pear blossom sword in Li Wan's grasp exuded a formidable aura, while Elder Yi Yun wielded a peculiar runic dagger. With a swift motion, a massacre ensued. The air filled with screams and wails, a cacophony previously unheard, as each victim lost their head with a single stroke. You bastards! Even in death, I will not let you off. The elders will avenge us. As despair enveloped him, the disciple named Lu Sha expelled a spiritual pearl from his mouth, which vanished into thin air. Not good. Ye Yun claim it. This pearl was also a high-tier artifact, its effects unclear, but it seemed capable of summoning something. Jiang Chun frowned at the now maddened Lu Sha, plunging his knife into his heart. You bastards! After a millennium and 2 centuries of cultivation, I depart this world without ever knowing the name of the specter that seeks my demise. How lamentable, indeed, how truly lamentable. Upon the conclusion of his lament, Lu Sha collapsed. 100 souls had already been mercilessly slaughtered. Subsequently, Jiang Chun summoned the soul banner, preparing to refine their nascent souls. Jiang Chun, allow me, Yi Yin interjected, halting Jiang Chen's actions. With his hands poised at his chest, the nascent soul entered the vessel, and spiritual flames blazed. The soul chains intertwined, steeped in deep resentment, and were drawn forth. In an instant, 100 golden nascent souls erupted forth, subsequently drawn into Yi Yun's grasp, visibly crushed and compressed into a sphere resembling a pill, absorbed into his third eye. Enough, Jiang Chun. Our position has been compromised. It is unwise to linger here. Let's depart. No sooner had Yi Yun uttered these words than an icy dread surged within him. A grave situation had arisen. Someone was approaching. The trio sensed an overwhelmingly formidable presence. Elder Yi, you believe you can escape after slaying my 3 senior brothers and over 100 disciples? And you, the white-haired specter, how impressive you are, haha. A robust voice echoed from a distance. It is Meng Chong, the 9th elder of the Corpse Demon sect, the Golden Corpse Demon Lord. Yi Yin replied solemnly. Chapter 63. The terrifying golden corpse of transformation, let us flee. Master, Li Wan exclaimed, sensing a chilling aura of terror. It is too late, Meng Chong. In the initial stage of transformation, lamented, our swift escape is futile against his teleportation techniques. Quickly, let us return to the tree hollow. Jiang Chun commanded. With a resounding thud, he transformed into a massive rock, over 30 feet in length, effortlessly carrying the 2 away. With a powerful flap of his wings, they were enveloped in a cascade of light and instantly transported to the safety of the hollow. Jiang Chun, hand me the black flags of the Shura array. Yi Yin instructed as he dismounted from the avian form. Jiang Chun complied without hesitation, summoning 3 small flags that flew into Yi Yun's grasp. With a mental incantation, a barrier rapidly solidified. Shura command. The 3 flags began to whirl around Yi Yun, generating a 100-foot black barrier that shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance, captivating in its display. At that moment, a peculiar middle-aged man with a mane of golden hair approached the perimeter of the formation, draped in a robe adorned with skulls. He emanated a palpable aura of death. He was none other than the Golden Corpse Demon Lord, Meng Chong. What peculiar hue does this Shura array possess? Meng Chong inquired, raising a hand to summon a colossal golden sword, which he brought crashing down upon the barrier. Clang! The sound echoed as birds scattered and leaves whirled. Yet the barrier remained unscathed. Quite resilient, Meng Chong mused. Reduced to the initial stage of a nascent soul. Yet you still employ such tricks, old Yi Yun. Meng Chong scoffed. Do you believe you can hide in there indefinitely? I shall level this entire forest. With a frigid expression, Meng Chong concentrated, channeling his magic. Golden motes began to seep from his skin, coalescing into a golden corpse. This golden figure teleported above the circular formation, closing its eyes in meditation for 3 breaths. Then, with hands pressed against the luminous barrier, an explosion ensued. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from the Twilight Mountain Range. Boom! With the palm of the golden corpse as the epicenter, the Shura array was violently thrust downwards from the treetops to the ground, sending the 3 within reeling. Within a 10-mile radius, the forest seemed to be sucked into a void, instantly reduced to dust, vanishing without a trace. Jiang Chun felt a chill creep into his heart. Was this the might of the transformation stage? The power of this spell was unfathomably greater than that of the nascent soul. He understood that despite having triumphed over peers due to his mutated wind spiritual root and mastery of the breezy realm, the gap in spiritual energy between the nascent soul and transformation stages was not comparable to the transitions between foundation establishment to core formation or core formation to nascent soul. The energy required to ascend from the great perfection of a nascent soul to the initial stage of transformation was equivalent to the total energy of over 100 great perfection cultivators. Not to mention the comprehension of realms. Quite sturdy indeed, Meng Chong remarked, surveying the obliterated forest, yet the Shura array remained undamaged, causing him to ponder. It seems I can only refine the three of you within. Let this twilight mountain range vanish along with you. Meng Chong struck the barren ground with his golden corpse, and a green rune barrier emerged, its expanse surpassing that of the Shura formation. In an instant, the three individuals within the cave felt their life force being siphoned away. Ah, it is the soul extraction and demon refinement grand array. We may not endure for long before being transformed into corpse demons, Yian lamented, desperately extracting the essence of his nascent soul. His expression filled with sorrow as he sighed heavily. His face, pale from anxiety and despair, glistened with beads of sweat that rolled down his forehead. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened like an eagle's, and an aura of determination enveloped him. In a fleeting moment, he gripped the sudden rain blade, its blade shimmering with cold light, eager to taste blood. Li Wan, Elder Yi, I shall venture forth and slay this old fiend. Jiang Chun, while your physical prowess is formidable, Meng Chong wields a golden body with divine intent, rendering his defenses terrifyingly strong. Yi Yun's face was etched with worry, his brow furrowed in a knot, his voice urgent. Rest assured, Senior, I sense that my wind intent can somewhat counter his golden body intent, Jiang Chun replied with a confident smile, then raised his blade and strode purposefully out of the tree hollow. Jiang Chun, I beg you, do not perish if you find yourself outmatched. Flee and do not concern yourself with us. Li Wan's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice quivering with worry and reluctance as she instinctively clutched the hem of her garment. Enough of this nonsense. Wait for me. Jiang Chun turned back, casting a gentle glance at Li Wan. Then, in a swift motion, he vanished from sight like a bolt of black lightning. Woo! At that moment, as Jiang Chun departed, Li Wan could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her face as she began to cry out loud. Waner, do not weep. Quickly absorb the power of the nascent soul. Yian inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner turmoil, slowly closing his eyes in an attempt to regain composure. As Jiang Chun emerged from the cave, his aura surged dramatically, the overwhelming intent of the heavenly blade radiating like a tidal wave. He raised the sudden rain blade high, embodying a spirit of relentless advance, and cleaved down towards the golden corpse's crown with ferocity. The resounding impact echoed like thunder, an explosive sound that reverberated through the air. The golden corpse puppet was violently jolted by the fierce strike, forced to halt the formation it was casting, hastily raising its arm to defend. Instantly, a deep gash appeared on its rock-solid arm, from which a strange golden liquid began to seep. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chun chanted incantations, swiftly casting a wind-based forbidden spell, Thousand Blades Tornado. In an instant, a tempestuous whirlwind erupted from the ground, the howling winds sounding like wails of the damned. In the blink of an eye, the whirlwind transformed into a colossal tornado, swirling with countless razor-sharp wind blades that glimmered ominously, akin to lethal projectiles raining down. The Thousand Blades tornado howled as it surged towards the demonic, refining formation on the ground, displacing earth and stone, uprooting trees in its wake. Before long, the sinister formation exuding malevolent energy was shredded into countless fragments by the force of the wind blades. Meanwhile, within the hollow of the tree, Li Wan and Yi Yun felt the dissipating force that had drained their vitality vanish in an instant, leaving them considerably lighter. You truly dare to come forth and court death, Meng Chong remarked regarding Jiang Chun. Rather than displaying anger, His eyes glimmered with a hint of admiration. Speed, strength, incantations, and intent. One must admit, you possess quite a talent. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Chong casually waved his hand. Instantly, the wounds on the golden corpse puppet began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The damaged areas regenerated, and in the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state. Once the golden corpse puppet regained its strength, its cold, fierce gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chun, resembling a predatory beast poised to strike. Jiang Chun, disciple of the Water Ink sect, I shall test the prowess of my esteemed predecessors. Jiang Chun's expression was stern, his voice resonating with unwavering determination throughout the surroundings. Ha! That old fellow Chu Feng has indeed taken a remarkable disciple. Why am I not fortunate enough to encounter such promising talent? Chapter 64. Moon Wolf, Sudden Rain, Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun pondered inwardly, recognizing that his sole trump card was the fact that Meng Chong remained unaware of his other ethereal wind's essence. After a moment of contemplation, he channeled the white spirit energy of the heavenly blade into the sudden rain blade. With a swift motion, he unleashed 100 streaks of blade light. His long white hair danced in the wind as the sudden rain blade emitted a series of crisp sounds, echoing like the mournful cries of the desolate twilight mountains. Meng Chong let out a cold snort, vanishing into the ground, leaving behind a golden corpse to confront Jiang Chun. Intricate hand seals were formed, and multiple green defensive arrays materialized around the golden corpse, blocking Jiang Chun's onslaught. Amidst the clanging sounds, the 100 streaks of blade light appeared ineffectual. Yet they exerted a certain pressure on the golden corpse. At the mere mid-stage of the nascent soul, I shall see how much spirit energy you possess. A chilling voice emanated from the depths below. Jiang Chun did not falter. He continued to whirl in place, launching another barrage of cold rays toward the golden corpse. The ground surrounding the corpse shattered into countless fragments as it sank several yards into the earth, a cloud of dust enveloping a 10-mile radius. Childish trick, Meng Chong spat. Jiang Chun, I shall refine you into a corpse demon. Though I know not how you cultivated, your physique, speed, and strength are the most formidable I have encountered at the nascent soul stage. The corpse demon I forge from you shall be exquisite. Ha ha ha. Meng Chong cackled wildly. Ignoring him, Jiang Chun ceased his chaotic dance. Found it, he mused internally. In an instant, an astonishing azure blue spirit energy erupted from his being, embodying the essence of the gentle breeze. It coalesced into a colossal azure hand that plunged deep into the earth, grasping Meng Chang's true form and yanking him from the ground. What? Cunning little wretch. Meng Chong was struck with horror, realizing that Jiang Chun's seemingly mindless blade swings were, in fact, a means of locating his true self through the essence of the blade light. Moreover, was this azure spirit energy also an essence? What, then, was the nature of the white spirit energy? As Meng Chong was seized high in the air, his mind swirled in confusion. Could it be that this youth possessed two types of essences? Jiang Chun afforded Meng Chong no time for contemplation. He teleported beside him, thrusting the sudden rain blade into his neck. With a swift twist, he decapitated Meng Chong with brutal efficiency. Jiang Chun remained vigilant, aware that a cultivator at the God transformation stage could survive as long as their divine soul persisted. Wind wave burial. He executed a hand seal, his fingertips grazing Meng Chang's body, invoking a wind-based forbidden spell. A swirling tempest roared ominously, instantly shredding his form into countless fragments. Meanwhile, the golden corpse collapsed, rendered powerless. At last, Jiang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Yet his consciousness continued to scan the battlefield relentlessly. Had this man truly perished? 3 breaths later, an eerie voice echoed from behind, sending chills down Jiang Chun's spine. Jiang Chun, what are you searching for? The incapacitated golden corpse staggered back to its feet, its skin transforming into a crystalline blue Qinglou stone texture. My lingering soul eternally resides within the golden corpse. How could you possibly extinguish me? Jiang Chun turned to gaze upon the golden corpse, now transformed into the color of Qinglou stone, his heart seething with rage. Damn be this. Is this what it means to reach the transformation realm? To be impervious to death? Observing the desolation in Jiang Chen's eyes, Meng Chong let out a sigh. I never anticipated that a mid-stage nascent soul would compel me to merge with a golden corpse into a Kunwu form. Jiang Chen, I must possess you. I am determined to claim your body. You actually command two realms of understanding. With a swift motion, Meng Chong vanished, reappearing at Jiang Chen's side, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his ear. Jiang Chen's reflexes were equally quick, instantly raising his blade in defense. However, in the state of Kunwu stone, Meng Chang's strength seemed exponentially magnified, sending both Jiang Chen and his weapon flying 1,000 feet, embedding him into the cliffside, blood spurting forth and cascading into the valley below. Within the tree hollow, Li Wan heard the resounding crash, a wave of inexplicable sorrow swelling within her, compelling her to rise and aid Jiang Chen. Vania, sit down. Yian's voice cut sharply through the air. Jiang Chen is the strongest and most reliable disciple I have ever known. He possesses the demeanor of a transformation realm expert, and I have faith in him. You should trust him as well. Master, Li Wan felt a pang of anguish in her heart, words eluding her. Taking a deep breath, she quelled her tumultuous thoughts and continued to draw energy from the nascent soul. In that fleeting moment, the Stormblade seemed to awaken with its own consciousness, instinctively positioning itself beside Jiang Chen. Yet he was still struck by the force of Meng Chang's punch, blood erupting from his body, his consciousness fading. Embedded within the cliff's rocky embrace, Meng Chong hovered above Jiang Chen, sneering, "It is over, Jiang Chen." He then summoned an enormous sword technique, thrusting it toward Jiang Chen. At that moment, a silver beast silhouette darted past, a colossal, fierce creature crashing through the sky, shattering the Kunwu giant sword. Awu! The moon wolf had finally broken free from the constraints of the demon lock array, galloping to the fray. Meng Chong looked on in astonishment, his lips curling in disbelief. This wild beast had managed to breach the array alone. What a peculiar creature. Jiang Chen, still dazed, staggered from the stone wall, casting a grateful glance toward the moon wolf. "Why, you thank you." The moon wolf sorrowfully regarded Jiang Chen's bloodied form, teleporting beneath him to lift him up, gently channeling its demonic energy into him. Jiang Chen sat upon the wolf's back, feeling the soothing essence flow into his body, warm and tranquil, rekindling a spirit of defiance within him. He glared fiercely at Meng Chong. Awu! The moon wolf sensed its master's rekindled fighting spirit and let out another furious howl, directing its wrath at Meng Chong. A millennium ago, its kin had been transformed into soulless puppets by malevolent human sex. Today, it would not allow the loss of another companion. The Stormblade, too, had awakened its own consciousness, emitting a series of resonant hums, glowing red as it flew to Jiang Chen's side. "Hey, little brat, do you think that with a mere wild beast at your side, you can defeat me? And what of that pitiful blade of yours? What kind of eyes do you possess, Meng Chong, come and fight." Jiang Chen, astride the silver wolf, gripped the Stormblade's hilt and roared, unleashing a dual-colored aura that engulfed the entire gorge. The two realms of existence gradually converged into a swirling vortex, suddenly fervently siphoning the surrounding spiritual essence. Meng Chong sensed a certain transformation in Jiang Chen, his expression growing grave. "Arrogant little wretch, come forth." The spiritual energy enveloping the Kunwu golden corpse erupted, the essence of its golden form radiating outward. United as man and wolf, Jiang Chen collided with Meng Chong, exuding an aura of resolute determination. Their energies swept across the entire Twilight Mountain range, the flickering lights emitting a sizzling sound, while the clash of metal resonated through the blood-red sky. For 3 full hours, they battled from dusk until the depths of night. The somber darkness seemed to weep for their fierce confrontation as ominous clouds gathered above. Within the cave, Li Wan listened despondently to the cataclysmic sounds of metal clashing outside, enduring the terror for 3 long hours, helpless and anxious. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string, soaking her embroidered shoes and dampening her ankles. Yin also sensed Jiang Chen's thunderous fighting spirit outside, aware that he had exhausted all his energy, and he sighed heavily. "Waner, I promise you," Yin said, his sunken eyes glistening with a hint of red. "Should anything befall Jiang Chen within 3 years, I, Yin, shall ensure that Meng Chong and the entire corpse demon sect accompany him to the grave." Chapter 65. Slaying Meng Chong. A sweet, youthful voice echoed gently across the sky. "Ah, my dear daughter, what troubles you? We are venturing to gather the 10,000-year spirit milk. But what shall we do if we encounter savage beasts in the Twilight Mountain Range? Fear not, my dear. Your father possesses the soul-binding pearl bestowed by Uncle Yi. With it, controlling the savage beasts for at least an hour will be effortless, ensuring our safe passage." The elder patted his chest confidently. "Alas, it is a pity that Uncle Yi has been missing for several years. If only he were here to assist me in collecting the spirit milk, success would be guaranteed." The girl sighed softly, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. In the sky, a young maiden of extraordinary beauty accompanied by a stooped old man traversed the air, riding on ethereal light. Both were clad in the Taoist robes of the Qinglou sect, adorned with white lotus embroidery, their garments flowing gracefully. Judging by the aura emanating from them, the girl was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, while the elder had achieved the late stage of nascent soul perfection. Their previous conversation hinted at their esteemed status within the Qinglou sect. As they approached the edge of the Twilight Mountain Range, the ground subtly trembled beneath them, followed by a series of dull metallic clashing sounds. Suddenly, countless spirit beasts and flying creatures, as if startled by an arrow, fled in disarray from the mountains, creating chaos. The elder's expression turned grave as he tightly grasped the girl's hand, gradually slowing their flight. The closer they drew to the mountains, the more profound their sense of awe became. The sight before them was one of devastation, a landscape of utter ruin. The once lush forests were now consumed by raging flames, leaving only charred branches and withered leaves, thick smoke billowing into the sky. The undulating mountains had been flattened by a tremendous force, as if savaged by an unseen giant hand. Not far away, 2 orbs of light collided at astonishing speeds, each impact accompanied by violent explosions, powerful shockwaves radiating outward, obliterating everything in their path. The entire Twilight Mountain Range had become a desolate wasteland under the onslaught of such terrifying power. "Daddy, we cannot approach any closer." The girl, feeling the chilling aura of overwhelming dread, suddenly halted, her small hand gripping the elder's sleeve tightly, her voice trembling. "Indeed, it appears 2 formidable beings at the transformation stage are engaged in battle. This force is too fearsome." The elder's brow furrowed deeply. He slowly closed his eyes, employing a secret technique of spiritual perception to draw nearer to the spectacle, hoping to observe the epic clash in detail. He beheld a decaying corpse, reminiscent of the Kunwu stone, its hands rapidly changing formations as it chanted incantations, unleashing fiery dragon spells like arrows. This figure seemed to be a formidable elder of the corpse demon sect. Then, the elder shifted his gaze to the opponent, a youth astride a silver wolf, his white hair dancing wildly in the wind, exuding an air of carefree elegance. The young man wielded a crimson longsword, darting through the tempest with agility and grace. Surrounding him was a swirling vortex of blue and white spiritual energy, spinning frantically, resembling an unfathomable black hole that incessantly absorbed the surrounding celestial essence. This individual is not in the transformation stage. He is merely in the mid-stage of the nascent soul. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief flooding his gaze as his voice quivered with excitement. "Father, you must be jesting," the girl exclaimed, skepticism filling her eyes. With her early nascent soul perception, she was utterly unable to reach such a distance, making it hard to conceive. The elder, filled with uncertainty, extended his spiritual sense further, attempting to scrutinize the fierce battle between the two. However, as soon as his consciousness stretched forth, Meng Chong abruptly turned his head, casting a cold glance in their direction. In that instant, the father and daughter felt as though they were plunged into an icy abyss, a bone-chilling cold surging from their feet to their heads, threatening to freeze their very blood. "Run!" the elder shouted in terror, reaching out to grasp his daughter's hand to flee, but in that fleeting moment, the Qinglou corpse demon had already executed its teleportation technique, appearing before them like a specter. The corpse demon extended its claw, sharp as a hook, and without hesitation pierced the girl's abdomen. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, her nascent soul was brutally torn from her body. Subsequently, the corpse demon opened its maw wide, swallowing the nascent soul whole. In her final moments, the girl's eyes widened in terror and despair as she desperately reached out for her father, only to witness him being seized by the corpse demon, mercilessly torn to shreds, his nascent soul devoured. Jiangchun rode upon the back of a silver wolf, pursuing the light of escape, his feet enveloped in a swirling duality of intent, continually absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Witnessing Meng Chong consume the nascent soul, he sneered, "Meng Chong, you have reached the end of your road." Jiangchun. The vortex of defiance continues to absorb spiritual energy, draining the entire Twilight Mountains dry. Yet I have devoured 2 nascent souls, my power surging. "Come, little bastard." Whoosh. Clang. In an instant, a crimson brilliance erupted like a furious flame, tearing a rift in the oppressive darkness. The long blade, seemingly imbued with sentience, emitted a sharp hum, its sound waves palpable, causing the surrounding air to shudder. The figures of the two danced like phantoms, each clash unleashing cataclysmic force, shaking the heavens and earth, invoking the cries of the spirits. A half hour later, the tumultuous sounds of battle abruptly ceased. In that moment, the entire mountain range fell into a chilling silence, eerie enough to send shivers down one's spine. Within a hollow tree, Li Wan's heart tightened as if gripped by an unseen hand. Had it ended? Jiangchun. Did he triumph? Or perhaps, countless thoughts surged like a tide within her mind, fear and anxiety quickening her breath. Just then, a shadow flashed at the cave entrance, and Meng Chong appeared like a specter, causing Li Wan to pale in fright, nearly crying out in alarm. "Waner, do not fear." Ye Yun whispered softly. Still shaken, Li Wan focused her gaze, only to see Meng Chang's golden corpse with hollow eyes, devoid of spirit, as if his soul had been stripped away. With a sudden thud, he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, a voice tinged with fatigue resonated softly. "Elder Yi, quickly refine him." Following the sound, one could see a raggedly dressed youth with white hair gradually emerging from behind Meng Chong. Despite his weary countenance, he still managed to muster a radiant smile, akin to a beam of sunlight piercing through the darkest clouds. "Leave it to me," Yin declared, raising his hand to perform spell. Nether incantation, arise. In an instant, a resplendent violet light surged forth, its brilliance so intense that it rendered one unable to open their eyes. Enveloped in this enigmatic purple glow, Meng Chang's form began to dissolve like snow melting under the sun, swiftly transforming into a pool of blood that emanated an eerie aura. Upon witnessing this, Li Wan hastily rose and hurried to Jiangchen's side, gently assisting him to a seated position. Jiangchen tilted his head back and consumed a vial of healing elixir, then settled into a cross-legged posture, closing his eyes in concentration as he began to cultivate. Time slipped away silently, and after a fragrant stick of incense had burned, Jiangchen suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing within them. "This place is no longer safe. We must depart." Summoning a verdant dragon boat, the three ascended swiftly, soaring into the sky and heading northward. Chapter 66. Breakthrough. The poisonous woman upon the dragon boat. Li Wan and Yi Yun gazed down at the ravaged Twilight Mountains, their hearts heavy with sorrow. The fierce battle between Jiangchun and Meng Chong had laid waste to the entire range. With a soft sigh, Jiangchun extended his left hand, activating the Beast Tamer Ring. The silver wolf, a ewe, emerged in response, collapsing onto the floor of the dragon boat. Its body was matted with blood, barely clinging to life, as it focused intently on absorbing the beast's soul and demon core provided by Jiangchun. Gently stroking the wolf's fur, Jiangchen's eyes brimmed with compassion. He then summoned a collection of black and crimson crystal fragments, laying them before him. Upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be the shattered remnants of the storm blade. "Ah, your storm blade. It's..." Liwan gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The artifact that had accompanied Jiang Chun since his foundational stage was now nearly reduced to rubble, and his heart ached profoundly, recalling the fierce encounters with Meng Chong, where the storm blade had valiantly blocked countless attacks. A torrent of emotions surged within him. Tears streamed down his face, a rare sight for a man who had never shed tears before. In his youth, when his family had perished, he did not weep. When his master, Su Qing, had been grievously injured by Ma Yang, he remained stoic. Even when pursued by Zhou Peng while cradling the barely conscious Suyao, he had not cried. Yet now, the shattering of the storm blade, which had steadfastly accompanied him through trials, overwhelmed him with sorrow. The broken storm blade emitted a faint glow, flickering as if to comfort the weeping Jiang Chun. Suddenly, he seemed to enter a wondrous state of mind, entwined with nostalgia and reluctance. The two opposing realms within him intertwined, softening his grief, spiraling upward toward the crown of his head. In an instant, his essence broke free from the constraints of spiritual power, propelling his cultivation to the late nascent soul stage. Yet, he remained oblivious, eyes still fixed on the remnants of the storm blade. "Jiang Chun, you have broken through," Liwan observed, seeing a vulnerable side of him for the first time. She softly reassured him, "Do not be saddened. Just a little more. I was so close." "To death," Jiang Chun replied. "Had it not been for the storm blade's countless efforts to shield me, Meng Chong would have undoubtedly ended my life with a single blow. It seems the spirit of the blade has awakened." Yi Yun mused, stroking his beard. "What is a blade spirit? I do not comprehend, but before it, I feel like a child in need of protection." As he spoke, his voice trembled slightly. "Jiang Chun, entrust it to me. I shall mend it with my forging techniques once I have recovered." Yin offered, his tone earnest. "Is that true? How wonderful." "Thank you, Elder Yi," Jiang Chun replied, feeling as though a weight had been lifted from his heart, exhaling deeply. "Jiang Chun, do not call me Elder Yi any longer. It feels too formal. Instead, let us become friends across the ages. You may call me Elder Brother from now on." "Ah, would that not confuse our ranks? Must I then call you Master Uncle Jiang Chun?" "That won't do," Liwan protested playfully, frowning. "Elder Brother, please accept this bow from your younger brother." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chun knelt on one knee and saluted Yi Yun. "Liwan, good brother, come, drink this vial of spiritual liquid." As she spoke, she produced a white jade bottle adorned with dragon patterns. "What is this?" "This is called bone refining paste, equivalent to a 6th grade spiritual elixir. I have always hesitated to consume it myself, but your meridians have already reached the initial stage of the transformation god realm, allowing you to endure the cleansing of this paste, thereby strengthening your physical form. Then I shall graciously accept it." Jiang Chun took the white jade bottle and downed its contents in one swift motion. The viscous liquid coursed down his throat, igniting a sensation of intense heat and itchiness throughout his body. After taking a deep breath and regulating his breathing, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort wash over him. Red sweat began to bead on his skin as Jiang Chun focused his mind, expelling impurities from his body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, feeling that his senses had sharpened remarkably. Indeed, the absorption is rapid, Yi Yin remarked with a smile. "Ha, what a delightful sensation." "Thank you, Elder Brother." Jiang Chun laughed heartily. "And your spirit pet, the moon wolf. Let me see if I can find something to expedite its healing." 2 days later, a blinding purple light, resembling a shooting star, raced toward the twilight mountain range. When the light came to a steady halt, it revealed a middle-aged woman radiating an eerie purple glow. Her eyes were tiny like beans, murky and opaque, her lips thick and crooked as if forcibly distorted. Coupled with her waxy, rough complexion, reminiscent of cracked earth, she exuded a nauseating aura that repelled all. However, upon closer inspection, her cultivation had astonishingly reached the mid-stage of transformation god. "Meng Chong, could it be that you have perished here?" The woman murmured, her voice low and hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping. After speaking, her gaze sharpened as she meticulously examined the remnants of battle surrounding her. The mountains were littered with horrifying scars from blades, their fierce trajectories and overwhelming momentum unmistakably beyond Yi Yun's capabilities. The woman speculated inwardly, concluding that she had encountered a formidable swordsman. Moreover, her eyes swept over a tree stump, where remnants of blade marks faintly emitted traces of moonwolf energy. The spiritual fluctuations left by the escaping light, combined with the elusive teleportation, were evidently the work of a swordsman yet to enter the transformation god realm. Ha! Meng Chong, you, a distinguished transformation god, have fallen to the hands of a mere nascent soul cultivator? The woman lingered on this battlefield for a considerable time, peeling away layers of mystery until she arrived at her conclusion, unable to suppress a mocking laugh tinged with incredulity. She then lifted her gaze toward the northern sky, the direction Jiang Chun and his companions had departed. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in her eyes as she swiftly executed a teleportation technique, pursuing them with haste. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, Li Wan, and Yi Yun sailed upon a dragon boat, akin to a meteor streaking across the heavens, as they traversed the vast, boundless expanse of the desert. Upon the vessel, Li Wanyu gently lifted her hand and slowly unfastened the velvet buttons of her attire, her movements soft yet imbued with a languorous grace. Subsequently, she delicately fanned her slender, alabaster neck with her hand, attempting to dispel the warmth enveloping her. This unintentional gesture emanated an intoxicating fragrance that wafted through the air as if alive, insidiously enticing Jiang Chen's senses. As Jiang Chun rested with his eyes closed, the sudden aroma captivated his attention, prompting him to instinctively turn his gaze towards Li Wanyu. There, he beheld her snow-white skin, subtly blushing under the heat's embrace. Particularly striking were her enchanting collarbones, which peeked through the slightly open neckline, tracing a sinuous curve reminiscent of a beguiling serpent. Li Wanyu, naturally aware of Jiang Chen's gaze, felt a rush of secret delight, though she feigned ignorance, continuing to fan herself. Yet, the slight upward turn of her lips betrayed her inner joy. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Just as the moment grew delicate, Yi Yun, who had been meditating, abruptly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Elder brother." Who? Jiang Chun, having just refined the bone-boosting elixir, felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, sharpening his senses. At Yi Yun's call, he too sensed a subtle, chilling aura approaching stealthily from afar. Gradually, amidst the previously chaotic warmth, an intensifying coldness began to seep in. As time elapsed, the chill drew nearer, and a profound fear erupted within the trio, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Elder Yi, your cultivation is nearly at the golden core stage, yet your perceptiveness remains astoundingly keen. You sense my presence from such a distance. A voice, laced with malice and emanating a frosty air, echoed ominously. Yi Yun's countenance darkened, his gaze fixed fiercely upon the void behind him. It was you, the one who ambushed me with poison and left me gravely injured. Corpse Poison Fairy, Pei Ling. Chapter 67. The Curse of the Broken Sky. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen's heart sank. He summoned the severely injured Moon Wolf and, with a swift transformation, morphed into a colossal serpent measuring 5 zhang. With astounding speed, he soared through the skies, carrying Li Wan and Yi Yun as if propelled by the very essence of a meteor, resembling a streak of white light exploding forth. Goodness, what kind of evasion technique is this? How can it be so fast? Pei Ling, situated 1,000 miles away, gasped in astonishment, hastening her own movement to pursue. Jiang Chun, this method of flight consumes your spiritual energy at an alarming rate, Li Wan remarked, lying upon the serpent's back. Yi Yun, attuning himself to the surrounding energies, pondered aloud. Pei Ling is at the mid-stage of the transformation god realm, a 4th elder of the corpse demon sect. Although you can evade for about 3 days like this, eventually you will be overtaken. A spark of inspiration ignited within Li Wan as she retrieved a storage pouch. I possess a 5th grade spirit pill, the poison-slaying pill. Will it be effective against that venomous woman? It will indeed be useful, Wanner. The poison-slaying pill can neutralize all toxins. Yi Yun exclaimed in delight. The white serpent, Jiang Chun, opened its maw, absorbing the pill from Li Wan's hand. Hand it over to me. I, Jiang Chun, shall ensure your safe return to the water insect. Brother. Yi Yun felt a surge of emotion, then turned to Li Wan. Wanner, join me. Let us activate the forbidden spell of divine annihilation with the essence baby blood pearl. When that old hag catches up, we shall strike her with a mighty blow. Yes. After 3 days of rapid flight, they found themselves only 2 days away from the water insect. However, Pei Ling was closing in, now within 100 miles. Lil brat, you run quite swiftly. A mere late-stage essence baby. Yet you match my mid-stage transformation god speed. But what use is it? Pei Ling's voice, cold and rasping, reverberated through the air. With a sneer, she was astonished to observe that the trio ahead had halted and erected a misty barrier. A trivial trick. Wind dragon, arise. Pei Ling summoned the wind spell flood dragon, mounting it to disperse the layers of mist as she flew toward the 3 figures she sensed. Why have you stopped running? Little ghost, have you resigned yourself to your fate? Just as the final layer of mist dissipated, revealing the trio to her gaze, she heard Yi Yun roar. Formulae explode. In an instant, a wave of spiritual energy with a 10 diameter surged toward Pei Ling. This is the divine annihilation wave. Pei Ling recognized the color of the array, and her eyes widened in terror as she hurriedly attempted to retreat. Yet as she turned, a resounding crash echoed as she collided with Jiang Chen's dual-layered protective barrier, unable to break through. Curse it! That cunning Yi Yun! The mist barrier was laid to cut off my escape route. Pei Ling realized too late, her frustration mounting. Boom! The divine annihilation wave, carrying an overwhelming force, barreled toward the trapped Pei Ling, a celestial laser cannon that instantly engulfed her. Pei Ling's wails echoed amidst the chaotic light. Though the divine annihilation wave possessed immense power, it drained the essence baby's energy significantly. The combined forces of Yi Yun and Li Wan, along with the essence baby blood pearl, barely allowed them to unleash a rudimentary version of the divine annihilation wave. After casting the spell, both spat out blood, feeling utterly weakened. However, Pei Ling was in a more dire predicament. Her brilliance extinguished, leaving only remnants of smoke. The lower half of her body had been reduced to a gaping chasm. Her shattered limbs lay in ruins, vanished from sight. Dare to conspire against me. I shall ensure you 3 meet a fate worse than death. Pei Ling's voice rang out with fierce intensity as she unleashed her toxic realm, enveloping a 1,000-mile radius. After being assailed by the venomous mist, Yi Yun and Li Wan found their legs weak and immobile, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Where's that little demon in the late stage of the Yuaning? Pei Ling mused, scanning her surroundings but finding no trace of Jiang Chun. Dragging her battered form, Pei Ling maintained a steely gaze, seemingly unfazed by the loss of her lower half. Suddenly, a shadow of a beast darted past, a flash of white light appearing. Jiang Chun had transformed into a fearsome white wolf, teleporting directly in front of her remaining form, striking with a paw at lightning speed. Pei Ling, caught off guard, hastily raised her left hand to defend against the impending blow. Yet, Jiang Chen's enhanced power, combined with the elixir he had consumed from Yi Yun, was overwhelmingly potent. With one swipe, he shattered Pei Ling's defensive array, severing her left forearm completely. In that instant, Pei Ling was struck by an unsettling sense of fear emanating from this seemingly insignificant demon. Meng Chong, a figure of the Golden Realm, had fallen to him. It appeared luck was not the sole factor. How is it that you remain unscathed by my poison? Pei Ling shrieked in confusion. However, Jiang Chun, having landed a decisive blow, would not waste time conversing with her. He relentlessly tore at Pei Ling's remaining form, gripping her head with one hand while yanking her right arm with the other, pulling with all his might. In a brutal motion, he wrenched her head clean off her neck, separating it from her body. Yi Yun and Li Wan, witnessing Jiang Chen's divine-like presence and strength, were overwhelmed with joy, gazing at his majestic wolf form with admiration. Transforming his claws into fists, Jiang Chun prepared to deliver a final strike to Pei Ling's severed head, intending to obliterate her. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Pei Ling, with her remaining head, opened her mouth to softly chant a spell. Residual poison, cursed venom. A toxic incantation silently penetrated Jiang Chun's fearsome wolf visage. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming wave of terror wash over him, his consciousness fading into a haze. Ha! Did you truly believe that those of the corpse demon sect hold any regard for their physical forms? Young one, so you have consumed the poison-devouring pill? No wonder you fear not my toxic realm, but this cursed venom is a neurotoxin. Can you withstand it? Ha ha ha! Pei Ling finally turned the tide, her excitement bubbling forth in laughter. At this moment, Jiang Chun felt dizzy and powerless, a sense of despair gripping his heart. After days of scheming a counteroffensive strategy, was it all in vain? As he pondered, Pei Ling opened her mouth once more, unleashing a wave of purple spiritual energy that pierced through Jiang Chun's abdomen, sending him flying 100 feet. Ultimately, he was merely a late-stage yuaning demon, no matter how formidable his two realms or physical prowess. He was nothing before her incantations. Jiang Chun, Li Wan cried out, tears streaming down her face as she watched him be hurled away. This cursed venom is too terrifying. Dear brother, sighed Yi Yun, dejected and forlorn. Pei Ling, laughing softly, floated towards the paralyzed Yi Yun and Li Wan, carrying a severed head. Oh dear, upon closer inspection, you are truly enchanting. I shall seize your form. With such a captivating visage, my senior brother will undoubtedly be utterly captivated by me. After uttering these words, Pei Ling unleashed a wave of spiritual energy, sending Yi Yun hurtling away, and immediately began chanting a spell to take over Li Wan's body. Suddenly, the white wolf, Jiang Chun, stumbled forward, hastily scooping up Yi Yun in one arm and Li Wan, who was ensnared in the possession array, in the other. He turned and fled towards the direction of the water ink sect. With the remnants of his consciousness, Jiang Chun invoked the essence of a gentle breeze, enveloping the two women and connecting them with ethereal blue threads, which he then draped around his neck, allowing them to dangle against his chest. Endless stretches of yellow sands lay before him, a vast expanse under the howling winds. A colossal white wolf, with two frail and injured figures hanging from its neck, charged forward, leaving deep imprints with each powerful stride of its limbs. Chapter 68. The strong ascends, the divine descends. My head feels so heavy. What am I doing? Ah, yes, I am protecting Li Wan and my elder brother, guiding them home. Jiang Chun's consciousness, clouded by the curse's toxic remnants, grew increasingly hazy. Yet his steps remained steady, leaving profound imprints in the yellow sands. Above, Pei Ling floated a disembodied head, trailing behind Jiang Chun with a sinister grin. Little one, you're the first I have encountered who retains awareness even under the curse's lingering poison. I cannot help but admire your willpower. With a swift motion, a spiritual energy blast shattered one of Jiang Chun's arms. Losing his balance, he nearly stumbled into the earth, but his indomitable spirit steadied him as he continued to sprint. Dear brother, I am sorry for you. If it were not for my protection, you would not have attracted the attention of these undead fiends. First, the corpse demon Baizi, then Meng Chong, and now Pei Ling. I, Yi Yun, have led two proud disciples of the Water Ink sect to their doom. 1,000 deaths would not suffice to atone for this. Yi Yun's sunken eyes gazed at Jiang Chun's dazed expression, tears streaming down his face. Master, please do not say any more. Li Wan had already dissolved into tears, curled against Jiang Chun's chest, looking up at his furry wolf head. Jiang Chun, why don't you abandon us and escape? Pei Ling seeks Master Yi Yun and desires to possess me. You would be safe alone. Yes, dear brother, leave us and run. Yi Yun echoed the sentiment. However, Jiang Chun seemed oblivious, continuing his relentless flight, using his remaining hand to drag the two along, fearful they might fall. At that moment, doubt crept into Jiang Chun's heart. Why should I not escape on my own? In this brutal realm of cultivation, must I always be the sentimental one? If I fled now, I could cultivate to the transformation stage and return to seek vengeance against Pei Ling. Li Wan is merely a woman for whom I harbor some affection, and Yi Yun is just a newly sworn brother. Must I risk my life for them? Suyao, is it regretful? 60 years hence, Perhaps that Fire Nation-S Ma Liang will return to Zhao and massacre everyone. Perhaps Suyao, lacking the strength to resist, will also perish. Is it regretful? No. Life's choices are always laden with regrets. I promised them both that I would safely bring them home. I will not flee alone. This is not the path I, Jiang Chun, wish to cultivate. Even if I descend to the underworld, I will greet Suyao with a smile once more. Lost in thought, Pei Ling unleashed another wave of spiritual energy. Crack! This time, it pierced through Jiang Chun's thigh bone. At last, he could no longer maintain his balance and fell to the ground. Yet, he hesitated not for a moment. His remaining consciousness transformed into a white serpent, biting the spiritual threads connecting the three of them, continuing its glide. Little ghost, you are touching my heart. You know, you run so swiftly. Why not just flee on your own? Tell me, do tell me, what pretense of a noble soul is this? Pei Ling, in a frenzy, unleashed waves of spiritual energy towards Jiang Chun. The serpentine form of Jiang Chun twisted and turned, evading the majority of the assaults. Yet he still endured several impacts from the energy blasts, blood splattering and flesh tearing. His corporeal body could no longer sustain the energy required for demonization, prompting Jiang Chun to directly manifest his nascent soul. The golden figure, still holding the thread connecting the two, sped forth. Little ghost, old woman, my spiritual energy is nearly exhausted. Why won't you perish? Hurry and die. Don't you dare flee. Even with just a nascent soul, you still run. Pei Ling, witnessing Jiang Chen's nascent soul maintain its speed, felt a surge of irritation as her own energy dwindled rapidly. At that moment, Li Wan gazed at the solemn expression of Jiang Chen's nascent soul, revealing boundless tenderness as she sighed. Jiang Chun, I hope you will remember me. Li Wan of the Water Ink sect, in the future, in the next life, farewell. Turning, her eyes ablaze with fury, she fixed her gaze on Pei Ling in the sky above, exclaiming, You have gone too far. Pei Ling, I demand your demise. Immediately, this instant. Suddenly, she pressed her finger to her forehead, extracting her soul's essence. With a snap, it shot towards the heavens. At that moment, the skies above the southern Yu kingdom darkened with ominous purple clouds. Pei Ling felt a surge of dread rise from the depths of her heart. Almost everyone in southern Yu was suddenly struck by an overwhelming chill, especially Pei Ling, who felt it acutely beneath the demonic clouds. What is this aura? Refining void? Or perhaps, ascending to the throne? Alarmed, Pei Ling swiftly abandoned her pursuit and turned to flee. Just then a rift tore through the sky, from which emerged a graceful maiden veiled in purple. Her demeanor was serene and detached, as if the world's affairs held no relevance to her. Raising her delicate hand, she snapped her fingers towards Pei Ling's fleeing form. A strand of heavenly tribulation lightning cascaded from the void, enveloping her in an instant. With a resounding crack, Pei Ling was obliterated, unable to even utter a scream. The veiled maiden then turned, stepping gracefully to Jiang Chen's side, casting a cold glare at Li Wan. She then focused on Jiang Chen's nascent soul, which was already fading into oblivion, only aware of the thread it clung to. Extending her delicate hand, she embraced Jiang Chun. The golden figure struggled against her grasp, persistently butting its head against her. What a stubborn little ghost, she chuckled softly. With a single step, she transcended space, reaching the Water Ink sect as if traversing mere inches, covering hundreds of thousands of miles effortlessly. The 5 transformation gods of the Water Ink sect felt an ancient force ripple through the air, gazing in astonishment at the purple clouds above, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. In Li Wan's chamber, the masked figure coldly addressed her. We are safe now, but you should be well aware of the consequences of using the 1,000 illusions divine blood. I know. Go ahead, do it, Li Wan replied, raising her head in despair. What a useless thing. All for someone who already has a wife. Is it truly worth it? At this moment, the masked figure finally removed her veil, revealing to everyone's astonishment that she was none other than Li Wan. Her hair was styled in a lofty and austere manner, and the black veil cloaked her in an air of chilling severity. Indeed, her cultivation had reached the ascended stage. It turned out that the Li Wan of the Ink Wash sect was merely a projection of the Thousand Illusions path. The Li Wan at the Ascendant stage was the true master of the Thousand Illusions path. Across the entirety of the White Tiger Star, there existed over 100 nations of the third tier or above. Each projection of the Thousand Illusions path, once reaching the late stage of the nascent soul, would receive a drop of the divine blood of Thousand Illusions, along with a fragment of their own secrets and shared memories from lower-tier projections. Upon receiving the divine blood, there would be one opportunity to summon the true body for a swift strike. However, the price for this was the premature consumption by the true self. Should the projection not be consumed in advance, once Li Wan reached the void refinement stage, she would merge with her true self, allowing for another reincarnation, thus gaining freedom. There is nothing that holds value. It is merely a matter of willingness. Let us proceed. Li Wan slowly closed her eyes, allowing 2 streams of tears to flow down her cheeks. The true Li Wan, filled with disappointment, gazed at her with a fierce determination, extending her finger to touch her brow. As she beheld the stubborn yet resolute Li Wan, the true self began to tremble slightly, her fingertip gently breaking the skin. After a brief moment, she withdrew her hand. Among all my projections, your innate talent is the highest and most cherished by me. Sometimes, observing your life feels like gazing upon my former self. I regarded you as a sister, yet you have brought me such disappointment. Act. Li Wan cried out in anguish, interrupting the mockery of her true self. After a lengthy pause, the true self lowered her trembling finger once more, ultimately unable to bring herself to act. With a deep sigh, she declared, Li Wan, I shall grant you complete freedom. Take your stubbornness and leave. Go to the one you cherish. I will change my name. From now on, I shall be called Thousand Illusions. I will immediately absorb all projections across the White Tiger Star, except for you. Li Wan, henceforth, you shall be the only one in this world bearing that name. Upon hearing this, Li Wan looked at Thousand Illusions in disbelief for a moment, then turned and strode out, soaring towards the Azure Radiance Peak. Inside the Azure Radiance Peak of the Inkwash sect, Su Qingshuang was meticulously sealing Jiang Chen's nascent soul using the Qi Huang array. Suddenly, a head peeked in at the entrance. It was Li Wan, who peered into the cave, observing Jiang Chen's golden figure, blissfully smiling with a gentle gaze. Meanwhile, in the Zhao kingdom, at the Yun Tian sect, a disciple hurriedly entered the main hall. Sect Master, your sister, senior sister Li Wan, what happened to her? Li Mei inquired. She suddenly vanished into thin air. What did you say? Chapter 69. Learning of Jiang Chen's recent conditions in the Zhao kingdom, within the Huan sect, inside the alchemy pavilion at the Qinglou Hall, stood a magnificent ancient tree of translucent azure, measuring approximately 10 zhang in diameter. Its trunk ascended, piercing through the roof of the pavilion and reaching into the clouds. A breathtaking sight that shimmered brilliantly under the morning sun. This was the ancient tree of the spiritual vein, essential to the National Spirit Extraction Array. Upon closer inspection, one could see vibrant, over a foot-long spiritual roots, absorbing energy through the branches and leaves that spread out through the clouds, gradually transmitting it to the roots. These roots resembled ginseng, with long tendrils, diverse shapes, and a riot of colors. Before the ancient tree sat Suyao, elegantly attired in a pale yellow qipao. Her eyes closed as she meditated on the ground, continuously absorbing the incoming spiritual roots through her will and spiritual techniques. In just 3 months, Suyao's cultivation had remarkably advanced from the mid-stage of the nascent soul to the late stage, proving the efficacy of the spiritual root extraction method. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Young mistress, the envoy has arrived, exclaimed a disciple stationed at the mountain gate, his expression grave. Upon hearing this, Suyao's brow furrowed slightly, her heart instinctively racing, an ache blossoming in her chest. The arrival of the envoy signified what? It meant he would bring news of brother Jiangchun. It could be good news or bad news, and the anticipation tugged at Suyao's heartstrings. She quickly withdrew her formation, rose to her feet, and prepared to fly out to greet him. Suddenly, a flash of green light appeared, and the plump envoy, Wang Ping, stroking his beard, made his way to Suyao's Qinglong Hall. Having met the envoy before, Suyao was about to go out to welcome him, apologizing for any lack of decorum. She gracefully bowed in respect. Ah, no need for apologies. You are not only the beacon of hope for the Zhao kingdom, but also the wife of my disciple Jiangchun. It would be entirely reasonable for you to call me Shu. We are all family now, Wang Ping replied warmly, his gaze curiously scanning the ancient tree of spiritual veins. Suyao's tightly furrowed brow eased slightly. Since the envoy had brought up Jiangchun, it indicated that he was likely safe within the Shui-Mo sect. With this thought, she sighed in relief and sweetly addressed him. Shu. Now, that is more like it. Wang Ping chuckled, patting his belly as he stroked his beard. I have come primarily to update you on Jiangchen's recent conditions, and secondly, to admire this remarkable national spirit extraction array. Truly a marvel of craftsmanship. Please, Shu, tell me quickly about brother Jiangchun. Is he well? Why hasn't he returned yet? Suyao asked impatiently. He has been injured. Wang Ping's expression shifted, his tone growing solemn. How could he be injured again? Is it serious? Upon hearing this, Suyao felt as though she had received a heavy blow. Taking a slight step back, judging by Wang Ping's expression, the injury seemed grave. It is quite serious. His physical body has been destroyed, and his nascent soul has been poisoned. He is only holding on through sheer willpower, Wang Ping said with a soft sigh, articulating each word carefully. However, you need not worry. The Shui-Mo sect has a practitioner of the Qihuang treasure art who will ensure his recovery. Once again, the physical form has been shattered. Last time you mentioned that during the martial competition, Jiangchen's body was destroyed and he had to recuperate for 16 years. What happened? Did another competition occur? The Water Ink sect's martial contests seem excessively ruthless. Upon hearing this, Suyao felt an immense pang of sorrow, her voice rising in pitch, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wang Ping, with a cunning demeanor, discreetly omitted any mention of Li Wan, continuing, Oh no, this time it was not a competition. As I previously informed you, Jiangchun has already become the strongest disciple of our Water Ink sect. How could he sustain such severe injuries in a contest? What transpired was in the twilight mountains of southern Nanyu. Jiangchun, in a bid to protect two fellow disciples, first slew 100 late-stage Yuanying masters from the Corpse Demon sect, then vanquished the early-stage Qinglou Golden Corpse, and ultimately, while being pursued by a mid-stage poisonous woman, he sustained heavy injuries and barely managed to escape. The Corpse Demon sect? Suyao listened to Wang Ping's account, tears slipping down her exquisite visage, imparting a sense of fragility. She was not unfamiliar with the Corpse Demon sect, as they were ubiquitous across the planet, with a branch operating within the Zhao kingdom, led by a late-stage Yuanying cultivator. Indeed, alas, you are aware of the Corpse Demon sect. In the White Tiger Star, every mid-stage transformation practitioner is notoriously fierce. Jiangchun's achievements in slaying 100 corpse demons from the Golden Kingdom and the Qinglou Golden Corpse are indeed commendable. You mentioned he was ultimately gravely injured by a mid-stage poisonous woman, another one of those old hags. Such detestable creatures. Suyao guditit hertit, her voice laced with animosity. Yes, that poisonous woman is named Pei Ling, and she has already been dispatched by an unknown elder with a mere gesture. Her demise was too merciful. Had she survived, once I reached the transformation stage, I would undoubtedly be the first to venture to the Golden Kingdom to exact vengeance on this Pei Ling, and then proceed to the Liao Kingdom to eliminate that Yuhua. Wang Ping observed her fierce demeanor, sensing an inexplicable chill within. Suyao, do relax. As I mentioned, Jiangchen's life is not in jeopardy. However, he may not return for a while. I apologize, Master Uncle. I lost my composure. Suyao took a deep breath, lightly brushing aside her hair, regaining her composure. If you truly miss him, you may visit the Water Ink sect to see Jiangchun. Never mind. I shall quietly cultivate at home and await his return. Knowing his life is safe is enough. When he awakens, please convey to him that I miss him dearly. After coming to this conclusion, Suyao's expression lightened, restoring half of her former enchanting demeanor. Deep down, Suyao thought to herself that she indeed missed him terribly, but having already waited over 30 years, would it truly matter to wait a little longer in tranquility? Moreover, The journey to Nanyu was lengthy. If she were to visit Jiangchun, wouldn't her cultivation be neglected for half a year? Suyao, rest assured, I will certainly deliver your message. Oh, Master Uncle. Suyao pondered for a moment before summoning a collection of small alchemical furnaces. These contain 3 fifth-grade spiritual pills, the soul-replenishing pill, which nourishes the spirit, along with the Qinglou Anle pill, the cleansing soul pill, and the spirit-fortifying pill, among various other fifth-grade elixirs. Please ensure that Jiangchun follows the instructions for their use. They may prove beneficial. Suyao, these elixirs of yours are truly rare treasures. To suddenly present such a multitude of fifth-grade spirit pills is quite tantalizing. Might I be so bold as to request a soul restoration pill? In return, I would offer you my divine-grade armor. Wang Ping's eyes sparkled at the sight of the elixirs. Master Uncle, you are being overly courteous. There are 3 soul restoration pills. Please take one without the need for a reciprocal gift of great value, Suyao replied. Suyao, please accept it. The soul restoration pill is of immense benefit to my current endeavor to advance to the mid-stage of the divine transformation realm. Whereas the divine armor holds little significance for me, Wang Ping declared, and with that, he forcefully slipped the armor into Suyao's storage pouch. Truth be told, the armor serves little purpose for me as well. In these next 60 years, I shall likely remain here at the Azure Dragon Hall, absorbing spiritual roots, with little opportunity to venture outside. Nonetheless, since Master Uncle insists on gifting it, I shall graciously accept. I shall later reward my subordinates with it, Suyao responded. Chapter 70. Su Qing visits Jiangchun. Having said so much, it is time for me to take my leave. Suyao, I hope you will consider my status as your Master Uncle and refrain from taking too many lives in the Zhao kingdom. The envoy chuckled, and Suyao, over the years, has indeed tempered her temperament considerably. Please do not forget to convey my words and the elixir to Brother Jiangchun. Suyao bowed respectfully once more. Rest assured, Wang Ping turned and transformed into a streak of green light, soaring into the sky, disappearing into the horizon, his voice echoing in the distance. Yao, did the envoy just leave like that? After Wang Ping's departure, the sect leader Su Qing and the 2 elders cautiously peeked in from outside the hall. Hee. Master, what else could he do? Should he stay for dinner? Our braised venison is quite exquisite indeed. Suyao jested, her heart lifting as the clouds of longing dissipated, leaving a clear sky. Regardless of everything, knowing her beloved was safe in the distance sufficed. Oh, have you learned to tease your master as well? Su Qing po lai fu li. Master, did you hear that? Suyao suddenly spoke solemnly, gazing at the southern sky. I did. I want to go to visit Brother Jiangchun, but Master, could you go see him on my behalf? Suyao looked at Su Qing with earnest eyes. Yao, I was just thinking about discussing this with you. I miss Chun'er dearly. I am preparing to embark on my journey to see him. With you holding down the fort at home, I am quite at ease. Su Qing replied, her face alight with excitement. This is the divine armor gifted to me by the envoy. Please wear it, Master. Suyao presented the yellow-scaled armor. No need for that. Keep it for yourself. I possess my own defensive treasure, the Harmony Bell, and do not require any additional protective gear. Su Qing smiled, her eyes gleaming. Although you have just broken through to the late nascent soul stage, you have yet to grasp the essence of the realm. The Southern Yu Kingdom is a level 4 cultivation nation, with treacherous mountains and roads. I am concerned for your safety. Thus, I shall send someone to accompany you. Suyao stated, raising her hand to strike the sky. A burst of spiritual fireworks erupted, signaling her summons to the dark hall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 28 death servants appeared, moving with the swiftness of teleportation, kneeling before Suyao in unison. The display of speed and the overwhelming presence of the servants startled Su Qing and the 2 elders, sending shivers down their spines. Clad in uniform black, tight-fitting attire and dark headscarves, each exuded an eerie aura of pressure. Zhang Hu's Wu Wenxian, your orders, subordinates. Suyao contemplated briefly before altering her initial decision. Forget it, Zhou Wenxian, you stay here. Zhang Hu, select a team of 7 to escort the sect leader to the Southern Yu Kingdom to visit Jiangchun. Ensure the sect leader's safety at all costs. Remember, If death comes, let it come before the sect leader. Zhang Hu's eyes showed no hesitation as he clasped his fists and declared, "Rest assured, young mistress, this divine armor, the royal scaled armor, is yours now, Zhang Hu." Suyao waved her hand, and the divine armor flew into Zhang Hu's grasp. Zhang Hu gazed at the resplendent yellow armor adorned with entwined dragon motifs, exuding an aura of majesty and power, his heart swelling with joy. "Thank you, young mistress," he exclaimed. The remaining 21 individuals, led by Luo Wenxian, were tasked with summoning their sect leader from the corpse demon sect of the Zhao kingdom, as he had certain inquiries to address. "If we encounter any obstacles along the way, show no mercy," came the resolute reply. 3 months later, Su Qing and Zhang Hu, accompanied by 7 others, safely arrived at the Water Ink sect. After inquiring about the whereabouts of the elder Jiang Chun, they flew towards the Qingba cave on Qingmong Peak. From a distance, they beheld a massive silver wolf snoozing inside the cave, beside which lay a black long sword, Jiang Chen's treasured weapon, Sudden Rain. Su Qing recognized it instantly, noting 2 female disciples engaged in conversation. They were Su Qing Shuang and Li Wan. As they approached further, they beheld Jiang Chen's golden nascent soul peacefully resting at the center of a verdant Qi Huang formation. "Who are you?" Su Qing Shuang asked, noticing the unfamiliar faces of the 8 newcomers. Su Qing probed their cultivation levels with her spiritual sense, discovering both young women had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. "Perhaps they are Jiang Chen's senior sisters," she mused, realizing the true depth of talent hidden within this 4th-tier cultivation nation, where many were stuck at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, awaiting breakthroughs. "We hail from the Hehuan sect of Zhao Kingdom. I am Su Qing, Jiang Chen's master, and these individuals are my guards," she said, offering a slight bow to the 2 sisters. "Oh, so you're a guest from my junior brother's homeland. Su Qing, the sect master. It is an honor to finally meet you. My junior brother often speaks of you." Su Qing Shuang welcomed her with a bright smile. Li Wan, standing beside her, appeared somewhat flustered upon seeing Su Qing. Noticing Su Qing Shuang's warm demeanor, Su Qing set aside any lingering reservations and gladly stepped into the cave. "It seems we are indeed kin, sharing the surname Su," she remarked cheerfully. "Indeed, we might even be cousins." Su Qing Shuang teased in response. "Yes, it's wonderful. We have come to visit Jiang Chun." Having heard of his grievous injuries, Su Qing stated, casting her gaze upon Li Wan's stunning visage, a flicker of recognition igniting within her. "This girl, I feel as though I have seen her somewhere before." Jiang Chun was currently engaged in a formation to dispel toxins, after which he would begin the restoration of his nascent soul and ultimately reconstruct his physical body, a process that would likely take no less than 20 years, Su Qing Shuang lamented. Su Qing's heart ached as she observed Jiang Chen's frail, nascent soul, releasing a heavy sigh. "How grave his injuries are. I'm truly grateful for your attentive care." "Not at all. Jiang Chen is not just a core disciple of our watering sect. He is also a hero who risked his life to save Li Wan and Elder Yi Yun. Such a noble soul deserves my utmost dedication, even if it exhausts me," Su Qing Shuang declared. In that moment, Su Qing came to understand that the individuals Jiang Chun had protected were indeed Li Wan and Yi Yun. Had Jiang Chen's character changed since joining the watering sect? Would he have displayed such loyalty in the past? Her gaze inadvertently drifted to the quietly smiling Li Wan, who remained uncommunicative. After an extended conversation, Su Qing reluctantly departed from the Qingba cave, assured that Jiang Chen's life was no longer in jeopardy. It was time for her to return and report to Suyao. After visiting Jiang Chen's master, Chu Feng, Su Qing descended the mountain with her companions. "Master, what troubles you? You appear to be burdened with thoughts," Zhang Hu inquired, noticing Su Qing's demeanor, which suggested she had something to express. "That girl named Li Wan. I feel as though I have encountered her before, yet I cannot recall when," Su Qing said, her brow furrowed as she searched the recesses of her memory. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. "Ah yes, Yin Tian sect. The current headmaster Li Mei's sister, that frail girl. Her name is also Li Wan, and she bears a striking resemblance to her. I visited Yin Tian sect a few years ago, but their temperaments differ greatly. It cannot be her, can it?" Their cultivation levels are world apart, she pondered. Zhang, who was momentarily taken aback. Are you referring to the Li Wan who caused a ruckus in the sect and had her legs severed by Suyao? Although Su Qing was unaware of this incident due to her seclusion, Zhang, who had heard of Li Wan from Yuntian's sect. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence of appearance and name, Zhang, who suggested. That is quite the coincidence. Never mind, let's not dwell on it. It's time to return home. Su Qing concluded with a smile, channeling her movement as she soared gracefully through the air. The 7 dark figures followed swiftly on the ground, akin to phantoms in pursuit. Chapter 71. 30 years later. Time flows swiftly, and 30 years have quietly passed. Su Qingshuang has devoted herself day and night to caring for Jiang Chun in this serene cave, unwavering for 3 decades. After casting the final mystic technique upon his body, she let out a long sigh. The spirit binding locking array disperse. With a wave of her hand, she shattered the soul-binding restriction. Moments later, Su Qingshuang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in puzzlement. Why isn't he awakened yet? Jiang Chun, hey, don't sleep anymore. You've been asleep for 30 years. It seemed that her call had indeed worked, as Jiang Chun's tightly closed eyes quivered slightly. Suddenly, while seated upon the lotus platform, 2 colored realms involuntarily manifested within him, forming swirling vortices of azure and white that began to rapidly absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Su Qingshuang stared in astonishment at Jiang Chun. Here we go again. The rotation of the vortices accelerated, and the absorption of spiritual energy grew increasingly swift. Gradually, even the clouds in the sky seemed to be drawn in, contorting into distorted shapes. The entire ink and wash sect began to tremble. Where has all my spiritual energy gone? How would I know? My cave has lost its energy too. Why are my spiritual herbs withering? Why have my elixirs lost their potency? Everything within 100 miles surrounding Jiang Chun, rich in spiritual energy, was consumed utterly. At that moment, the 5 elder masters of the transformation stage simultaneously relocated to the cave, equally perplexed as they gazed at Jiang Chun. It appeared reminiscent of the event 35 years ago, when Jiang Chun had absorbed spiritual milk in the secret realm, his 2 realms always transforming into these energy-absorbing vortices. Jiang Chun's master, Chu Feng, remarked, "It resembles the devouring demonic art of a 5th-level cultivation nation. Let him absorb fiercely, as long as Chun'er can recover swiftly. Who cares if it's demonic or not?" Liang Qi, Li Wan's master, said with a smile, finding Jiang Chun increasingly agreeable. The other elders nodded subtly in agreement, expressing their consent. As long as Jiang Chun can heal, let him absorb not just the heir's spiritual energy, but even our own. Suddenly, Jiang Chun's starry eyes burst open. His cultivation level surged from the late nascent soul stage to the pinnacle of nascent soul. Feeling the vast waves of spiritual energy within him, Jiang Chun felt an extraordinary sense of comfort and stood up. Yet, the vortex of spiritual energy beneath him continued to draw in energy for Jiang Chun. "Sister, master, esteemed elders, how long have I been asleep? 30 years. It's good that you've awakened. Please retract your realms. If you continue, our ink and wash sect will be reduced to dust." The sect leader exclaimed. "Oh, my apologies." Jiang Chun hurriedly retracted his 2 colored realms. In truth, he had begun to actively use his 2 colored realms to absorb surrounding spiritual energy during his fierce battle with Meng Chong at the Twilight Mountains. It had always triggered passively. Regardless, your recovery is what matters most. We, the 3 factions and 9 transformation stage experts of the Southern Nation, have been eagerly awaiting your return to health, the sect leader declared. Jiang Chun, your wife, Suyao, entrusted me 30 years ago to inform you how much she misses you and provided numerous elixirs, which I had Qingshuang integrate into the array for you to absorb. Once you recover, you should return home to visit. The situation there has changed dramatically. Envoy Wang Ping added. Changed dramatically? What happened? Is Suyao all right? Has something befallen master? Not at all. On the contrary, they're doing remarkably well. You shall see for yourself upon your return, Wang Ping explained while stroking his beard. Very well, I shall return tomorrow. Now, continue to regulate your breathing. You have just reshaped your physical form and transcended your previous realm. It is prudent to allow some time for adjustment. We shall take our leave. The 5 elders departed from the Qingbao cave alongside Su Qingshuang. Before they could settle, a white beast swiftly materialized and began to lick Jiang Chun with its thick, 3-foot-long tongue. You enough, stop licking, it tickles. With a flicker of her consciousness, Yu summoned the black rainstorm blade to Jiang Chen's side. Ah, the rainstorm blade has been restored by Brother Yi Yun. How wonderful! Jiang Chun grasped the hilt and swung it twice in the air. Indeed, the rainstorm blade has healed in less than a month. Unlike certain dimwits who took 30 years to recover. A teasing voice echoed from the cave's entrance, followed by the graceful figure of a stunning woman approaching. You have arrived, Jiang Chun said softly. I come every day, waiting for you, the heartless young lord, to awaken, Li Wan replied, her tone tinged with a hint of pride. Naturally, she was the happiest upon Jiang Chen's revival. Heartless, am I? Jiang Chun chuckled lightly, pulling her hand with a sudden force, drawing her into his embrace. With their noses nearly touching, he gazed into her eyes and remarked, how is it that someone has developed feelings for the heartless young lord? Could it be that you are the sentimental fool? Li Wan was taken aback by Jiang Chen's audacity. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she avoided his gaze, retreating slightly. You! How have you become so frivolous all of a sudden? Are you truly Jiang Chun? You haven't been possessed, have you? Whoever you are, get down from Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun chuckled softly, then released her, speaking earnestly, Li Wan, thank you. What is it now? Suddenly expressing gratitude. Li Wan adjusted her previously proud demeanor upon witnessing his return to his usual composure. For the past 30 years, I have been trapped in a dream, one in which you ultimately rescued the 3 of us. Jiang Chun paused momentarily, pondering. That was not merely a dream, was it? At his words, Li Wan blushed and took Jiang Chen's hand, leading him to sit at a stone table. I can't take all the credit. It was actually Qian Huan. Who is Qian Huan? Jiang Chun inquired. Jiang Chun, the story that follows, I will share with you alone. Please do not divulge it to anyone else, Li Wan said, her expression serious as she met his gaze. All right, Jiang Chun replied softly. In truth, I was merely a fragment of Qian Huan's essence. Qian Huan, or my true self, has numerous Li Wan incarnations throughout the White Tiger Star. I, along with the Li Wan you encountered in the Demon Forest, are essentially the same. Each incarnation only gains access to the divine blood of Qian Huan upon reaching the late stage of the nascent soul, simultaneously confronting the harsh reality of being a mere fragment. Moreover, it would unlock the real-time memories of several low-ranking Li Wan from neighboring countries. The purpose of Qian Huan's actions is to encourage us to consume them through the sharing of memories, thereby enabling us to reach the realm of refining the void at an accelerated pace. Jiang Chun felt utterly bewildered, with numerous aspects eluding his understanding. This technique seemed exceedingly sinister. In what realm does your true self, Qian Huan, occupy? What is the price for her intervention? Perhaps it is the early stages of the Ascension realm, or possibly the mid-stages. I am uncertain. I possess only the memories of a dozen low-ranking Li Wan, and am ignorant of the memories of those with higher cultivation or of my true self. The price is to be devoured by her ahead of time. Jiang Chun was taken aback, then, with confusion, inquired, then how come you? Did not finish your explanation? Chapter 72, Returning to Zhao, you. Continue. In the moment she was about to engulf me, her heart softened. She said I resembled her beloved sister, not only lifting the 1,000 illusion seal, but also instantaneously devouring all her other avatars. Jiang Chun furrowed his brows, pondering Li Wan's words for a moment. Is there truly such a benevolent person in this world? Would someone forsake their own 1,000 illusion path for an avatar? Seeing his serious expression, Li Wan guessed his thoughts. I, too, find it hard to believe, yet I have indeed severed the 1,000 illusion sorcery. I can only trust that her heart has genuinely softened. Jiang Chun managed a faint smile. After all, she had saved the 3 of us, and I have no right to doubt her. Jiang Chun, I was once merely an avatar. Will you despise me in the future? It was the first time that the proud Li Wan spoke such humble words, finding it somewhat difficult to express. You mentioned once, and I used to be a humble innkeeper in the capital, chuckling. Jiang Chun chuckled lightly, but suddenly his expression darkened, and he said, "Li Wan, I must return tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Li Wan's spirits plummeted, and she softly murmured in sorrow, "Would you come back with me?" Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, parting the dark clouds above, and the blinding warmth of the sun illuminated her delicate face as Jiang Chen uttered those words, making her appear as radiant as a sunlit maiden. Li Wan covered her mouth in disbelief, her anxieties and insecurities dissipating in an instant. Her eyes began to redden, and soon they filled with tears, her chest heaving intensely. Do you truly feel something for me?" Jiang Chen interrupted her. "Speaking of feelings, yes, after all, we have spent 5 years together, and you even risked your life to save me. Perhaps it is more gratitude than anything else." Li Wan's emotions swayed like mountains, rising and falling, unsure whether to rejoice or mourn. What does gratitude even mean? In any case, my heart tells me not to let you down, and I am equally unwilling to disappoint you, Jiang Chen continued. "So, please accompany me back, will you?" Having reached this point, Li Wan finally understood Jiang Chen's intentions. "I refuse." Li Wan chuckled lightly, then suddenly rejected him with a hint of pride. "Why? Is it because of Suyao?" "Indeed, you understand Suyao's temperament better than anyone. After 60 years apart from her, you return with a woman? I fear she might strike me down. If a conflict arises, which side would you take?" This question left Jiang Chen momentarily speechless. He had considered intervening should the two women clash, but when faced with the dilemma of whom to support, he found himself at a loss. One was his devoted wife, and the other, a charming savior who had rescued him. Struggling to respond, Jiang Chen awkwardly pursed his lips. "Thus, I shall not accompany you back tomorrow." Jiang Chen sighed gently, filled with regret. Li Wan suddenly gazed resolutely at the sunlight and continued, "But I will not abandon my pursuit of happiness." This declaration seemed to be directed at the sun itself. Jiang Chen found himself somewhat perplexed by Li Wan's words. "I shall first achieve the transformation into divinity here," Li Wan continued, stating that she was nearly there, and her peach blossom realm was on the cusp of advancement. "Once I attain this transformation, I shall seek you in Zhao country. Should that little girl, Suyao, dare to be rude to me, I shall teach her a lesson, and it will be before your very eyes." The words left Jiang Chen astounded, yet he finally managed to calm himself. "This is more like it. This is truly Li Wan." The next morning, Jiang Chen prepared everything and mounted Yu, ready to return to Zhao country. The 5 great transformations of the water ink sect, along with Li Wan and Su Qingshuang, bid farewell at the mountain gate. "Disciple, aside from allowing you to comprehend the essence, I have not imparted much of my skills to you," Chu Feng remarked. "Take these jade slips back with you. They contain the secret techniques of our water ink sect." "Thank you, Master." "Jiang Chen, the water ink sect will always be your home. Remember to return often. Should anyone bully you, come back, and we old bones will seek vengeance for you," Elder Jueshin declared. To Jiang Chen's surprise, the usually stern Elder Jueshin uttered such heartfelt words, causing Jiang Chen's nose to tingle. "I will certainly visit home often." At this moment, Su Qingshuang could no longer contain her tears, scolding through her sobs. "You scoundrel, foul junior brother. I have cared for you for 50 years. 50 years. And you, now healed, simply decide to leave. Do you have any conscience at all? Senior sister, I am sorry. Here, take this jade slip. It contains some techniques from my family that can be passed on. Please give it to your master, Su Qing. I intended to give it to her last time, but she left in a hurry." "All right, senior sister." Finally, everyone's gaze turned to Li Wan, as they sensed she had much to say. Yet Li Wan merely pouted, seemingly at a loss for words. Jiang Chen looked at her tenderly, and after a moment uttered 3 words, "I await you." Li Wan fell silent for a moment, lightly biting her lip, her eyes curving with a smile as she replied, With her response, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated and gently urged a "you." The moon wolf instantly transformed into a streak of white light, vanishing into the horizon, leaving the 7 with lingering gazes. On the inevitable path back to Zhao country, they would pass by the Qinglou sect. Jiang Chen had long since planned to visit his elder brother, Yiyun, on his return journey. He teleported above the square of the Qinglou sect, where he saw Yi Yun teaching all elite disciples above the core formation stage in the vast square. The sudden appearance of the beast startled everyone, leading them to believe a transformation expert had arrived. However, many disciples used their spiritual sense to probe, discovering that the figure atop the silver wolf was merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage, not yet a transformation expert. CND, Big Brother. Jiangchen recalled the beast and swiftly descended, embracing Yi Yun. CND, this nascent soul fellow is the brother of our elder Yi Yun, the foremost expert of Nanyue country. The crowd was even more bewildered. Bai Jia continued to instruct the disciples. Yi Yun commanded a handsome disciple. As you wish. Ah, dear brother, you have finally recovered. I have visited you 5 times, each time returning in solitude. Are you preparing to return to the Zhao kingdom? Thank you for restoring my sudden rain blade. It appears to have been upgraded in quality. Indeed, your sudden rain blade has been refined by me using the Kunwu divine stone, and it has now ascended to a high-grade divine artifact. My dear brother, I understand your eagerness to return home, so I shall not detain you any longer. Here, take these artifacts with you. With a wave of his hand, Yi Yun summoned more than 10 artifacts, many of which were at the divine level. Jiangchun accepted them with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, elder brother. Additionally, I have these jade slips of techniques, most of which are auxiliary and restraining in nature. You may teach them to others upon your return. But the most important one is this. Yi Yun produced a red jade slip. This is the secret art of demon transformation. Delve into it thoroughly upon your return. Very well, haha. After securing the items, Jiang Chun inquired, Elder brother, may I ask you a question? Why is it that the sects in your 4th-tier nations possess more abundant spiritual energy than ours? Is it due to the flora and fauna? You are correct. And it also pertains to the soil and air, Yi Yun replied with a smile. Since you brought it up, take these seeds as well. They're seeds of various flowers, Mulan seeds, and white clover seeds. Yi Yun then bestowed upon Jiang Chun a multitude of seeds and auxiliary cultivation tools. Subsequently, under Yi Yun's affectionate gaze, Jiang Chun waved his farewell. He summoned a Yu, soaring upward like a meteor streaking across the sky. A Yu's flight speed was astonishing. While Su Qing and the others had exhausted themselves over a journey of more than 3 months, Jiang Chun accomplished it in merely 1 month. At last, he returned to the vast lands of the Zhao kingdom. Jiang Chun could not help but take a deep breath of the surrounding air. Zhao kingdom, I, Jiang Chun, have returned. Chapter 73, The First Strike. After exhaling, Jiang Chun's expression immediately shifted. Why was there a pervading aura of death in the air? Following this ominous feeling, he ventured forth and arrived at a village. The sight before him caused his brow to furrow. The roads and wells were littered with corpses, and upon scanning with his consciousness, he was horrified to find tens of thousands of bodies, with not a single soul remaining alive, only the remnants of starvation scattered across the land. Most of these individuals had perished from hunger. As he pressed onward, he noticed that even the bark of trees along the official road had been gnawed bare, and every few feet, more bodies were discovered. Jiang Chun made his way to the nearest city, Tianjin, which was still suffused with the same morbid atmosphere. Although the conditions within the city were slightly better, no corpses cluttering the streets, it was still a scene of ruin and desolation, filled with the sounds of lamentation. Each passerby appeared to be hunched over, coughing incessantly, as if they had lost their very souls. To his shock, a sweep of his consciousness revealed a startling truth. Every single person had lost their spiritual roots. While these roots are essential for practitioners, they are also the foundation of life itself. Without them, one's body becomes frail and susceptible to disease, leading to a shortening of life. Jiang Chun raised his hand, forming a seal, and employed a secret technique, the 1,000-machine ghost eye, slamming it onto the ground. In an instant, he gained a comprehensive understanding of all spiritual energy within a 1,000-mile radius. Upon this revelation, he discerned that above the clouds, there existed formations resembling tree branches, siphoning the spiritual energy and roots from these mortals. Following the transparent tendrils, he recognized their origin, Harmonious Joy Sect. Suyao, what have you done? At that moment, outside the gates of Harmonious Joy Sect, A cacophony ensued. Surrounding the sect were over 100,000 cultivators, engaged in an assault by 6 major sects: the Evil Demon Sect, the Tranquil Heart Sect, the Flowing Heart School, alongside 3 demonic factions from neighboring nations: the Corpse Demon Sect of Liao, the Crimson Blood Sect of Fire Nation, and the Ghost Mist Sect. Which, Suyao, you have monopolized the spirit siphoning formation for 30 years. You have caused our sects to suffer from a lack of spiritual energy for 3 decades, with not a single new disciple to be found. You are but a perfected, nascent soul cultivator, merely at the realm of nether fire, while all 6 of our sect leaders are perfected, nascent soul cultivators. Surrender the rights to the spiritual veins, and we shall leave you intact. The sect leader, Su Qing, promptly organized her disciples to activate the protective array of their sect. A yellow circular barrier rose, enveloping the Harmonious Joy sect. It was indeed a profound protective formation. The sect was evidently affluent. However, would it be effective? With over 100,000 disciples attacking in unison, the barrier would surely be breached within a day. Attack! Commanded the blood old ghost of the Crimson Blood sect. Everyone simultaneously summoned their various magical treasures to bombard the yellow barrier. The thunderous explosions reverberated throughout the Lingwen mountain range, transforming the sky into ominous shades of dark red, flashing incessantly. Leader, what should we do? The young lady is still in seclusion. First, send a message to Elder Tian Xian and request his assistance, Su Qing replied, her brows knitted in concern, striking her palm. We may not have enough time. Our yellow barrier might not withstand even a day. Why is it so noisy outside? As the 3 of them were caught in a state of turmoil, Suyao unexpectedly emerged from her confinement, teleporting to the main hall. Yao, why have you come out early? The 6 major sects are currently besieging us. The 6 major sects? How strange. Aside from the Evil Demon Sect and the Tranquil Heart Sect, who else could there be from Zhao? Suyao inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. There's also the Flowing Heart Sect, as well as 3 sects from neighboring countries, Song and reported. Huh, neighboring countries? They are a reckless bunch, utterly unaware of their own peril. Suyao scoffed, lightly brushing back a strand of hair before pondering for a moment. Zhanghu's Wuwenxian, Suyao commanded. The 2 instantly teleported before her, kneeling on one knee. We are at your command. Take over 200 members of the Dark Hall, and, at the moment the formation shatters, go forth and assassinate all cultivators at the core formation stage and above, but below the late Yuanying stage. Understood. The personnel of the Dark Hall had already expanded to over 200, all transformed from foundation-building cultivators with mixed spiritual roots through dubious elixirs, becoming the Dark Hall's loyal assassins. Each possessed not only the formidable strength of the Yuanying stage, but also an unwavering resolve and the courage to lead the charge. Suyao continued to issue orders. The remaining disciples of the Hahuan sect, Master, you shall lead them to slay those beneath the core formation stage. Very well, Yao. As for those old geezers at the peak of the Yuanying stage, I shall personally dismantle them. Elder Qinyin, bring my watchdogs as well. Chunyan paused for a moment before realizing that Suyao referred to Hua Wujia and his disciple Wang Ling, both of whom were red-haired. All right, just a moment. Before long, Hua Wujia, shackled in iron chains, along with his disciple Wang Ling, was seized by the neck and tossed before Suyao in the Grand Hall. With a mere gesture, Suyao shattered the chains binding Hua Wujia. Hua Wujia, you are the watchdog of our Hahuan sect. Why do you remain silent when others come knocking at our door? Hua Wujia's hollow gaze was somewhat unsettling. After being blinded by Suyao, she had ordered poison to be applied to his eye sockets, rendering him permanently sightless. 30 years had passed, and Hua Wujia had grown accustomed to this vision of chaos, relying on his other senses and spiritual awareness to perceive the world around him. I now command you, at the moment the formation is breached, to charge forth as the vanguard. If you manage to slay more than 10 Yuanying souls, I shall cease tormenting you and your disciple. Moreover, I will allow Wang Ling to resume his cultivation, Suyao stated calmly. Is this truly so? Hua Wujia trembled. For his frail body, death was a trivial matter. However, If Wang Ling could cultivate once more, he would risk everything to seize that opportunity. Master. The foundation building Wang Ling understood his master's affection for him. With such a chance, he would undoubtedly strive for it, and any attempt to dissuade him would be futile. Here, absorb the souls of 10 Yuanian cultivators. Suyao tossed Hua Wujie a purple soul banner. If you fail to slay 10, then perish on the battlefield. The future of both of you rests upon your fate. Time slipped away, and the luster of the yellow protective formation began to dim. Nearly 10,000 members of the Hahuan sect awaited the moment the formation shattered, ready to unleash their wrath. Numerous teams have formed restrictive formations to amplify their spiritual energy and martial techniques. Many core disciples wield high-grade magical artifacts, continuously altering hand seals to enhance the power of their instruments. Suyao surveyed the mental state of the entire Hahuan sect and nodded in satisfaction. Although they had come to trouble me, Suyao, it is evident that we share a common fate. You two have no avenue for retreat. Protect our Hahuan, and let us fight to the bitter end, vanquishing them all. As Suyao's words echoed, the yellow grand formation shattered in response. Hua Wujie was the first to charge forth like a rabid dog, seizing his staff and aiming it at an elder at the early stage of the nascent soul. Launching himself forward, with a resounding crash, that elder was instantly reduced to dust, scattering into the sky. This strike ignited the fuse for the impending battle. The Hahuan disciples surged forth en masse, 10,000 against 100,000. Let the assault commence. Chapter 74, skewered candied hawthorn with a single strike. Hua Wujing reduced his adversary to mere dust, secretly reveling in his triumph. He promptly summoned the soul banner bestowed upon him by Suyao to refine his nascent soul. As the banner emerged and infused with spiritual energy, Hua Wujing was astonished to discover that it harbored over 10,000 restless spirits. How extraordinary that this sorceress entrusted such a formidable artifact to me. Could it be that she intends to spare both me and Linga? After pondering for a while, he resolved to channel his spiritual energy into the banner. With a resounding whoosh, countless pale spirits erupted forth, predominantly those in the foundation establishment and Qi condensation stages, with several hundred at the core formation stage and a mere 7 at the nascent soul stage. Yet, for Hua Wujing, this was an immense boon. There he stood in the heart of the enemy ranks, wielding the violet soul banner, summoning the spirits to traverse the battlefield with reckless abandon, defying the odds of one against many. From a distance, Suyao observed Hua Wujing's formidable presence, reminiscent of an invincible war deity charging through the enemy lines, and nodded slightly in approval. He demonstrated considerable skill. His utilization of the soul banner was commendable, befitting one who had cultivated for a millennium. Wang Ling, witnessing his mentor and father figure, was moved to tears, realizing that all of his master's desperate struggles were for his sake. Isn't this the old rogue from the dual cultivation sect? Why has he become a pawn of the He Huan sect? An elder in the mid-nascent soul stage shouted, "All core disciples of the Qingxin sect, follow me to activate the soul-locking grand formation and seal his soul banner spirits." Understood. In an instant, all the core formation disciples of the Qingxin sect formed hand seals and channeled their spiritual energy into the sky. Excellent. Aim for the soul banner in Hua Wujing's grasp. Commence. Suddenly, the elder's final command faltered in his throat, unable to be uttered. A slender figure with flowing ebony hair, glimmering with silver light, swiftly pierced through him, severing his head from his body. The elite disciples of the Qingxin sect were left in a daze. Their elder, the keystone of the soul-locking grand formation, had been so effortlessly dispatched. Moments later, the dark figure vanished once more. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of horrified screams. Witnessing her flit through the formation like a butterfly among flowers, striking with blinding speed, her blades glint barely perceptible. This figure was none other than the Dark Hall's most formidable force, the Deputy Hall Master, Zhuo Wenqian. With her single-handed prowess, she had swiftly dismantled the Qingxin sect's soul-locking grand formation. Was it not said that the He Huan sect had but one formidable warrior, Suyao? What then of this battle god, Hua Wujing, wielding the soul banner, in this elusive assassin. Before the elders could contemplate further, an alarming multitude of dark figures emerged from within their ranks. In an instant, blood splattered and heads flew. It was Zhang who, leading the remaining subordinates of the Dark Hall, rampaging through the sixth sex camp. With a single stroke, they felled a core disciple. Su Qing, too, rallied the He Huan sect's disciples, engaging in chaotic combat with the ordinary disciples of the sixth sex. Witnessing the valiant figures of Hua Wujing and the Dark Hall's deathly enforcers, the He Huan disciples were invigorated, standing resolute against 10 foes each. Everyone, capture the leader first. We must seize Suyao, or else we shall be annihilated by these dark-clad assailants. The 6 esteemed leaders of the infant realm gathered together, collectively employing their teleportation abilities to arrive above the plaza of the Hehuan sect, encircling Suyao in the center, which today marks your demise. They've bellowed in unison with malevolent fervor. However, in the next moment, an inexplicable chill emanated from their hearts. They beheld Suyao's gaze suddenly drift toward the distant horizon. Her expression was vacant, serene, and her body trembled slightly. It was as if she was utterly unconcerned about being surrounded by 6 formidable masters. Her demeanor exuded an indifference akin to dismissing mere insects, leaving the 6 leaders perplexed as to what sight could render Suyao so oblivious to their formidable presence. Blood old ghost, esteemed leaders, cast aside your hesitations. Let us strike together and annihilate this witch. The spiritual veins shall belong to us thereafter. The 6 leaders steadied themselves, each summoning their treasures and manifestations, as 6 radiant beams of color emerged like colossal golden figures. In such proximity, Suyao's form appeared even more fragile. Qinglou, Suyao's eyes glistened with tears. You have finally returned. A gentle smile graced her lips as she delicately wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Then, with a slight concentration, a torrent of infant realm power surged forth from her being. With a roar, an icy frost dragon erupted from within Suyao, hurtling toward the 6 leaders in an instant, piercing through them. The immense manifestations of the 6 were simultaneously frozen in place, rendered immobile, their hearts gripped by terror. Such a terrifying ice spell emerged from the hands of this girl, who had yet to cultivate for 70 years. Could it be that my meticulously orchestrated gathering of the 6 sects to besiege the Hehuan sect was merely a farce? Blood old ghost questioned himself, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. Suddenly, a sound resembling the wail of death itself erupted from the heavens. Illo! The howl momentarily halted the thoughts of all present, invoking a primal fear from deep within. A beastly silhouette, towering like a small mountain, gradually emerged from the clouds. Upon the back of a silver wolf stood a young man with white hair, his gaze sparkling like the stars. In a flash of teleportation, he appeared by Suyao's side. My dear, I have returned. Tian Yi. Suyao began, only to lightly scold. Humph, you dead ghost. You finally come back after dying outside? Jiang Chun stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Suyao's delicate waist. The jade-like figure seemed to dissolve into Jiang Chen's embrace as if she were boneless. Jiang Chun gazed affectionately at Suyao, and before the astonished eyes of all, he gently pressed his lips to her forehead. My dear, I have missed you so much. Upon hearing Jiang Chun affectionately call her my dear, Suyao's ears flushed crimson, her shyness palpable as she feigned reluctance. Oomph, bad person. I saw you were quite the dashing figure in Nanyue. How could you possibly miss me? I did not believe it. The 2 armies engaged in battle stood frozen, watching the couple exchange playful banter amidst the throng. Is that our young master? It seems so, but why has his hair turned white? Gradually, murmurs of speculation began to spread. The 6 sect cultivators, upon hearing this, felt a sense of despondency wash over them. The might of the Hehuan sect has reached an alarming level. And now there is a young master riding a savage beast? Jiang Chun has been absent for 60 years, with many rumors circulating about his demise. It seems that the one destined to perish is none other than oneself. Jiang Chun embraced the delicate Suyao, his gaze suddenly glinting with cold light as the sudden rain blade materialized in his right hand. Do not be angry, my dear wife. Shall I refine their 6 nascent souls into candied hawthorns for you?" Upon uttering these words, a flicker of frostiness danced in his eyes, as the essence of the heavenly blade unfolded, unleashing a surge of white spiritual energy. In an instant, the 6 individuals felt the chilling presence of death, a constricting pain surging through their chests. The sudden rain blade soared into the air, seemingly endowed with its own sentience. With a swift motion, it cleaved a circular arc of white light that pierced through the law forms of the 6. In the blink of an eye, 6 diminutive nascent souls, akin to candied hawthorns, were strung together by the sudden rain blade, returning to Suyao's side. The leader of over 100,000 disciples met a gruesome end in an instant, shattering the resolve of the united forces of the 6 sections. A disciple of the evil demon sect stood dazed in the heart of the battlefield, gazing at the overcast sky cloaked in ominous clouds, and sighed heavily. Alas, it seems today is indeed a propitious day for burial. Chapter 75. Cleansing the battlefield. Brother Chun, your artistic conception is remarkably domineering. What is its name? In Jiang Chen's embrace, Suyao shyly wriggled free and conjured a black soul banner, preparing to refine the 6 nascent souls. The intent of the heavenly blade. Allow me to show you mine. Suyao let out a delicate giggle, focused intently, and invoked, infernal flame, arise. Violet-black flames surged from her palm, enveloping the sudden downpour blade, which resembled a candied hawthorn. The 6 nascent souls howled in agony, twisted for a moment, and then fell silent, all being drawn into the soul banner. My wife is truly formidable. Jiang Chun leaned closer to Suyao's face, planting a playful kiss on her cherry lips. How annoying. So many people are watching. How can you? Suyao blushed as she spoke. Over the span of 60 years, Suyao had shed her once playful and reckless demeanor, transforming into a ruthless and calculating enchantress. Yet, in Jiang Chen's presence, she reverted to that affectionate little girl. The two, hand in hand, floated side by side in the air, gazing at the battlefield now dominated by the Hahuan sect, feeling a profound sense of solace. What is the matter with those disciples in black? They are remarkably powerful, and although their cultivation appears to be at the foundation establishment stage, their physical forms can effortlessly rend apart nascent souls. Oh, Zhang, who is among them? Jiang Chan observed his old friend wreaking havoc, feeling a rush of exhilaration. Underlings of the Dark Hall, listen up. Capture 1 elder from each sect alive. Do not kill them all. Suyao commanded coldly. Zhang Hu and Zhuo Wenxian exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. They then rallied their subordinates to seek out targets. In no time, they bound the 6 early-stage nascent soul elders before Jiang Chun and Suyao. The disciples of the 6th sect were devoid of any fighting spirit. Some, with a modicum of intelligence, turned to employ their escape techniques. However, Jiang Chun was unwilling to let the tiger return to the mountain, insisting on eradicating the roots of the problem. He unleashed the azure-blue intent of a gentle breeze, enveloping a radius of 1,000 feet. Not a single one shall escape. Except for the 6 captives, the disciples of the Hahuan sect were somewhat unaccustomed to the commands issued by their long-absent young master, but they secretly admired his overwhelming aura and spirit. Brother Chun, is this another form of intent? Suyao inquired, puzzled. Indeed, the intent of the gentle breeze. I possess 2 forms of intent, Jiang Chun replied. Though Jiang Chun and Suyao shared an intimate bond, Suyao, accustomed to her domineering nature, felt a twinge of rivalry, a hint of defeat creeping into her heart. As 2 hours passed, the strong winds dispersed the accumulated clouds in the sky, and the orange-red sunset bathed the entire Lingyuan mountain range, as if celebrating the victory of the Hahuan sect. Blood stained the green woods before the mountain gate, pooling into a crimson stream along the shallow gully of the cliff. Jiang Chun and Suyao approached their master, Su Qing. Master, I have missed you so much. Just returning is enough. Su Qing smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. After 60 years apart, Jiang Chun distinctly noted that Su Qing's visage appeared significantly more haggard than before. Master, this jade slip is a Qihuang technique sent to you by my senior sister, Su Qingshuang, who mentioned she wanted to present it to you last time, but did not. Jiang Chun produced a green jade slip and handed it to Su Qing. Certainly, your senior sister is indeed a kind-hearted individual, and I too yearn for the opportunity to see her again. Such an occasion will surely arise, giggling softly. A handful of disciples remained to clear the battlefield, while the others returned to the main hall of the Hahuan sect. Elder Chun Yin, please provide a report on the casualty situation, Su Qing inquired. I dispatched disciples in the Foundation establishment and Qi condensation stages, and approximately 50 have perished, with 200 injured. Among those of the nascent soul stage and above, only 3 have fallen in battle. Zhang Hu sighed deeply. In the dark hall, 5 of our own have died. A look of sorrow and regret surfaced on Zhang Hu's face. Suyao's brows furrowed slightly. The dark hall had indeed led the charge, venturing into the heart of the enemy ranks, and sacrifices were to be expected. Compile the list of the deceased, extend condolences to their partners and families, and ensure the injured receive care from others. They may go to my alchemy pavilion to claim body, refining, and vitality restoration elixirs, Suyao instructed. Understood, young mistress. Chunyan acknowledged and exited the hall. Bring forth those 6 captives, Suyao commanded sharply. Very well, please wait a moment. Zhang Hu swiftly exited the hall using teleportation. Jiang Chun observed Suyao's composed and adept command with a sense of admiration. She had truly transformed. No longer was she the whimsical girl from Anle Pavilion. Brimming with mischief, she had evolved into a formidable force capable of commanding the winds and rains in the Zhao kingdom, her thoughts meticulously calculated. With a clatter, Zhang Hu and Zhuo Wenxian entered the hall, leading 6 captives bound by iron chains. The weight of the situation caused the 6 to kneel before the floor in unison. The evil demon sect and the pure heart sect, you 2 factions have long harbored ill will towards me, Suyao, and sought my destruction. I can understand that. Suyao remarked coldly, her gaze piercing. But what audacity does your flowing heart sect possess? The elders of the 3 factions were acutely aware that their lives were now precarious, and merely escaping the clutches of this sorceress would be a feat in itself. If you wish to kill, then do so. If you desire to extract our souls, then proceed. The leaders and disciples of our sect have been annihilated by your Hahuan sect. Living on would hold no meaning for us. The elder of the flowing heart sect bellowed in fury. Shangguan Fian, present. Take these 3 to the alchemy pavilion and bind them. Slowly extract their spirits for alchemical refinement. Suyao said with a chilling tone. Oh, you wish to die? I shall not grant you such a swift end. Shangguan Fian waved her hand, and 3 strands of spiritual energy ensnared the captives, lifting them into the air. Scoundrel, sorceress, even as a vengeful spirit, I shall not let you escape. Their voices faded into the distance. The Yao Kingdom? Corpse Demon Sect? What brings you here to stir up trouble? Suyao directed her gaze at the kneeling elder of the Corpse Demon Sect. Qinggu, you must have some grievances with the Corpse Demon Sect. Would you like to handle this? Please don't kill me. I was wrong. I can serve as a slave to your Hahuan sect. Upon hearing the term Corpse Demon Sect, Jiang Chun felt a wave of nausea rise within him. He raised his hand, and a flash of blade light erupted, instantly dismembering the elder, with the nascent soul being gruesomely extracted. Suyao summoned a soul banner to absorb the nascent soul. Soon, only the 2 elders from the Fire Nation remained. Curiously, Suyao inquired, though the Fire Nation is a neighboring state. It lies hundreds of thousands of miles from my Hahuan sect in the north. What compels you to come all this way, seemingly seeking death? The elder of the blood sect trembled as he spoke. This gathering of the 6 factions is indeed a misguided notion proposed by our sect leader. Suyao, spare me. I am willing to offer my soul's blood and become a mere hound for the Hahuan sect. Yet we already have dogs. What need have we for so many watchdogs? Suyao replied with a light chuckle. Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared in the sky. It was Elder Tian Xian of the Tian Xian sect, accompanied by elders and elite disciples, arriving to lend their support. Upon reaching the mountain gate, the members of the Tian Xian sect discovered that the battle had already concluded, with only a few disciples remaining to clear the battlefield. My apologies, Master Su and esteemed nephew Suyao. I have arrived late, Elder Tian Xian remarked. He then caught sight of Jiang Chen nearby and exclaimed in astonishment, Young Master Jiangchen? Ah, you have finally returned. Younger generation pays respects to Master Tianxian and all esteemed elders and seniors. I am grateful for your timely assistance, Jiangchen said, bowing respectfully. Chapter 76. Beware of my wrath, Master Tianxian. Your arrival is most timely. We are left with only these two captives from the Fire Nation. Pray, what shall we do with them? Suyao spoke softly, her delicate form unconsciously leaning closer to Jiangchen, the intoxicating scent of her body wafting into his nostrils like a playful little bee. Jiangchen's heart raced, and he gently caressed Suyao's waist, kneading it tenderly. Suyao let out a soft murmur, surprised by her husband's newfound mischievousness, yet secretly delighted. She bit her lower lip and leaned in even closer to facilitate his caresses. The elder from the Fire Nation, of course, needed to be probed further regarding Ma Liang. Elder Tianxian chuckled as he stroked his beard. The two kneeling figures instantly paled at the mention of Ma Liang, their bodies tensing as if struck by lightning, beads of sweat forming on their brows. You know Ma Liang, do you not? Speak of everything regarding him. And no, I cannot divulge anything. If Ma Liang were to learn of this, my entire clan could be annihilated. Elder Tianxuan's expression darkened as he summoned two lightning talismans and struck them against the chests of the captives. They were immediately enveloped by crackling electric currents, silver serpents dancing upon their forms. Speak, where is Ma Liang in the Fire Nation? What is his cultivation level? The crackling intensified. I cannot reveal anything about Ma Liang. The elder of the bloodshed sect was on the verge of being scorched, yet remained obstinate. Suyao, nestled in Jiangchen's embrace, disdainfully remarked, "Then let us extract their souls and refine them to retrieve their memories." Suddenly, the two elders, charred from the electric assault, exchanged glances and nodded at one another, summoning their blood to coalesce into their nascent souls. Be cautious. Jiangchen swiftly unleashed his aura to shield everyone. With a resounding explosion, both simultaneously self-destructed. Fortunately, the blast was not overwhelmingly powerful, yet their nascent souls were reduced to mere remnants, rendering memory extraction impossible. Jiangchen muttered to himself, "Is Ma Liang truly that terrifying? They would rather self-destruct than reveal a word." Elder Tianxian spoke solemnly. In truth, 5 years ago, I dispatched one of my elders in the late nascent soul stage to investigate news of Ma Liang in the Fire Nation, yet he is yet to return. Alas, I fear the worst for him. You are aware, the Fire Nation is a distant land, fraught with perilous fire energies. Only those versed in the Fire Nation's techniques can traverse it safely, which dissuades cultivators from other nations. Years ago, Lin Batian from the mysterious Cloud sect ventured into the Fire Nation, slaughtering the Ma clan and birthing the monstrosity that is Ma Liang. How lamentable. Elder Tianxian concluded with a heavy sigh. He then turned to the door, pausing to address the assembly. Since the Harmony sect is at peace and the young master has returned, I shall take my leave. Farewell, everyone. Elder Tianxian summoned a verdant dragon, and the group ascended swiftly, vanishing into the horizon with a resounding dragon's roar. Let us disperse as well. There is naught left to discuss, Suyao suggested. Indeed, you must have much to converse about. I shall not impede you, Su Qing remarked with a knowing smile. After enduring Jiangchen's playful advances for a prolonged moment, Suyao finally extricated herself from his embrace. Hand in hand, they soared back to the Azure Dragon Hall, beside the jade bed, with both hands forming seals. A soundproof barrier was established. Turning around, she cradled Jiangchen's face and pressed her lips to his, their kiss lingering with an intoxicating sweetness. After a considerable time, they finally parted their lips. As they continued to kiss, they settled on the edge of the bed. "Brother Chun, do you miss me?" she inquired, her tone playful. "You silly girl." Jiangchen gazed at her with tender affection. "Of course I miss you. Why ask such a childish question?" An hour later, Jiangchen released the embrace of the Jade Maiden and entered a state of sagehood. Amused, he noted that each time he transitioned into this state, he could hear his own heartbeat, akin to a state of flow. Meanwhile, Suyao nestled back into his arms, tracing circles on his abdomen with her fingers. "Brother Chun, please recount your experiences over the past 60 years, she requested, her tone shifting suddenly to one of sharp curiosity. And be meticulous in your account of that Li Wan from the Water Ink sect. What is the story there? A sense of foreboding crept into Jiang Chen's heart. Could it be that Master Su Qing had encountered Li Wan during her last visit? But had Master ever met the Li Wan of the Yuntian sect? Why would she mention that Li Wan to Suyao? Let me ponder where to begin, he replied, attempting to gather his thoughts. Suyao observed Jiang Chen's expression, and a surge of anger welled up inside her. You indeed have an affair with Li Wan. Your expression betrays you. How do you know about Li Wan from the Water Ink sect? Jiang Chen cautiously probed. After Master returned, she informed me that there is also a Li Wan in the Water Ink sect, and she resembles the one from the Yuntian sect. Suyao declared. Jiang Chen broke into a cold sweat, internally grappling with how to respond. He listened as Suyao continued. Then I went to the Yuntian sect, and Li Mei told me that her sister, Li Wan, had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Indeed, they are not the same person. It is merely a coincidence of names and likeness. Then tell me, do you have feelings for her? Have you two already crossed that line? Suyao pressed, her voice turning stern. After a lengthy contemplation, Jiang Chen resolved to be forthright with Suyao. After all, Li Wan would inevitably come into the picture sooner or later. Better to face the pain now than to prolong it. We, indeed, have developed feelings, but it has only progressed to holding hands. Upon hearing this, Suyao felt a pang of heartache, and her lips curled into a frown as she exclaimed, Wah! Heartless scoundrel! You wretched man! Wah! She collapsed to the side, tears streaming down her face, unable to accept that the Jiang Chen, who had solely cherished her, could also harbor feelings for another, and had openly acknowledged it. Jiang Chen sighed softly, hastily soothing her smooth back. Suddenly, a dark shadow surged forth, a sharp sword radiating a ghostly light aimed directly at Jiang Chen's brow. Stunned by the speed and angle of the attack, as well as the ferocity behind it, Jiang Chen's mind flashed to the black-clad maiden he had seen on the battlefield moments ago. With no time to defend, he instinctively transformed into a tiny insect, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the attacker as the agile Zhao Wenxian, who had darted across the battlefield like a dragon. The young lady pays no heed to your status as a noble. Dare to make the lady cry, and I shall engage you in a battle to the death. In an instant, Jiang Chen transformed into a three-zhang white serpent, lashing out his tail towards Zhao Wenxian. After Zhao Wenxian's sword struck only air, she was momentarily astonished, unsure how Jiang Chen had evaded her attack. However, upon seeing the serpent's tail approaching, she executed several agile backflips to create distance. With a mere thought, Jiang Chen reverted to his human form and, in a flash, appeared before Zhao Wenxian, channeling his spiritual power into a single, decisive strike that severed her nascent soul sword. Subsequently, he delivered a kick that sent her crashing against the wall, the azure dragon hull crafted from spirit stones sustaining a gaping hole from the impact. Zhao Wenxian wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, discarded her broken sword, and employed the shadow step technique, transforming her hand into a palm as she charged at Jiang Chen once more. How intriguing! Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. Relinquishing his weapon, he engaged her in a clash. The two resembled two sparks of flame moving at breakneck speed, their fists and palms colliding with thunderous resonance. Their physiques surpassed those of ordinary beings in the nascent soul stage, and the friction of their muscles ignited sparks around them. Ultimately, Jiang Chen's bodily strength proved superior, gradually granting him the upper hand. Suddenly, with an unpredictable whip kick, he sent Zhao Wenxian flying into the roots of the spirit vein tree, rendering her unconscious. Woe is me, you bully me, and even target my subordinates. I shall retaliate fiercely. At this moment, Suyao, tearfully raising her delicate fist, charged at Jiang Chen. Did you not see that her sword nearly pierced my skull? Thankfully, I possess the secret art of demon transformation. Sparing her life is already a concession to you. After enduring a few of Suyao's punches, Jiang Chen helplessly grasped her flailing wrist. Do cease your antics, continue, and I shall retaliate. Chapter 77. Cordyceps Dan Suyao winced in pain, Her eyes reddened as she looked at Jiang Chun with a sorrowful gaze. "You dare! If you have the heart to strike me, then do it." At that very moment, a series of ghostly shadows converged within the Qinglou Hall. Their footsteps mirrored those of Zhao Wenxian from earlier, swift and unyielding. Jiang Chun turned to see Zhang, who were arriving with the other members of the Dark Hall, their presence ominous and filled with indignation as they glared at him. "Young Master Jiang, please release Suyao. You have already hurt her," Zhang, who spoke coldly, a hint of battle intent lacing his words. Jiang Chun was taken aback, gazing at his once familiar friend with a growing sense of estrangement. "Zhang Hu, what if I refuse to let go? What will you do?" Jiang Chun taunted, pulling Suyao's wrist upward in a provocative manner. "We are Suyao's loyal guards. We will not permit anyone to bully her." Zhang Hu's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he tightened his grip on his long blade, channeling spiritual energy into his hands. The other cloaked figures mirrored his resolve, preparing to strike fiercely. In that instant, Jiang Chun comprehended the meaning behind the envoy Wang Ping's words about the upheaval at home. Indeed, Suyao's influence and authority had grown terrifyingly potent. Her subordinates would not yield an inch, not even to him, the young master of the Huan sect. "Then let us test the strength of the Dark Hall," Jiang Chun declared, unleashing a dual-colored aura that filled the Qinglou Hall. The members of the Dark Hall found themselves enveloped by this aura, yet they did not display panic. Instead, they gradually drew closer, merging their spiritual energies to counter Jiang Chun's intent. On one side stood Jiang Chun, the young master resembling a white dragon amidst a green lantern. On the other, 200 dark-clad guardians coalescing black spiritual energy. Jiang Chun had to concede that these 200 individuals indeed posed some pressure, for their meridians were robust, rendering them less fearful of the dual-colored aura's effects. Tension crackled in the air, both sides poised for conflict. "Enough, Zhang Hu," Suyao said, stifling a sob. "Our marital disputes are none of your concern. Stand down." With a resigned sigh, Jiang Chun released his hold on Suyao and withdrew the dual-colored aura. Zhang Hu shot Jiang Chun a warning glare before respectfully nodding to Suyao and gesturing for his companions to depart swiftly. Jiang Chun exhaled deeply. If a fight had truly ensued, the outcome was uncertain. "Did you see that? If anyone dares to bully me again, my people will not let it go," Suyao said, her pride evident as she sensed the shift in Jiang Chun's demeanor. "Very well. Perhaps you should take the mantle of young master. I shall assume the role of a humble son-in-law," Jiang Chun replied with a chuckle. Annoyed, Suyao pinched his side, but it felt like grasping iron. Her nails ached in protest. "Ouch! What kind of waste is this? Iron indeed. Care for another try? You scoundrel. After 60 years apart, your tongue has grown ever more frivolous," Suyao retorted, casting him an exasperated glance. At that moment, Zhao Wenxian, who had been unconscious at the roots of the spiritual vein for quite some time, gradually regained her senses and stood up slowly. "Madam, Zhao Wenxian stammered, genuinely wishing to avenge her mistress, yet lamentably aware of her inability to contend with Jiang Chun. It struck her as odd. Having established a soundproof barrier upon entering the Azure Dragon Hall, how did you discern that this scoundrel was tormenting me?" Suyao inquired with a puzzled expression. "I intended to inquire about how Hua Wuji and his disciple Wang Ling were to be dealt with, but upon reaching the entrance, I found you in tears, so—" "Oh, had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Please fetch the two of them." "Just a moment." With resolute determination, Zhao Wenxian transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished. Jiang Chun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He couldn't help but admire her shadowy steps, pondering whether he too should learn such a skill. In less than a quarter of an hour, Zhao Wenxian returned, escorting 2 red-haired captives, one old and one young. "Kneel," Zhao Wenxian commanded with authority. Though Hua Wuji and Wang Ling displayed a modicum of reluctance, the years had eroded their former resilience. They knelt simultaneously before Jiang Chun and Suyao. "This is your 10,000 souls banner. I return it to you." Hua Wuji presented the purple banner, his heart racing with trepidation. He was uncertain whether this enchantress's words held any weight and whether his disciple Wang Ling could indeed resume his training. At that moment, a peculiar thought struck him. Fortunately, He had long since lost both of his eyes, rendering his expression inscrutable to others. The embarrassment of appearing so servile and anxious was almost unbearable. Hua Wuji, I shan't pry further. You may disclose how many primordial infant souls you have absorbed, Suyao inquired nonchalantly. 25, most of which are at the initial stage of the primordial infant realm. Well done. Thus, I shall gift you the purple fire soul banner. I possess a superior Blacksha soul banner for myself, Suyao declared. Jiang Chun, observing the scene with keen interest, remained unaware of the peculiar predicament that Hua Wuji and Wang Ling found themselves in. Very well. So, what about your promise to allow my disciple to resume his training? Hua Wuji's anxiety peaked after he uttered those words. The banner was of little consequence to him. His primary concern lay with his beloved disciple. Suyao chuckled softly, producing an alchemical furnace and extracting 2 pills. This is a 5th-grade spirit pill, the cordyceps pill. I have infused it with a restriction. Consuming it will significantly enhance your spiritual energy, Suyao explained. However, be forewarned, you shall become my puppets, with but a thought. I can render your existence a torment beyond death. Hua Wuji inwardly marveled. He had heard of the cordyceps pill before, and the agony it inflicted upon consumption was akin to being ensnared by a venomous curse, resulting in a suffering that eclipsed death itself. Suyao possessed even such sinister concoctions. Linger, let us partake together, master. Wang Ling, genuinely unable to bear the thought of further tormenting his master, nonetheless understood that Suyao's word was law. Bargaining with this enchantress would only lead to futility. The two, one after the other, accepted the cordyceps pill and swallowed it simultaneously. Excellent. I shall construct a kennel for the 2 of you near the mountain gate. You shall reside there henceforth, serving as the watchful guardians of my Hahuan sect. Now depart, and take your places at the mountain gate. The 2 dared not utter a word of dissent, rising to assist each other as they exited. Ah, my lady, the aura of authority you exude is quite formidable, remarked Jiangchan with a smile. Does it serve any purpose? Suyao retorted, casting a discontented glance at him. After all, someone still dares to scold, bully, and strike me. Jiangchun, with a resigned smile, turned his gaze towards Zhuo Wenxian. Zhuo Wenxian, I have inadvertently broken your sword. Allow me to compensate you with a new weapon. Chapter 78. Iron Waist Jiang Chun. Upon hearing his words, Zhuo Wenxian felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. She had been so impolite in her earlier actions, yet he chose to repay her rudeness with kindness by offering her a treasured weapon. Thank you, young master. She stammered. Relax, Jiang Chun replied with a smile. What type of weapon do you prefer? A long sword? As he spoke, he rummaged through his storage pouch, where his elder brother, Yi Yun, had bestowed upon him numerous magical armaments. I actually prefer shorter blades like daggers, short swords, or knives, Zhuo Wenxian admitted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chan searched meticulously and indeed found a green short dagger, a little over a foot in length. He presented it to her, saying this dagger, named Butterfly, is a gift for you. As Zhuo Wenxian grasped the weapon, her heart seemed to momentarily halt. A divine weapon, she gasped, overwhelmed by a rush of emotions. The green scabbard featured an exquisite silk knot, and the uniquely shaped guard resembled a butterfly in flight. Drawing the blade slowly, the black and white patterns shimmered with an edge that appeared extraordinarily sharp, and the feel of it was remarkably smooth. Do you like it? Jiang Chen inquired. Zhuo Wenxian sheathed the dagger, her delicate face flushed with color. Thank you, young master. All right, you may leave now. Later, you must teach me the shadow steps of your dark hall, and I want you to instruct me personally, Jiang Chen stated. Zhuo Wenxian rose, glanced at Suyao, and noticed her tranquil demeanor. She then turned back, bowing respectfully to Jiang Chun before joyfully running off, akin to a girl who had just received her cherished doll. Surely you do not harbor any intentions towards my subordinate? Must she personally instruct you? Suyao questioned with a hint of suspicion after Zhuo Wenxian departed. Not all. I merely observed that this girl excels in the application of shadow steps, Jiang Chun replied. Ah, you seem to observe others with remarkable scrutiny. Zhuo Wenxian hails from a family of assassins and is the cornerstone of the Dark Hall. All assassination techniques are taught by her, Suyao retorted, her tone tinged with sarcasm. My dear, do refrain from being so acerbic. It is rather unpleasant to endure, Jiangchen remarked. And what should I do? Do I owe you, a faithless scoundrel, any cordiality? I care not whether Li Wan from the Water Ink sect and Li Wan of the Cloud Heaven sect are the same person. I assure you, my grievances with her are far from over, Suyao declared, angrily flicking her sleeve and turning away. Jiangchen wished to alleviate the tension with his wife, so he suddenly embraced her from behind, inhaling the fragrant aroma of her hair as he nestled his nose against her alabaster neck. The moment their skin made contact, a shiver coursed through her body, igniting a tantalizing sensation. My darling, after such a long separation, is one encounter truly sufficient? Wouldn't you agree? Who is your darling? Oof. You've become utterly insufferable. What do you think you're touching? Suyao's consciousness began to blur, while her breaths grew increasingly heated. As they stood beside the ancient spirit tree, another hour passed, and the two of them quietly leaned against the spirit vein, attuning themselves to the rhythm of each other's heartbeats. My dear, it seems my dual-colored realm can aid you in better absorbing this spirit root. Jiangchen tenderly caressed Suyao's hair, sharing his thoughts. Since you have returned, let us together absorb the spiritual roots. We shall transcend to the divine transformation stage, and then accompany me to the Liao kingdom to eliminate that old woman named Yupin. I'm unfamiliar with her identity, yet it is evident that you harbor a profound disdain for her. Perhaps I should assist you in her demise? Jiangchen inquired with a hint of indulgence. Oh, do not act impulsively. I have heard that you have engaged with those at the divine transformation stage. You should possess a greater understanding of the disparity in strength between the divine transformation and nascent soul stages. As Suyao spoke, Jiangchen reminisced about his arduous battle against Meng Chong and the Golden Corpse, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. Indeed, the divine transformation stage is not to be trifled with. Since you assert that your dual-colored aura can expedite our absorption of spiritual roots, why not put to the test? A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Suyao's mind, and she chuckled softly. Test what? Jiangchen asked, puzzled. While cultivating together, we could draw on the spiritual energy. Suyao bit her lower lip shyly as she spoke. Come, let us try. Did I not just declare my unyielding resolve? Jiangchen responded, playfully pushing her to the ground, simultaneously activating the dual-colored aura, allowing the azure and white spiritual energy to circulate between them. Once again, he captured Suyao's alluring peach-like lips. At that moment, Su Qing was engrossed in studying the Qi Huang treasure art jade slip that Jiangchen had previously given her, when she suddenly sensed the spiritual energy around her being siphoned away, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Upon teleporting outside, she discovered that the entire alchemy pavilion was enveloped in a vortex of azure and white spiritual energy, relentlessly draining the spiritual essence from the entire Lingyuan mountain range and her ancient spiritual tree. She immediately sent a message to the core elders, urging them to remain calm. It must be the result of Chinurus aura at work. After an hour within the vortex, the two finally emerged from their passionate encounter. Elated by the vast spiritual energy they had absorbed, their cultivation continued to advance. Brother Chun, I never anticipated that your aura, combined with the dual cultivation technique, would yield such remarkable results in drawing energy. I, too, did not foresee that my vortex would grow increasingly enigmatic. However, we have drained the entire mountain and ancient tree of their spiritual essence, leaving others in a rather pitiable state. What concern is that of ours? Let us first ensure we achieve the divine transformation stage swiftly, and then we shall address it. Suyao at this moment directed her consciousness to probe the ancient spiritual tree and discovered that the spiritual roots within 1,000 miles had been completely depleted. If this is the case, we can extract spiritual energy once every 6 months, relieving us of the burden of waiting here for a daily supply. Jiangchen also surveyed with his consciousness, nodding in agreement. Hooray! We are finally liberated. I have been seated here for 30 years, haha. Suyao laughed joyfully, her eyes curving into delightful crescents. Yet, Jiangchen let out a deep sigh. Perhaps you are unaware but the ordinary citizens of our Zhao kingdom are suffering greatly. I fear that at any moment, someone may perish from hunger in the desolate outskirts due to this energy extraction array. Are you implying that this is my fault? It was Elder Tianxian who first suggested this method. I do not blame you. Elder Tianxian must have been apprehensive that Ma Liang would arrive in our Zhao kingdom unchecked, wreaking havoc upon the populace once his century-long period concludes, thus proposing this desperate measure. Though the method may be ruthless, the intention is not without merit. I find myself lamenting the plight of mortals, who appear as mere chaff in the face of this grand spiritual formation. As I journeyed through Tianjin City and various villages, the sight of countless corpses weighed heavily on my heart, evoking a sense of sorrow. Qinglou, what experiences have you endured in the Southern Yu Kingdom? You seem to have grown more emotional, prone to sentimentality, and no longer the frigid Qinglou of yore. It is nothing much, merely a few brushes with life and death. Jiang Chun recalled the harrowing events from 30 years ago when he was pursued by the venomous Pei Ling, determined to protect Li Wan and Yi Yun at all costs. Suyao was correct. He had indeed become more sentimental. Come, accompany me to stroll through the capital. Jiang Chun proposed with a smile. Certainly, I too wish to return and take a look. After all, the capital is our shared homeland. Suyao responded eagerly, rising first and then pulling Jiang Chun up. However, to her surprise, as soon as Jiang Chun stood, he stumbled and fell to the ground. This comical mishap was rather embarrassing for a practitioner at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Apologies, haha, my legs are a bit weak. Jiang Chun chuckled sheepishly. Suyao shot him a disdainful glance. And you call yourself strong? Is this all you can manage? Chapter 79. The tranquil pavilion still exists. Jiang Chun rose once more, grasping Suyao's hand as they stepped outside the hall. With a graceful motion of his left hand, ripples appeared in the void, and the lithe figure of the moon wolf emerged. Jiang Chun and Suyao soared upward, settling securely upon Yu's back. Brother Chun, your spiritual companion is truly magnificent, Suyao remarked, gently stroking Yu's silvery fur in admiration. It is named Yu, and it is indeed formidable. Not only is it my spiritual pet, but it is also my dear brother, Jiang Chun replied. Yu seemed to comprehend his words, joyfully emitting two soft, melodic sounds. Brother Chun, in the future, if we encounter any formidable wild beasts, you must help me capture one, Suyao continued, caressing Yu's silvery back. Certainly, I will capture one that you adore. Before long, Yu carried the duo to the official road near the capital city. This place was all too familiar to Jiang Chun and Suyao. 70 years prior, they had stealthily escaped the capital, traversing this very road, where they first encountered their master, Su Qing, thus embarking on their path of cultivation and forever altering their fates. At this moment, the surroundings appeared desolate, with the autumn wind rustling, scattering fallen leaves. Several lifeless bodies were faintly visible, some lying at the roadside, others sprawled in the grass, indistinguishable as to whether they succumbed to starvation or met with foul play. At the city gate, a long queue snaked like a dragon, composed mostly of common folk fleeing from disaster, hoping to find a glimmer of hope within the capital. The guards bore austere expressions, meticulously questioning each individual, causing a bottleneck that extended for miles. In midair, Jiang Chun gently patted Yu's neck, who understood and transformed into a streak of light, returning to Jiang Chun's possession. He and Suyao decided to enter the city on foot. Upon reaching the city gate, the soldiers, noticing their elegant attire and extraordinary demeanor, presumed them to be celestial beings and did not dare to impede their passage. Instead, they respectfully saluted and allowed them entry. However, in a corner of the crowd, a guard, upon seeing Jiang Chun and Suyao, displayed a look of alarm and hurriedly rushed into the city. In the Zhao Kingdom's capital, as the imperial city, its scale and splendor surpassed that of Tianjin City and Disui City by a considerable margin. Yet, even so, the air was thick with a palpable sense of death. The streets were devoid of vendors' calls, and the townsfolk shuffled along, hunched and hollow-eyed, moving like mere automatons. Alongside the roads sat beggars, lamenting their fate. Some slumped on the ground, others curled in corners. Even Suyao could not help but furrow her brow at the sight. The capital before her was a stark contrast to the vibrant and bustling place she remembered. As they progressed a few steps, several beggars swiftly surrounded them, extending their grimy hands. "Kind souls, please spare some food. If you have any broken silver, we would be eternally grateful. We are on the verge of starvation." Jiang Chun and Suyao had not prepared any food or silver in their storage bags, and finding themselves overwhelmed by the beggars' pleas, they exchanged glances and, in an instant, transformed into two streaks of light, gracefully darting around the corner. Upon their reappearance, the two had undeniably transformed. Jiang Chun adorned himself in a simple blue robe, exuding an understated elegance, while Suyao had gathered her long hair under a dark scarf, shedding her previous vibrancy for a more serene and refined appearance. In such garb, they blended seamlessly into the crowd, evoking little attention. As they stepped out from the alley, an unexpected sight caught their eye. Beneath the eaves of a nearby house lay two cradles, eerily silent in the surrounding stillness. Jiang Chun and Suyao felt a tightness in their hearts as they approached to inspect. Inside the cradles were two infant girls, mere months old, their pallid faces devoid of life, having succumbed several days prior, neglected by the world. Tiny, insidious insects crawled over their fragile skin, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Jiang Chun felt a sharp pang in his chest. With a gentle wave of his hand, he conjured a fire spell that swiftly reduced the two lifeless bodies to ashes. "Brother Chun, had you not rescued me from the river back then, would I have met a fate akin to these two innocent souls?" Suyao inquired softly. Though she was a sorceress, her heart softened in this moment. "Never. You possess a beauty that shines, even at that tender age of less than a year. Your features radiated a celestial allure, as if harboring the very stars. Even had I not taken you in, benevolent souls would have surely come forth to adopt you. But these children in this time of rampant famine, who would dare to welcome two more mouths to feed?" Jiang Chun gazed tenderly at Suyao, offering quiet reassurance. Her heart heavy with sorrow, Suyao lamented, "Indeed, boys may grow to assist their families in labor or serve in the military. But for girls, I can only imagine the anguish of their parents in abandoning them here. Look, Brother Chun, the Anle Pavilion still stands." As they traversed the bustling Zhuke Street, Suyao's keen eyes spotted the Anle Pavilion at the T-junction ahead. Remarkably, after 70 years, it remained steadfast, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. Approaching, they beheld the Anle Pavilion in all its grandeur, now more opulent than it had been 7 decades prior. The intricately designed beams and eaves showcased exquisite craftsmanship, and the translucent lanterns hung high, hinting at the dazzling illumination they would cast at night. At that moment, a luxurious carriage arrived at the entrance. 3 elegantly dressed young gentlemen alighted, their attire resplendent. No sooner had they stepped down than they found themselves besieged by a throng of beggars, clamoring and extending their hands for alms. "Get away, a bunch of filthy beggars. Don't soil our garments." The 3 young men, faces twisted in disdain, waved their hands dismissively and hurried into the main hall of the Anle Pavilion. The beggars, thwarted by the stout doorman wielding a club, retreated helplessly to the shadows, curling up in despair. Indeed, the wealthy indulge in excess while the streets are lined with the frozen corpses of the poor, Jiang Chun mused inwardly. "Shall we venture inside?" "Very well." Upon entering the Anle Pavilion, they were astonished to discover a vibrant gathering of patrons within. The hall buzzed with lively chatter, each guest accompanied by charming young women. The air filled with laughter and merriment. In the center of the hall, a young lady of striking appearance was engrossed in playing the 7-stringed guqin. The melodious notes flowed gracefully, reminiscent of a gentle stream, while a few gentlemen in the audience closed their eyes, lost in the enchanting music. At that moment, a matron, seemingly in her 40s, approached them with light steps and a warm smile. "Welcome to our Anle Pavilion," she said. "May I inquire whether you seek the company of a lady or simply wish to enjoy a drink? Please, allow me to guide you to a table where we can converse at leisure." This matron was none other than Zhao Sanyang, the current overseer of Anle Pavilion. Having navigated the intricacies of the brothel for many years, she had honed an astute ability to discern character. though the two gentlemen before her were modestly dressed. Their extraordinary demeanor indicated they were not ordinary individuals, and she recognized the importance of treating them with utmost respect. Chapter 80. The tears of the witch. There's no need for that. Let us merely take a look and depart. Are you the madam here? Jiang Chen inquired. Indeed, I am. My surname is Zhao, and I am known as Zhao Sanyang. I have been managing this Anle Pavilion for over 20 years, she replied with a dignified demeanor. Upon learning that the two were merely visitors, the madam displayed no signs of disdain. Zhao Sanyang, do you know of Mama Yang from 70 years ago? Suyao asked, immediately feeling a twinge of regret. The madam appeared to be in her 40s. How could she possibly know someone from 7 decades past? To her surprise, Zhao Sanyang's expression brightened. Oh my, how do you know of my grandmother? This Anle Pavilion was passed down to me from her. After some deliberation, Suyao realized that Zhao Sanyang was indeed the granddaughter of Mama Yang. Suyao couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. 70 years of cultivation seemed but a fleeting moment for her, yet for mortals, it represented the legacy of 3 or 4 generations. Is Mama Yang still among us? Suyao inquired. She passed away 15 years ago, but she lived a long life, reaching 90. You both appear quite youthful. How is it that you know my grandmother? Zhao Sanyang continued, puzzled. I have heard others speak of her, Suyao replied. It seems the Anle Pavilion has flourished. Indeed, my grandmother often reminisced about a beloved young lady who ran away decades ago. Remarkably, a year later, that same lady returned as an immortal, bestowing upon her numerous gold ingots, which helped the Anle Pavilion thrive. At these words, Suyao felt a jolt of surprise, rendered momentarily speechless. Zhao Sanyang continued. My grandmother said that young lady was the most beautiful she had ever seen, named Suyao. Before her passing, she often expressed a desire to see Suyao again, hoping she would return to the Anle Pavilion. Alas, even after living to over 90, she never encountered the fairy named Suyao again. It dawned on Suyao that while she had been engrossed in her own cultivation, transforming into a formidable witch, someone in another realm had been recalling her fondly. Tears welled in her eyes as she remembered Mama Yang's visage. Jiang Chen, too, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He sighed and gently took Suyao's hand, nodding at Zhao Sanyang. We shall take our leave now, Zhao Sanyang. Perhaps we may share a drink another time. With that, he guided Suyao away. Zhao Sanyang observed Suyao, who seemed on the verge of tears, and wondered what had transpired. Upon closer inspection, she realized the girl possessed an exquisite beauty. Her tearful eyes sparkled like stars, and her unadorned face bore a natural blush. My grandmother said many immortals do not age. Could it be? Could she be Suyao? The thought struck Zhao Sanyang, and she stood in stunned silence, watching the pair retreat, their gait increasingly reminiscent of celestial beings. Within the imperial city, hurried footsteps echoed. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, 2 immortals have just entered the city. I, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, could not discern their cultivation levels, but I estimate they are at least in the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing this, Cui Cheng, who was engrossed in reviewing memorials in the Golden Lawn Hall, hastily set down his pen. Where are they now? It seems they have just entered the eastern Anle Pavilion. Anle Pavilion? Very well. I shall head there immediately. The emperor raised his hand with a wave and transformed into a gentleman in a blue robe, hastily exiting the Golden Throne Hall. This emperor, who had shed the innocence of 30 years past, now appeared as a middle-aged man, his cultivation having progressed to the mid-foundation stage. On Zhuke Street, Suyao leaned against Jiang Chen's shoulder, sobbing softly as they walked. Jiang Chen affectionately rubbed his chin against her small head. It's all your fault. Suyao suddenly uttered this enigmatic phrase. What do you mean it's my fault? Jiang Chen halted, turning to look at Suyao. You become so sentimental. Spending these past few days with you, I've changed, as well it turns out that Mama Yang has been mentioning me all along, and I haven't visited her even once. Woo-woo. As she spoke, Suyao began to cry again, her tears falling like pearls. It was fate, it was time, or perhaps something else entirely. In any case, it filled Suyao with a profound sense of regret. Jiang Chen embraced her, wiping the tears from her face, gently patting her back. Yes, It is indeed my fault. Had I not spent 60 years in the southern Yu kingdom, I would surely have taken you back to the capital often, Jiang Chun said. All right, I won't cry anymore. Hee, look, what is happening over there? The line is so long. After calming herself, Suyao pointed at the long queue at the street corner. Let us go see. Jiang Chun kissed Suyao's forehead and took her hand, leading her over. As they approached, they discovered that the queue consisted entirely of impoverished citizens dressed like beggars, collecting relief grain. The 3 officials from the government were distributing the food. Lu Si, residing in the outskirts of the capital, Shuangshui village, receiving 1 jin of rations. Next, 1 person registered, another distributed grain, and the 3rd maintained order. Jiang Chun and Suyao arrived near the front, observing the grain bags resembling muddy slop. Jiang Chun's initially comforting mood suddenly darkened. He stepped forward and grabbed a handful of the so-called rations, inspecting it closely. It was almost entirely composed of straw and dirt, mixed together like animal waste. Hey, what are you doing? If you want grain, go to the back of the line. An official shouted at Jiang Chun. However, Jiang Chun paid him no mind. Fixated on the muck in his hand, his brow furrowed in concern. At that moment, a rapid sound of footsteps approached the government office. Emperor Cui Cheng, accompanied by dozens of golden-bladed guards, arrived before Jiang Chun and Suyao. Although Cui Cheng had never met Jiang Chun, he recognized Suyao. After confirming her identity, he respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Esteemed immortals of the Hahuan sect, please forgive me for not welcoming you sooner." Jiang Chun turned to observe his dignified demeanor and foundation-level cultivation, deducing he was a significant figure within the palace. "Who are you? How do you know we come from the Hahuan sect?" he inquired. Reporting to the immortal, "I am Cui Cheng, the Emperor of Zhao. 30 years ago, I had the honor of meeting Lady Suyao once," Cui Cheng replied. Noticing his composed and respectful manner, Jiang Chun felt a newfound admiration. "I am Jiang Chun." Cui Cheng was taken aback, hastily bowing once more in greeting. To his astonishment, it was the young master of the Hahuan sect. Both individuals were the pillars of the Zhao kingdom, figures he had long admired. "Your Majesty, since you are here, perhaps you could elucidate what this is," Jiang Chun said. Seizing a handful of muddy fodder and crumbling it before Cui Cheng, his expression somewhat ominous. Observing Jiang Chun's irate demeanor, Cui Cheng endeavored to compose himself. Yet cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. "This is relief grain," Cui Cheng declared loudly. "You dare to call this substance food? Would you partake in it? Is this fit for human consumption?" Jiang Chun's voice rose in pitch, filled with incredulity. Cui Cheng pressed his lips together, summoning courage to meet Jiang Chun's gaze. "Young master, do you truly believe these disaster-stricken individuals are still considered human?" Jiang Chun was taken aback by Cui Cheng's response, struggling to suppress his murderous impulse. "What did you just say?" Chapter 81. The Dragon Spring Sword. Emperor Cui Cheng felt a chilling sensation surge from his toes to his forehead in an instant. Nevertheless, he suppressed the pressure and maintained a composed demeanor as he spoke. "Young master, you understand why our Zhao kingdom is beset by so many famished and afflicted people." Jiang Chun pondered for a moment and replied, "Indeed, for 30 years, the spirit extraction array has weakened the constitution of the common folk. A scheme orchestrated by our sect master. Yet, you have yet to answer my question." Seeing Jiang Chun's tone soften slightly, Cui Cheng exhaled in relief. "Do not rush. I shall elucidate the reasons clearly. 30 years ago, our Zhao kingdom was vast, with a population peaking at 900 million. However, according to the statistics from the Chancellor and the Ministry of Revenue, that number has plummeted by 300 million, leaving us with merely 600 million. The reasons for this decline are not solely due to your spirit extraction array weakening the populace, but also because of the ongoing drought and plagues that have persisted over the years. The 10,000 great mountains are strewn with the corpses of the starving, where scenes of cannibalism unfold, people consuming grass, soil, and even each other. The term eating one's own children may have reached your ears, but you have surely never witnessed it. Well, I have seen it with my own eyes. Such a horrific sight is akin to a pot filled with decaying flesh. Jiang Chun had long suppressed the turmoil within his heart and listened intently to Cui Cheng's account. The term eating one's own children was indeed familiar to him, yet he had never encountered it in reality. Cui Cheng continued, observing that the two had entirely relinquished their murderous intent. Fortunately, our Zhao kingdom possesses considerable strength among the Tier 3 cultivation nations. In the cultivation world, figures like Lady Suyao and Elder Tianxian uphold our dignity. Even the Fire Nation or Qin Nation, which have long coveted our territory, dare not invade. Upon hearing this, Suyao reflected, I have been preoccupied with establishing my own influence and authority within the sect of joy and pleasure through conflict, never truly concerning myself with the strength or weakness of the nation. She then spoke, given your numerous challenges in governance, why not come to our sect of joy and pleasure to discuss matters, or seek assistance from Elder Tianxian? Cui Cheng replied, in truth, I frequently seek aid from the Tianxian sect, and Elder Tianxian has assisted me greatly. However, I would never dare approach your all-powerful sect of joy and pleasure. Elder Song once cautioned me that should I disturb Lady Suyao during her spirit extraction for the transformation into a deity, even a monarch would not escape unscathed. Suyao waved her hand in resignation. Very well, consider me selfish. On a smaller scale, it is for my own ascension, and on a larger scale, it is to resist Maoyang. I have indeed never given thought to the lives of the common people of Zhao. Jiang Chun interjected, having heard so much, we have a clearer understanding of the national conditions of Zhao. However, why is it that all the relief grain is merely bran and fodder? Is it because of poverty? Cui Cheng responded, young master, you possess a discerning mind. Yes, it is indeed due to poverty. Years of drought have depleted our revenues, leaving the national treasury bare. The gap between the rich and the poor has widened, with many regions even rising in rebellion, seeking to overthrow me and execute me in public. Initially, when distributing relief grain, I adhered strictly to the guidelines, allotting each person a pound of fine rice and coarse grain. Yet, do you know that by the time the grain reached Shuntian Prefecture, half of it had already been embezzled by corrupt officials? Moreover, those who came to collect the grain were a motley crew, including wealthy household servants and flamboyantly dressed maids. They pushed aside the emaciated poor, leaving those in genuine need of sustenance unable to receive their rations. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun understood completely, and with a deep sigh, he remarked, such is human nature. Hence, you have exchanged fine rice for chaff and fodder. Consequently, those inconsequential individuals no longer come to snatch it away, and it can sufficiently feed those corrupt officials. How much chaff can 1 pound of fine rice be exchanged for? At this moment, Cui Cheng's eyes suddenly welled with tears. He had not anticipated that the young master of Yihuan's sect would be so empathetic. Reporting to the young master, 1 pound of grain can be exchanged for 5 pounds of chaff. Jiang Chun sighed again, fully comprehending why the relief grain resembled animal waste. Gazing at the lengthy line of disaster victims, though they were scantily clad and gaunt, their faces were filled with a yearning for this meager relief. Your Majesty, you have done exceptionally well. Along with your Chancellor and the 6 ministers, come to the Grand Hall of my Yihuan sect in 3 days. Cui Cheng seemed to perceive Jiang Chen's determination to assist him, and, overwhelmed with joy, knelt down and cried out, thank you, young master. The remaining Golden Blade Guards and the 3 grain distribution officials were startled to see the emperor kneeling, and they too fell to their knees. The lined-up disaster victims, mostly oblivious to what was transpiring, gradually knelt down as well, as if fearing for their lives should they remain standing. Jiang Chun took Suyao's hand and, ignoring the crowd, transformed into a beam of light and departed from the capital. Upon returning to Yihuan's sect, Jiang Chun summoned Elder Song in. Elder Song sent a message to the leaders of all sects in Zhao Kingdom. They are to gather in the Grand Hall of my Yihuan sect in 3 days. As you command. 3 days swiftly passed. A total of 12 sect leaders arrived from Zhao Kingdom. 30 years prior, there have been 18 sects, but several have been eradicated by Suyao over the years. After excluding the recent troublemakers, the Evil Demon Sect, the Clear Heart Sect, and the Flowing Heart Sect, only 12 remained. Many were visiting Yihuan's sect for the first time, feeling somewhat apprehensive. The assembly gathered in the Grand Hall, their hearts racing, standing in the center. Emperor Cheng and several of his ministers were also present. Jiang Chun, holding Suyao's hand, instantly appeared before the crowd. Esteemed guests, there is no need for formality. Please feel free to take your seats. Jiang Chun gestured. The elder Tianxian led the way, and everyone took their seats on the blue and white jade benches. The attendees discreetly scrutinized the young master of Huan's sect, who had just returned, finding him indeed profound and impenetrable, exuding an air of superiority akin to that of Suyao. Ladies and gentlemen, I have summoned you for two matters. First, with Huan's sect at the forefront, we shall collectively extend our support to the treasury of Zhao Kingdom, providing the utmost assistance. Elder Chunyan, allocate 10 million low-grade spirit stones for the emperor to utilize in disaster relief. Upon the utterance of these words, the assembly was left in a state of astonishment. It was utterly unexpected that the usually domineering Huan sect's young master, upon his return, would express concern for the common folk of Zhao. The venerable Tianxian and Li Mei gestured towards the chancellor beside the emperor, proclaiming, "Our Tianxian sect, along with Yun Tian's sect, shall contribute 800,000 spirit stones for disaster relief. Our Cold Cloud sect will donate 500,000, and we, the Blackwater sect, shall offer 400,000. Thank you all for your generous support. Over the past 30 years, my wife, Suyao, has eradicated all factions in Zhao that opposed our Huan sect. While the spirit extraction Grand Array may be seen as tyrannical and cruel, the die has been cast. To dismantle it now is out of the question. Time must extend for another 30 years. As for the second matter, I implore all sect leaders to assist the Emperor of Zhao in disaster relief efforts, in taxation, and in procuring grain from neighboring nations." Jiang Chun paused momentarily before continuing. 300 million lives have already been lost in Zhao. I fervently hope this figure does not escalate any further, Your Majesty. At this proclamation, Emperor Cheng was momentarily startled by Jiang Chun's sudden call to him. Jiang Chun raised his hand and summoned a broad-bladed sword. This sword, named Longquan, is a gift for you. From this day forth, as you undertake tax collection and disaster relief, should any bureaucratic or financial tyrants resist you, you are authorized to strike them down. I shall assign 7 of my nascent soul-level subordinates to ensure your safety at all times. Moreover, should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me, Jiang Chun. At the Huan sect, the assembled crowd could not help but feel envy. The Longquan sword was a transcendent artifact, and yet it was bestowed upon one of Foundation establishment level. True, he was the emperor. Emperor Cheng's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude, his voice fierce with determination. Rest assured, young master, I, Cheng, shall labor tirelessly, even to the point of sacrificing my very life, to restore the former glory of Zhao's mortal realm. Chapter 82, Preparation for the Journey to the Fire Nation. All right, everyone may return now. Elder Tianxian, Li Mei, and the Emperor, please stay. Jiang Chun turned around, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The 10 individuals bowed in respect to Jiang Chun's silhouette before transforming into streaks of light and vanishing. Young Master Jiang, is there anything else? Elder Tianxian inquired with a smile, stroking his beard. Jiang Chun turned back, his expression gentle. Geographically speaking, my Huan sect is centrally located near the emperor's capital, while Tianxian's sect lies to the south and Yun Tian sect to the north. I wish to cultivate spiritual plants in my Lingyuan mountain range, as well as in your Henyuan mountain range, Yunxiao mountain range, and the fertile lands under the emperor's command. Spiritual plants? Li Mei asked. Indeed, spiritual plants such as Biling alfalfa, multi-flowered magnolia, and white clover. These spiritual plants not only yield valuable spiritual fruits, but also enrich the surrounding soil and air with spiritual energy. Is it not the case that such spiritual herbs are cultivated near the Ink Wash sect where you apprenticed? Li Mei continued. Pretty much. I have a dear friend in the southern Yu Kingdom. His Qinglou sect is surrounded by these 3 types of spiritual plants, and the spiritual energy there is extraordinarily dense, comparable to a 5th-tier cultivation sect. Jiang Chun replied, given this, our Yun Tian sect has no reason to refuse. We should certainly give it a try. As it benefits our own sect, Li Mei said with a smile. Ha ha, please send us the seeds, Elder Tianxian added, chuckling. The seeds are limited, only 3 bags. Jiang Chan said, dividing the 3 types of spiritual plants into 4 portions and distributing them to Li Mei, Elder Tianxian, and the Emperor. Your Majesty, I am here. The seeds I provide should be entrusted to your confidants for cultivation around the capital, which will eventually border my Hahuan sect's Lingyue mountain range. Understood. Thank you immensely. Young master, the capital is, after all, the homeland of Suyao and myself, Jiang Chun said with a smile. All right, that is all. Everyone may return now. Your Majesty, you have a significant responsibility. Remember, those who achieve great things must be resolute and decisive. Use the dragon spring sword I have given you to sever the malignant tumors within the court. Shui Cheng will remember. Jiang Chun and Suyao returned to the alchemy pavilion beneath the ancient spiritual tree. He flopped down, sprawling out and stretching lazily. Are you that tired? Suyao asked, lying down beside him, playfully pressing her lovely face against his chest. Not particularly. I have been eager to accomplish certain tasks, such as planting spiritual plants, and I finally managed to arrange it today, which lightens my heart. Look at you, so majestic, while I feel like a mere attendant by your side, she giggled. Jiang Chun pressed a kiss to Suyao's fragrant hair. Next, I plan to venture to the Fire Nation alone to personally investigate the truth behind Ma Yang. Alone? Suyao sat up, gazing at him in astonishment. The journey to the Fire Nation is perilous, and Ma Liang is extremely dangerous. You need not put yourself at risk. Ha! Returning for only a few days and already wishing to leave me behind? I shall inform you that this is impossible, Suyao retorted with a huff. She could not bear the thought of parting from Jiang Chun again, especially to venture into the treacherous Fire Nation. Seeing her stubborn demeanor, Jiang Chun felt a surge of affection and pulled her into his embrace, kissing her tenderly. Let us face it together, sharing life and death, shall we? Ha ha, little girl, feel the might of my iron waist. Jiang Chun joked lightly. Enough with your bragging about that waist of yours, Suyao teased back, her words laced with playful reproach as she nestled closer into Jiang Chen's embrace, their breaths intertwining, creating a moment of tender intimacy. As time quietly slipped away, the ambience gradually mellowed. Brother Chun, should we consider having a child? Suyao asked, her cheeks flushed, her gaze filled with shyness and hope, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious as he gently brushed her hair, responding softly, let us take our time. Once we have resolved Ma Liang's troubles and reached the transformation stage, we can thoughtfully plan for this. The current situation is unstable, and I do not wish for you and our child to be ensnared in any potential danger. Suyao replied, very well. Let us wait 6 months before heading to the Fire Nation, preparing some elixirs and treasures first. Agreed, as you wish. You should meditate and rest. I will step out for a moment, Jiang Chun said as he rose. What are you off to do? She inquired. I'm going to find your loyal subordinate, Zhang Hu, for a drink. Haha, my mouth is watering, he replied. Go on then. Why do you refer to him as my loyal subordinate? Isn't he your good friend? My good friend? With a knife pointed at me? If you dare be fierce with me, I might just let your good friend stab you. Jiang Chun chuckled. In the dark hall, Jiang Chun and Zhang Hu each held a large wine jar, drinking heartily. Meanwhile, Qing He cheerfully cleaned the table for the two. Ha ha, Jiang Chun, I was worried you might no longer recognize me as a friend. Zhang Hu laughed heartily. How could that be? I once said that even if I reach the nascent soul or transformation stage, you, Zhang Hu, will always be my good friend. But let me be clear. Zhang Hu continued, my primary duty is still to protect your lady, second only to myself. Zhang Hu, as long as you both diligently protect my lady, I have no complaints, only joy, Jiang Chun replied, and they shared a knowing smile before downing their wine jars together. Qing, he hurriedly brought them 2 more jars of fresh wine. Jiang Chun, everyone is saying you battled the transformation stage old demon of the corpse demon sect for an entire day and night. Tell me about it. Zhang Hu's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, it all happened in that lush, perilous twilight mountain range. That day truly shook the heavens and wept for the spirits. Kunwa's golden corpse struck me into the wall with a single punch. Jiang Chun stood up, animatedly recounting the tale, his flushed cheeks and tipsy demeanor eliciting laughter. Yet, the expressions on Zhang Hu and Qing He's faces turned grave, realizing that a battle at the transformation stage could obliterate an entire mountain range. Half a year passed swiftly. During this time, Jiang Chun diligently sought guidance from Zhao Wenxian on the Shadow Steps and some ancestral blade techniques from her family of assassins. As a prodigy, Jiang Chun learned rapidly, and Zhao Wenxian was delighted to have such an astute apprentice. Jiang Chun once again engaged in dual cultivation with Suyao beneath the spiritual vein, absorbing the surrounding spiritual roots and essence. Subsequently, the two meticulously organized their storage bags, preparing for the treasures and elixirs of the covert operation in the Fire Nation. This endeavor was kept secret from everyone, including the esteemed Master Su Qing. Once prepared, Jiang Chun summoned the Moon Wolf, and hand in hand, they ascended onto the wolf's back. In the blink of an eye, the Moon Wolf transformed into a streak of escaping light, darting towards the direction of the Fire Nation. Chapter 83: The Savage Beast. Day Tiger. After a fortnight of traveling northward, they finally reached the border of the Fire Nation. Standing upon the back of a ewe, they gazed upon the fiery landscape, their hearts filled with astonishment. The Fire Nation truly resembled a mountain of flames. One could not fathom how the common folk managed to survive here. Perhaps it is merely the scorching climate, Suyao speculated. The mortals cannot absorb the violent fire spiritual energy. For them, it might not be significantly different. Indeed, Jiang Chen's conjecture was accurate. The ordinary citizens of the Fire Nation did not absorb the fire spiritual energy, sharing little distinction from those of the Zhao Nation. Suyao produced 3 melting spirit pills, a 4th-grade elixir meticulously prepared for their entry into the Fire Nation. Not only did it facilitate the absorption of the fire spiritual energy present in the air, but it also significantly enhanced the resilience of their meridians, far superior to the elixirs possessed by the cultivators of the Fire Nation. She tossed them to Jiang Chun, and before you. The trio swiftly consumed the pills, leaving no trace behind. Jiang Chun examined the map, confirming their location. They resolved to directly venture into the capital of the Fire Nation, intending to gather intelligence from Fire City. Brother Chun, there is no need for such complexity. Since we are not in Zhao Nation, I can act with impunity, slaying at will. Capturing a few cultivators to extract their souls and memories would suffice to gain clarity on the situation, Suyao remarked with a chilling smile. Indeed, the Fire Nation is, after all, akin to our Zhao Nation, merely a 3rd-tier cultivation realm. Its most powerful cultivators are no different from ours, all at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Here, we can indeed act without restraint. Jiang Chen responded, his expression growing serious as his consciousness locked onto a small cultivator 1,000 miles away. A ewe, attuned to their thoughts, swiftly carried them to their destination. They found a rookie cultivator, wearing a cap, busily gathering fire fruits on a steep cliff, completely oblivious to the impending doom. The small cultivator wielded a spirit shovel, laboriously digging, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of returning home to receive praise from his junior sister for his harvest. Yet in the next moment, a shadow resembling a mountain loomed over him, causing him to tremble in fear. What manner of beast is this? Just as Suyao was about to raise her hand to slay him, Jiang Chun suddenly halted her motion. He looked at the young cultivator's innocent face, feeling a pang of compassion. You said we were to act without restraint, yet now you stop me from killing? Suyao questioned. I'll let him be. He appears harmless enough. Extract his memories and then let him go, Jiang Chun replied with a grin. Fine then, Suyao sighed, casting him a sideways glance. She summoned her soul banner, and black threads began to draw from the young cultivator's head. Moments later, all his memories coalesced into a droplet of water, merging into Suyao's forehead. Now be gone, little one. Consider yourself fortunate. Your brother Jiang Chun has chosen not to end your life, Suyao said coolly. The young monk remained perplexed by the unfolding events, his mind clouded and muddled. The enchanting female senior had evidently done something, as she promptly summoned her flying sword, unsteadily mounting it before soaring away into the distance. He was a disciple of the spirit beast sect, known as Aexin. his thoughts a chaotic jumble. Yet he was aware of a figure named Ma Yang. As Suyao sifted through her memories, she inquired, "Is that so? That is quite remarkable. Where can Ma Yang be found?" "At the Soul Refining Sect, in the far northern reaches of the Fire Kingdom," he recalled, stating that Ma Yang and the one known as the Purple Eye were the two most formidable individuals in the entire realm. Purple Eye? Is it a male or a female? A female, most likely Ma Yang's partner. I have not seen either of them. It's merely hearsay. Oh, we shall discover the truth soon enough. Moreover, our spirit beast sect seems to be on the hunt for a ferocious beast some 30,000 miles away. Should we not go and investigate? After finishing her words, Suyao retracted the soul banner, revealing no further useful information. "Well, perhaps it's a beast that you would fancy. Let us seize it," Jiang Chun remarked with bravado. "Huh, just don't intervene when I decide to slay it," claiming it's harmless and lamenting its demise. With that, they mounted a ewe once more, transforming into a streak of silver light as they sped towards the beast's lair. In a desolate land, a colossal orange beast was ensnared by 10 soul-catching chains. This beast, with its fearsome claws and a body spanning 7 or 8 zhang, resembled a mountain-sized tiger, its tail tipped gleaming like a small sun, radiating a dazzling golden light. Is the master still unprepared with the beast-controlling artifact? We have already held this daytime tiger captive for 3 days and nights. I can barely hold on. One elder lamented, the end of the chain slackening. Just a little longer. I am almost ready. This beast is of the transformation level, and once we capture it, we shall no longer fear the soul refining sect. All right, hold on. It will be over soon. The creature, known as the daytime tiger, seemed to have overheard the spirit beast sect's discourse and let out a furious roar. Its thunderous growl shattered the clouds above, causing blood to seep from the ears of the 10 elders. One elder, unable to endure any longer, snapped the soul chain. Troubling. What is happening? Useless wretches. Master Du Ming cursed vehemently, as his beast-controlling artifact was prepared just as the elder faced a crisis. The breaking of a single chain triggered a chain reaction, causing all the soul-catching chains to snap consecutively. The orange giant beast broke free from its restraints, plunging into the crowd and unleashing a massacre. 2 mid-stage nascent soul elders were instantly pierced by its claws, while a late-stage nascent soul elder, intent on casting a spell, was struck down by a burst of spiritual light from the beast's tail. The 3 hastily separated their souls from their bodies, fleeing for their lives. Damn it! A bunch of useless fools. Du Ming, witnessing the failure of their capture, could only retreat, although he had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Facing this wild giant beast alone offered no prospect of victory. Suddenly, the day tiger seemed to sense a breath of destiny in the air. Ceasing its relentless pursuit of the crowd, its large eyes, akin to water jars, gazing towards the southern sky, it emitted a series of low growls, causing the ground to tremble and shake around it. Du Ming had just turned to flee when he caught a whiff of another beast's presence. As the leader of the spirit beast sect, his sensitivity to demonic creatures was naturally more acute than that of an ordinary cultivator. It was coming, and swiftly. Boom! Like a clap of thunder, the moon wolf, accompanied by Jiang Chun and Suyao, materialized before Du Ming. He gazed in astonishment at the approaching trio, his body trembling slightly, cold sweat streaming down his brow. "Are you Du Ming?" Suyao's voice, both cold and enchanting, resonated. Du Ming looked at Suyao. It was the first time he had encountered such a captivating and alluring woman, yet her words struck him like shards of ice. "Yes. How do you know my name?" "Put down your beast-controlling circle and get lost," Suyao replied with a soft laugh, her tone once again icy. Chapter 84. Subduing a Jin, the beast-taming circle, is a treasured artifact of the sect, although it is merely a Yuan Ing-level treasure. After 3 days and nights of infusing it with spiritual energy, it has become a beast-catching device that can rival that of the divine transformation stage. Relinquishing it so easily was beyond his comprehension. He glanced at the 2 before him, both of whom were also at the pinnacle of the Yuan Ing stage, their savage beast attention fully fixated on the day tiger. Utilizing the earth escape technique to flee should ensure his safety. Resolute, he decided to run. However, Just as he swiftly formed the incantation to invoke the escape spell into the ground, he was taken aback. What happened to my arms? Du Meng stared in horror as his arms splintered like straw, blood gushing forth a heartbeat later from the severed stumps. The white-haired youth had, unbeknownst to him, already severed his own arms, sheathing his blade with a calmness that sent chills down Du Meng's spine. What speed is this? Du Meng's pupils dilated in shock. Fellow Taoists, I was wrong. I shall not flee. Du Meng trembled, his voice quaking with fear. The beast-taming circle is here. I will leave it here. I beg you. Spare my life. After sheathing his blade, Jiang Chun cast a fierce glare at Suyao. She understood immediately, giggling as she summoned the soul banner, enveloping Du Meng in a thick black mist that swiftly tore apart his flesh. In just 3 breaths, Du Meng's Yuaning was completely refined, transforming into a wraith that latched onto the Black Sha soul banner. Suyao, her eyes gleaming with mischief, nodded at Jiang Chun, signaling the completion of the refinement, and then turned her attention to the magnificent beast before them. Chenji, this one is splendid, a beautiful big cat, the day tiger, hee. Jiang Chun affectionately nodded in agreement. It seems my Yu is more intrigued by it than you are. Since arriving, the moon wolf had been cautiously locking eyes with the day tiger for quite some time. It appeared as if both savage beasts sensed a fateful connection, emitting low growls that resonated like trembling celestial might. A Yu gently nudged the two with her paw, using her ethereal aura to push them 100 feet away. Are you going to challenge it, Yu? Oh, very well, I shall watch. Jiang Chun and Suyao comfortably nestled together, settling onto the ground. The day tiger, with a proud demeanor, cast a glance at the moon wolf, then at the two standing 100 feet away, feeling a twinge of despair. Those two seemed far more formidable than the beast before it. If it did not fight with all its might, it might never escape this mountain. Suddenly, the day tiger's robust form quivered, and its tail, dazzling like starlight, rose high. Its eyes fixated on the moon wolf, and with a deep, resonant roar, it unleashed a spiritual light bullet at the moon wolf. First strike. A massive beam erupted from the tip of the day tiger's tail, accompanied by a howling wind and an intimidating aura, hurtling towards the moon wolf with fervor. As the beam sliced through the air, it seemed to ignite the atmosphere, producing a sizzling sound. Yet Yu was prepared. Her form morphed into a shadowy wolf, evading the light bullet with a speed nearly imperceptible to the eye. When Yu reappeared, it manifested beside the day tiger like a ghostly apparition. Its razor-sharp fangs glimmered with a chilling light under the moon's glow as it sank its teeth fiercely into the day tiger's neck. The creature's strength was astonishing as it clamped down tightly, dragging the massive body of the day tiger toward the nearby cliff with the ease of pulling a small mountain. A thunderous roar echoed through the canyon like a clap of thunder. The day tiger, dazed and disoriented, saw stars before its eyes. Nevertheless, being a fierce wild beast, it remained unyielding. It swiftly coiled its tail, as thick and sturdy as a steel beam, around the moon wolf, each hair on its tail resembling forged steel, constricting the moon wolf's body tightly. The two wild beasts tore at each other with remarkable speed, their forms merely visible as orange and silver orbs colliding in a frenzied battle. Their bodies twisted violently, the grinding of their bones resonating like metal clashing, sending shivers down the spine. The entire canyon reverberated with the sounds of collapse and destruction. Neither beast yielded to the other. Time slipped away silently amidst their fierce struggle. Their bodies were marred with injuries, blood staining their fur, yet their eyes held no trace of retreat or fear. Thus, they battled for a full 2 hours, turning the entire canyon into a chaotic tempest. Suyao observed the spectacle for long enough before teleporting in front of the two panting giants. Turning to face the day tiger, cease your fighting and become my spirit companion, or else become the main soul of my soul banner. The choice is yours. As she spoke, she summoned a yellow beast soul banner, her expression cold. The day tiger, utterly exhausted, was startled to see the yellow banner, instinctively sensing that this human female cultivator was far more formidable than the moon wolf. After much contemplation, the day tiger finally lowered its massive body to the ground in submission. Suyao smiled gently, leaping onto the day tiger's forehead. Good boy. She then waved her hand, producing 2 6th-grade demon beast inner cores. You both are severely injured. Consume 1 inner core each. The moon wolf and day tiger obediently swallowed their respective inner cores and began to refine them. The healing of the 2 giants was visibly accelerated, proving that the self-healing abilities of wild beasts far surpassed those of humans. I shall call you Iu, and since you are a girl, your name shall be Ajuan, Suyao said joyfully, patting the day tiger's forehead. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun chuckled. Are you reminded of Aunt Wan from the former Anle Pavilion? Chapter 85. Your fondness for bidding in the capital of the Fire Nation. A high-stakes auction was underway at the Moon Gathering Pavilion. Jiang Chun and Suyao, adorned with masks, were present amidst the festivities. The stage was graced by a charming young woman clad in palace attire, enthusiastically announcing a high-grade protective mirror for the nascent soul stage. Starting bid, 100,000 spirit stones. 150,000, 200,000, 300,000. I bid 500,000. A sudden silence enveloped the room. A distinguished guest from the early spring pavilion had raised the bid to 500,000. Any further bids? 500,000 once. 500,000 twice. 500,000 thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the friend from the early spring pavilion for acquiring a high-grade protective artifact. Suyao appeared somewhat disinterested, stifling a yawn. The artifacts of a nascent soul stage failed to captivate her curiosity. She had attended several auctions in 4th-tier cultivation nations, where one could frequently encounter treasures of the transformation stage. The fact that this 3rd-tier Fire Nation auction could sell so many high-grade nascent soul artifacts was, in itself, quite commendable. The next item for bid was a 5th-grade pill recipe, the Blazing Fire Pill, with a starting price of 300,000. As the auctioneer concluded the announcement, the hall filled with murmurs. A 5th-grade pill recipe. Yet it seems we lack 5th-grade alchemists in the Fire Nation. Regardless, buying it for our sex 4th-grade alchemist to experiment with might yield surprising results. At last, Suyao had found something worth pursuing. 300,000, she boldly declared. Initiating the bidding. 350,000, came a counter from an opposing pavilion. 400,000. Suyao and Jiang Chun were reluctant to inflate their bids excessively, as their funds were limited, raising the price incrementally. 450,000. How vexing. Qinglou, why don't we just eliminate him and seize the recipe? Why linger here? Suyao raised an eyebrow. Jiang Chun remained silent. 500,000. After placing her bid, Suyao thought to herself that this would be her final offer. Any further escalation would be disastrous. The opposing pavilion fell silent, perhaps realizing that spending 500,000 spirit stones on a 5th-grade recipe was not particularly wise, especially considering their own challenges in crafting such a pill. 500,000 once, 500,000 twice, 500,000 thrice. Congratulations to the young lady on the 3rd floor for acquiring the 5th-grade pill recipe. A crimson jade slip, imbued with spiritual energy, soared into Suyao's hands, and she promptly handed over the 500,000 spirit stones to the auctioneer. Finally, the piece de resistance was unveiled, a 6th-grade spiritual pill. The Azure Cloud Pill, along with its recipe, starting at 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The auctioneer beamed, exclaiming, a 6th-grade spiritual pill. Can it truly be that such a high-tier pill has emerged in our Fire Nation? 6th-grade spiritual pills are potent treasures, valuable only to those above the transformation stage. Never mind, it's too expensive. I'll pass. Excuse me, young lady, Suyao called out loudly. Can't the pill and its recipe be auctioned separately? I only desire the recipe, not particularly interested in the pill itself. Indeed, can't they be sold separately? Echoed others. Many have inquired. Conversely, they desire only the elixir, not the formula. In the Fire Nation, there exist merely a handful of 4th-tier alchemists. One cannot even speak of 6th-tier formulas, as possessing a 5th-tier formula is of little consequence. Apologies, the employer has stated that the items must be sold together, the host replied with a smile. I bid 1 million. For that Xingyan pill is worth it. 1,500,000. 1,800,000. Suyao also harbored a keen interest in that sixth-tier formula, as the elixirs could serve as specimens for reference. "Qinglou," she called out. "All right, I understand." Jiang Chen nodded indulgently at her. 2 million, Jiang Chen declared. 2,100,000. A lewd voice echoed forth. 3 million. Jiang Chen directly raised the stakes, hoping to settle the matter decisively. 3,100,000. Suyao remarked, "We brought a total of 4 million. Shall we bid it all?" "Indeed. 4 million. Jiang Chen continued to call out. 4,100,000. The lewd voice persisted from the opposing loft. At this moment, both Jiang Chen and Suyao wore grim expressions. Who was so repugnant as to increase the bid by a mere 100,000 each time? 4 million was already a considerable sum. The Cold Heart sect had donated only 4 million to aid Zhao kingdom in disaster relief. 4,100,000 once. 4,100,000 twice. 4,100,000 thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guests of Qiofeng Pavilion. Damn it, seeking death. Jiang Chen incanted a spell, and a restriction manifested, penetrating the Qiofeng Pavilion. A wisp of divine consciousness infiltrated the room. There, he beheld a rotund man clad in golden garments, grinning as he embraced two graceful female cultivators by his side, accepting the green grapes handed to him by a nearby maiden, chewing noisily, the flesh of his chin quivering. Behind him stood a row of elders and disciples. Judging by their cultivation level, it appeared they had all attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Jiang Chen pondered silently whether this man could be the sect leader of some faction. Indeed, the rotund man was the leader of the Lingquan sect. The Lingquan sect was known for its wealth and power within the Fire Nation, often bullying the weak and engaging in despicable, lowly, and repugnant acts. For instance, during the auction, they had deliberately raised the bids by increments of 10,000, solely to vex those competing against them. The auction concluded, and the members of the Lingquan sect summoned their flying treasures, preparing to return to their sect, having acquired numerous magical artifacts and elixirs, including even a sixth-tier elixir formula. A grand procession of 20 people soared through the sky. However, before they had traveled even 1,000 miles, an unforeseen event transpired. In an instant, they sensed a powerful presence approaching from behind. The rotund man felt a sinking sensation in his heart, pondering if they were being pursued for a robbery. How audacious to attempt to rob the Lingquan sect. He was eager to see which sect in the Fire Nation possessed such audacity. Elders, form a formation, prepare to confront. The rotund man bellowed. The 20 individuals simultaneously executed their spells, channeling their spiritual energy into a singular point, conjuring a red barrier that enveloped them all. However, in the next moment, upon discerning the identity of their would-be assailants, the rotund man and all the elders of the Lingquan sect felt their spirits plummet. A savage beast. Or rather, two. Under the looming presence of the moon wolf and day tiger, two ferocious beasts, Jiang Chen and Suyao, stood resolutely, their figures shifting forward. The powerful breath of the wild beasts instilled a sense of trepidation among the 20 or so members of the Lingquan sect, causing them to tremble in fear. You insufferable glutton, do you derive pleasure from raising the stakes from increments of 100,000? Dare to challenge my patience once more, and you shall see, Suyao retorted with a mocking tone. At that moment, both Suyao and Jiang Chen wore masks. Yet the members of the Lingquan sect could still perceive the extraordinary poise and ethereal grace emanating from the pair. When did the Kingdom of Fire produce such a formidable couple of cultivators, each commanding a wild beast? Esteemed friends, it appears there has been a misunderstanding. I must admit my oversight. You seek the 6th rank Qingyun pill, correct? Please, take it without hesitation. I sincerely apologize for the previous bidding. It was unintentional, the stout man remarked, displaying a surprising sense of decorum. However, Suyao was unmoved by his words. For one who had already provoked the wrath of the enchantress, survival seemed a distant hope. Huan. Upon hearing the call, the day tiger instantly elevated its tail, unleashing a golden radiance akin to the sun. With a resounding crack, it shattered the painstakingly constructed red defensive array of the Lingquan sect, causing crimson crystals to scatter like blood mist. The spirits of the Linquan sect members plummeted to despair. Stripped of their protective barrier, they lay exposed and vulnerable, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Jiang Chun ceased his attempts to dissuade Suyao, since her murderous intent had ignited. He thought it best to let her indulge in her vengeance fully. Aiwa, A1. Eliminate them all. Leave not a single one alive. Chapter 86. The terrifying woman with purple eyes. In an instant, two savage beasts received their orders and teleported into the midst of the Linquan sect, unleashing indiscriminate carnage. With claws like those of wolves and tigers, and enormous fangs, each teleportation was akin to tearing a piece of paper, effortlessly slaughtering the crowd. Before long, only the corpulent man remained. He incessantly summoned defensive artifacts in a desperate attempt to shield himself, revealing that he possessed quite a few valuable items. Fellow cultivators, you cannot kill me. Do you know who I am? I am the guest elder of the soul refining sect. If you dare to slay me, once Mao Yang finds out, you shall face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun waved his hand dismissively. The two savage beasts halted their lethal assault. Oh, Mao Yang? Is he truly formidable? Jiang Chun inquired with a curious tone. It appears you are not from the Fire Nation. I observe that you are merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage, relying on the might of these two savage beasts to flaunt your power. However, to Mao Yang, these beasts are nothing more than playthings. Why? Jiang Chun continued with intrigue. Mao Yang is a peerless powerhouse who has comprehended the essence of lightning. Even ordinary transformation stage cultivators find it difficult to contend with him. It seems you possess considerable knowledge, Jiang Chun replied, a cruel smile gracing his lips. The plump man sensed Jiang Chun's murderous intent and began to retreat cautiously. You truly are not afraid of Mao Yang? He gazed at them incredulously. Clang! A beam of white, ethereal light shot forth. It was Suyao's soul-piercing sword, which struck the man squarely in the forehead, penetrating through to the back of his skull, leaving his features contorted in a ghastly manner. After dispatching the corpulent man with a single strike, Suyao did not hesitate to summon a black soul banner to commence the soul extraction and refining ritual. Black threads danced among the 20 or so corpses of nascent soul practitioners, tearing them apart. In no time, they transformed into white specters and clung to the soul banner. Jiang Chun began to collect the storage bags of the Linquan sect members, gathering the spoils of war. Altogether, their storage bags contained an impressive sum of 5 million low-grade spirit stones, along with numerous nascent soul artifacts, medicinal pills, and other treasures. Chun Gu, according to his memories, the soul refining sect indeed possesses some noteworthy assets, Suyao remarked softly. Let us proceed and thoroughly investigate the prowess of Mao Yang and his mastery of the lightning essence, Jiang Chun replied. Hee, Chun Gu, this time you did not stop me from killing. Why are you so indulgent with me? This fat man was insufferable. I too despised him. Better to eliminate him to prevent future annoyances, Jiang Chun chuckled lightly. Let us hasten toward the extreme north, to the soul refining sect. The two mounted their respective beasts, the day tiger and the moon wolf, transforming into streaks of orange and silver light as they sped northward. After flying for a full 3 days and nights, they arrived near the soul refining sect. They retracted their mounts, Ayu and Awan, and quietly approached a mountain waterfall. What an impressive protective formation around the sect. Should we venture any closer, we risk detection by their guardians, Suyao observed. Indeed, let us observe from here, Jiang Chun agreed, subsequently summoning his transformation stage artifact, the Void Mirror. The Void Mirror was initially discovered in the Twilight Mountains, where the vice leader of the Corpse Demon Hundred Sons stealthily observed the treasures of Jiang Chun, Li Wan, and Yi Yun hidden within a tree hollow. Within 1,000 miles, it could silently deploy the Nether Ghost eyes to any location, surveilling the enemy's every movement. Jiang Chun and Suyao simultaneously channeled the spirit energy of the Void Mirror. Their dual pairs of ghostly eyes extended from the waterfall into the depths of the soul refining sect. The sect proved surprisingly vast. Although it was a third-tier cultivation sect, its scale rivaled that of a fourth-tier sect. The number of disciples surpassed 30,000, with grand pavilions and towers arranged in an orderly manner. In the square, An elder at the peak of the nascent soul stage was imparting teachings to disciples. Within the inner courtyard, numerous forbidden soul banners pierced the earth. As the name suggests, the soul-refining sect was not a righteous sect, but rather one dedicated to soul extraction and demonic refinement. "Brother Chun, I found him!" Suyao exclaimed excitedly from the back mountain cave. Jiang Chun, upon hearing this, quickly directed the ghostly eyes towards the rear mountain. There, in a crimson molten cave, sat a youth clad in black robes with closed eyes, his white hair cascading around him. Jiang Chun instantly recognized him. It was Ma Liang. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure who had cruelly slaughtered Lin Fei and the Lin disciples 70 years prior. Even the black robe he wore remained unchanged. His delicate features were tightly shut, seemingly absorbing the spirit energy within the molten cave. Suyao and Jiang Chun observed the enigmatic Ma Liang with great interest. His cultivation level matched theirs, both being at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Yet nothing particularly remarkable was detected. Within the molten cave, the soft sound of footsteps echoed, and a graceful figure in a sheer, gossamer purple gown floated into view. The fabric flowed like a dream, revealing her exquisite and translucent form without reservation. The light lavender eyeshadow on her eyelids resembled a mysterious glow in the dark night, enhancing her features with an alluring charm that captivated the soul. She was as enchanting as Suyao and as spirited as Li Wan, yet exuded a unique wicked allure, embodying the essence of a breathtaking beauty. "My love, it is time to continue drawing forth the fire beast and absorb its spirit energy." With her violet eyes, she arrived just in time. "I sense my intent is on the verge of breakthrough. Let your passionate intent envelop my thunderflash intent and draw in the spirit." At that moment, both unleashed their domain intents. Ma Liang's crimson spirit energy and the violet spirit energy of the purple-eyed maiden intertwined and surged deep into the molten cave. A low rumble echoed, causing the cavern to tremble, sending stones flying. Soon, a fire beast resembling a Qilin, its dragon head, deer body, cow tail, and horse hooves, emerged from the depths of the cave to stand before them. This was the fire beast. The two intents continuously struck against it, creating shallow vortices that siphoned its spirit energy. Before long, the fire beast was reduced to ashes, dissipating into fine dust. "My love, your thunderflash intent has indeed grown stronger, nearly matching my own level. Sister, after all these years, I am immensely grateful for your unwavering care and companionship during my tedious cultivation." "Oomph, how vexing. I call you my husband, yet you address me as sister." Zitong pouted in displeasure. "My dear," Ma Liang chuckled softly in response. "Regardless, the quantity of fire beasts within this molten cave is exceedingly abundant. Within 30 years, it should suffice for us to reach the transformation stage." With a deep sigh, Ma Liang retracted his spiritual energy technique and rose to his feet. "At that point, our soul refinement sect shall ascend to a fourth-tier cultivation nation. More importantly, once I attain the transformation stage, I shall effortlessly fulfill the promise I made. And when the century is up, it will be the moment I refine everyone from the Zhao kingdom." Ma Liang spoke ominously. Suddenly, Zitong seemed to sense something unusual, her brows slightly twitching. "Husband, it appears someone is utilizing a transformation-grade secret treasure to spy on us." Zitong abruptly turned her gaze towards the direction of the ghostly eye, her expression chilling. At the instant Zitong fixed her eyes on the ghostly eye, Jiang Chun and Suyao simultaneously felt an icy dread creep up from their toes. "This is bad." Jiang Chun could not fathom how the void mirror was detected by Zitong. He hastily grasped Suyao's hand and soared into the air. With a single step, he entered the clouds, and with a second, he executed a sharp turn in midair, activating the instant teleportation technique and dashing forward at breakneck speed. However, a purple spiritual light struck down with terrifying velocity, crashing before them with a resounding thud, blocking their path. The two had no choice but to halt, and upon closer inspection, they found it was the woman named Zitong. Moments later, Ma Liang arrived, piloting his crimson escape light, encircling Jiang Chun and Suyao from both sides. The two felt as though they had plunged into an ice cavern, while Ma Liang was already fearsome. This woman in purple exuded an even greater aura of danger. Ladies, your appearance does not resemble that of my Fire Nation's people. Furthermore, what Fire Nation citizen would possess such audacity to spy on my husband? Have you removed your masks on your own, or shall I assist you in doing so? Zitong's gaze turned cold as she regarded the two, her hands morphing into claws, 5 slender nails glimmering with a ghostly light. Chapter 87. When outmatched, retreat Shun Ge. You take care of the pursuing Ma Liang, and leave this purple-eyed one to me, Suyao said gravely in a low voice. Be careful. Her speed seems to surpass even mine. Fear not. No matter how swift she is, she cannot outpace my soul. Suyao declared softly, forming a seal to summon a black soul banner. In an instant, myriad white specters manifested, encircling Jiangchun and Suyao, among which were numerous high-level souls above the nascent soul stage. Ah, what a formidable soul banner indeed. But without the enhancement of an intention, is it truly effective? The purple-eyed one scoffed before instantly unleashing her purple passion intent, seeking to obliterate the multitude of specters with her spiritual energy. However, at the very same moment, Suyao closed her eyes and formed a seal with her hands. Infernal fire, rise. The dark infernal fire intent swiftly enveloped each specter, intertwining with her entire being. The purple-eyed one's passion intent crackled and fizzled, unable to expand further. Little girl, you possess some skill? The purple-eyed one spat disdainfully. It turned out that Suyao had boldly stepped forth to confront the seemingly more fearsome purple-eyed adversary, because she had discerned during her earlier observation that the purple intent could potentially be devoured by her infernal fire intent. Now, it seemed her hypothesis was indeed correct. Consequently, the reduction of the intent's enhancement rendered the purple-eyed one the passive party. Reluctantly, she summoned her treasures, the purple lightning sword and the Qingming pearl, to clash against Suyao, who was entangled with countless souls. As their forms intertwined, ghostly shadows scattered. Even though the purple-eyed one could annihilate a specter with a single strike, Suyao's overwhelming number of souls rendered her unable to keep up. Upon witnessing Suyao's reliable figure, Jiang Chun turned to face Ma Liang, who was clad in a black robe with flowing white hair. Ma Liang was astonished to encounter a fellow cultivator at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage capable of contending with the purple-eyed one. The infernal fire intent is indeed formidable, Ma Liang remarked. Little brat, what is your intent? Your wife possesses an intent. Surely you do as well? As he spoke, Ma Liang pointed downward, summoning a 3-zhang-wide bolt of lightning that descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun invoked the intent of the heavenly blade, condensing spiritual energy into the storm blade to block the attack. Crack! The crimson lightning, like a dragon in flight, struck the storm blade in an instant, sending currents surging through Jiang Chun's body and tearing at his muscles. His mind momentarily blurred. Was this the assault of the lightning intent? So swift, so domineering. Jiang Chun marveled inwardly. A blade intent? Ma Liang said with a mocking expression. Alas, your intent appears rather ineffectual beneath the might of my heavenly calamity thunder. Ma Liang raised his hand, preparing to summon the lightning once more. However, in a sudden twist, Jiang Chun teleported beside Ma Liang, unleashing a flurry of blade radiance. Ma Liang, who primarily specialized in treasures and forbidden spells, decisively interrupted the casting of his lightning intent upon Jiang Chun's approach, swiftly altering his hand seals. One after another, binding spells erupted from above Ma Liang's head, clashing with Jiang Chun's storm blade radiance. Great swords, ink dragons, and bells emerged from Ma Liang's barriers, hurtling toward Jiang Chun. The battlefield was divided in two. On one side stood Suyao, enshrouded in a tapestry of black and white, constantly clashing with the violet-tinged gaze of the purple-eyed figure. Opposite them, Jiang Chun wielded the storm blade alongside the red-hued essence of Ma Liang, both figures flickering and shifting with remarkable agility. The sky was illuminated by the vibrant hues of their fierce battle, alternating between crimson, violet, and the monochromatic shades of black and white. Ayu, Ajuan. Simultaneously, Jiang Chun and Suyao summoned their spirit beasts, the savage creatures, through their beast-taming rings. Mounted upon the silver wolf, and the Orange Day tiger. Their presence grew even more imposing. The mobility of the savage beasts allowed them to deftly evade the onslaught of prohibitory spells. Both the purple-eyed figure and Ma Liang were taken aback. These two youngsters not only possessed formidable essences, but also commanded savage spirit companions. Ma Liang, steeling himself, let out a cold chuckle, resolved not to hold back any longer. Prolonging this battle would surely deplete the energies of both himself and the purple-eyed figure. After clashing with Jiang Chun using his colossal sword technique, he created distance and began to weave complex spells, infusing a drop of his essence into the heavens. Thunderstorm arise. Instantly, the sky transformed into a vivid crimson, with tendrils of electricity coiling amidst the dark clouds, reminiscent of a roaring thunder dragon. Jiang Chun sensed the impending peril. This overwhelming force was not to be trifled with. The two savage beasts also felt the chilling presence of death looming over them. In a flash, Jiang Chun dashed to Suyao's side, invoking the essence of a gentle breeze to envelop them and their beasts. This fellow can wield two essences? Ma Liang scoffed dismissively. Yet would it be of any use? A deafening roar erupted as thousands of bolts of lightning cascaded down, indiscriminately striking the vast mountains and plains. Jiang Chun and Suyao found themselves directly beneath the tempest, continuously conjuring protective artifacts and barriers to shield against the raging storm. Crack! Bang! The two savage beasts strained every ounce of their energy to withstand the ferocious lightning. Suddenly, a flicker of violet shadow darted forth. The purple-eyed figure seized the moment, brandishing a purple sword, teleporting into the breeze barrier, and severing the moon wolf's hind legs with a single stroke. "Awoo!" Ayu howled in agony, eliciting a profound pang of sorrow in Jiang Chun's heart. In a moment of desperation, both Jiang Chun and Suyao were compelled to recall their savage beasts back into the beast-taming rings. However, without the contributions of their two beasts, resisting the thunderous force became increasingly arduous. Outside, Ma Liang unleashed his thunderous incantations, while the purple-eyed figure lingered with a predatory intent. Jiang Chun and Suyao found themselves ensnared in a perilous predicament. At that moment, an inspiration struck Jiang Chun, defying the thunderous onslaught. He urged Suyao to the ground. "Suyao, hold on tight. I shall lead you to safety." Their exchange bore no superfluous thoughts, merely an unwavering trust and reliance upon one another. With a flicker of his spirit, Jiang Chun transformed into a white serpent. Suyao mounted his cool, scale back, and they swiftly burrowed into the earth. Among the secret arts of transformation, the white serpent's burrowing technique was unparalleled, delving much deeper than the average earth-dwelling practitioners. Even Ma Liang and the purple-eyed figure, with their celestial prowess, would find it challenging to pursue. As Jiang Chun traversed through the soil, he dispersed his own energy through intricate maneuvers. Suyao cast a series of isolation barriers, concealing the presence of the two individuals within the soil. How vexing! Those two youngsters possess an astonishing evasion technique. Zitong, are you still able to sense their presence? It is faint. I can only discern that they are heading south. Their speed is surprisingly comparable to mine in the air. This is a form of demonization's secret art, which I once encountered in an ancient jade scroll. I never imagined this young rogue could skillfully wield such an extraordinary technique. Alas, it seems we cannot pursue them further. We didn't even manage to unmask them, leaving their identities shrouded in mystery. Undoubtedly, they will become formidable adversaries in the future, Zitong sighed. Heading south, could they be from the state of Zhao? How remarkable that such extraordinary talents could emerge from that small nation. Ma Liang gazed toward the south, unable to suppress his astonishment. Chapter 88. 25 years? Is this truly from the Zhao kingdom? How intriguing, my dear. With a gentle smile, her violet eyes and crimson lips parted slightly. She moved gracefully, effortlessly taking Ma Liang's hand as they strolled towards the molten cave. That lad possesses two distinct realms of understanding, and I can distinctly sense that these two realms harbor an exceptionally powerful devouring effect. I hope that during our next encounter, I can capture him alive. If that proves impossible, I shall eliminate him directly to prevent any future troubles. Ma Liang's expression darkened, a cold snort escaping his lips, as an aura reminiscent of winter's frost enveloped him. With that, he followed the delicate steps of the violet-eyed woman into the depths of the molten cave. Jiang Chun and Suyao darted through the earth like arrows released from a bow, a lingering sense of dread tightly entwining them. It was only upon keenly sensing the departure of Ma Liang and the violet-eyed woman that they both exhaled a sigh of relief, as if the taut string of tension had finally relaxed. Qinglou, fortunately, your transformation technique aided our escape. Most of the souls in my soul banner were destroyed by the violet-eyed woman. She nearly found the flaw and harmed me, Suyao said, her voice trembling slightly with the aftershocks of their narrow escape. Indeed, we are fortunate to have emerged unscathed, though you did lose her 2 forepaws. Nonetheless, the wild beast's regenerative abilities are extraordinary, so it is of little consequence, Jiang Chun replied calmly, offering reassurance. These 2 individuals are truly terrifying. Their oppressive presence feels akin to confronting 2 formidable beings in the transformation stage. Jiang Chun could not shake the lingering fear. They were even more fearsome than the golden corpse Meng Chong I encountered previously. That wretched woman, the violet-eyed one, Suyao, shall personally slay her in the future. Suyao's brows furrowed in determination as she declared fiercely. Jiang Chun, accompanied by Suyao, cautiously made their way back to the surface. After thoroughly confirming that Ma Liang and the violet-eyed woman were not in pursuit, he summoned 2 wild beasts and then sat down with Suyao to recuperate. The wounds on Yu's forelimbs healed at a visible rate, the flesh regenerating swiftly. Suyao retrieved 2 5th-grade soul-replenishing pills from her storage pouch, offering one to Jiang Chun while consuming the other herself. She then produced several demon cores, placing them before Yu to restore its strength. Thus, the 2 humans and 2 beasts remained in their spot for a span of 2 months. What shall we do next? Shall we return to the sect? Suyao broke the silence, her voice soft. Let's return. This encounter with Ma Liang and the violet-eyed woman has provided us with a clearer understanding of their strengths, and our mission in the Fire Kingdom has been accomplished. Now, we must dedicate ourselves to enhancing our own abilities and strive to break through to the transformation stage as soon as possible, Jiang Chun stated firmly and steadily. Yes. Next time, we shall not flee in such a disheveled manner, Suyao vowed, clenching her fists. Adue a Huan. Jiang Chun and Suyao simultaneously summoned their spirit companions, mounting them before turning southward towards the borders of the Zhao kingdom. Half a month later, they finally returned to the He Huan sect in the Lingwen mountain range. At the entrance, they spotted Master Su Qing diligently tending to the spirit plants alongside a group of disciples. Master, Jiang Chun and Suyao called out in unison. Su Qing, who had been bending over and focused on sowing seeds, lifted her head upon hearing their voices. She beheld her 2 beloved disciples, and an involuntary smile blossomed on her face, warm as the spring sun. Where have you 2 been these past few months? I thought you'd gotten lost. Su Qing chided playfully with a smile. We haven't gone far. We merely traveled about a bit, Jiang Chun replied with a grin. Master, are you planting spiritual herbs? Indeed, Su Qing responded. The first batch of the 100 spirit alfalfa seeds has already borne fruit. I personally brought my disciples to select a suitable location for the second planting. As she spoke, she gently brushed the soil off her hands. Such trivial matters could be entrusted to your disciples. There is no need for you to get your hands dirty, Suyao said sweetly. Well, idleness can be a burden. Now that our Hahuan sect has you 2 as its pillars, I no longer feel the urgency I once did, Su Qing said, her face radiating a sense of contentment. Master, are you referring to your cultivation? Jiang Chun asked, a hint of confusion on his face. Precisely, Su Qing replied, her smile brightening. In the past, I was solely focused on becoming stronger, either in seclusion or on my way to seclusion, neglecting the beautiful scenery along the way. Now, with you 2 by my side, my heart has gradually found peace. I spend my days playing the guqin and tending to the land, living leisurely and quite enjoyably. Master, while your perspective is commendable, it may not be entirely appropriate. Here's what we shall do. Starting today, Suyao and I will gather the core disciples daily to demonstrate our insights, allowing everyone to reflect and comprehend. We aim to help more members of our Hahuan sect grasp these concepts, so that we may better confront Ma Liang and Zitong in the future, Jiang Chun said earnestly. Zitong? Who is that? Su Qing asked, straightening up after scattering the last seed, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Zitong is Ma Liang's partner and quite a formidable character, Suyao remarked, a trace of wariness crossing her features as she recalled Zitong. Could it be that you spent these past months seeking information about Ma Liang in the Fire Nation? Su Qing deduced astutely. Yes, we encountered Ma Liang and Zitong, and even engaged them in battle. Thankfully, we managed to escape using the demon transformation escape technique, Jiang Chun said with a slight grimace, a bitter smile on his lips. Upon hearing this, Su Qing hurriedly approached them, examining them closely to ensure they were unharmed, before exhaling a sigh of relief. That was far too dangerous. It is truly fortunate that you returned unscathed. We initially intended to observe discreetly, but my divine transformation artifact, the Void Mirror, was unexpectedly detected by Zitong. Her eyes, whatever their nature, are remarkably keen, capable of perceiving the presence of my divine transformation artifact, Jiang Chun lamented. Zitong, I must confess I have never heard of this individual. Su Qing pondered for a long time, still a loss. All right, master, let us return. Summon all disciples at the late stage of the Golden Core realm and above to the plaza in front of the main hall. Suyao and I shall present our insights and conduct a lesson for everyone, Jiang Chun declared. Very well, Su Qing replied cheerfully. In the plaza, Jiang Chun and Suyao took their seats at the center. The essence of artistic conception lies in boundless possibilities, akin to the unfolding of a realm. Yet, at its core, it is tethered to the profundity of your hearts, whether it be with emotion or devoid of it, whether in life or in death, whether enduring or ephemeral. Countless interpretations may arise from your understanding of this artistic conception. This is the essence of the Heavenly Blade's artistic conception. Arise, Jiang Chun bellowed with a resonant voice, as the white spiritual energy within him surged forth, enveloping all present and resonating within their very souls. For many, it was the first intimate experience of this artistic conception. Each individual closed their eyes, deeply attuned to the rush of white spiritual energy whistling past their ears. As the day waned, some wearily rose to retreat to their chambers, while numerous others, much like Jiang Chun in the beginning, remained seated, quietly absorbing the erosion of time within this artistic conception. In this manner, Jiang Chun and Suyao occasionally imparted their teachings to the gathering. Time flowed swiftly through dawn and dusk. Unbeknownst to them, 25 years had elapsed. Perhaps the duo's relentless instruction bore fruit. On this particular day, Master Su Qing not only achieved the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, but also grasped her own artistic conception, the conception of time itself. Chapter 89. A return to the capital within the Alchemy Pavilion. Beneath the ancient spirit tree in the Azure Dragon Hall, two figures nestled together after completing their dual cultivation. Qinggu, have you ever experienced the temporal essence of Master? Suyao gently caressed the chiseled jaw of the man beside her. I have indeed encountered it. Just a touch can make one feel aged. It is rather domineering, Jiang Chun replied, gazing at her with affection. He was surprised that Master, having been lax in his cultivation over the years, had come to grasp such an enigmatic essence. Indeed, it is rather unexpected. This means that our Zhao kingdom now boasts 3 individuals who have comprehended this essence, all within our sect of harmonious embrace, Suyao said, slightly averting her eyes from his passionate gaze, blissfully closing her eyes. Our sect has long become a force that instills fear in all cultivators of Zhao kingdom. My little enchantress has already cleansed the realm decades ago. Do you remember the folk song that circulated in the mortal world long ago? The poisoned dragon descends, calamity befalls. The land of Zhao is engulfed in mist. Jiang Chun chuckled. All right, enough of that. It was merely a matter of slaying a few foes and setting up a spear extraction array. Suyao pouted playfully. I feel that with a few more extractions, the nascent soul will break through its shackles and reach the transformation stage. Jiang Chun mused, running his fingers through Suyao's hair. Through the harmonization of our dual cultivation, we may both attain the transformation stage. Millimeter, Alricht, Tianyi. Let us wander about the capital and see if the renowned Zhao Sanyang of the Anle Pavilion is still around, Suyao said sweetly in his embrace. Jiang Chun rose, taking Suyao's hand, and together they transformed into two beams of light, soaring out of the hall. With no pressing matters at hand, they leisurely flew, casually observing the spirit flora of the Lingwen mountain range. 25 years had passed, and now the entire mountain range was adorned with blooming magnolias and vibrant alfalfa, enriching the soil and air with unprecedented spiritual energy reminiscent of the fourth-tier cultivation sect, the Qinglou sect. This was precisely the outcome Jiang Chun desired. Without changing the barren soil, how could one hope to alter the stagnant state of a third-tier cultivation nation? Before long, they arrived at the foot of the capital, where a plethora of spirit plants flourished, creating a scene of refreshing vitality. This time, they decided to enter the city on foot. However, they did not encounter the long lines of disaster-stricken citizens. Instead, throngs of merchants and common folk bustled through the city gates. Once inside, they finally felt the bustling vibrancy reminiscent of 50 or 60 years ago, with carts flowing like water and horses galloping like dragons. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air. Suyao tugged at Jiang Chen's hand, leading him to a small stall selling round fans. She picked up an exquisite peach blossom fan adorned with golden thread, comparing each one, intending to purchase one for herself. "Good sir, how much for the fan?" Jiang Chun inquired of the vendor. 20 coins. Hee, you are truly fortunate, sir. Your lady is exceptionally beautiful, the vendor grinned, giving a thumbs up repeatedly. Here you go. Keep the change, Jiang Chun said, handing the vendor a silver ingot. Oh my, I have encountered a benefactor. Thank you both. The stall owner joyfully bowed repeatedly. As Suyao grasped the round fan, the ribbons adorning her attire danced gracefully in the breeze, her demeanor transforming into that of the enchanting courtesan from the days of the Anle Pavilion, radiant and captivating. This spectacle compelled many passers-by to pause and admire. Young Master Jiang, young mistress, you have returned, spoke an individual who appeared to be in his 40s, yet his wise countenance and sharp gaze betrayed a keen intellect. He was none other than Emperor Cui Cheng. After 25 years, time had indeed etched its mark upon the visage of this foundational stage cultivator. Your Majesty, it is evident that you have fared well over the years, Jiang Chun remarked with a nod. Thanks to the sword bestowed by the young master, I wield the long quan and have vanquished many obstinate landlords, significantly reforming numerous national laws and regulations, which has gradually enriched the common folk of our Zhao kingdom. With the treasury now brimming, we have embarked on extensive construction projects, paving roads and cultivating crops, providing the ordinary citizens with more choices and opportunities beyond mere agriculture. Jiang Chun continued as he walked. Indeed, the young master speaks truthfully. I have pursued similar endeavors these past years. Presently, all 30 cities in Zhao Kingdom are connected by the 8-horse roads leading to our capital, with the roads flanked by the spiritual plants you gifted me long ago. Emperor Cui Cheng replied, Excellent. You are truly commendable, Cui Cheng. A worthy emperor, Jiang Chun remarked, turning his attention to his wife, Suyao, who was playfully gazing around. My dear, do you still possess any Luolin pills or Tianli pills? Offer a few to the emperor, so he may seize the opportunity to enhance his cultivation. I do not bring any. I have seldom refined those third-tier pills lately. Oh well, I shall concoct a couple for you now. With a determined stance, Suyao summoned a small alchemical furnace before her with a wave of her hand. In less than 10 breaths, she successfully refined 4 pills, 2 Luolin pills and 2 Tianli pills, remnants of the very elixirs Jiang Chun had consumed during his ascension to the core formation stage. Madame Su's alchemical prowess is truly remarkable, Emperor Cui Cheng exclaimed, bowing respectfully as he accepted the pills, visibly delighted. Very well, Your Majesty. You may return to your affairs now. We are merely here to take a stroll. No need for you to accompany us. Remember, take the time to cultivate diligently. Having a wise ruler like you in Zhao Kingdom is indeed a blessing, Jiang Chun advised. Your words are too kind, young master. Very well. I shall not disturb you further. I will return to my duties. If urgent matters arise, I shall seek guidance from the Huan sect. Chui Cheng responded with a bow before departing. As they strolled along Zhuke Street, they found themselves once again at the familiar intersection before the Anle Pavilion. Compared to over 20 years ago, not much had changed. The vibrancy remained intact. However, the number of patrons entering and exiting the Anle Pavilion had notably increased. It was still afternoon, and the sun had yet to set. Hand in hand, Jiang Chun and Suyao entered, their extraordinary grace drawing the attention of many onlookers. Welcome to our Anle Pavilion, esteemed guests. Are you here to enjoy the melodies and partake in some drinks? The matron, upon catching sight of the exquisite Suyao, refrained from suggesting the company of courtesans. It was evident that even though the Anle Pavilion remained unchanged, the passage of time had transformed the world around it for mortals. Madam, do you recognize Zhao Sanyang? Indeed, I do. Zhao Sanyang is my aunt, residing right here in the Anle Pavilion. Recently, her health has not been well, and she has been resting in bed. Would you like me to take you to see her? Certainly. Please lead the way. Following the matron to the top floor, she opened the door, revealing a frail, white-haired old woman reclining against the headboard, her gaze vacant. Once plump and vibrant, Zhao Sanyang, now in her 70s, had become so gaunt and weak due to the ravages of illness. Aunt, these two seem to be acquaintances of yours, and I have brought them to see you. Zhao Sanyang slowly turned her head, and upon recognizing her visitors, her spirits soared, filled with emotion as she trembled and spoke. You are the two old friends of Yang Mama. Chapter 90. Transformation into Divinity, Transformation into a Dragon. The celestial maiden at this moment, the old madam wisely withdrew from the room. Jiang Chun and Suyao approached the aged Zhao Sanyang, unable to suppress their lamentation over the relentless passage of time. It has been 25 years since we last visited you. We never anticipated that you would become so frail, yet you still remember us. Suyao gently clasped her withered hand. How could I possibly forget? You must be celestial beings, right? Zhao Sanyang chuckled, her sunken cheekbones momentarily easing the wrinkles on her face. Suyao pressed her hand against Zhao Sanyang's emaciated wrist, channeling her spiritual energy into her, her brow furrowing slightly as she perceived the ailments that had tormented Zhao Sanyang for many years, seemingly insurmountable. Undeterred, Suyao unleashed strands of ethereal fire energy into Zhao Sanyang's body, forcibly severing the necrotic flesh and expelling it from her system. Subsequently, she cast a restoration spell, allowing the verdant energy imbued with the scent of fresh grass to permeate Zhao Sanyang's nostrils. I feel much better. Thank you, Zhao Sanyang inhaled deeply, her gaze softening as she looked at Suyao. You must be Suyao, right? Both were taken aback, uncertain how Zhao Sanyang had discerned her identity. Yes, it is I. Here is a vial of elixir. Remember to take 1 pill each day. In a month, your health will improve significantly. Zhao Sanyang accepted the jade vial, setting it aside carelessly on the bedside, her eyes lingering on Suyao's face. My grandmother often remarked that Suyao is the most beautiful maiden she has ever encountered. Upon closer inspection, indeed, she was right. I, Zhao Sanyang, have traversed the brothels for a lifetime and have never seen anyone as exquisite as you. Hearing this, memories of Yang Mama flooded Suyao's mind, causing her heart to ache involuntarily. In a brief span of 8 years, Yang Mama had nurtured Suyao into a courtesan, a journey filled with affection, discipline, trials, and sweetness, an array of life's experiences. From the age of 12, Suyao's skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, along with her graceful presence, had already garnered her fame throughout the capital, drawing guests from afar to the Anle Pavilion to behold her beauty. Thus commenced her century-long pursuit of immortality. Zhao Sanyang, do remember to take the elixir. We must take our leave now. With her eyes slightly reddened, Suyao could no longer bear Zhao Sanyang's fervent gaze and pulled Jiang Chun out of the room. Sigh, we depart so hastily, Suyao. Humanity is indeed fragile, is it not? Qinglou? Suyao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heart filled with melancholy. Indeed, those who cultivate seek longevity above all else, ultimately contending for a fleeting spark of life against the heavenly path. Qinglou, I sense it is coming. Suyao's voice trembled slightly, imbued with uncontainable excitement and anxiety. What is coming? Jiang Chun queried, his expression one of confusion, his gaze fixed on Suyao. Transformation into divinity. No sooner had Suyao uttered these words than she appeared to be struck by a mysterious and potent force. Her entire being trembling uncontrollably as if on the brink of a storm that would alter her fate. Let us return to the sect. I shall accompany you in seclusion. 6 fleeting years passed in the blink of an eye. After once more absorbing the abundant spiritual energy from the Lingmai and Lingyuan mountains, Jiang Chun distinctly felt the shackles confining his nascent soul loosening. Suddenly, the sky transformed dramatically, dark clouds swirling as if stirred by an invisible hand, rapidly converging and layering, obscuring the intense sunlight in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the entire Zhao kingdom was engulfed in a somber darkness, as if dragged into an endless abyss. Within the clouds, the crackling electricity surged wildly, coalescing into silver serpents that danced across the sky. The citizens of Zhao, whether humble merchants or reclusive nobles, wore expressions of bewilderment, completely unaware of the unfolding events, as a palpable sense of fear began to quietly spread through the crowd. However, the adept practitioners sensed an extraordinary force emanating from the direction of the Hehuan sect, as if a peerless master had finally grasped a fleeting yet supreme aspect of the heavenly principles. At that moment, the elder of Tianxian sect floated above the square, his gaze fixated on the ominous black clouds that seemed capable of devouring all. A surge of inexplicable exhilaration welled up within him. He abruptly turned, sweeping his hand with authority, his voice booming like a thunderclap. All disciples of Tianxian sect, heed my command. Instantly, 30,000 disciples lined up in unison, kneeling in reverence towards the Hehuan sect. Tianxian sect congratulates young Master Jiang and Madame Su on their transcendence. The elder knelt, tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling with emotion. Meanwhile, Li Mei led her 1,000 disciples swiftly to the entrance of the Hongxiao mountain range. They knelt solemnly towards the Hehuan sect, exclaiming in unison, "Congratulations to young Master Jiang and Madame Su on their transcendence." Other sect practitioners and numerous wandering cultivators gazed towards the Spirit Moon mountain range, murmuring in awe, "Transcendence." They truly succeeded in breaking through to the realm of transformation, at the very heart of the calamity clouds. Jiang Chun felt scales beginning to form upon his body, glimmering with an otherworldly sheen. Inside the Qinglou Hall of the Alchemy Pavilion, the gravitational field became chaotic, as fragments of stone seemed to come alive, slowly floating and swirling in the air. The ancient spirit tree was uprooted by an invisible yet formidable force, its branches trembling violently. Crack! The electricity swirling within the clouds converged into a singular point. A magnificent heavenly might descended, causing the entire realm to tremble. The members of the Hehuan sect gazed at the terrifying thunderstorm above, already prepared, swiftly activating their protective formations. Suddenly, a dazzling bolt of lightning, as if capable of cleaving the heavens, descended with immense power, striking the Qinglou Hall of the Alchemy Pavilion. The thunderstorm had arrived. What followed was a spectacle that left all in stunned silence. A colossal white dragon, stretching 100 feet, erupted from the Qinglou Hall, soaring into the clouds. It opened its gaping maw, releasing a deafening roar, swallowing the terrifying thunderstorm and the swirling calamity clouds whole. After a long absence, the sun valiantly pierces through the gaps in the clouds, casting its radiant beams upon the earth like a myriad of sharp swords, bringing light and hope to a world that has endured darkness. Upon closer inspection, atop the broad head of the majestic white dragon stands a girl of unparalleled grace. Her features are like a painting, her garments flutter elegantly. Who else could she be but Suyao? The imposing white dragon, undeniably, is the embodiment of Jiang Chun. Suyao resembles a goddess wielding dominion over heaven and earth, skillfully guiding the white dragon as it weaves through the sky, fervently tearing apart the remnants of the dark clouds. Before long, The entire sky is restored to a clear azure expanse. A gentle breeze, tinted with a soft blue hue, rapidly spreads from the center of Suyao and Jiangchun, enveloping the entire Zhao kingdom in a matter of moments. The breeze caresses each corner tenderly, as if gentle hands are soothing everything in existence. What a delightful wind! The children in the nearby capital squint their eyes with joy, playfully laughing and frolicking in the breeze, their laughter ringing through the streets like the sweet chime of silver bells. Suyao stands upon the forehead of the white dragon, her eyes gently closed, her spirit attuned. A warm, watery essence flows ceaselessly from her being, intertwining with the ethereal winds that envelop the dragon, eventually transforming into a healing energy that softly descends upon the land like a whisper of comfort. How delightful! What has transpired? I'm not certain, yet I feel invigorated. Look to the sky, a giant dragon. There is a celestial maiden upon its head, a divine being. The immortal bestows blessings. Quickly kneel. The immortal grants blessings. The essence of Suyao and Jiangchun, now harmonized, envelopes the entirety of the Zhao kingdom like a delicate, pale blue frost, evenly and densely blanketing every inch of its territory. During this time, with their supreme powers, they reshaped the frail bodies of the 600 million citizens of Zhao, who had suffered from the absence of spiritual roots. Every citizen touched by this energy undergoes a profound rejuvenation, gradually radiating with vibrant life. Suyao stands proudly upon the forehead of the white dragon, spiraling gracefully over the mountains, rivers, cities, and villages of Zhao for 3 days and 3 nights. In the Fire Kingdom, within the soul-refining sect, a voice echoes, "My dear husband, those calamity clouds from a few days ago belong to Zhao, where someone has transcended." With violet pupils widened, she gazes into the distant sky. Could it be those 2 masked children from 30 years ago? This bodes ill. A sense of foreboding wells up within Ma Yang, growing ever stronger, for although the violet-eyed one has transcended, he himself has yet to do so and likely requires another 3 years. However, unbeknownst to them, Jiangchun and Suyao have already arrived at the mountain gate of the soul-refining sect using their transcendent teleportation techniques. Suyao brandishes the Sword of Terror, giving it a gentle wave. Crash! The celestial stones before the mountain gate shatter like paper, and the sword's divine light cuts through the gate, cleaving the entire soul-refining sect in 2. Following this, she bellows with a fierce voice, "Ma Yang, Violet Eye, come forth and face your demise." Chapter 91. The purple-eyed delays. Suyao's thoughts were not misguided. Ma Yang and the purple-eyed had remained dormant over the years. This must be because neither of them had yet ascended to the divine transformation stage. Therefore, after their own ascension, the first course of action for Suyao and Jiangchun was to come to the soul-refining sect and proactively eradicate the roots of calamity. The purple-eyed had indeed achieved divine transformation, yet Ma Yang still required approximately 3 years to extract the spirit from the fire beast. Faced with the formidable Jiangchun and Suyao, Ma Yang found himself devoid of options. Purple-eyed, assist me by stalling them outside for a while. I can only forcibly ascend using the forbidden blood refinement secret technique. Ma Yang sighed deeply, his emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity. The forbidden blood refinement secret technique demanded the blood sacrifice of 10,000 cultivators, temporarily granting a perfected nascent soul cultivator the strength of an early divine transformation stage. However, post-recovery, their spiritual roots would be damaged, and their cultivation speed would consequently diminish. This demonic technique was exceedingly tyrannical, yet came with severe side effects. "My husband, why must you resort to this? I can simply eliminate the 2 of them," she protested, unwilling to see Ma Yang employ the blood refinement technique. For her dear friends and brothers were within the soul-refining sect. Moreover, she wished to spare Ma Yang from the detriment to his spiritual roots. There is no other recourse. Look at the power of this sword. Ma Yang began to weave his incantation, gritting his teeth as he closed his eyes in pain. Alone, your divine transformation strength cannot withstand 2 cultivators of such prowess. The purple-eyed clenched her jaw, ceasing her objections. Then hastened to set up the formation for your ascension. I shall buy you enough time. In an instant, the purple-eyed transformed into a violet specter and swiftly moved out of the molten cave. She reappeared at the mountain gate. Esteemed guests, what brings you once more to my soul-refining sect? Is there a matter at hand? You have learned my name and that of my husband, yet we remain unaware of yours. Might you enlighten us? The purple-eyed concealed her murderous intent, her arms crossed, exuding a relaxed demeanor, entirely devoid of the sense of impending crisis. Enough with the idle chatter. Where's Ma Liang? Surely he has not yet achieved divine transformation, requiring you to employ some secret technique to stall for time? Suyao retorted, her heart stirring with unease. She had initially presumed that both Ma Liang and the purple-eyed had not reached divine transformation. But the revelation that this formidable woman had indeed ascended suggested that Ma Liang was likely not far behind. Chun, go fetch Ma Liang. I will confront her. Understood. Jiang Chun sensed a peculiar aura of formation and transformed into a white streak of light, racing towards the molten cave. However, suddenly, the purple-eyed extended her hands, launching two violet threads that ensnared both Jiang Chun and Suyao mid-transport. For Extreme's Demon Mirror, activate. The purple-eyed chanted an incantation, then struck the air beneath her feet. A square purple spatial barrier materialized around her, centered on her presence. At that moment, Jiang Chun and Suyao comprehended that the purple-eyed was indeed here solely to delay them. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun summoned his shadow storm, unleashing a blade of light upon the purple barrier. Yet, with a resounding clang, not even a trace of white marred its surface. This For Extreme's demon mirror was indeed formidable. Futile efforts. You cannot breach the barrier of my formation. A languid voice emanated once more from the violet-eyed figure, a sound that sent an unsettling shiver through the air. Simultaneously, crimson runes manifested upon the ground of the soul refinement sect. Ma Liang's formidable blood refinement formation had been activated. In an instant, wails, screams, and cries for help filled the atmosphere, as if the entire sect had plunged into an unending abyss. Jiang Chun and Suyao immediately sensed the turmoil. Brother Chun, it is the blood refinement formation, likely a sacrificial array to harvest spiritual energy from others. We are in serious trouble, Suyao remarked, moving closer to Jiang Chun. Her fingers gently brushing aside a stray lock of hair, her gaze fixed intently